Loki's scepter traced a gleaming arc through the air, landing squarely on Tony Stark's chest. A deafening crash split the silence. Stark's Iron Man suit was shattered with shocking ease under the power of the scepter. A surge of searing pain burst into Tony's mind, wrenching a cry of agony from his lips before he could hold it back. His eyes rolled back. His body jerked once, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Loki's lips curved upward in a satisfied grin as he gazed at Tony Stark lying there in complete defeat. The sight filled him with a deep, exhilarating pleasure. He showed no hesitation. Loki moved in for the kill. "With the disrespect you showed me before, go to hell and repent for your sins," he intoned, the words barely louder than a whisper. As Loki murmured, the scepter came down once more on Tony Stark. This time, Tony managed only a muffled groan before all breath left his body. Loki looked at Tony Stark sprawled lifelessly on the floor and laughed out loud, his voice echoing triumphantly through the room. Then he grasped the tesseract in his hand, ready to make his exit. Just as Loki was about to leave with his prize, he caught a glimpse. Standing quietly not far away was the destroyer. Loki's eyes flashed with sudden excitement. Now, he possessed not only the scepter, but also the aid of the destroyer. How could the Earth possibly withstand him now? Most importantly, behind him stood the Chitauri, an army armed with infernal technology. With such a force at his command, Loki was sure that even the dreadful being who had once defeated him could not hope to prevail against them. If nothing else, he could crush Su-E with sheer numbers alone. The thought made Loki's sense of triumph swell even higher. With the tesseract and the destroyer in his grasp, Loki's silhouette slowly faded from the room. All that remained was Tony Stark, motionless and silent upon the ground. Vital activity, 3%, 2%, 1%, descending rapidly. Initiating emergency medical systems. Jarvis's voice crackled in the Iron Man helmet. From the battered remnants of the armor, an injector deployed and plunged into Tony's body. That single dose pulled Tony Stark back from the edge of the abyss. Just then, Natasha burst through the door. The button Tony had pressed earlier was his beacon to shield. When Natasha reached the ransacked workshop, the first thing she saw was Tony lying helpless on the floor. Her expression hardened. Without the slightest hesitation, she triggered her comm and reported the scene to Nick Fury. Then, without delay, they brought Tony Stark to a medical facility for emergency treatment. Natasha could only sense that an unprecedented crisis was about to sweep over the entire planet. After discussing their plans for the future, Su-E, Seiko Bisudama, Sayatakagi, and the others made their way to the villa's balcony. By now, night had fallen deep and thick, a velvet curtain draping the heavens, with only a few brilliant stars gleaming in the darkness. Su-E focused his mind and turned his attention to the chat group. He found that the points leaderboard in the group had shifted. First place, Su-E, 6,200 points. Second place, Retsu Uno Hana, 6,100 points. Third place, Asunayuki CC, Whitebeard, 5,200 points. Fourth place, Isdeath, 1,100 points. Fifth place, Edward Elric, 200 points. Sixth place, Hinata Hyuga, Seiko Bisujima, 100 points. Those with 100 points were members who had earned their points through daily check-ins. Looking at these points, Su-E felt a sense of abundance he hadn't experienced for a long time. These points were tangible power, tokens that could be exchanged for anything across all the worlds. In short, they were truly precious. This latest mission had allowed many group members to build up a comfortable reserve of points. Even those who started with none had managed to earn their first points through the sign-in system. Su-E, at everyone, have you decided what you want to exchange for with your very first points? Whitebeard, Gururara, I plan to redeem a body refinement and wash out the side effects of my devil fruit. Edward Elric, Dad, I'm so jealous of you. You have so many points to spend, and I only have 200. Edward Elric, Groans.jpg. Whitebeard, by the way, as your old man, I haven't really given you anything. How about a red envelope with 1,000 points? Edward Elric, hee, thanks Dad, but I want to earn my own points with my own two hands. Whitebeard, Gururara, well said. That's my son. CC, I just redeemed the body refinement and a soul-cutting sword. Asunayuki, I redeemed the same things as CC honestly. I think they'll be most useful for us right now. Isdeath, I'm planning to save up a little longer. Lately, I've been practicing the martial arts techniques that Hinata and Whitebeard shared with me. Isdeath, I feel like my strength has room for even more growth. As he read through the group's messages, Su-E also began to ponder. Right now, he had only 6,200 points. Good things are simply impossible to buy. The gap isn't just a little, it's massive. But that doesn't mean Su-E doesn't have things he wants. For instance, the Soul Slayer sword that both CC and Asuna Yuki exchange for. It's something he's rather interested in, too. Soul Slayer swords are weapons born directly from one's soul. They have to be nurtured and developed from scratch. There's no way to instantly boost one's combat abilities. That's why they only cost 1,000 points. But if there's one thing Su-E has in abundance, it's time. With that thought, Su-E didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately bought himself a Soul Slayer sword. Ding! Group owner Su-E has purchased a Soul Slayer sword. Remaining points, 5,200. As the chat group's mechanical voice faded, Su-E sensed a ripple of excitement deep within his soul. Then, right before his eyes, a blade in the style of a Tang sword slowly took form. So this is my Soul Slayer sword? Su-E uttered softly, almost in a whisper. He reached out his hand and grasped the sword in his palm. The moment his fingers wrapped around its hilt, he felt an immediate connection, as if the sword and he were one and the same. That sensation put Su-E perfectly at ease. Compared to every other blade he'd held, this felt far more comfortable, almost as if it truly belonged with him. Well then, I'll be counting on you from now on. Su-E gazed at the Tang sword, murmuring quietly to himself. Meanwhile, with so many people purchasing items in the point store, members of the chat group couldn't help but sigh at how quickly their points were disappearing. It seemed almost impossible to have enough. Just then, the chat group's digital voice chimed in once more. Ding! New mission released. Annihilate the Chitauri army. Mission participants. Everyone. Mission rewards. Distribution based on merit. Maximum of 10,000 points per person. As soon as the announcement landed, everyone's eyes lit up. It wasn't just because of the points on offer. This was the very first mission that involved everyone. Su-Yi's lips curved upwards into a faint smile as he saw this. He hadn't expected that the Marvel world had already progressed to the plot of the first Avengers movie. Typing in the group, Su-Yi said, "Everyone get ready, it's time to show the world that you exist." Within Su-Yi's villa, a passageway was established. Su-Yi stepped out from within. He didn't bring the others directly into his world. Instead, he had them return to their own worlds, making preparations as they awaited his summons. Glancing around his villa, Su-Yi realized he couldn't see any sign of Hela. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed her number. The call connected quickly. "Hela, I'm back. Where are you right now?" "I'm at Hannah's place right now. I've been staying there for a few days, and I have to say, her cooking just keeps getting better and better." Hela said this to Su-Yi. Even through the screen, Su-Yi could sense that the elegant and commanding Hela had completely given in to her new foodie side. He couldn't help but wonder if she'd ever find her way out of this delicious trap she'd fallen into. But Su-Yi didn't give much thought. Calmly, he said to Hela, "It's perfect that you're with Hannah now. If I'm not mistaken, a war might break out soon. When that happens, I'll have to rely on you to keep Hannah and the others safe." Hela's expression turned serious as she listened to Su-Yi's words. "Don't worry, Su-Yi. My powers are almost fully restored. As long as I'm here, nothing and no one will harm Hannah and the others." The two of them chatted for a while longer before Su-Yi hung up the call. If his memory was right, the Chitauri in the movies had launched their major invasion of Earth by harnessing the power of the Tesseract. With that in mind, Su-Yi left his villa. The next moment, he reappeared in the plaza outside Stark Tower. No sooner had he arrived than he spotted a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. He hardly needed to guess. Something had clearly gone wrong at Stark Industries. "Halt! How did you get in here?" A sudden voice called out, and an agent stepped forward, blocking Su-Yi's path. But before Su-Yi could respond, Natasha approached from a distance. "It's fine. He's with us," she said. Just as Natasha's words fell, the agent who'd blocked Su-Yi instantly stepped aside, retreating to let him through. Su-Yi followed the voice and looked at Natasha in the distance, calling out, "Teacher, I don't recall ever being one of you, though." Natasha shot him an exasperated look. She hadn't expected Su-Yi to remember the whole teacher dynamic between them. With a soft but wry smile, she replied, "I'm no longer your teacher. All my energy is focused on Tony Stark now." She paused for a moment, then continued. "Su, you must know what happened to Tony Stark, don't you?" "Tony Stark? What happened to him?" "He almost died. If it hadn't been for the emergency medical system built into his suit, he wouldn't have made it. When we got to him, that was the only thing keeping him alive. We just have no idea when he'll actually wake up." As Natasha spoke, she led Su-Yi down into the underground research lab at Stark Industries. The scene before them was utter chaos. Papers, tables, and all kinds of clutter had been piled up haphazardly along the walls. It was clear that there had once been a significant disturbance at the center of the room. Su-Yi stepped past Natasha, making his way to the device at the heart of the chamber. If Su-Yi's intuition was correct, then the device before him had to be the limiter for the cosmic cube, a mechanism designed to restrain the energy output of the cosmic cube. He'd used the cube for some time himself, and usually, its emitted energy was exceptionally stable. If there was an energy imbalance, it meant someone had found a way to push the cube beyond its limits, unleashing a surge that caused the fabric of space itself to tremble, enough for someone to manifest near the cube in an instant. Casting his gaze around the room once more, Soo-ee noticed with a frown that even his destroyer armor was missing. Looks like this visitor came thoroughly prepared. Soo-ee murmured, and Natasha picked up on his words without missing a beat. Soo-ee, we were hoping to ask for your help. If you agree, I'm certain you'll track down whoever did this in record time. Natasha's voice lingered in Soo-ee's ears. A faint smile played at the corner of his lips. What makes you think I'd lend you a hand? If my sources are accurate, Tony Stark is working for you now. You're the one who tasked him with developing both the Cosmic Cube and the Destroyer. So what? Soo-ee says simile in it. Is that really enough reason for you all to assume I'll get involved? He started walking toward Natasha. With every step Soo-ee took closer, Natasha instinctively retreated. She had nowhere left to go after just a few paces. Soo-ee had backed her into a corner. Pressed against the wall, Natasha met Soo-ee's eyes. What are you planning? Trying to get a little closer to me, are we? If that's your intention, I won't resist. You're welcome to try. Her steely gaze never left him, but her voice remained calm, not a hint of nervousness betraying her words. Soo-ee ignored her remark, responding lightly. Honestly, whether I choose to help or not, nothing's really going to happen to this planet. Did you really imagine Earth is that vulnerable? With those words, Soo-ee turned and walked away. His voice carried back over his shoulder. Oh, and just for the record, you're not my type. As the echo of his words faded, so did Soo-ee, vanishing from Natasha's view. It was only then that Natasha finally allowed herself to exhale just a little. She instinctively touched the back of her blouse. She realized it was completely soaked with cold sweat, as if she'd been pulled straight out of a pond. Taking several deep, steadying breaths, Natasha forced herself to calm down. Only then did she activate her communicator and reach out to Nick Fury. Director, Soo-ee just arrived a moment ago, but from what I could tell, it didn't seem like he had any intention of getting involved. No intention of getting involved? And he also said that this Earth is not as simple as we imagine. Not as simple as we imagine. Nick Fury was left bewildered once again. Lately, he'd been knee-deep in investigating all kinds of matters within S.H.I.E.L.D., and on top of that, they had just excavated Captain America from the glacier. With everything piling up, Nick Fury was feeling completely overwhelmed. Now with Tony Stark in trouble, and Soo-ee hinting that Earth isn't what he thought it was, Nick Fury couldn't help but feel the weight of the world pressing down on him. His head was spinning. Got it, Natasha. Return to HQ immediately. I need to see you. With that, Nick Fury hung up the phone. He turned to gaze out the window, the cityscape stretching before him. Under his breath, he muttered, "It's time to build the Avengers and introduce them to the public eye." The Avengers Initiative. This was a concept Nick Fury had carried in his mind long before he ever became director of S.H.I.E.L.D. But until now, he'd never been able to find even a single person who met his standards for the team. It wasn't until he finally became director that, after a great deal of searching, he'd managed to single out a few candidates. Nick Fury left his office and strode purposefully toward the emergency room. There, lying in a hospital bed, was Tony Stark. At that moment, Tony Stark had passed the worst of the danger and was beginning to wake from unconsciousness. Sensing Nick Fury at his side, Tony parted his dry and cracked lips and spoke with a weak voice. "Nick Fury, you guys have finally done something right for once." Nick Fury looked at Tony Stark, his own expression dark and heavy with concern. "Tony, what on earth happened?" Loki's back. And he's carrying a scepter. I think it controls the mind. Ah. Tony Stark gritted his teeth through the pain, forcing himself to speak. Toward the end, he even spat out a mouthful of blood. But he wouldn't let that stop him. He pressed on, saying, "Loki's after Soo-ee. He's here for revenge." Nick Fury watched as Tony's face turned even paler. He considered for a moment, then asked in a low voice, "Tony, do you want to fight?" "Fight? Of course I do. I want nothing more than to give Loki a pounding." Tony Stark broke into a fit of coughing, then went on. "It's just in my condition right now. I'm far too weak. Even with the suit, I don't know if I can hold up in a real fight." Nick Fury took a deep breath, then turned to Tony Stark and said, "Tony, if you're looking for a fight, I have here some restorative cells extracted from the Hulk's body. They're 100% stable. Use them, and you'll heal rapidly, plus get a significant boost to your physical strength for a while." Nick Fury had spelled things out quite clearly, and Tony Stark was no fool. He instantly understood the implication behind Nick Fury's words. "All right, out with it. What do you want me to do? Join the Avengers Initiative." Tony let out a dry cough, an awkward laugh escaping him. "Didn't you say before I wasn't fit for the Avengers? You were the one who turned us down first." Besides, this time I seriously doubt things will end so easily. According to my intel, Soo-yi isn't likely to act yet. Seems he's waiting for someone else to make a move. And as for Loki, I'm sure his plans aren't anywhere near as simple as we'd hoped. Looking Tony Stark straight in the eyes, Nick Fury said, "Tony, we need your strength." A wan smile flickered across Tony's face. The Avengers, huh? Maybe that's not such a bad idea after all. Hearing those words, Nick Fury's normally impassive face brightened with a beaming, white smile. With Tony's agreement, Fury wasted no time. He ordered his people to bring over the serum. Tony Stark received the injection straight into his bloodstream. Almost instantly, visibly, his body began to recover at an astonishing rate. Within a few breaths, Tony felt a weight lifting from him. About 10 minutes passed, and Tony realized he could just about get up and walk on his own again. Feeling so much better, Tony immediately turned to Nick Fury. "Give me some materials. I need to build a new suit of armor. This time, I'm taking back my dignity." Seeing Tony Stark's renewed fighting spirit, Nick Fury nodded without hesitation. "No problem, but you'll have only this morning to get it done." "This morning? Perfect, plenty of time." Confidence radiated from Tony's expression. Now that most of his strength had returned, his thoughts raced with new ideas. He was determined to use everything he'd learned to create the strongest suit of armor yet, something beyond anything he'd ever built before. With his agreement settled, Tony Stark left S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters right away. Meanwhile, Nick Fury hunted down Captain America and the Hulk. At last, the Avengers lineup was set. Hawkeye, Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, the Hulk, Captain America, and Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. Soo-yi left the Stark Industries tower and made his way alone to the top of a clock tower in Queens. There, at the summit, stood a woman garbed in monk's robes, resembling a nun. She faced away from Soo-yi, gazing down from her lofty vantage point. But Soo-yi knew perfectly well who this person was. None other than the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme. Her powers were beyond imagination. She even possessed the Eye of Agamotto. Within the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone was kept. "Ancient One, why are you appearing as an astral projection again? Can't you show up in person, just once?" Soo-yi teased, calling out to the figure before him. "If I truly appeared before you in the flesh, I suspect you'd leap straight into a fight instead of chatting so amiably, wouldn't you?" the Ancient One replied. She turned, fixing her gaze on Soo-yi, and continued, "I must say, compared to 3 years ago, you've mellowed a lot, and your strength has grown tremendously. So, are you here to spar with me?" Soo-yi asked, stretching lazily, a grin spreading across his face as he watched the Ancient One. Hearing this, the Ancient One sighed helplessly. "If you insist on that again, I'll just take my apprentice and hide in the mirror dimension." Fine, you're no fun at all." Soo-yi's disappointment was clear. It wasn't the first time he'd tried to pick a fight with the Ancient One, but she was always elusive. Every time Soo-yi came looking, she managed to vanish without a trace. It left Soo-yi no choice but to accept it. He couldn't even add the Eye of Agamotto to his collection. Not that it bothered him anymore. By now, his power had reached such heights that whether or not he fought the Ancient One hardly mattered. After all, he knew that under the relentless tide of fate, the 5 Infinity Stones were destined to come together. "So, tell me, what did you want to discuss this time? I've sensed the power of the Mind Stone, as well as the Chitauri army, gathering in space. Their numbers far exceed my expectations. With Earth's current strength, we don't stand a chance against them. Why?" The Ancient One continued. "If the invasion begins, it will bring unprecedented disaster. I want you to help stop them." "Stop them? Oh no, that's your responsibility, not mine. If you're willing to act, I can take you to meet Dormammu." At the mention of Dormammu, Soo-yi's eyes lit up in an instant. With the name Dormammu hanging in the air, his pupils sparkled with excitement. "Oh, dearest Ancient One, the master I admire most. Do you really mean it?" Gui showed no change in her expression upon hearing Soo-yi's words. After living for who knows how many years, she had long since mastered the art of concealing her emotions. Looking at Soo-yi standing before her, Gui nodded slowly and said, "I haven't lied to you. If you're willing to stand against this disaster, I am prepared to send you before Dormammu. I imagine your curiosity about Dormammu might surpass your curiosity about me. You're absolutely right. As long as someone or something holds great power, you can be sure I'm interested." Soo-yi replied, a genuine smile lighting up his face and an obvious delight in his voice. The mission given by the chat group meant he was bound to take action. However, simply charging in wasn't really Soo-yi's style. That's why he told Natasha earlier that this Earth was far more complicated than it seemed. His words, of course, were meant for Gui to hear. Sure enough, as soon as Soo-yi left Stark Industries, Gui contacted him, instructing him to meet at the clock tower. Well then, I'll leave the rest to you, Su-e. Gu-e said softly, her form gradually fading from sight. After Gu-e disappeared, Su-e immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Kingpin. Sir, do you need something from me? Pack up your belongings and make sure your family doesn't run around. War is about to break out. Also, have your people help evacuate the city's residents. Understood, sir. Thank you for the warning. With that, the call ended. Su-e stretched lazily, gazing out at the city below with a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. Su-e posted in the group chat, "At everyone, while you're getting ready, don't forget to prepare your battle suits. Since this is our big debut as a team, we have to make sure we look as cool and impressive as possible." Su-e added, "And don't forget, we can strike a pose or two. Nothing else matters as long as we look amazing." Edward Elric replied, "Leader, stop it. You're making me impatient. I can hardly hold back anymore." Edward Elric continued, "I never thought my very first mission would be this thrilling. This feels incredible." Isdeath commented, "It's true. I've fought countless battles, yet this time I actually find myself looking forward to it." Retsu Unohana added, "Letting the world feel our presence. This excitement is something I haven't felt in ages." Retsu Unohana went on, "Life in the Soul Society has been so calm and quiet for so long. Now, I can feel the warrior's blood in my veins beginning to boil again." CC chimed in, "As long as I can visit Su-Yi's world, I know I'm going to enjoy myself." Yuki as soon as said, "Yuich, don't tell me you're lovesick already. It hasn't even been that long since you saw Su-Yi, and you're missing him so much? Isn't that a little over the top?" C replied, "Asuna, how about a challenge? Let's see which of us contributes more this time. The loser will have to obey the winner for an entire day. Do you dare?" Yuki Asuna responded, "Of course I do. Who's afraid of a little contest? I can't wait." Whitebeard burst out laughing with a thunderous, booming chuckle. "After tempering my body, I feel stronger than ever, back to my prime. Now, I want to show everyone through battle just who Whitebeard is." Hinata Hyuga said gently, "Don't worry, big brother Su-E, I won't let you down. My strength has reached the level of a Chunin now." Su-E offered encouragement. "Go for it, little Hinata. Earn more points this time. You'll be able to refine your bloodline and become even stronger." Hinata Hyuga grinned. "Hee, I'll do my best." Siko Busujima messaged, "At group leader Su-E, but what if I'm just not that strong?" Sui replied, "Don't worry. I'll lend you one of my treasured items. It'll make up for any gaps in your strength and help you catch up with the rest of us much faster." Siko Busujima hesitated, "But isn't that a bit too much?" Sui reassured her, "Don't overthink it. Everyone who joins this chat group is family. As the group leader, it's my duty to look after the safety of my family, isn't it?" He continued, "Besides, when your strength increases, you'll be able to help protect others as well, right?" Before Siko Busujima could refuse, Su-E vanished with a swift movement, appearing once again in his underground vault. Casually scanning the room, he gathered several sets of Iron Man suits along with various blueprints. He stuffed them all into a red envelope and sent it to Siko Busujima privately. Su-E said, "Siko, these are all sorts of materials and documents for Sayatakagi's research. Make sure you keep them safe." Afterwards, he added 10 rings into another red envelope. Su-E explained, "Each of these 10 rings holds a different power: white light, flame explosion, lightning storm, psychic amplification, ice storm, matter rearrangement, laser blast, vortex, cutting beam, and blackbody ray. For now, find a secluded spot and experiment with them. Practice makes perfect." As Siko Busujima watched Su-E show such care toward her, she couldn't help but feel a warmth blooming within her. She said softly, "Su-E, could you just call me Siko from now on?" Su-E replied, "Of course, Siko." With this all taken care of, Su-E exited the chat group. He stretched lazily, unable to hold back a yawn that slipped past his lips. Without another thought, he lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. After all, the Chitauri army hadn't launched their invasion just yet. It seemed like the perfect moment to catch a little sleep. Even though he didn't actually feel tired, the habit of being human was ingrained in him. He drifted off almost instantly. While Su was fast asleep, word spread throughout all of Queens. The residents received official notification. Everyone was urged to quickly gather their belongings and head towards safer districts. People were told to clear the entire area as swiftly as possible. The goal was to evacuate everyone before anyone could get caught in the coming battle. Yet, Loki paid their frantic actions no mind whatsoever. He gazed up at the darkening sky, an excited smile dawning across his face. "Run, oh, do try and run. No matter how fast you flee, you'll never escape the palm of my hand." As Loki finished muttering to himself, his attention turned to a man standing nearby. This was a scientist completely under Loki's control thanks to the Mind Stone, tirelessly studying the Tesseract. How much longer? At most, for hours. By this afternoon, the process will be complete. Is that so? Then we merely await the arrival of a miracle. The moment Loki's words faded, a gentle rain began to fall from the gloomy sky, a quiet foretasting the coming storm. Elsewhere, inside a seaside villa, Tony Stark was hard at work, building what would soon be his most powerful suit of Iron Man armor yet. He poured his heart and soul into this suit. This time, he incorporated a considerable amount of vibranium. Not only that, but the vibranium allowed him to develop a new alloy inspired by adamantium. Though it couldn't quite match Wolverine's claws for toughness, it was far stronger than nearly any other metal alloy in existence. After all, this was a breakthrough born of Tony Stark's own genius. Just as Tony finished assembling his latest Iron Man suit, his phone rang. He didn't even give the caller a chance to speak before saying, "Send me the address. I'll be there right away." With that, Tony hung up. After receiving Nick Fury's coordinates, Tony wasted no time slipping into his Iron Man armor. He launched out from his oceanfront villa, streaking across the sky toward Fury's location. Meanwhile, far out at sea, a warship, designed to resemble an ordinary aircraft carrier, slowly revealed its true nature. Turbulent waves surged all around, as four powerful whirlpools spun fiercely near the ship's hull. Engines that had been submerged beneath the water suddenly roared to life. A tremendous upward force lifted the vessel from the ocean's surface, raising it steadily higher and higher with every passing second. This was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s crowning technological achievement, the helicarrier. In other words, it was an aircraft carrier that could float in midair. But the advanced technology it possessed was nowhere to be found in the world as we know it today. As the aerial battleship climbed to a certain altitude, Nick Fury gave the order to activate its cloaking capabilities. Before their eyes, the carrier seemed to be draped in an invisible cloak. Its massive form gradually faded, dissolving seamlessly into the sky. Yet no matter how impressive the carrier's stealth technology, Tony Stark still managed to spot its outline. With his sophisticated scans, the now invisible battleship was simply unable to hide from Tony. Before long, Tony Stark made his way into the carrier through its main entrance. "How's the situation looking?" The moment Tony arrived, he anxiously turned to Nick Fury with his question. Nick Fury's expression remained unchanged. Instead of answering, he simply led Tony into another room. Tony followed behind, and as he stepped into the room, he immediately recognized several familiar faces. "So these are the other members?" Tony frowned. To be honest, he wasn't particularly impressed with the people gathered here. After spending so much time with Sue E., Tony's worldview had broadened far beyond what had been described in the original story. Even the Hulk wasn't someone Tony took too seriously these days. Such was the pride that he carried in his heart. Nick Fury paid no mind to Tony's inner thoughts. After Tony entered the room, Nick pressed a button on the desk. A three-dimensional hologram flickered to life before everyone's eyes. Nick Fury spoke gravely. "All members are now present, but our time is running dangerously short." As he spoke, the projection shifted. A picture of Stark Tower appeared before the group, and right at the top of the tower stood Loki. Seeing this, Tony's expression changed. Of all the places he could have picked, that bastard chose mine? Unbelievable. Nick Fury shot a glance at Tony and continued. "They've just arrived at Stark Tower, but according to our analysis, they're likely already entering the final stages of calibration. Once they succeed..." At this point, Bruce Banner took over, continuing, "Once the calibration is complete, the Tesseract will unleash an unprecedented surge of energy. And once that happens, it will almost certainly destabilize the very fabric of space itself. It's highly likely that a massive portal will be created, but as for what might come through that portal, well, that's beyond our ability to predict." Nick Fury nodded slightly. "Dr. Banner is right. This is a battle that will determine the fate of humanity. That's why I need you all to set aside your differences and work together. Because that's why the Avengers exist in the first place. We must seize humanity's destiny and hold it firmly in our own hands." As Nick Fury finished speaking, the room fell quiet. Everyone looked at each other, exchanging tense glances. Captain America, Banner, Tony, Hawkeye, and Natasha could all feel the weight pressing down on them, a pressure as heavy as a mountain. Since we've said all that needs to be said, let's get moving. Every minute and every second counts for us right now, Tony Stark declared. Without another word, he strode outside toward the helicarrier's deck. The others didn't hesitate either. Each armed themselves and headed for the Quinjet. Captain America picked up his shield, ready once again for battle. The Avengers were on the move. Nick Fury watched them leave, fading from his line of sight. His fists clenched involuntarily. "Director, do you think they'll succeed?" "They have to succeed. Whether they can or not, they simply must. Nick Fury drew a deep breath. I believe in them. Sui had spent the entire morning asleep, finally dragging himself out of bed. He went to the fridge, grabbed a soda, and downed it in one go. Activating the power of the phantom fruit, he watched as, right after finishing his drink, a perfect duplicate appeared in front of him, an exact copy. Under Sui's control, the phantom walked up to the villa's rooftop terrace, sprawled comfortably on a sun lounge. He put on a pair of sunglasses and looked entirely at ease. Meanwhile, the real Sui threw a black cloak casually over his shoulders. The next moment, he vanished from the villa altogether. There was no way he would face the world as himself. Not when he might go out with Hela or Hannah, he'd be recognized on the spot. Being famous, as far as Sui was concerned, was just too much trouble, which is precisely why he made this decision. Let his double lounge around back home and enjoy the sun. Meanwhile, he'd step out under another identity to get some things done. After all, the black cloak persona hadn't made an appearance in quite some time. If anything is to be remembered, let the world remember this mysterious black cloak. As Sui thought this, he found himself atop the city's clock tower once again. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. had their eyes on the entire city. The moment Sui's figure appeared, Nick Fury's pupils contracted sharply. His lips trembled as he muttered, "That guy has shown up again." That ominous presence had returned. A sense of foreboding swept over Nick Fury. For every time this black-robed man appeared, it invariably spelled combat and devastation, without exception. This thought alone made Fury's head throb with anxiety. The already convoluted situation had grown even more unpredictable with the black-robed man's arrival. At this point, Fury dared not even guess what might unfold next. The helpless uncertainty gnawed at Nick Fury's nerves. Right, Coulson, start tracking Sui's whereabouts immediately. A sudden inspiration struck, and Fury hurriedly issued orders to Agent Coulson at his side. With the director's command received, Coulson wasted no time and set off to investigate. In no time, they caught sight of Sui, sprawled languidly on a rooftop, basking in the sunlight as if he hadn't a care in the world. His relaxation was unmistakable, so comfortable that he didn't seem to harbor any intent for action. After witnessing Sui in such a state, Nick Fury at last felt certain. The black-robed figure they'd seen, he was not the same person as Sui in any way. Could this be what Sui had hinted at earlier? He'd once warned Natasha that this world was far more complicated than they imagined. Was that a warning to stay vigilant, to be especially wary of the black-robed man? The realization made Nick Fury's heart sink. Without further hesitation, Nick Fury reported the black-robed man's appearance to every member of the Avengers. At the same time, he silently wished that this shadowy intruder wouldn't spark chaos beyond their control. And right as that thought crossed his mind, Tony Stark was the first to arrive at Stark Tower. "Jarvis, shut down the arc reactor in the Stark Tower." "Sir, I've already deactivated the arc reactor, but the Tesseract is now capable of releasing its own energy and cannot be turned off." Hearing Jarvis' report, Tony Stark hovered high above, his gaze cold and commanding as he looked down upon Loki below. "Loki, I'm giving you a chance. Shut down that device now, and I might be willing to forgive you this once." Stark's words reached Loki's ears. Loki burst into wild, brazen laughter. "Shut it down? Huh, don't be ridiculous. It's far too late for that. The process can't be stopped now." He flung his arms wide in triumph. Arrogance etched across his features. "As for you, I never imagined someone who'd lost their spark could survive. You're tough, harder to kill than I gave you credit for." Loki spoke again, "But it no longer matters, for I am about to unveil to you an entirely new universe, one where you will remain forever beneath my feet." As soon as Loki's words fell, a surge of blue energy pulsed from the device beside him. The waves of power gathered, strengthening, before shooting straight up toward the heavens. The sky split open, revealing a circular portal swirling overhead. The portal continued to widen, expanding across the sky as if it would devour the very daylight itself. Upon witnessing this, Tony Stark cursed under his breath. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised both hands, aiming his palms squarely at the device before him. Light gathered, intensity building. A torrent of energy roared outward from Tony Stark's hands. As the blast struck the device, a shimmering blue energy shield sprang into existence. Loki watched the scene unfold, and burst out into laughter once more. "Ha ha 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 ha! Still so stubborn, aren't you? Didn't I already tell you, you're too late?" Spreading his arms wide like a king ascending his throne, Loki declared, "Now, witness the might of my Chitauri Legion." No sooner had Loki finished than a tide of alien invaders poured through the circular portal in the sky. The aliens screeched and swooped through the clouds. And, in an instant, battle engulfed the entire city. Most terrifying of all were the warships, writhing through the air like living creatures. Against the Chitauri's biowarships, Earth's defenses scarcely deserve comparison. Alien invasion. Until this day, such things existed only in novels, movies, and the realm of fantasy. Yet now, those who hadn't managed to escape the city gazed upon this reality in stunned silence. A wave of suffocating oppression, heavy as a mountain, pressed down on every heart. Is this the end of Earth? Are we all doomed? Aliens are here, and we don't even stand a chance. Panic, dread, despair, negative emotions ran rampant among the people. Atop Loki's scepter, the Mind Stone flickered with an ominous glow. With it, Loki could sense the crowd's turmoil, their terror, their horror, their hopelessness. Weren't these the emotions mortals should feel in the presence of a god? Loki's face shone with pride as he called out arrogantly, "Bow to me, ignorant mortals!" But before Loki could finish, flames rained down from the sky. Natasha, piloting the Quinjet with the rest of the Avengers on board, swooped in over Stark Tower. Tony Stark watched the scene unfolding before him. Hey, Natasha, be careful, will you? Try not to wreck my tower." Of course, it was more out of habit than any real concern. Without missing a beat, he continued, "Those aliens are launching a full-scale assault. I'll leave those guys to you for now. Once I take care of Loki here, I'll try to shut down that device. I'm counting on you." As soon as the words left his mouth, Tony shot forward, charging toward Loki without hesitation. Hearing his call, a surge of fighting spirit swept over everyone present. Natasha hovered momentarily above a skyscraper, plotting her next move. Hawkeye leapt down from the Quinjet. For an archer, claiming the high ground was critical. Meanwhile, Dr. Bruce Banner transformed into the Hulk, timing his jump perfectly from a nearby building to land squarely atop one of the alien warships. Captain America was no less courageous. Gripping his shield, he threw himself into the fray, grabbing a Chitauri soldier as he dove into battle, fearless and unyielding. Natasha piloted the Quinjet back into the sky, plunging headlong into the aerial fight. Below, the battle was fully visible to the crowd of onlookers. Many cried out in awe and fear. After all, fighting alongside the familiar Iron Man were others with incredible powers. They were all giving their all to fend off this alien invasion. To the people below, it felt as if a single ray of sunlight had pierced the shroud of darkness overhead. Hope began to kindle in their hearts. Word spread quickly, from one person to 10, from 10 to hundreds. In an instant, as videos circulated, the whole world knew. When aliens invaded, there was a team called the Avengers standing between them and danger. And that name, the Avengers, was of course intentionally leaked by Nick Fury. Sue, cloaked in black, gazed up into the sky at the chaos, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He stood there in his dark robes, a subtle smile playing at his mouth. From his perspective, the Avengers were no match for the Chitauri army. Natasha, still piloting the Quinjet, became the focus of a barrage from the Chitauri. A torrent of energy beams hurtled toward her. With so many lasers filling the sky, even Natasha's skill couldn't save her. There was no way out. She could only watch helplessly as the beams tore through the Quinjet, burning pitch black holes into its hull. The sight alone was enough to chill the blood. Natasha swore under her breath. With the jet under heavy fire, she had no choice but to abandon it and escape, forced to leave her aircraft behind. Without the Quinjet, however, her fighting capabilities were drastically reduced. Previously, Natasha had been able to effortlessly take down scores of Chitauri. But after losing the Quinjet, she could only wander the battlefield on foot, mopping up a few stragglers here and there. Her efficiency was nowhere near that of Captain America's. But even Captain America, at this very moment, was powerless. All he had was a shield, though in his hands, it became an extension of his will. Moving with remarkable fluency and grace, but faced with the overwhelming onslaught of the Chitauri, his lack of mobility meant he simply couldn't keep up. Hawkeye, stationed at the highest vantage point, quickly ran out of arrows. Once his quiver was empty, he was no longer an archer, but a warrior thrown directly into the fray. Unable to take down many foes at all. In truth, only Tony Stark and the Hulk truly possessed the mobility and firepower to make a dent in the enemy's ranks. But now, Tony was entangled in a duel with Loki, leaving the Hulk to fight off the swarm of Chitauri alone, a losing battle from start. Just as Sue had predicted, things unfolded rapidly. Barely 10 minutes into the fight, Hawkeye and Natasha were gravely wounded. They lay helpless on the ground, defeated. Captain America was surrounded. Though his body healed swiftly and he was armed with a vibranium shield, dragging out the fight would only end in his demise. Loki, now aided by waves of Chitauri, blocked Tony's every attempt to get near. Seizing this opening, Loki began to make his way toward the Hulk, who was encircled and isolated. As the god of mischief, Loki was an expert at illusions and last-minute tricks. In the blink of an eye, he slipped silently behind the Hulk. Seeing the towering green giant before him, Loki couldn't contain a triumphant smile. "Hulk, your strength is impressive. So bow down before me." As he spoke, Loki drove the scepter of mind control forcefully into the Hulk's body. In an instant, a blinding light erupted from the scepter. The flash caught Tony Stark's eye immediately. His expression changed at once. "This is bad." It wasn't just Tony who saw what was happening. Even Captain America, locked in battle, glimpsed Loki's actions. Far in the rear, Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. watched from a monitor, his usual stern face growing even darker. Time itself seemed to come to a standstill. The Avengers had become the focus of countless eyes, all watching the enormous figure in the middle of the battlefield. Everyone's attention fixed on the hulking green titan, as he slowly turned and locked eyes with Loki behind him. The muscles in the Hulk's arms swelled further. With a roar, the Hulk seized Loki by the leg and swung him furiously from side to side. Crash! Thud! Smash! The relentless impacts echoed through the air. The Mind Scepter was flung from Loki's grasp, spinning away. The staff landed upright on the ground nearby. In the Hulk's grip, Loki looked just like a plaything. That once proud and haughty face was repeatedly smashed against the floor. In the blink of an eye, Loki's face was covered in dust and grime. If Loki hadn't protected himself with his divine powers, he would have looked even more wretched by now. Everyone watching the Hulk's actions couldn't help but sigh in relief. Across the city, the broadcast showed the Hulk's display to the people. Cheers erupted as they watched. Even as citizens fled through the streets, the suffocating fear in their hearts had eased. Because in their minds, as long as the Avengers existed, surely they would reclaim their homes. However, just as hope ignited in their hearts, suddenly, the Hulk's movements changed in an instant. He raised his arm, took a forceful step forward, and the ground beneath his feet cracked with a deafening roar. In the next moment, Loki, like a baseball in the Hulk's colossal hand, was hurled mightily across the battlefield. But the rampage didn't stop there. The Hulk's massive frame seemed to grow even larger. His movements turned wild with uncontrollable rage, not just tearing through the Chitauri army, but sending anything in his path flying without mercy. The Hulk had gone berserk. Motherf! Of all the times to lose control, why now? This is insane. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., felt his composure slipping away. Let alone the ordinary civilians. Just a moment ago, bolstered by the Avengers' efforts, they truly believed they would return home. But that hope was snatched away as swiftly as it arrived, the Hulk's rampage pulling them into the abyss once more. It's said that nothing is more crushing than hope destroyed right after it's been kindled. The Hulk's outburst cast a shadow of dread over countless hearts. Even Tony Stark was burning with anger. "Cap, you!" Before Tony could finish his sentence, a green blur shot into his view. That mighty green fist loomed ever closer in his eyes, then crashed heavily against his Iron Man suit. Tony was sent hurtling through the air, his armored form streaking crimson before he finally crashed to Earth, skidding nearly 100 meters before coming to a halt. With the Hulk's rampage, the entire battlefield dissolved into chaos. At that moment, Loki struggled to his feet. Gone was the arrogance that once defined him. Now, only fury blazed within him. To think he, Loki, the god of fire and mischief, the very god of evil, had come so close to utter defeat. It was an insult he would never tolerate. A fire of vengeance seethed in Loki's chest. All forces attack. Loki's voice thundered across the sky. In an instant, hordes of Chitauri troops surged through the portal, even more frenzied than before. As wave upon wave of enemy strike teams flooded onto the battlefield, Nick Fury's heart sank like a stone. His expression flickered through a range of emotions. At last, gritting his teeth, he said, "Tony, Cap, take Natasha and Hawkeye and fall back." Though he loathed making such a decision, both Captain America and Tony Stark knew all too well that, with just the two of them left, there was nothing more they could do. Left with no choice, they withdrew from the heart of the battle as quickly as possible. This retreat did not go unnoticed. Countless civilians witnessed it from afar. To them, the world, once bathed in sunlight, now seemed shrouded in an even deeper gloom. Even the wind howled more fiercely through the ruined city, mirroring the growing despair. Loki watched Tony Stark and the others flee in disarray, a wild joy surging within him. Even the rampaging Hulk, wreaking havoc in the distance, suddenly seemed less offensive to his eyes. But as Loki reached out to reclaim the scepter of mind control that had fallen nearby, his eyes caught an unexpected sight. A figure, draped in a black cloak, was already standing beside the scepter. This mysterious presence loomed by the staff, one hand slowly reaching out to claim it. The moment Loki saw this unfold, His pupils contracted sharply. He stared at the cloaked figure and frowned. Put down that scepter. That's not something someone like you can hope to wield. With those words, Loki strode towards Sui. With every step, the force of his presence mounted. Sui's appearance had not escaped SHLD's monitoring. Nick Fury, watching the standoff play out on the monitors, clenched his fists unconsciously. The Chitauri legions were now running rampant on Earth, tearing apart everything in their path. Nick Fury desperately hoped this dark, robed stranger might withstand Loki and the Chitauri horde. But in the end, Nick could only sigh heavily. We can't pin our hopes on someone else, he muttered to himself. We have to make ourselves stronger. Only then will we have a say in the battles yet to come. Yet, even as he thought this, his gaze remained locked on the shield screens, eyes never wavering from the unfolding scene. On the display, the black-robed Sui picked up the scepter from the ground, the corner of his mouth curling into a small smile. Looks like my collection is about to expand again, and this one is quite a prized edition. Loki scoffed at Sui's murmur, a look of disdain on his face. A collection? You have no idea what's happening here. This world is about to become my personal playground. Someone of your power, there's no way you can stand against us. I'll give you to the count of 3 to return the scepter of souls to me, Loki declared. If you refuse, I'll show you the true meaning of pain. Loki stared at the man in black before him, arrogance radiating from every pore. After all, he was backed by legions of Chitauri soldiers, an army formidable enough to conquer worlds. Loki noticed that Sui remained unmoved. Without hesitation, he started counting down. As he counted, Loki's eyes locked on Sui, unblinking, tracking his every move. Another number left Loki's lips, sharp and clear. But as that number echoed in the air, Sui suddenly began walking toward him. For reasons Loki couldn't explain, a powerful sense of dread settled on his heart, as if an invisible mountain were pressing down upon him. Compelled by a sudden, instinctive fear, Loki rushed to call out the final number. And just as his words faded, Sui's figure flashed, appearing before Loki in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Sui's aura erupted in all its glory. A storm of power surged upward, as if tearing through the very heavens. Even those watching through the monitors could feel the terrifying presence, palpable and inescapable. Could it be? Loki's eyes widened in disbelief, pupils contracting sharply. Staring at the man in black, he blurted out, "Are you that one?" Sui's gentle voice reached Loki's ears. "Long time no see, Loki." The moment he heard those words, Loki's body trembled. Memories crashed over him like a flood of shifting colors, tumbling through his mind. He clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The anger and humiliation of the past surged back, driving out all fear. Every fiber of his being overflowed with bitter hatred, his chest heaving with the effort to contain it. "Damn you! Did you come wearing that black robe, just to humiliate me?" Loki shouted. "Humiliate you? Not quite," Sui replied lightly. "I just worry that if my handsome face left too deep an impression, I'd never again be able to live as an ordinary, albeit slightly wealthy citizen." An ordinary, albeit slightly wealthy, citizen? Could that kind of identity truly matter to someone with such overwhelming power? To Loki, it sounded like nothing but a fresh insult. He wasted no time, his fury erupting in a roar. "My army! Strike him down! He's the greatest obstacle to our conquest of Earth." As Loki shouted, he darted to the side, making his escape. Not out of fear, of course. He told himself this was just a tactical move to wear down Sui. Others might doubt it, but Loki believed his own story. In the next instant, swarms of Chitauri soldiers surged forward, descending upon Sui like a tidal wave. The onlookers watched this, and their hope shrank to nothing. Even when all 5 Avengers had fought side by side, they had failed to stop the Chitauri. And now, only this lone figure in black stood against them. But just as despair settled over their hearts, something changed. Sui lifted his head, gazing up at the vast army of Chitauri pouring down from the sky. "It's far too chaotic right now. Nowhere near the right moment for those guys to make their stunning entrance," he murmured quietly to himself. In that instant, his body began to rise slowly into the air. He unleashed his magnetic field. Under Sui's control, the Chitauri forces in the heavens above seemed to be caught by an invisible force, pulled irresistibly in one direction. Every Chitauri soldier lost their balance all at once, flung helplessly in that same direction. Even the colossal warships, stretching a kilometer long, could not resist. Their steel hulls wrenched out of control, hurtling alongside the troops. In the blink of an eye, the swarming soldiers and massive ships were gathered and compressed, forced by Sui into the shape of a single gigantic sphere. Then, with a snap of Su Yi's fingers, the sphere exploded in a blinding burst. Though the portal was still spewing forth waves of soldiers and warships, a wide swath of the sky had abruptly been cleared. This spectacle left the civilians, watching from below, utterly stunned. They saw the dense, looming shadow over the city, now swept away in an instant as Su Yi floated ever higher. In just a moment, the sky had been emptied as if cleared by magic. Such overwhelming power simply defied belief. Are we dreaming right now? That's just unbelievable. How can something like this even be possible? Am I imagining things? The sky was packed with enemies a moment ago, and now they're gone, wiped out completely. Is this really power that a human can possess? On the city's edge, the people were shaken to their core. Compared to the so-called Avengers just moments before, they felt that this black-robed figure was the true savior of their world. For the first time, hope surged powerfully in their hearts. Watching by any means they could, the citizens clung to the hope that this mysterious figure would fulfill their deepest wish, to have a chance to return home once again. Down below, Loki watched the scene unfold, his jaw clenched tightly. "Don't get ahead of yourself," he shouted, steeling his resolve. "For this moment of revenge, I've made far more preparations than you could imagine. Chitauri Legion, unleash your true might. Show them your power. Let them know fear. Let them tremble before you." With Loki's words, an even greater torrent of Chitauri poured through the sky. And that wasn't all. Loki himself rose up to meet Su Yi, the two now face to face among the clouds. This time, Loki finally remembered that he was a sorcerer, not just a melee fighter. Power surged around him, his presence rapidly growing more formidable with every breath. Under the shadow of his black robe, Su Yi smiled even wider, his confidence radiant. "So, you think you're the only one who can summon reinforcements?" Above, wave after wave of Chitauri continued to flood the sky. Divine power surged ceaselessly through Loki's body. He gazed at Su Yi before him with pride and declared, "I'll give you a chance. Bow before me now, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise what? Or do you really think you're the only one who can call for backup?" Su Yi gripped the mind scepter, bearing the imposing presence of a sovereign who towers above all creation. Su Yi announced, "At everyone, now is the time for you to step onto the stage." As his message rang out in the group chat, replies from his companions, traversing dimensions, poured in instantly. Without exception, every single one agreed. All at once, a massive portal unraveled into existence behind Su Yi. The first to emerge, none other than Whitebeard himself. His body, now refined and unburdened from the curse of the devil fruit, radiated an indomitable, overwhelming power. The moment that 6'6" giant stepped out, Nick Fury, observing from the rear, immediately recognized him. If he wasn't mistaken, this colossus was the very one who had appeared in the desert that day. Though mountains now stood where the desert once had, that towering form was forever seared into Fury's memory. Right on Whitebeard's heels, another figure stepped through. Edward Elric, famously known as the Full Metal Alchemist. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. who witnessed this scene, without exception, each trained to maintain composure under any circumstance, could not contain their reactions. After the initial shock of Whitebeard's staggering height finally wore off, the sight of Edward Elric's arrival shattered all their restraint. Laughter burst from the ranks, easing the tightly wound tension that had gripped S.H.I.E.L.D. And yet, when they saw Edward Elric standing beside Whitebeard, they felt as if they were witnessing a scene out of a world-renowned painting. For Edward, diminutive by comparison, couldn't even reach Whitebeard's calf. Even if he jumped, he probably wouldn't make it to Whitebeard's knee. Thankfully, another figure emerged from the portal right then. It was his Death, her striking blue hair announcing her presence as she strode out with crisp authority. Her aura was every bit as commanding as Whitebeard's. Even through a screen, the might radiating from her was palpable. Just as everyone thought his Death would be the last to arrive, Retsu Unohana came forth, leading Asuna Yuki and Cece out from the portal. Each woman carried a formidable presence, none inferior to the others. Especially Unohana. Her gentle smile, the image of a classic Yamato Nadeshiko, belied a chilling intensity beneath. At last, Siko Busujima and Hinata Hyuga stepped through, completing the assembly of extraordinary allies. Siko Busujima gripped her katana tightly, 10 rings adorning her fingers, and her heart was ablaze with unyielding fighting spirit. As for Hinata Hyuga, it was hard to tell if it was just everyone's imagination or something more. They all felt that Hinata had grown up even more in this very moment. The innocence had faded from her face. What remained was an unbroken resolve to fight. At this time, the members of the chat group stood with Su Yi at the center, arranging themselves by his sides and behind him. The collective aura they exuded was more intimidating than mountains themselves. Standing tall upon the land, this resolute group looked on at the Chitauri army charging relentlessly toward them, and they all broke into confident smiles. In their eyes, the surging Chitauri were not enemies, but bountiful rewards. As long as they could defeat enough of the Chitauri, the points they'd earn as rewards would no doubt skyrocket. Sui could clearly sense everyone's impatience and anticipation. Without a trace of hesitation, Sui raised the scepter of mind high above his head. Everyone, it's time to show our real skills. The instant Sui finished speaking, the group darted forward, each with a faint smile blooming across their face. Loki watched the scene unfold before him, surprised, yet brimming with confidence in the might of the Chitauri army. Chitauri, show them your true power. Let your blades shine. With Loki's command, 5 biological warships in the sky swung themselves forward, surging towards Sui and the others. A booming laugh erupted. Splendid. Step up and face me first. Remember this. The one who will defeat you is called Whitebeard. Having regained his prime physical state, Whitebeard had long hungered for a battle as grand as this. As the roaring biological warships approached, Whitebeard gripped his Bicento, activating his fruit ability. The power of the tremor fruit surged through his Bicento. A nearly transparent white sphere formed at its blade. Within that sphere, an immense force of shock waves gathered. Quake! Tremor! Whitebeard thundered. With his roar, Whitebeard's Bicento carved a sweeping arc before him. Rips and cracks began to snake across the very air. These fractures spread rapidly. In just the blink of an eye, the space before Whitebeard was consumed by the power of the tremor fruit. A deafening explosion thundered out. The biological warships, unable to withstand Whitebeard's tremor, were racked by explosions. One after another, they detonated, shattered into endless fragments that rained from the sky. Amidst the falling wreckage, streaks of blinding light followed close behind, the Chitauri army unleashing a barrage of lasers. The lasers poured down on Sui and the others like a torrential storm. Shirkai Nikutsu Sasa. Another figure surged upward, as Retsu Anohana's Zanpakuto transformed into Minazuki, which she pinned firmly beneath her foot. She soared into the air, then abruptly descended. Bankai Minazuki. As her words thundered through the sky, a colossal blade of energy carved open the heavens above. Wherever the flying sword slashed, swathes of laser beams were obliterated. Not a single ray of that deadly light reached Sui and the others. By this point, the Chitauri had already descended to a lower altitude. They were preparing to converge, encircling Unohana. But in that instant, Isdeath took a single step forward. A frigid gale howled and surged toward the Chitauri, as if invisible blades were slicing through the ranks. The biting cold pierced straight into their bodies, sinking deep into their organs, freezing them from within, turning each of them into lifelike ice sculptures. Everyone who witnessed the scene couldn't help but gasp in shock. Then, Edward Elric pressed both hands to the ground. An alchemist believes in equivalent exchange. The ground sank instantly, transforming into a network of steel beams and iron pillars, crisscrossing between the skyscrapers and the sky beyond. Seeing this, Siko Busujima and Asuna Yuki brandished their swords and sprinted toward the newly forged ironwork. Asuna moved even faster, tapping the power of an acceleration fruit. In the blink of an eye, countless ice statues shattered, fragments scattering into the wind. At that moment, Hinata Hyuga drew her kunai, its hilt wrapped with explosive charms. She hurled them at the remaining ice sculptures. A rapid volley of explosions echoed out. In a matter of moments, every last ice statue was utterly destroyed. Time itself seemed to hold its breath. Loki felt a sudden chill gripping his heart, as if the power of these few before him far surpassed anything he could have imagined. And right then, Sui began to float gently into the air, gliding to stand before Loki. This is unbelievable. Where in the world did these people come from? How we never heard of them before? Within S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the staff stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scenes on their monitors, their faces a portrait of utter disbelief. And just then, Tony Stark and the others returned to SHLD's airborne command carrier. Natasha and Hawkeye were immediately rushed to the medical bay for urgent care. Tony and Captain America hurried to Nick Fury's side. The moment they arrived and looked up at the display, Tony Stark's pupils contracted sharply. He stared in incredulity at what was playing out before him. How can this be possible? These guys are beyond anything I've ever seen. As Tony spoke, his gaze landed on Whitebeard's towering figure. And he suddenly remembered, the moment he'd barely escaped death, It was this giant and a mysterious black, robed figure who had saved him. But now, the situation before him had surpassed even Tony Stark's wildest imagination. Captain America watched the unfolding events on the screen, silently astonished. He had been frozen for so many years, still struggling to adjust to the modern world. Witnessing the scene before his eyes, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Have people truly become this powerful? Why have I never heard of such things before?" For a moment, Nick Fury was at a complete loss for words. Yet the very people fighting now confirmed something he had always suspected. He hadn't been wrong. That figure in the black robe was most certainly the leader of an organization, and the others were members of his group. With this realization, Nick Fury turned to the staff around him and instructed, "Capture every detail of their faces, compare their features, whatever resources it takes. I want you to dig up their backgrounds. I need to know what identities they assume when they're not fighting." "Yes, Director." Nick Fury had unwavering confidence in S.H.I.E.L.D. If they truly couldn't find anything, that would only mean these people had come from another dimension, or perhaps from a parallel universe. If that were the case, things would become much more complicated. But it wasn't just Nick Fury and his team who were stunned. Even the Ancient One, Supreme Sorcerer, found herself taken aback upon sensing what was happening. Where in the world have these people come from? Their powers are so peculiar. I've never encountered such strange sources of energy. For the universe's sake, I can only hope nothing disrupts its balance. The Ancient One marveled to herself, all the while feeling a flicker of apprehension. Still, she recalled the promise Sue-Yi had made her, and, after some hesitation, chose to place her trust in him. Ever since Sue-Yi's arrival, she had sensed that this universe was destined for change. Whether it would be for the better or for the worse, even the Ancient One could not say. With the awareness that her own time was running short, the Ancient One realized she had to make finding her successor a top priority. If Sue-Yi was willing, she believed he would be the ideal candidate to become the next Sorcerer Supreme. But, from what she understood of Sue-Yi, it seemed unlikely he would accept such a role. With that thought, the Ancient One sighed quietly to herself. She then brought her focus back to the battlefield. Across the field, the Chitauri flooded endlessly from the portal, pouring into Earth like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, the members of the chat group unleashed their powers, determinedly cutting down Chitauri with every move. It was as though each hero was displaying their unique talents, their spectacular abilities blazing across the battlefield, each heroic figure imprinting themselves indelibly on the memory of all who watched. The crowd watched as they fought through blood and fire, and couldn't help but feel their own hearts grow restless with excitement. Look, that man in the black cloak is moving. He must be their leader. If he's the leader, does that mean he's the strongest of them all? Quick, record this. Hurry up and get on camera. It wasn't just SHLD's official footage that was circulating. Several skilled hackers had infiltrated live surveillance feeds, uploading the battle scenes onto the internet. Thanks to them, countless people were able to witness this clash with their own eyes. They saw Sue-Yi rising slowly from the ground, until finally he stood face to face with Loki. With the faintest trace of a smile at the corner of his lips, Sue-Yi gazed at Loki. "Loki, to keep this game from ending too quickly, I'm giving you 10 minutes. If, in those 10 minutes, you manage to make me move just one step, I'll let you die whole, and your corpse will remain intact. But if 10 minutes pass and you still can't make me move, then I'll send your head and your body to opposite graves." Hearing Sue-Yi's words, Loki's heart sank. He knew full well the power of the man standing before him. But this time, he wouldn't rely on hand-to-hand combat. As a deity whose mastery lay in sorcery, Loki would unleash his true strength. He would show Sue-Yi just what it meant to anger a god. Without another word, Loki stretched out his fingers and raised his hands slowly to his sides. Divine power swirled and surged around him. Behind Loki, dozens of gigantic celestial bodies appeared, each glowing with a haunting, otherworldly light. They revolved ceaselessly in the air behind him. And then Loki began to chant, "I am Loki Odinson, god of fire, god of mischief, god of flame, god of evil. For divine thrones are united within me. With the might of the gods, I will have your head." As his proclamation echoed into the world, divine power burst forth in torrents from every inch of Loki's being. A terrifying force swept out and enveloped the landscape for thousands of yards in every direction. Countless phantom forms, demons, specters, titans, manifested in a vortex around Loki. These apparitions were more than illusions. They were tangible enough to touch the present world, capable of shattering reality itself. "Perish, all of you vile wretches!" Loki bellowed, godly power surging in his voice as it rumbled across the heavens and earth. A great tide of divine spirits and monstrous phantoms surged forth toward Su-e. Nor was that the end. In the next instant, the stars swirling behind, Loki shot out in all directions, closing in on Su-e with overwhelming force. It was a sight so dreadful that despair seemed inescapable. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., all who watched were seized by shock. Is this the true power of Loki the god? It's almost too terrifying to comprehend. Can that guy really defeat Loki? Captain America and Tony Stark exclaimed in unison. If it had been them in this situation, they would have had no idea how to resolve it. Chances are, they wouldn't have lasted even a single exchange before meeting their complete defeat. Yet, what they didn't know was that beneath that black robe, Su-Yi's expression remained utterly unchanged. He simply stood there in silence, watching Loki before him, continuously unleashing his own power. He had even abandoned all defense, opening his arms wide and allowing Loki's attacks to land freely upon him. Then, with a thunderous boom, there was a tremendous crash as the projections and illusions Loki had conjured came raining down on Su-e with all their force. In an instant, the air was set ablaze with energy. Buildings nearby began to collapse at that very moment. Heavy clouds of smoke billowed into existence, shrouding the scene. Seeing Su-e lower his guard, Loki's expression grew cold and sharp. This is the price of carelessness. Now, fall into eternal darkness. Loki intoned softly, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Yet, just as the words slipped from Loki's mouth, he noticed the smoke ahead surging wildly to the side. This revealed Su-Yi's figure, standing tall right before Loki's eyes. Loosening up his limbs, Su-Yi looked straight at Loki. A minute has already passed. Loki, I have to say, your attacks barely even tickle. Even with my defenses down, all I got was a little banged up, and it took less than a second to recover. Come on, can't you try a little harder? Loki's brow furrowed deeply at Su-Yi's taunt. This is impossible. How could this be? He spat, his eyes narrowing in shock. First disbelief, then unwillingness. A flicker of dread began to creep into Loki's heart. Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth, his divine power churning more violently than before. Very well, then I'll show you another power. The power buried deep in my blood. The might of the Frost Giants. The Frost Giants had long been enemies of Asgard. Their power lay in the ability to command piercing cold and absolute frost at will. No matter what, or who, even if Odin stood in front of him, Loki believed he could inflict harm. Summoning every ounce of his latent heritage, Loki forced the ancient power of the Frost Giants to rise within him. With a resounding shout, Loki cried, "This time you'll learn what it means to be frozen in place. Now die." As Loki's shout echoed, his hand shot forward. Time itself seemed to freeze. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Nick Fury, Tony Stark, Captain America, and the others stared at the monitor, questioning whether their eyes had betrayed them. Did Loki just use some new power? Why can't I see any difference at all? I'm in the dark too. What on earth is happening? Unlike the doubts festering within S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Loki's face had already turned pale with panic. How can this be? Why aren't my powers working? Where's my frost power? I can feel it, but why can't I use it? Blow after devastating blow left Loki doubting everything he knew. He muttered to himself incessantly, struggling, desperately trying to unleash the icy might sealed inside him. Yet the power of frost seemed to be manipulated by some unknown force, completely slipping out of his control. Suddenly, an icicle shot up from the ground. To wield the power of frost before me? That's simply impossible. Isdeth stood atop the pillar of ice, regal as a queen, her gaze fixed upon Loki. She then turned to Su-e, who was nearby, and declared, "Su-e, I'd like to show this fellow what true frost power really means." Su-e floated calmly in the air, his expression unchanged. With effortless ease, he replied to Isdeth, "Go ahead, have your fun. Even if you end up playing him to death, it doesn't matter to me." A glimmer of icy amusement flickered across Isdeth's face at Su-Yi's words. "In that case, I'll gladly oblige." As soon as she finished speaking, waves of frost radiated off Isdeth. One could hear her softly murmuring, "Maha Padma." In an instant, the whole world seemed to freeze under Isdeth's power. Though the stillness lasted less than a second, for Isdeth, that brief moment was more than enough. Her form flickered. In the blink of an eye, she was behind Loki. Frost gathered and swirled around her graceful legs, infused with biting cold. Without hesitation, Isdeth struck out, kicking Loki sharply at the back of his neck. At that very moment, the flow of time and space returned to normal. Loki plummeted from the sky in a sudden drop. The force of the pain made him grit his teeth. "Damn you!" he cursed under his breath. Yet, even as he did, his hands sprang into action, splitting himself instantly into 7 shadowy doubles that darted in all directions, aiming to confuse everyone's perception. But Loki had still underestimated the abilities of the group's members. The first to launch an attack against him was Unohana Retsu. Drawing her Zanpakuto in a single, fluid motion, she slashed the air before her. A razor-sharp wave of sword energy tore through space. This stroke was in no way inferior to the earlier slash, imbued with an indomitable, peerless sword intent. With a single blow, everything before her was effortlessly cleaved apart. Nothing could withstand that blade. Wherever the sword energy passed, all was split in two. One of Loki's illusions vanished instantly from sight. All around, the other members of the group unleashed their own abilities one after another, ceaselessly destroying these phantom doubles. With each illusion that was slain, Loki's face grew paler by degrees. Had it not been for his earlier all-out attack, and the fact that Sui was still watching closely, Loki would have long since tried to kill everyone present. But for now, it was clear that even his full strength was nowhere near enough to defeat Sui. Sui could at most be seriously injured. No, to be precise, even after a grave wound, he would recover in less than a second. This kind of ability far surpassed anything Loki could have imagined at the time. Since he couldn't cleanse away the shame, then accumulating even more disgrace no longer mattered. Taking advantage of those split seconds, Loki's mind spun frantically, seeking a way out, a way to think his way through. But just at that moment, he noticed 3 figures standing right before him. One was a white-bearded giant standing 6.5 meters tall. Another, a woman dressed in a kimono, wore a gentle smile. This was Retsu Unohana. The third, a towering figure radiating icy power, was Death, forcibly suppressing her own frost energy. Loki's heart sank like a stone. He hesitated not for a breath, and unleashed his final ace in the hole. A dazzling brilliance flickered. Suddenly, a suit of armor enveloped Loki. That armor was none other than the Destroyer. With the Destroyer on, Loki felt a flicker of confidence stirring within him. The Destroyer was forged from Asgard's most unyielding metal. As things stood, apart from Sui, Loki truly didn't know of anyone else who could damage the Destroyer's armor. But as this thought crossed his mind, he saw a sharp glint flash in Whitebeard's eyes, a look of deadly focus. Awakening, tremor of the void. As Whitebeard's words resounded, the very space distorted. The ground split open, skyscrapers toppled in a wave of collapse. The Chitauri horde, flooding in through the portal, was wiped out in the blink of an eye. A powerful shockwave hammered the Destroyer's armor. Loki lost all control over his body, hurtling backwards as if swept away by an irresistible tide. At that same instant, Death lifted her arm high. With a surge of frost, a towering barricade of ice sprang up. The moment Loki crashed into that wall, he was encased in the biting prison of rime and ice. Then, without pause, Retsu Unohana stepped forward. Her Zanpakuto came free with a metallic whisper. Bankai, Min Hinajiri. As her words rang clear, endless darkness surged forward, swallowing Loki whole. Countless blades of spiritual energy slashed and writhed through the blackness, tearing the blocks of ice apart and landing with unerring precision upon Loki's body. Each burst of sword energy couldn't destroy the Destroyer's shell, but the relentless barrage of force wrung cries of pain from Loki's lips. At that moment, Sui's gaze pierced all barriers and landed upon the clock tower above. 10 minutes had passed. With a single step, Sui appeared before Loki in a flash. Loki, do you remember what I told you before? 10 minutes are up. Now I'll show you what it means to tear you limb from limb. Sui's words had barely left his mouth when Loki's pupils shrank in terror. A dread he had never known twisted his heart, as cold as the frost encasing him. You have no honor. Showing no honor? I urge you to think twice before you act so naively. Remember, it was you who let the Chitauri army in. Sui spoke with a smile, extending his palm toward Loki standing before him. Watching Sui's hand draw closer, Loki slowly closed his eyes. If he could choose, he'd rather carry his humiliation forever, no matter how deep it cut, than willingly seek out Sui for this doomed confrontation. Loki, just as despair was about to consume him, thunder boomed across the sky. The mighty god of thunder made a dazzling entrance. And not only that, divine radiance flashed in his wake. Odin, too, descended upon them, arriving through the rainbow bridge and materializing right in front of Sui. He sat astride a white steed, the eternal spear, Gungnir, grasped in hand, sacred power pulsing from him in overwhelming waves. At Odin's arrival, in a humble house in Queens, another surge of divine force erupted, wild and limitless. The goddess of death, Hela, appeared in full battle regalia, racing at blistering speed toward the battlefield. Her gaze, cold as the void, locked onto Odin standing before her. Odin, to think you'd come all this way too. Odin's eyes were heavy with gravity. Hela, are you sure you want to stand against me? Against you? Don't make me laugh. Wasn't it you who pushed me to this point? Rage and resentment seethed off Hela's very form. Her eyes brimmed with hate so thick it nearly clouded the air. From as long as I can remember, you filled my days with war, sent me on a battlefield after battlefield, made me bathe in my enemy's blood while I was still a child. Endless slaughter was my childhood's only companion. Then, when you had aged and turned your back on war, you condemned me for being too ruthless, sealed me away, and erased all the glory I earned at your command. And now you expect me to believe a word you say, Odin? For reasons they couldn't explain, almost everyone present found the word hypocrite echoing in their hearts. Even Loki and Thor found themselves looking at Odin at that moment, shocked by the secrets suddenly laid bare. Odin's face twisted as he heard Hela's accusations. He opened his mouth, as if to offer a rebuttal, but in the end, no words came. Because she was right. There was no excuse he could muster. As Hela stared him down, her godly power surged and spun around her in turmoil. Sui, leave Odin to me. I will deal the killing blow with my own hands. After hearing Su Yi's words, a smile curled at the corners of Hela's lips. Perhaps the greatest fortune in her long existence was having met Su Yi. Then, fixing her gaze squarely on Odin, she spoke, her voice ringing with finality. Odin, for all your past sins, it's time you went to hell. As her words fell, vast and mighty power swept through Hela's body. From the earth itself, the sword of night sky rose into her grasp. Odin rode his magnificent steed, grasping the eternal spear, Gungnir, and hurled it straight at the sword of the night sky. The eternal spear, Gungnir, possessed an unfailing accuracy. Once cast, it never missed its mark. A weapon so formidable, it almost felt like a cheat of fate. A ring of radiance burst forth in a dazzling flare. The eternal spear, Gungnir, shot forward at incredible speed, aimed directly at the sword of the night sky. The sword of the night sky and the eternal spear collided with a thunderous clash. The eternal spear was flung backward, soaring once more into Odin's waiting hand. Hela lashed out again, undeterred by her first miss. Wave upon wave of relentless assaults crashed toward Odin, each strike sharper than the last. It was as if Hela's seething fury poured forth unceasingly, channeled through her furious attacks. Meanwhile, Su Yi was observing from the side, amused by the unfolding battle, when suddenly Thor charged toward him, brandishing his mighty hammer. Release Loki. Thor's voice rumbled, heavy and deep like distant thunder. Spinning his hammer with practiced skill, Thor surged toward Su Yi. Sununtai yi eshnatse setlid onto. I have to admit, he said calmly, for you all to have escaped from my onslaught back then was quite a feat. But what truly baffles me is your recklessness. Rather than staying and hiding, you choose to flaunt yourselves before me. Are you really so eager for death? As Sui finished, he gripped the destroyer's head in his palm, and with a casual strength, he threw both the destroyer and the Loki trapped inside straight at Thor. At the same moment, light gathered and glinted in Su Yi's eyes. The evolved heat vision he'd gained after being killed by the destroyer's searing beams. A searing ray howled through the air, striking the destroyer's back with effortless precision. The immense force accelerated the destroyer, sending it hurtling even faster toward Thor. Thor's pupils contracted sharply. He halted the hammer's spin, instinctively catching the destroyer in his arms. Divine energy surged through his form, veins standing out upon his arms as Thor clenched his jaw, barely managing to hold back the destroyer's charge. Is this a rescue mission? Loki looked at Thor just before him, his words tinged with mischief. Though not skilled with words, Thor met Loki's gaze, then replied, I came for vengeance. At Thor's words, whatever flicker of gratitude Loki had felt was swept away in an instant. So be it, Loki muttered. Then we need to join forces. Otherwise, there's no way we can defeat this one. Thor nodded resolutely. This time I will not lose. As his vow rang out, the skies above began to swirl with gathering storm clouds. Bolts of electricity crackled along Thor's frame. Thunder roared within a 1,000-mile radius, splitting the heavens as if the very world itself was being torn in two. Feeling the surge of Thor's divine power, it was as if Loki had fully awakened as well. Loki's eyes darted cunningly, and he immediately declared, Thor, I'll support you from behind. If it comes to close combat, I'm counting on you. Thor nodded solemnly, taking the request to heart. What Thor didn't realize, however, was that Loki's mind was already racing with thoughts of how he might slip away from Su-Yi's grasp as soon as he had a chance. The two conspired loudly, right in front of Su-Yi, as if their plotting could go unnoticed. Su-Yi, meanwhile, simply watched the pair with an amused glint in his eyes, curious about these two so-called brothers performing before him. Thor raised his mighty hammer high and proclaimed, "I am Thor, god of thunder and strength, and I wield the powers of the storm, of war, and of plenty." With those words, he fixed Su-Yi with a determined gaze and declared, "This time, I absolutely will not fail." At that moment, the divine energy radiating from Thor increased tenfold at least. Electricity snaked around his form, crackling along his body as he spoke. With a sudden stride, his figure vanished in a blink. A blinding arc of lightning stretched behind him, centering on his hammer, as he reappeared behind Su-Yi, swinging down with crushing force. Seeing his opening, Loki didn't hesitate. Empowered by the Destroyer's abilities, he began to cast celestial bodies into reality, each locking onto Su-Yi's presence as they plummeted with terrifying speed. Remarkably, even Thor was caught within Loki's barrage. Faced with such a frenzied assault, Su-Yi merely stifled a yawn. With a casual swivel of his hand, countless celestial bodies materialized at his side, shooting forth to collide head-on with the ones Loki had conjured. The sky rang with piercing clashes, thunderous and relentless. Paired with the roars that swept through the thunderclouds overhead, the scene resembled the chaos of the world's end. Just then, Thor's hammer struck Su-Yi's body. Yet all that could be seen was Su-Yi's form turning insubstantial, shimmering before fading from Thor's view entirely. "Damn it, what's going on?" Thor cursed under his breath, eyes darting warily for any sign of danger nearby. Su-Yi now sat comfortably on a chair that had somehow survived the chaos, whispering to himself with a hint of satisfaction, "The abilities of the awakened fruit really are impressive. Let me see how you fare fighting against your own selves." Awakening, Thor, god of thunder. Awakening, Loki, god of mischief. As Su-Yi's announcement echoed, identical copies of Thor and Loki suddenly appeared before the originals. What was most unsettling was their auras. They were virtually indistinguishable from the real thing. This was the power that Su-Yi's phantom fruit granted upon awakening. His phantoms not only possessed physical bodies, but also shared a significant measure of the original strength. With Su-Yi's stamina being nearly limitless, he could sustain these abilities indefinitely without feeling fatigue, let alone endanger his own body. At that very moment, the entire scene was captured by the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury compared the mysterious black-robed figure's abilities with those of Su-Yi. His only conclusion was that the powers of the black-robed one seemed even more outrageously overpowered. What Nick Fury had absolutely no idea about was that the black-robed man and Su-Yi were, in fact, one and the same. Thunderous roars from the sky echoed overhead, while Hela and Odin's battle raged on with such ferocity, it was as if they might destroy the entire planet. By now, most of the city had already been reduced to ruins. A significant portion of this destruction was caused by the clash between Hela and Odin. At this point, most people had even forgotten that the original purpose of this fight was merely to defend against the invasion of the Chitauri army. This immense city had now been divided into 3 separate battlefields. The first battlefield belonged to Su-Yi. Here he toyed with Thor and Loki as if it were nothing but a game, barely giving these two gods a second thought. The second battlefield was where the group members fought the Chitauri. The Chitauri army still surged forward, though their numbers had dwindled significantly from before. Unless something unexpected happened, it was clear the Chitauri's end was near. In the third and final battlefield, this belonged to Hela and Odin. Their duel had reached its boiling point, the combat between them now utterly fierce. Most of the buildings around them had already been torn apart by their struggle. Odin truly lived up to his title as ruler of the 9 realms. Even in his old age, his divine power remained as vast and mighty as the ocean. Yet Hela, as his opponent, was more than a match for him. As the eldest daughter, Hela had spent her entire childhood fighting. Now restored to her full strength, her divine power was no less than Odin's. In fact, thanks to her youth, she seemed even stronger than the aging Allfather. Taking a deep breath, Hela gathered nearly all her divine might into the sword of the night sky. "Odin, you know what I am. I am the goddess of death, ruler over decay and disease. Now that you are old and frail, yield your throne to me, and I will allow you a whole corpse." "Hela, the reason I sealed you away was because your malice was too consuming. If only you'd been a bit gentler, you would have been my best successor," Odin replied. "You think I'd still believe your words?" Hela's face blazed with fury. "Back then you deceived me. You promised me the throne if I slew the world serpent, but what did you do instead? When I had just defeated the world serpent, you sealed me away completely. Is this how you keep your promise to grant me the throne? Odin. As Hela finished speaking, all eyes turned to Odin. Even Thor and Loki paused their own fight for a moment. Members of the group, having just cleared away another wave of Chitauri, also looked over at Odin. It was hard for anyone to believe that Odin, the mighty ruler of the 9 realms, could be such a hypocrite. Loki's thoughts instantly turned to what had happened between him and Thor. He remembered that back then, Odin had said that whoever killed Hela first, whether it was himself or Thor, would become the new king of Asgard. Only now did he understand the true purpose behind Odin's decree: to use the throne as a bargaining chip, ordering his sons to kill their own sister. No matter how he looked at it, it was cold-hearted beyond measure. Even more importantly, even if he did manage to kill Hela, would Odin really have yielded the throne to him? At this thought, Loki glanced at Thor, who stood before him. He himself had barely escaped Su Yi's grasp, counting it as a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. But as for Thor, who now lay unconscious, how had he managed to escape? Loki's fists clenched tightly. He fancied himself the god of mischief, yet never imagined he'd be played so completely by Odin. Perhaps, from the very beginning, Odin always intended to pass the throne to Thor. After all, why else didn't Odin save him as well, choosing instead to let him run for his life? Was it because Odin wanted him dead? So many heavy realizations flashed through Loki's eyes, flooding them with a hatred deeper than ever before. Yet, just as Loki prepared to ambush Thor, Odin and Hela had already entered their final battle. Hela, wielding the night sky sword, gathered all her divine strength and charged straight at Odin. Odin, mustering his power as well, mounted his steed and galloped toward Hela. In an instant, blinding light covered the city. The brilliant radiance was dazzling, forcing everyone to shut their eyes against its glare. Immediately after, a roaring wave of divine energy surged upward, so powerful that it even burst through the portal and struck at the Chitauri army's headquarters. One could see the torrent of energy passing through the portal created by the cosmic cube, sweeping across the Chitauri command base. Time itself seemed to freeze in that instant. Under the relentless flood of divine might, the Chitauri's forces were utterly obliterated in a heartbeat. 2 such overwhelming waves of power were simply beyond anything the Chitauri could withstand. Their headquarters and warships, caught between the collision of the 2 deities' power, were reduced to dust. Watching this all unfold, Sui narrowed his eyes slightly. If this force were allowed to rampage unchecked, even his own villa would be doomed. And it might just reach Hannah's home as well. At that thought, Sui paid no further attention to the stunned Loki and Thor. His figure flickered, and golden patterns flowed across his body. Supreme Destruction, Awakening Form 1. In this state, every aspect of his power was heightened beyond measure. Sui pressed both hands to his chest, gathering the wild divine energy and drawing it in, channeling it between his palms. As divine power continued to gather, the light swiftly faded away. When the radiance finally vanished, everyone could see that between Su Yi's hands, there now hovered a small orb brimming with immense godly energy. Anyone who happened to notice this orb felt their hearts grow heavy with dread. Loki, hardly daring to believe what he saw, murmured, how much power would it actually take to compress a force as vast as the sea into something so small? This is beyond astonishing. Thor chimed in at that moment, his voice tense. If that little orb made from condensed godly power were to burst, the destruction would be beyond imagination. Even the Ancient One, who had been lurking in the shadows, was secretly shaken by what had transpired. If that sphere of divine energy really did explode, not even she could hope to contain the outcome. What is this guy planning to do with that thing? Whatever it is, the risk must be enormous. She whispered those words, already considering whether it was time for her to intervene. Just as the Ancient One's thoughts reached this critical point, she looked up to see Sui lift the high-density orb skyward, and, with no hesitation, swallow it whole. For a moment, every soul present felt their hearts jolt, and their faces shift from astonishment to alarm. This guy is absolutely insane. Does he not care if he dies? If that godly power detonates, won't it bring utter devastation? The unleashed energy could wipe out an entire city. Yet, despite all their dire predictions, none of those dreaded consequences came to pass. Sui merely let out a satisfied belch, then turned his gaze toward the battlefield below. Without the blinding glare, everyone could clearly see what was unfolding in the midst of the conflict. Odin was half kneeling on the ground, grievously wounded. Of course, Hela too had suffered no small injuries. Odin's eternal spear had pierced straight through Hela's abdomen, and blood streamed down the shaft, dripping ominously to the earth. At this sight, a sharp gasp rippled through everyone present. Sue-yi frowned, troubled by the carnage he witnessed. Before he could make a move, Hela, in spite of the agony, stretched out her delicate hand, gripped the eternal spear, and, inch by inch, drew it from her impaled body. The sight of fresh blood spilling again and again sent shivers down every spine. No one could fathom what strength of will it required for her to tear that spear from a wound so severe. Such an act would only make matters worse. But what truly defied their expectations was what happened next. Just when they thought it was all over, Hela clenched her teeth and, step by heavy step, began moving toward Odin. She tossed the eternal spear aside, letting it fall to the ground without a second thought. Hela, gripping the sword of the night sky, fixed her gaze intently on Odin in the distance. She paid no heed to the blood streaming from her wounds. Her hand remained tightly clasped around the sword. She had waited far too long for this moment. To give up now, such a thing was utterly unlike her. Move, damn it! Move! Hela screamed inwardly, her frustration deepening. Yet at this critical moment, her body had reached its limit. She could barely lift a foot, let alone take a step forward. Even raising her blade had become an arduous struggle, as if every remaining ounce of her strength was poured into holding onto the sword. Just when everyone believed the battle was about to end, Sui-yi's figure suddenly appeared by Hela's side. He had activated the cloaking device he'd purchased earlier for 100 points. Without hesitation, Sui-yi cast aside his black cloak, revealing his true face. He wrapped his strong arms around Hela, drawing her gently into his embrace. He spoke not a word, simply holding her, letting her lean her exhausted weight against him. Catching Sui-yi's eye, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Hela's lips. Even the pain seemed to soften, eased by his presence. With Sui-yi supporting her, Hela limped forward until the pair stood before Odin. By now, Odin possessed not a shred of divine strength left to call upon, not even enough to move. As he looked at Hela, Odin couldn't help but think she surpassed even his own youthful brilliance. A true genius in the art of battle. Then his gaze shifted to Sui-yi, as countless thoughts flickered through his mind. At last, Odin spoke in a slow, deliberate voice. Hela, you have changed. Changed? It's none of your concern whether I have or not. In the end, it is still my fault, Odin murmured, before turning to Thor to his side. Thor, remember this. Asgardians always swear loyalty to the king of Asgard. With those words, Odin let his eyes close gently, exhaustion overtaking him. As Odin's final words faded into silence, Hela drew in a long, trembling breath. Mustering the last of her strength, she raised the sword of the night sky high above her head. Then, with determination, she brought it down upon Odin. In that instant, Hela felt as if she had found redemption. Thor, standing nearby, could no longer hold back his tears, the grief spilling down his face. Unbeknownst to him, behind his back, Loki's eyes had reddened with emotion. Odin, you hypocrite! Could you not even keep up your mask to the very end? Could you not call my name just once, even as you died? Why is it, in your eyes, there's only ever Thor? Bitterness welled up in Loki's heart as he brooded over it all. In the end, the joke was on him. He had become a clown in his own story. With resentment twisting his features, Loki shot a final, pained look at Thor before his form slowly dissipated into the destruction around them. Only one destroyer remained, standing silent and solitary in place. Odin's life had utterly slipped away. The divine power that had filled him seemed to ripple through layers of space, finding its way back to the very soil of Asgard. At this moment, Sui lifted his gaze to the heavens and called out, Heimdall, you must have witnessed all of this. Why don't you hurry and send us to Asgard? As Sui finished speaking, a ripple disturbed the air. In an instant, Sui, Hela, and Thor found themselves standing upon the land of Asgard. No sooner had the three arrived than Hela felt a surge of power coursing into her being. Her divine strength began to return. The speed of recovery far surpassed anything Sui could have imagined. As the goddess of death of Asgard, simply standing on Asgardian soil was enough for Hela to be endlessly replenished with power. As her wounds rapidly healed, Hela felt her very breath grow much lighter. Just then, she stretched out her arms, proclaiming to the land, Asgard, I have returned. With these words, she turned to Sui, reached out her slender hand, and placed it in his palm. She said, Sui, come, let me show you the beauty of Asgard. The moment she heard Sui-yi's reply, laughter welled up from Hela's heart. Odin was gone, yet Sui stood at her side. For Hela, that was more than enough. As they approached the palace of Asgard, Queen Frigga appeared, leading the people of Asgard to warmly welcome Su-E and Hela. Stepping forward, Queen Frigga embraced Hela tightly. Hela, you have suffered so much during these days. The suddenness of the embrace caught Hela by surprise. Instinctively, she glanced at Su-E by her side. Su-E nodded gently, an encouraging smile on his lips. Seeing his reassurance, Hela, a little uncertain, placed her hands on Frigga's back. Feeling Hela respond, Frigga held her even tighter. Hela, when Odin's power returned to Asgard, I knew you had fulfilled your long-standing resolve. But I do not blame you, because from the very beginning, it was he who was in the wrong. Hela opened her mouth slightly, as if to speak, but before she could, Frigga continued. Hela, do what must be done. Asgard cannot be without its king. Looking at Queen Frigga before her, Hela remembered it was Frigga who had cared for her when she was a child. Back when she was gravely injured, it was Queen Frigga who tended to her bedside. This memory brought a shimmer of tears to Hela's eyes. After hearing the queen's words, Hela nodded gently in response. She then turned to the assembled crowd before her and declared, From this day forward, I am the new ruler of Asgard. All my people shall dwell beneath my protection. The citizens gathered there bowed before Hela in unison. At this moment, Queen Frigga looked to Thor beside her and said, Thor, this is Asgard's new sovereign. To defy the king is never permitted among Asgardians. Upon hearing his mother's words, Thor finally lowered himself, kneeling before Hela in acknowledgement. At that instant, Hela strode toward the throne. Step by step, as she advanced toward her seat of power, a transformation began to sweep across all of Asgard. Towering spires that once seemed to touch the sky slowly crumbled, and murals lining the palace walls caught fire, vanishing in waves of flame and smoke. Before long, Asgard was reshaped before their eyes, taking on an entirely new visage. Everyone, from the common folk to Thor himself, stood in awe at the spectacle unfolding around them. They watched as the grand spires collapsed one after another, revealing hidden statues, each one depicting Hela herself. Where the murals had burned to ash, their true faces now emerged beneath. Scenes of Hela in the midst of her conquests across the 9 realms were laid bare at last. Confronted with Asgard's dramatic transformation, the relentless turbulence in Thor's heart at last stilled. For every mural and sculpture spoke volumes, testament to just how astonishing his sister's power and renown once were. Suddenly, a single word flickered into Thor's mind. He finally understood why Hela had called Odin a hypocrite. This transformed, unmasked Asgard was, doubtless, the reason why. At this time, Hela stood above, on the palace dais. Slowly, she sat upon the throne, and in that moment, she became the true queen of Asgard. The aura around her grew even more commanding, overwhelming in its might. Yet, as she cast her gaze towards Su-E in the distance, her once imperious eyes softened, becoming gentle as flowing water, revealing just how great a place Su-E held in her heart. Witnessing events unfold so naturally, Su-E turned away and made his way toward the Rainbow Bridge. He had matters on Earth still awaiting him. Without looking back, he waved a casual farewell to Hela. Seeing this, Hela's lips curled into a faint smile. Infusing her divine power into her voice, she sent her words to Su-Ye's ear. Once I have seen things settled here, I will come to find you on Earth. Upon hearing Hela's message, Su-E, still walking away, made an okay gesture behind his back. In the next instant, a burst of shimmering light surrounded Su-E, and he returned to Earth once again through the Rainbow Bridge. As soon as he arrived, Su-E saw the group members engaged in a fierce battle with the rampaging Hulk. Watching the Hulk, who was utterly consumed by rage, Su-E couldn't help but feel exasperated. With a swift movement, Su-E appeared beside the Hulk, and with a casual slap, struck him squarely on the face. Hulk's massive body spun through the air, tumbling a dozen times before crashing heavily into the ground, leaving behind a giant, human-shaped crater. Unconscious, the Hulk transformed back into Dr. Bruce Banner. At that moment, an electronic voice from the chat group echoed in the minds of Su-E and the others. Ding! The mission to wipe out the Chitauri army has been completed. Rewards will be distributed according to contribution rankings. First place, Su-E. Reward, 4,800 points. Second place, Whitebeard. Reward, 3,250 points. Third place, Isteth. Reward, 2,900 points. Fourth place, Retsu Unohana. Reward, 2,800 points. Fifth place, Siko Busujima. Reward, 1,900 points. Sixth place, Hinata Hyuga. Reward, 1,850 points. Seventh place, Asuna Yuki. Reward, 1,800 points. 8th place, CC Reward, 1,700 points. 9th place, Edward Elric. Reward, 1,000 points. The current points ranking stands as follows. First place, Su E 10,000 points. Second place, Retsu Unohana, 8,900 points. Third place, Whitebeard, 7,000 points. Fourth place, CC for 1,900 points. Fifth place, Isteth and Asuna Yuki for 1,000 points. Sixth place, Seiko Busujima, 2,000 points. Seventh place, Hinata Hyuga, 1,950 points. Eighth place, Edward Elric, 1,200 points. Ding! It has been detected that group leader Su E has reached 10,000 points. The chat group's first official event will now begin. Ding! Event details. The chat group members will be split into 3 teams, each with 3 members. Every team will be transported to a random world, assigned different roles, and will battle each other to grow stronger. The last surviving team member will win the reward. Ding! If you die during the event, you are eliminated from the event only. There's no real death, no punishment, but also no rewards. Ding! The event will begin in 3 days. After seeing the details of the chat group event, many members exchanged glances with one another. Su E couldn't help but laugh and said, I didn't expect the so-called chat group event would turn out to be something like this. Honestly, I'm rather curious to see how I'll fare against all of you. Upon hearing this, Asuna Yuki immediately retorted, Su E, are you sure you're not joking? With your abilities, you'd wipe the floor with us. Anyone who ends up on your team. Now that's what I call bad luck. As soon as she finished, Asuna flashed a mischievous grin at CC, who was standing by her side. If I get teamed up with Su E, you can be sure I'll drag you down with us, CC replied to Asuna, her voice full of playful challenge. In response, Asuna stuck out her tongue at CC, making a silly face. The exchange made her look especially charming and lively. At that moment, Retsu Unohana turned to Su E and said, if the event really follows these rules, wouldn't it mean the group leader faces the strictest limitations? Hinata Hyuga nodded in agreement. Yeah, doesn't that mean Su Yi's immortality would finally be capped? As soon as he dies, he'll be out of the event's world. The system message chimed in immediately. Ding! The group leader Su Yi's immortality cannot be interfered with. If he dies in the event world, he will be automatically revived and will not be ejected from the world. Seiko Busujima, Whitebeard, Edward Elric. Other members, standing amidst the ruins of the city, everyone fell into an awkward silence. For a moment, nobody knew what to say next. They had all assumed the toughest restrictions would fall on Su E. But no one could have predicted that even the chat group's rules couldn't limit Su Yi's immortality. Didn't this mean Su E was in some way above the entire chat group? Even Su E himself was a little surprised by this revelation. Still, it was undoubtedly good news for him. He cleared his throat and tried to lighten the mood. Hey now, let's not be so pessimistic. As long as any of you manage to kill me once, I'll bow out on my own. Pausing for a moment, Su E added, besides, in this event, it might look like we're supposed to fight against each other, but the world we land in is sure to have other powerful players. It's not just about finding each other. We'll need real skills to survive out there. Otherwise, we might be killed by the locals before we even run into one another. His words left the group deep in thought. Because Su E was absolutely right. Not only would they have to watch their backs around one another, they'd also need to be wary of the rest of the world. As a newcomer to the chat group, Seiko Busujima felt especially anxious. She spoke up right away. I'm going to head back to my own world for a bit. I have to prepare. With that, she handed the 10 rings back to Su E, then returned from the Marvel world to her own. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit, each returning to their respective worlds. Clearly, they were all eager to sharpen their skills and devise a winning strategy. Or perhaps, they used their points to exchange for various items, aiming to enhance their abilities as much as possible. Soon after, most of the members had already passed through the teleportation portal and returned to their own worlds. Only Hinata Hyuga remained, standing quietly, gazing at Suyi in front of her. As Suyi looked at Hinata, he couldn't help but notice how, in such a short time, Hinata had blossomed into a graceful young lady. Suyi, big brother, the Chunin exams are about to begin. I'd like to invite everyone to my world to watch. Hinata seemed a little shy, barely daring to meet Suyi's eyes. I remember you mentioned it before. Don't worry, I'll certainly be there. Suyi gave Hinata his promise. Hearing Suyi's reply, Hinata seemed visibly relieved. Then, she took out a letter and, blushing deeply, handed it to Suyi. Suyi, big brother, this is a letter I wrote for you. Please, read it only after you get home. As soon as she finished speaking, a shimmering portal opened behind her. Suyi, big brother, I'll go now. Waving timidly at Suyi, Hinata, flustered and embarrassed, nearly fled as she vanished through the portal. Seeing this, a fond, indulgent smile spread across Sui's face. After all, in the chat group, Hinata was the universally adored favorite of everyone. Glancing at the envelope in his hand, Sui didn't linger. Gathering the Mind Scepter, the Eternal Spear, the Destroyer, and the Cosmic Cube, he deactivated his cloaking device, and his figure instantly reappeared in his villa at home. At the same time, the projection that had been within the villa left the rooftop, walked inside, and then quietly faded away. It was fair to say that Sui had become the biggest winner in this battle. His collection had grown with many valuable treasures. As soon as Sui deactivated the cloaking device, S.H.I.E.L.D. on the other end finally regained visual access. Ever since earlier, their signals had been experiencing interference. The screens in front of them had gone dark. No matter how hard they tried, none of their equipment could restore the feed. This made Nick Fury almost desperate to rush to the scene in person. But just then, the monitors suddenly flickered back to life. Nick Fury, Tony Stark, and the others could only see countless ruins and shattered remnants. Most of the city had been reduced to rubble. And in all that devastation, not a single living soul could be found. Nick Fury, consumed by rage, smashed his fist onto the table before him. He didn't even care about the blood left by his knuckles. With a voice trembling with suppressed fury, Nick Fury declared, "Regardless of everything, the Avengers are our final hope. We must have our own strength to fight." Tony Stark looked out over the devastated city center, silent and grim. His fists clenched tightly, and he swore to himself. One day, he would create the most powerful suit of iron armor. An iron suit that would surpass all others. Because he firmly believed that with the vast amount of Chitauri technology left behind, he could push further and faster along his chosen path than ever before. Meanwhile, after Sui returned to his villa, he took out the envelope that Hinata Hyuga had given him. He was quite curious. What exactly had little Hinata written inside this envelope? As Sui carefully opened it, the delicate, flowing handwriting of Hinata caught his eye, each word shining softly in his gaze. "Sui, I don't know when it started, but I find your image appearing in my mind more and more, so often, sometimes that I can't even fall asleep. I don't know what causes this, but what I want to say is, no matter what happens in the future, I will always stand by your side. Even if I must give everything I have, I will do my best to chase after you, so I won't fall too far behind. I will become stronger, no matter what it takes. Then, I'll stand proudly at your side." Each word was infused with Hinata's deep, heartfelt feelings. As the moments passed, Sui finished reading the letter. Finally, he opened the chat group and sent a message to Hinata. "Keep going." In a blink, 3 days passed. After spending 3 days in the villa, Sui rubbed his drowsy eyes and entered the chat group. At this moment, the group activity had already begun. Everyone was prepared and ready. Ding! The activity is about to start. Once members begin, time in their respective worlds will be put on pause. Ding! Activity rules. Each world contains 3 members. The one who survives to the end will receive a reward. Note: the other 2 in each world must find and seek each other out on their own. Ding! Death during the event will not result in true death. Once you return to your own world, time will proceed normally. Ding! Now, commencing group assignment and world distribution. Ding! The event officially begins. As a series of digital chimes echoed through the chat group, a shimmering passageway appeared before Sui. Without so much as a second thought, Sui stepped into the portal. In the next instant, the voice of the chat group rang out in his mind. Ding! Group leader Sui's assigned world, Jujutsu Kaisen. Ding! Group leader Sui's assigned identity, special grade, Curse Spirit. The electronic voice faded, and Sui stared in stunned silence at the information before him. No way. I was just minding my own business, and you made me a special grade, Curse Spirit? Seriously, you must be messing with me. Chat group. But, unsurprisingly, the chat group offered no reply. Well, whatever, it doesn't really matter. After all, this is just another identity. I might as well just enjoy this event. If I remember correctly, there's supposed to be an unbeatable one among us, isn't there? With that thought, Sui's smile grew even brighter. Ding! Death will be entering the world. Jujutsu Kaisen. Ding! Death is assigned identity. First-year student at Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu High School. This is quite a mouthful. Seems like it's not going to be such a simple role after all. Death gazed at the message from the chat group, murmuring aloud. Right now, she felt genuinely thrilled. After all, a showdown that drags on until the end, set in a different world, is bound to have its fair share of unpredictable elements. That very unpredictability filled Death with boundless excitement. As long as I don't run into Sui, it's fine. That guy really is too much trouble to beat. As she finished speaking, Isdeth stepped forward and entered the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Ding! Retsu Uno Hana will be entering the world. Jujutsu Kaisen. Ding! Retsu Unohana's assigned identity, ordinary student. The voice of the chat group echoed in Unohana's mind, and for a fleeting moment, this gentle yet unyielding woman revealed a rare look of surprise. An ordinary student? Huh? That's not bad at all. Sometimes the best way to hide is in plain sight, and for staying out of trouble, it's a perfect identity. As Unohana softly murmured to herself, she suddenly realized she was falling from the sky. What an interesting place to drop me, she said quietly. Above her, a curtain of darkness hung overhead. The sky was pitch black, not a single star to be seen. A chilly wind whistled past Unohana's ears, ruffling her clothes ceaselessly. Looking down, the faint glow of a few street lamps lit up the dim streets below. In an instant, it was clear there was a school nearby. Yet, the aura wafting out of the school made Unohana frown slightly. That feeling, it was just like confronting a hollow. Unohana's full attention was immediately drawn to the shadowy school. The next moment, the school wall abruptly shattered. A monstrous roar burst out as a creature hurtled from within its confines. Time itself seemed to freeze in that instant. What in the world is that thing? Not even the deep shadows of night could hide the shape of that monstrous being. Suddenly, Unohana remembered something he had mentioned before. At the start of the event, it wouldn't just be a battle between the participants. It would be a clash with the world itself. The key was using everything around you to survive. If you could harness the power of the world you'd landed in, then even an ordinary person would be a force to reckon with. These were the words he had uttered in the chat group the day before the activity began. Looking back now, it seems that he was absolutely right. A gentle smile appeared on Retsu Unohana's usually serene face. Her eyes narrowed ever so slightly, and her pale hand rested on the hilt of her Zanpakuto. But just at that moment, Retsu Unohana caught sight of a figure dashing toward the monstrous silhouette. The figure launched into a flying kick, aiming straight at the creature. The next instant, a furious shout echoed from somewhere on the school grounds. Itadori, weren't you supposed to get them out of here? With your strength now, you can't possibly take this thing on. Itadori Yuji spared a glance at Fushiguro Megumi, who lay on the ground, and replied, Aren't you in danger too? Curses can only be exorcised by curses. You can't win against it. But I want to save you two. Clenching his teeth, Itadori Yuji let out a fierce yell and charged at the monster. At that very moment, the creature's arm shot out and stretched, grotesque and twisted, tipped with pitch-black claws. It seized Itadori Yuji by the ankle, swung him through the air, and slammed him hard into the ground. The floor splintered and cracked beneath the impact. Blood spurted from Itadori Yuji's mouth as the agony tore through him. Pain like nothing he'd ever known, overwhelming him as any ordinary student would be. From high above, Retsu Unohana descended, her gaze piercing the layers of darkness to settle on the monster below. I may not know what's really going on, but just by the foul presence that clings to this beast so like a hollow, I can't let it go. Even as her words faded, her grip tightened on her sword, and she slowly began to draw her Zanpakuto from its sheath. But at that very brink of desperation, Itadori Yuji's voice rang out. Curses can only be exorcised by curses. So if that's the case, if I become a curse myself, won't I be able to fight it? Upon hearing Yuji's words, Fushiguro Megumi's eyes went wide with shock, his already pale face drained of every trace of color. Stop! Don't do it! That's Sukuna's finger. You can't. It's poison. But Fushiguro's desperate warning never reached Itadori Yuji. In the darkness, only the heavy breathing of the monster and Yuji's pounding heart filled the air. The rhythm of Yuji's heartbeat grew louder, quickening. Black markings began to wind their way across Itadori Yuji's skin. With a surge of strength, he wrenched his arms wide, shattering the monster's arm in one explosive motion. Losing its limb drove the creature even further into a berserk frenzy. Madness shone in its crimson eyes, wilder than ever before. The monster opened its massive, gaping jaws and scrambled madly toward Yuji Itadori. Yet now, no matter how frenzied the creature in front of him became, Yuji would not even spare a glance. Bulging veins stood out on his arm as he raised it in a swift, decisive motion. Without even glancing at the monster before him, Yuji's movement tore through the air, and in the next instant, the entire creature was utterly shattered, torn to pieces. Up above, the darkness of the sky slowly peeled away, as if celebrating the arrival of a king, letting the moonlight pour freely over the land. Ha 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 ha! Moonlight, there's nothing like feeling it firsthand. This is absolute exhilaration. The flesh of cursed spirits is nothing, pathetically dull. Where are the humans? Where are the women? This world is simply too marvelous. Wait a second, that one, is she a woman? Yuji Itadori, temporarily possessed by the special grade cursed object, Sukuna's finger, suddenly caught sight of a woman descending swiftly from the sky. Her image as elegant as the classic Yamato Nadeshiko. For a moment, he was caught off guard. Retsu Unohana's brows knitted slightly. Why has this guy's aura changed as well? And what an ominous, evil presence it is. Just as Retsu Unohana found it strange. Yuji Itadori, under Sukuna's control, broke into a wicked smile, his lips curling in anticipation. How wonderful, a real woman at last. Let me devour you. I can hardly wait another moment. As Yuji's roar echoed through the night, Retsu Unohana hesitated no longer. Anyone with eyes could see that after devouring the finger, this guy had gone completely mad. She drew her Zanpakuto in one smooth motion. The blade sparkled coldly, its chill surging even deeper than the moonlight. Then, in a heartbeat, her spiritual pressure exploded outward. The force of it seemed to make even the air around them grow thick and heavy. Megumi Fushiguro and Yuji Itadori, still in Sukuna's thrall, both felt a shiver seize their hearts at that moment. To their senses, this was an overwhelming, unfathomable force, like pure, condensed jujitsu. A sorcerer? She doesn't look the part, Yuji murmured, though his hands did not falter for an instant. He tensed his muscles, channeling cursed energy into his palms. Then, in a single, forceful step, he lunged unhesitatingly toward Retsu Unohana. Her Zanpakuto met his advance. The contact rang out with the unmistakable clash of metal. Before Retsu could analyze this strange strength, Yuji, moving even faster, darted past the range of her blade. With a swift and cunning angle, he went directly for the smooth, white arc of her neck. A bloody, predatory grin twisted his features. Already, he was imagining it. The sight of Retsu Unohana's pale throat, painted crimson by his own hand. Unohana Retsu's eyes narrowed slightly, cherry lips just parting as she began, "Ban." Before she could finish her words, Yuji Itadori's hand suddenly froze in midair. He muttered to himself, a flash of resolve in his voice. "What are you doing with someone else's body? Give it back to me. Why are you able to move? This is my body, isn't it?" As Yuji continued his soliloquy, the markings on his skin slowly faded away. Unohana could clearly sense the overwhelming shift in Yuji Itadori's presence, like a great tide changing course. The boy before her had reverted to his original state, though deep in his essence, she could still perceive that loathsome energy she despised. Suddenly, Unohana's eyes flicked to the side. At some unknown moment, a figure had appeared not far away. "So how are things looking now?" As the white-haired man spoke, Megumi Fushiguro brightened with delight and called out, "Gojo-sensei, what brings you here?" Honestly, I wouldn't have come, if not for sensing something interesting going on," Gojo Satoru said with a carefree air. With that, Gojo's gaze landed on Yuji and Unohana nearby. Without hesitation, he strode toward Yuji. He rested a finger on his chin, and though his eyes were concealed behind a black blindfold, it was as if his gaze could pierce right through, locking onto Yuji Itadori. Unbelievable. You really got mixed up in there. What a riot." Having laughed, Gojo's eyes turned to Unohana, his expression shifting to a more serious cast. It was as if his piercing stare, hidden by the blindfold, weighed heavily upon her. "Frankly, compared to Sukuna's finger, the special grade cursed object, I'm even more interested in you. Just who are you? There are only so many special grade sorcerers out there, but I've never seen anyone like you." Megumi Fushiguro froze, then shot Unohana a shocked look. Did he just say special grade sorcerer? Could it be that this woman before them, graceful as a blooming Yamato Nadeshiko, was also a special grade sorcerer? Unohana's smile grew ever brighter at Gojo's words. As a Shinigami, she understood souls more deeply than anyone. She could sense the raw, formidable power of Gojo Satoru's spirit, a presence so overwhelming, it was second only to that enigmatic Su-E, whose soul was beyond her reach. Such strength was rare indeed. But Unohana felt no fear. Remembering the identity bestowed upon her by the chat group, she replied softly, "Oh, I'm just an ordinary student, nothing more." An ordinary student. Yuji Itadori, now fully himself, stared at Unohana in confusion, unable to quite process what he'd just heard. Is this woman in the kimono, standing before me, really just an ordinary student? Fushiguro Megumi also watched Unohana Retsu in the distance with a wary gaze. After all, this woman before them was simply too suspicious. And just at that moment, they saw Gojo Satoru nod seriously. I see. I had no idea you possess such overwhelming cursed energy. Yet your identity is that of an ordinary student. To their senses, the spiritual pressure flowing from Uno Hanaretsu was very much like cursed energy itself. Especially just a moment ago. Had Itadori Yuji not suddenly changed back, there was little doubt. Itadori Yuji might have died right there. With only the strength of a single finger, even Sukuna would be no match for this woman. Sukuna was a demon god with 4 arms and 2 faces. After his death, his 20 fingers were sliced off and sealed as special-grade cursed objects scattered throughout Japan. Each finger contained immense, cursed power. At that moment, Uno Hanaretsu asked instinctively, "Cursed energy? Is it related to that monster we just witnessed?" Gojo Satoru nodded. "It is. If you're unfamiliar with these things, you could join the Tokyo Jujutsu High School. I can even arrange for you to receive a special grade sorcerer certificate." Seeing Gojo Satoru so enthusiastic, Uno Hanaretsu fell into deep thought. Where the moonlight had been clear, suddenly dark, oppressive clouds swept across the sky. Everyone with cursed energy in their body felt their hearts clench with dread. Unconsciously, they all turned the same way. What they sensed was an overwhelming presence like nothing before. And to Uno Hanaretsu, that aura was all too familiar, because it was their own group leader, Sui. Uno Hanaretsu mused to herself. Who would have thought I'd end up in the same world as Sui? My luck really couldn't be any worse. Meanwhile, a visible change came over Gojo Satoru's face. What strength of cursed energy must it take to create a presence like this? The reach of that presence was vast. Even if every sorcerer in the world were gathered, they could still feel this power that dwarfed all others. While everyone stared in shock at this oppressive energy, a ripple of fear inevitably crept into their hearts. The presence swept over them as swiftly as it had come, fading away just as fast. Some even wondered if it had all been an illusion. But Gojo Satoru knew this was no hallucination. Just then, Uno Hanaretsu slid her Zanpakuto back into its sheath, her gaze drifting far toward the source of that earlier unease. "About the school you mentioned earlier." She paused, then added, "I'll join." As soon as Uno Hanaretsu finished speaking, Gojo Satoru withdrew his own senses. Although he had no idea what was really going on, he decided the best approach was to focus on what was right in front of him for now. After all, both Yuji Itadori and Retsu Uno Hana were crucially important. In the midst of a desolate mountain, Sui's solitary figure stood at the very summit. He was like a demonic sovereign, radiating unbridled arrogance as he looked down from on high. In his hand, he held the severed head of a special-grade cursed spirit. "Well now, terribly sorry about this," he said, "but you really are too frightening to look at. The moment I stepped out of the passage, I ran straight into you, and before I even noticed, took you out in one hit." Sui's face wore a radiant, untroubled smile. With that, he tossed the severed head aside. The special-grade cursed spirit, destroyed in an instant by Sui, faded from existence as soon as he threw the head aside. It was as if Sui had paid this powerful creature no more heed than a passing thought. A cursed spirit, born from human malice and cursed emotions. Curses arise from the overflowing negative feelings of humanity. And among them, special-grade cursed spirits stand as the mightiest of all. Sui had been assigned by the chat group to the special-grade cursed spirit camp. Yet even among special-grade cursed spirits, there were vast differences in power. He let out a languid yawn as he surveyed the landscape around him. All he saw were endless hills strewn with countless bones. Withered, ghastly trees clawed at the sky, making the whole place as eerie as could be. "Talk about bad luck," Sui muttered. "It's one thing to draw the special-grade curse spirit side, but to be spawned in a mass grave? What a stroke of misfortune." Despite what he said, he didn't seem the least bit bothered by any of it. For him, this was just another game to play, a simple diversion. "If I'm playing the part of a special-grade cursed spirit," he mused aloud, "shouldn't I embrace being the villain a bit more? I do have a fondness for a little role-play." Just as Sui was murmuring to himself, faint footsteps sounded in the gloomy wasteland. Following the sound, Sui saw a figure approach, expressionless. Before Sui could speak, the stranger called out, "Are you the special-grade cursed spirit born in this burial mound?" On reflex, Sui responded, "Nope, just passing through. As for the cursed spirit you mentioned, I accidentally killed it in the process." He brushed his hand nonchalantly as he spoke to the figure. A flash of vigilance glinted in the stranger's eyes. "You expect me to believe a special-grade cursed spirit with intelligence? According to what I've heard, The spirits born from this burial ground are masters of deceit, luring woodsmen up the mountain with lies, only to devour them. With those words, the figure drew a samurai sword. Cursed energy burned along the blade of the katana. In the next instant, a torrent of that sinister power burst from the figure's body, surging skyward without restraint. The black clouds looming above were torn apart by the howling wind conjured by this surge, scattering in all directions. And in that brief, clear opening in the sky, the true face of the mysterious figure was revealed, the warrior of pure love, Yuta Okatsu. The moment Sue laid eyes on him, realization struck. Could it be that he had just encountered the protagonist from the prequel of Jujutsu Kaisen? If memory served, Yuta Okatsu was supposed to be overseas right now, which meant that the story was starting abroad. Sue was still turning this over in his mind when, without warning, Yuta Okatsu appeared right before him. The katana showed no mercy, sweeping down like it was cleaving through the very air, aimed straight for Sue's head. The blade passed cleanly through Sue's body, slicing him in half, as if it were the easiest thing in the world. Yet the sound of the slash didn't come from what was right in front of Yuta, but from behind him. It was Sue's own sound effect, delivered in a knowingly playful tone. Yuta's expression shifted in an instant. Without a split second's hesitation, he spun the sword around, slashing fiercely at the space behind him. TSK, calm down, won't you? At least tell me, how was my sound effects performance just now? Sue pinched the katana between his fingers, meeting Yuta's gaze with a broad, unsettling grin. Under the spill of moonlight, that smile looked even more unnerving. Before Yuta could attack again, Sue waved the moment aside and said, Yuta Okatsu, I have no desire to fight you. I have great respect for a pure-hearted warrior like yourself. You know my name? Yuta eyed Sue warily, every sense on edge. There was something inexplicably off about this person. He himself was a special-grade jujitsu sorcerer, but he had never encountered a special-grade cursed spirit this powerful. He couldn't even be sure he'd be able to exorcise it. He'd made a promise to Rika. After all, he'd never risk his life recklessly. If he broke that vow, Rika would be heartbroken. Thinking of this, Yuta slowly lowered his blade and fixed his gaze on Sue. All right then, what is it you want? Sue tilted his head. If you must know, I suppose I only have one objective, to destroy the world. As Sue finished speaking, Yuta could feel the air grow noticeably colder all around him. An icy chill began to coil and linger nearby. Just as Yuta steadied himself to strike Sue down, Sue suddenly changed tone. Ahem, no need to look so serious. I was only joking. Are you kidding? I don't think you're joking at all. Yuta Okatsu murmured, his cursed energy surging uncontrollably and pouring into the samurai blade, clenched in his hand. He had truly been shaken by what Sue had just said. This man standing before him was so overwhelmingly powerful. If he ever decided to turn against the world, then perhaps bodies would litter the earth, and the world itself would be plunged into chaos. Just as this thought crossed Yuta's mind, he saw that in Sue Yi's hand, a pitch-black sphere suddenly took shape. In the blink of an eye, Sue hurled it straight towards Yuta. Yuta's pupils constricted. He watched, spellbound, as the inky sphere grew rapidly in his vision. He was just about to unleash his full power when, in an instant, the sphere grazed his hair and shot past, smashing down behind him. In that moment, as the little black orb brushed past his hair, Yuta heard a deafening explosion erupt just behind his back. The blast was so intense, the noise so overwhelming, that Yuta instinctively swallowed hard, knowing deep down he never had a chance of dodging that attack. If this man truly had hostile intentions, he would be nothing but a deadly enemy. In truth, Yuta's chances of survival would be slim to none. He had no real understanding of Sue Yi's abilities. Had he known the truth, despair might have overtaken his heart. To die, only to be revived and become even stronger. It's a story few would ever believe. Sorry about that. Hope I didn't scare you. There were some cursed spirits behind you, so I took care of them for you. Sue spoke with easy nonchalance. But at that moment, Yuta's expression shifted once again. From the traces of cursed energy lingering in the air, he could clearly gauge the level of the spirits that had just been wiped out. Special grade cursed spirits. That's right. From what Yuta could sense, every last one of those spirits Sue had just annihilated had been special grade. But only the weakest of spirits would huddle together for safety. Those as strong as special grade spirits should never coexist so peacefully. Even wild beasts won't share the same mountain. As Yuta's mind whirled with these thoughts, more grotesque spirits began to emerge around them. One bristled with eyes and had 6 arms sprouting from its back, flailing like some monstrous spider. Another took human shape, but every finger had twisted into a gleaming blade, aggression radiating from its strange form. And then, towering above the rest, a giant spirit stood over 10 meters tall, like a living hillside, towering even higher than Whitebeard himself. Each and every one of these special grade spirits was enough to silence the cries of any child. A shiver raced through Yuta, a flicker of discomfort showing on his face. As one of the 4 known special grade jujitsu sorcerers today, Yuta Okatsu was confident in his own strength. Yet faced with the encirclement of countless special grade cursed spirits, even he felt an indescribable sense of oppression. Damn it, isn't this just like the night parade of 100 demons? Dozens of special grade cursed spirits. Are they kidding me? Yuta gripped his katana tightly, a grave expression settling on his face. Just at that moment, Yuta's pupils suddenly contracted. He swore that what he saw before him was the most absurd sight he had ever witnessed. The special grade cursed spirits, as if possessing intelligence, slowly knelt around them. But they were not kneeling to Yuta Okatsu. They were kneeling to Su-i. It was as if thousands of devotees were bowing before a revered one, all submitting to Su-yi's presence. Su-i glanced over the cursed spirits in front of him, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Did you all appear because of the aura I just released? Are you here to pledge your allegiance to me? Su-i addressed the gathering of special grade cursed spirits before him. However, these spirits seemed to lack true intelligence. Other than their act of submission, they gave no response to Su-yi's words. So what use could these special grade cursed spirits be to Su-i? With no prospect of bringing them under his command, there was even less reason to let them linger here, wreaking havoc. Su-i slowly raised his arm, and in his hand reappeared the same black sphere as before. Yuta's brows arched in suspicion, his gaze full of wariness as he watched Su-i. At the very moment Yuta thought Su-i might attack him, Su-i instead hurled the sphere toward the mass of special grade cursed spirits. The instant the black orb hit the ground, it swelled with a wild force. Every cursed spirit it touched was completely crushed and obliterated by the energy radiating from within the sphere. And as the special grade cursed spirits before him were killed by Su-i, more of these spirits appeared from the shadows around them. As if awakened by some call, they approached Su-i in turn, knelt before him, and repeated the cycle. At this sight, Su-i spoke. It seems that because of this mass grave, all manner of special grade cursed spirits have been spawned here. With that, Su-i looked to Yuta Okatsu beside him and said, Yuta Okatsu, don't you want to try your hand at fighting them? Yuta replied, try my hand? Aren't you a special grade cursed spirit yourself? So in your eyes, there can't be any good cursed spirits among special grades? Su-yi's words left Yuta momentarily stunned. Cursed spirits are born from humanity's negative emotions. How could there possibly be a good one? The world is vast and full of wonders. Who's to say I'm not the exception? You really are quite self-absorbed, but right now it's true. We do need to cut down these special grade cursed spirits. If we don't, and they get into the city, there's bound to be a whole lot more bloodshed. As Yuta Okatsu spoke, his figure blurred, and all his cursed energy surged into the katana in his hand. In a flash, 3 special grade curses fell to his blade, destroyed as swiftly as they appeared. In that moment, the warrior of pure love, Yuta Okatsu, unleashed his full power. The burial mound sprawled deep within the mountains, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. Countless curses had been born there, their numbers already beyond reckoning. Even special grade curses exceeded 100 in total. All of them had awakened from their long slumber, stirred by the aura that Su-i had cast out just moments ago. Though Su-i could not fathom why these beings knelt before him, he made no effort to hide his disregard. He had no need for the submission of the weak. Even special grade curses, without wisdom or will, were unworthy in his eyes. In a short span, Yuta watched as Su-i drew black spheres in his hands, hurling them into the densest swells of gathering curses around them. Under this fearsome bombardment, the entire burial mound seemed to be torn apart, its landscape flipped and ravaged without mercy. Hey, the dead must return to the underworld in the end. Even if you feel resentment, such as the law of the cycle, life and death, rise and fall, Su-i murmured, then glanced at the now empty mountain hollow before him and lazily stretched out his arms. To meet you here, Yuta Okatsu, it's surely fate. But I'm heading to Neon next. Want to join me? He asked. Yuta slowly sheathed his katana, still gazing intently at Su-i, unable to see through him at all. There's an old saying, you only truly know someone after crossing blades. Looking at Su-i, Yuta replied, if you're heading to Neon, then I might as well tag along. Su-i strode ahead without looking back, flashing an OK behind his back in a casual gesture. His gaze seemed to pierce through the layers of mountain ridges, fixing on the direction of Neon. "Wait for me, everyone. When you see me, I hope you won't be too surprised," Suyi said, the corners of his lips curving into a faint smile. He was intent on savoring this new world, but even so, he hadn't forgotten about the lively activity in the chat group. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Suyi and Yuta Okatsu boarded a train bound for Neon, setting off on their new journey. Meanwhile, Retsu Unohana, Megumi Fushiguro, and Yuji Itadori, under Satoru Gojo's lead, arrived at Haryuku. With both hands in his pockets, Megumi Fushiguro glanced at Gojo and asked, "Why are we meeting in Haryuku?" Gojo smiled, "Because the person we need to meet this time asked to gather here." "Ah, it looks like she's here." As Satoru Gojo spoke, he waved forward, signaling to someone ahead. A woman with tawny brown hair began making her way toward them. As she walked, she muttered under her breath, grumbling, "Annoying guy. Is he saying I'm not pretty enough? I'm no less attractive than that other woman. So why am I not good enough? If only I could become a celebrity, maybe she'd notice me." No sooner had she finished speaking than Nobara Kujisaki had reached Satoru Gojo and the others. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Nobara Kujisaki. She's a first-year student as well," Gojo announced. "My name is Yuji Itadori, from Sendai." Yuji introduced himself cheerily. "I'm Megumi Fushiguro," the next boy said, sparing only the essentials. "Lieutenant Retsu Unohana," the woman added, her tone calm and composed. As she listened to their introductions, Nobara couldn't help but feel exasperated, though she couldn't quite say why. Seriously, why does each introduction get shorter than the last? Never mind those two guys. The big sisterly woman just said her name, and nothing more. Was it really okay? But, to be honest, something about this woman gave off an aura of gentle warmth. A real big sister type, Nobara thought, her cheeks flushing ever so slightly as a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Lost in reverie, Nobara was jolted back when Gojo clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. "All right, since everyone's here, shall we move to our next destination?" he announced. "Our next destination? Don't tell me we're heading to Ginza. If we are, do you think we could get sushi in Ginza? I've heard there's a place there that's absolutely amazing," Nobara asked, her hopes high as she looked at Gojo. But Gojo pronounced each word clearly and unmistakably. "We are going to Roppongi. Roppongi. Roppongi." Yuji's eyes lit up as soon as he heard Gojo's answer. Eagerly, he urged Gojo to get them going. Before long, they arrived at the so-called Roppongi from Gojo's lips. It was an abandoned office building with charred black walls, exuding an ominous aura, as if it had been ravaged by fire. All it needed was a sign saying, "Haunted. Enter at your own risk." With a soft smile on her face, Retsu Unohana observed the building and said, "There's something deeply unpleasant here. It feels like there's a curse lingering." "Seriously? You tricked us. This isn't Roppongi at all. How mean." Nobara grumbled, voice full of indignation. "To toy with a maiden's heart is a truly heinous crime," she added theatrically. Gojo, unfazed by her protest, spoke almost to himself. "Well, I want to see what you're all capable of. Think of this as a real-world test." Gojo Satoru spoke again. "Nobara, Yuji, Retsu, Umaki, you three go clear out the curses inside the building. Oh, and if it's not absolutely necessary, Retsu, try not to intervene." Nobara Kujisaki couldn't help but ask, "Huh? Why is that? Is it because this big sister's technique is super destructive? Or maybe it's hard to control?" Gojo smiled. "That's not it. Although Retsu Uzumaki is just a first year, she actually has the strength of a special grade sorcerer." "A special grade sorcerer?" Nobara gasped, then stared at Retsu with utter disbelief. She could hardly believe it. This gentle-looking woman before her actually possessed the power of a special grade sorcerer. As far as Nobara knew, there were only 4 special grade sorcerers in total, and if you counted Retsu Uzumaki, that made 5. For a brief moment, Nobara's eyes practically sparkled with stars. She gazed at Retsu Uzumaki with open admiration, only to see that Retsu was already heading toward the abandoned office building. At this moment, Retsu herself was enjoying the strangeness of this world. Every world had its own unique perspective, and experiencing each one made Retsu feel as though her very soul was being elevated. She sensed herself growing just a bit stronger. It was more than just some normal event. If she could make use of this opportunity, perhaps she could become even stronger. Even without any reward, she was certain she'd come out of this improved by the end. And Retsu Uzumaki wasn't the only one thinking this way. Other members in the group felt the same. Just like that, Retsu walked into the office building. Meanwhile, Fushiguro Megumi and Gojo Satoru sat casually on a bench by the street. Fushiguro turned to Gojo and said, "Sensei, maybe I should follow along. Even if Retsu has special grade strength, she doesn't know anything about curses. I'm worried something might go wrong. Don't push yourself. You've just recovered, and besides, don't underestimate Retsu Uzumaki. She's got an extraordinary power inside her." Just then, Gojo's phone suddenly rang, cutting the conversation short. He glanced at the screen. It was Yuta Okatsu calling. "Well, that's rare. Yuta actually calling me." Gojo smiled, answered the call, and said, "Yo Yuta, isn't this a surprise? Aren't you still overseas on your mission?" Suddenly, Gojo's expression changed. "You're saying there's a mass grave out there spanning miles, dozens of special grade curses, and hundreds of first-grade ones?" Fushiguro, listening next to him, couldn't help but tense up at Gojo's words. He even began to imagine, if he were in the same situation, not to mention dozens of special grade curse spirits, even facing a single special grade would be far beyond his capability right now. At that moment, a voice came from the phone again. "I'm on my way back to Japan, and I'll be bringing someone with me." "I got it. I'll definitely throw a party to celebrate your return." After ending the call, a flicker of surprise flashed in Satoru Gojo's eyes. But in the next instant, Gojo's expression shifted right back to his trademark grin. "Looks like Yuta is bringing back a real monster this time." Yuta Okatsu hung up the phone. He hadn't relayed much information about Sui, but he trusted that, thanks to the unspoken understanding between himself and Gojo, Gojo would make all the necessary preparations. With that thought, Yuta glanced over at Sui sitting beside him. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Yuta's pupils shrank sharply. Abruptly, as if he'd spotted something out of the ordinary, Yuta's eyes widened in alarm. "You're not the person from before. Who are you really?" Yuta's exclamation instantly drew the attention of everyone on the train. All those who overheard his words instinctively turned to look at Sui next to him. To Yuta's eyes, the Sui in front of him seemed like an entirely different person. Yet a sliver of uncertainty lingered in his mind. With the faintest smirk, Sui met Yuta's gaze. "I didn't expect you to notice so soon, but it doesn't really matter. I'll be on my way now. We can play again some other time." As Sui finished speaking, he waved cheerfully to Yuta, and his figure slowly faded away like a receding mirage. What remained was merely Sui's afterimage. In truth, his real body had vanished the moment Yuta picked up the phone. "What just happened with that guy? Did he really disappear right before our eyes?" Someone mused, bewildered. "Was I seeing things? Or was that some sort of street magic?" Another train passenger wondered aloud. "Seriously, where did that person go just now?" Surrounded by murmurs, Yuta froze in place, his body going tense. Almost on instinct, he addressed the gathering crowd. "Did you all actually see that person?" "Of course. But why did he suddenly vanish like that?" one replied. "Big brother, were you two performing a magic trick?" a child chimed in, curiosity bubbling in their voice. "I really want to know where that person disappeared to," another said, their tone drifting with fascination. A wave of self-reproach washed over Yuta. He realized, painfully, just how slow his reaction had been. He should have noticed much sooner. Sui was different. After all, as a cursed spirit, there was no way ordinary people could see him. Even if the curse energy of a special grade spirit was overwhelming, to a regular human with no spiritual awareness, he should have been utterly invisible. Yet from Sui, he could distinctly sense the presence of a special grade cursed spirit. This confirmed that his instincts hadn't been wrong. "What on earth is that guy?" Yuta Okatsu muttered under his breath, but without a moment's hesitation, he leapt straight out from a speeding train. He was determined to search for Sui's trail. He was certain Sui couldn't have gotten far. Still, a deep sense of indignation lingered in his heart. He'd just been played by that guy. The sting of it made Yuta Okatsu's chest tighten in frustration. By now, Sui had already reached Japan. With his incredible speed, there was no reason for him to travel sluggishly by train. That would have been completely out of character for him. In other words, Yuta Okatsu stood no chance of actually finding him. If Yuta knew this, he'd probably sigh at how hopeless his situation was. At this moment, Sui was strolling down a city street. He seemed to vanish into the crowd, as though he belonged there completely. Then, his senses suddenly picked up a sickening aura seeping from a nearby alleyway. Could it be that joining the ranks of cursed spirits has made me sensitive to human malice? Sui musid alut. Just as he was about to block out this sensation, he caught sight of a figure in the alley, someone who seemed oddly familiar. Junpei Yoshino, the one who hides his right eye behind long bangs. Junpei's features were unmistakable, so much so that Sui found it impossible not to notice him. Sui watched the passersby on the street. They seemed to sense what was happening in the alley. Yet, Guided by the principle that less trouble is better, they all walked past without intervening. Not a single person so much as took out their phone to alert someone who could help. TSK. So cold. Su tooted softly, a wry smile playing on his lips. Not that I have any intention of lending a hand myself. But then he stretched lazily and, with a sudden shift in tone, remarked, still, I can't just stand by and watch people get bullied. As Sui spoke, he strolled into the alleyway. The sound of his footsteps echoed off the walls, drawing everyone's attention. Hey, this has nothing to do with you. If you don't want a beating, you'd better get lost. The ones blocking Junpei saw Sui approaching and tried to threaten him away. Hearing this, Junpei Yoshino called out as well. You should just leave. This is none of your business. He looked at Sui, not wanting to entangle an innocent bystander in his own troubles. He couldn't bear to see someone else get hurt because of him. Yet, even as those words left his lips, deep down there was a longing, almost a silent plea, to be saved by a ray of hope. Sui spoke calmly. I know this has nothing to do with me, so I'm not here to save you. Then what are you doing here, kid? Get lost now. The man barked at Sui. Upon hearing Sui's words, Junpei Yoshino felt his heart sink completely into an abyss. As expected, I'm not someone who deserves to be saved. Just as this thought surfaced in Junpei Yoshino's mind, he heard Sui speak again, his tone full of disdain. I'm only here because I simply find you all annoying. It was a blatantly open provocation. The four people in front of Junpei Yoshino all stared at Sui in surprise after hearing his words. In the next moment, rage flared brightly in their eyes. Junpei Yoshino also looked at Sui with curiosity, finding this person truly peculiar. He said he wouldn't save me, yet stood against them out of sheer dislike. Suddenly, Junpei Yoshino began to sense Sui's true intention. Was he protecting my dignity? Did he refuse to treat me as a helpless victim, and instead directed his animosity squarely at those people? Junpei Yoshino couldn't be sure of his own thoughts. Just as astonishment gripped him, the four bullies had already surrounded Sui. You really think you're a match for all of us by yourself? If you get on your knees and apologize right now, we might let your earlier rudeness slide. Why so quiet all of a sudden? Don't tell me you're too scared to speak. With your cowardice, you dare talk about justice? You dare look down on us? Maybe you're tired of living. Sui regarded them impassively, his gaze steady. He spoke with cool detachment. To deal with people like you, I hardly need to lift a finger. Because good deeds are rewarded, and evil never goes unpunished. For example, as you throw a punch, you might just trip over your own feet and get killed by a flower pot falling from above. Or perhaps as you take your very first step, you accidentally twist your ankle and crash right into the wall. Or while you're eagerly running your mouth, a bird overhead drops something unsavory straight onto you and you choke on it. This world is never short of unexpected accidents. As Sui finished speaking, the four exchanged glances, their faces twisted in scornful amusement. You really are an idiot. All that stuff about retribution and freak accidents. You're just begging for a beating, aren't you? Come on, guys. Let's teach him what misery means. I'm going to beat the daylights out of you. One of the group, eyes locked on Sui's face, didn't hesitate. He lunged forward with a punch. But in that very instant, the look on his face suddenly changed. However, at that very moment, the expression on the man's face suddenly changed. He felt as if his body had lost all balance. He toppled backward. His body crashed to the ground, and the jolt of pain made him gasp, a sharp intake of breath betraying his shock. But before he could process what was happening, something unexpected occurred. Suddenly, a flower pot appeared in the sky, plummeting straight down. It struck the man square on the head. The ceramic pot shattered instantly upon impact, scattering fragments across the ground. Only a handful of loose soil and a single chrysanthemum remained, now perched awkwardly on the man's forehead. Everyone was stunned into silence. Suddenly, they recalled what Sui had said earlier, and it felt as if they'd all been plunged into an ancient, icy cavern. An unforgiving chill crept through every fiber of their being. A singular, terrifying thought surfaced in each of their minds. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and fled. Yet the first man to try and escape twisted his ankle on the very first step. He stumbled, crashing headfirst into the nearby wall. His eyes rolled back. In an instant he lay unconscious, motionless, as if life itself had been snuffed out. This eerie spectacle rattled the remaining two to their core. Help! One of them managed to utter, but before he could finish, a filthy wad of bird droppings fell from above, landing directly in his open mouth. No matter how hard he coughed and retched, it stuck fast in his throat, driving him to utter despair. Deprived of oxygen, his eyes rolled back, and his life was snuffed out on the spot. The last man standing was consumed by an overwhelming sense of hopelessness, as if despair itself was closing in from all sides. He stared in disbelief at the nightmare unfolding before him. Pure terror took root in his heart. In the end, he was literally scared to death. Throughout the ordeal, he hadn't even lifted a finger, his arms still and unmoved. Junpei Yoshino stood frozen, staring at the scene in front of him. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, he felt a subtle sense of satisfaction rise within him. Those men really had died of unexpected mishaps right before his eyes. With this realization, Junpei looked over at Sui. At that moment, Sui was gazing down at Junpei from above, his eyes utterly calm, devoid of emotion, almost inhuman. At this moment, to Junpei Yoshino, Sui appeared almost divine. Junpei slowly climbed to his feet, turned to Sui, and asked, "Tell me, do you really believe the world offers good for good and evil for evil? Retribution? Justice? No, those are just stories told to console the weak. The world will always belong to the strong. The law of the jungle prevails. This talk of good and evil, of karmic reward and punishment, is nothing but self-comfort for the powerless, a way to make you accept your fate." The cold words fell on Junpei Yoshino's ears, and his pupils constricted sharply. In that instant, he understood what Sui truly meant. Almost without thinking, he asked, "So what you're saying is, were these people killed by you?" "Nope, they were killed by accidents. After all, in this world, accidents happen all the time." With that, Sui stopped explaining and turned to leave. Right now, he was standing among the ranks of special-grade cursed spirits. Since he was playing the villain, Sui began to wonder whether he should do something a true antagonist would do. But all that could wait until he found the other two people. Once he was certain of their identities, then he would put them through their trials. When the trials ended, so would this little game. After all, as a member of the chat group, Sui genuinely wanted his own people to become stronger. So, using his position to apply just the right amount of pressure could be the perfect way to make them grow. Just as Sui's thoughts reached this point, Junpei Yoshino ran after him. "If I said I wanted to learn about these accidents too, would you teach me? Oh well then, tell me, do you dare to fight back against those who used to bully you? When that day comes, I'll be happy to teach you." A faint smile curled at the corner of Sui's lips. At Sui's words, Junpei Yoshino clenched his fists tightly. "I promise, I won't let you down." Right as Junpei's vow faded into the air, a voice rang out from not far away. "Junpei, what are you doing here? How rare is this your friend?" Following the direction of the voice, they saw a striking, elegant woman approach them. "Mom, why are you here?" "Don Quixote was having a sale today, so I changed my route to stop by." After explaining herself, Junpei's mother looked at Sui, and just as Junpei wondered how to introduce him, Sui beamed at her and said, "Wow, so this is Junpei's mother? You must be joking. I thought you were his older sister. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sui. I'm from Longhua, and I just became friends with Junpei today." Sui's words made Junpei's mother's eyes sparkle instantly. "Oh, Junpei, your friend has such a sweet tongue. So, do you want to come over for dinner?" "Of course. And if it's not too much trouble, could I stay a few nights? I'm happy to pay for lodging." "Oh, lodging is no problem at all. And you're Junpei's friend. I wouldn't dream of asking for money. Come on, let's go home and cook up a real feast." Ha ha ha. Junpei Yoshino's mother immediately strode ahead, looking as if she couldn't be happier. Junpei, however, leaned towards Sui and asked hesitantly, You just said we're friends, right? Does that mean you're willing to teach me?" Before Junpei could finish, Sui cut him off. "No, I'm not. The deal's the same as before. If you're willing to fight against your fate, then I'll consider whether to teach you or not. As for what I did just now, that was simply because I needed a place to stay, nothing more." With those words, Sui followed behind Junpei's mother and walked ahead. Junpei was left standing there, watching the scene unfold before him. For some reason, he could instantly tell Sui wasn't being honest. Not only did Sui show the utmost respect for him, but he also did his best to put Junpei's mother at ease. When Sui declared himself Junpei's friend, Junpei noticed a smile on his mother's face, a smile he hadn't seen in so long. If anyone in this world embodied true kindness, Junpei thought, aside from his mother, it would have to be Sui. And somehow, Junpei felt himself filled with strength. Yet what he didn't know was that the moment Sui appeared, the tragic fate awaiting him had already been altered, completely and irrevocably. Meanwhile, inside the ruined office building, Nobara Kujisaki found herself at a crossroads unlike any she had ever faced. She stood alone in a decrepit room, the only sorcerer present. Before her loomed a grotesque cursed spirit. It resembled an enormous toad, with bulging eyes located on either side of its body. Its fingers ended in thick, pitch-black claws, and its skin was a sallow, sickly yellow. Tufts of brown hair wrapped around its body, leaving only its unnerving head exposed, a head punctured with 3 gaping holes. The sight filled Nobara with disgust. Gripped tightly in the cursed spirit's hand was the head of a small child. Its jet-black, razor-sharp claws pressed menacingly against the boy's throat. At the slightest pressure, blood began to trickle down the boy's neck. Feeling the warm blood running across his skin, tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of the child's eyes. His stifled sobs echoed through the dilapidated room. Nobara stared in disbelief at the dreadful scene before her. She never could have imagined that a cursed spirit barely stronger than a third-grade curse object could possess such cunning. Damn it, this curse shouldn't even be a threat. But no matter what she told herself, Nobara knew she couldn't bring herself to abandon the boy. If she could, she wouldn't be herself anymore. Her brows knit tightly together. A war raged within her heart, her own compassion locked in fierce struggle with reason. In the end, she was finally defeated by the curse. Without any further hesitation, Nobara Kujisaki stared at the cursed spirit before her, then tossed her hammer and nails to the ground. Slowly, she raised her hands in surrender, her expression heavy with regret. If only she had been a bit more careful back then, even just a little more, she would never have ended up in this predicament. If it's possible, I wish I could see Saori one last time. Nobara murmured, her face growing even more somber. Given the situation now, she feared that before anyone else discovered her, the cursed spirit right in front of her would end her life. Still, her death would not be meaningless. At the very least, it might buy a precious moment for the boy nearby. With that in mind, Nobara slowly closed her eyes. This won't do, Nobara. Suddenly, in the quiet room, Retsu Unohana's form materialized out of thin air. Her Zanpakuto was out in a flash. Sword energy ripped through the air, slashing straight into the cursed spirit. The spirit never even saw it coming. Just as it was reveling in triumph, its body was instantly cleaved in two. A piercing scream tore from the little boy's throat as the cursed spirit died in utter shock. It never even knew how it died. Almost at the same instant, the entire decrepit office building was split cleanly in half, and outside, even the ground was left with a deep rift where the sword energy had struck. The gash raced right past Megumi Fushigiro's side. His body went rigid with fear, and a cold sweat broke out as he sat frozen on the bench. The run-down, aging office building, already on its last legs, crumbled swiftly under that decisive slash, collapsing toward the graveyard beside it. Nobara's eyes widened with alarm, but since they were standing in the part of the building that survived, they were unharmed. The little boy, though, was caught on the collapsing side, toppling backward along with the rubble. Nobara's pupils shrank, and she cried out anxiously to Retsu Unohana, "That child." Unohana glanced over and replied, "Don't worry. He'll be safe." As her words fell, Unohana hurled her Zanpakuto. At that very moment, she called out, "Shurkai, Minazuki." In a blink, her Zanpakuto transformed into a massive, flat-bodied, single-eyed flying creature. With a mighty roar, it surged forward. Minazuki opened its mouth wide and swallowed the boy whole in one gulp. As the building collapsed, this astonishing scene was witnessed by both Megumi Fushiguro and Satoru Gojo. "I never expected Retsu Unohana's technique to look like that," Satoru murmured to himself. Before Megumi could even react, Yuji Itadori leapt out from the ruins, a look of panic stamped on his face. "Oh my god, what on earth just happened? Why did the building suddenly collapse?" Gojo Satoru was smiling as he pointed off to the side. Everyone turned to see Retsu Unohana, together with Nobara Kujisaki, standing atop Meat Slime's massive body as it soared their way. Meat Slime slowly descended and landed gently before Gojo Satoru. Unohana and Kujisaki stepped down from Meat Slime's back. Then, Meat Slime opened its mouth wide and carefully spat out the little boy. At that moment, the boy's wounds had been completely healed. No trace remained of the injury that had just been on his neck. Meat Slime transformed once again, turning back into a Zanpakuto, which Unohana reclaimed with practiced ease. Everything unfolded as smoothly as flowing water. Everyone who witnessed the scene was utterly stunned. None more so than Nobara Kujisaki. She had always thought Unohana was the gentle big sister type, but she hadn't expected that, in combat, Unohana could be so devastatingly fierce. She'd sliced right through the building without a second thought. Nobara could never have imagined such a thing. Was this what it meant to be a special grade jujitsu sorcerer? Gojo Suru didn't give anyone more time to process what had happened. He clapped his hands briskly, drawing everyone's attention. All right, let's get this little boy home first. Leave the rest to me. I'll call someone to handle the damage to the building. Kyoto Jujutsu High. Within a quiet, old-fashioned room, Isdeth sat there, savoring the fragrant tea set before her. She paid no mind to the discomfort written on the old man's face. Isdeth, please calm down. Old man, this wasn't part of our agreement. I need to fight, not sit around bored in this place. As Isdeth spoke, a biting chill filled the air around her. A frigid wave instantly crystallized into frost and swept across the room. Everything behind where Isdeth sat froze solid, ice claiming half the chamber. The message was clear. Isdeth was thoroughly displeased. Jashin Rakwanji, principal of Kyoto Jujutsu High, twitched at the sight. You just defeated all 5, to do Aoi Zinenmai, Miwa Kasumi, Mekamaru, and Kumo Noritoshi at once. They were too weak. I didn't even have to try. They were already flat on the floor. Isdeth added, just tell me who the strongest sorcerer is. I want to challenge them. Rakwanji looked at Isdeth, inwardly at a loss for words. He knew all too well how terrifying her fighting power was. But he could not allow her to appear before the public just yet. Lancey Yashin immediately changed the topic and said, did you know? At the Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu High School, there's a first-year student who was recently admitted. But even upon joining, their strength already reached the level of special grade Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer. The situation is very similar to yours. If you're looking for a fight, you can wait until the Kyoto Sister School Exchange event. At that time, all students below 3rd year are allowed to participate. You'll be able to fight to your heart's content then. What do you think? Lancey Yashin turned to Aesthesia, who was standing before him, only to notice that she seemed lost in thought at that moment. The instant Aesthesia heard the name, Unohana Retsu, a flash of excitement sparkled in her eyes. There was no denying it. She had just received a tremendous piece of news. With this, she could now confirm the identities of the other 2 people involved in this event within the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. To be the first to grasp this information, while remaining hidden in the shadows herself, was undoubtedly a great advantage. I understand. I'll stay at the school for now. When the exchange event is about to start, make sure you give me a heads up. With that, Aesthesia strode confidently out of the room. Lancey Yashin watched as Aesthesia departed, the weariness on his face finally fading away. As the conservative leader and principal of Kyoto Prefectural Jiu-Jitsu High School, he placed enormous value on special grade sorcerers. But whether it was Satoru Gojo, Yuta Okatsu, or Uno Anaretsu, all of them were special grades from Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu High. This left Lancey Yashin feeling distinctly humiliated. Fortunately, it was at this very moment that Aesthesia appeared. With overwhelming strength, she had single-handedly defeated everyone at the school. Her power as a special grade sorcerer shone brightly for all to see. This made Lancey Yashin eager to keep Aesthesia as his secret weapon, his ace up his sleeve. As he thought of this, laughter erupted from him, echoing through the room. It was night now. The sky hung heavy and dark, devoid of stars or moon. Not a breath of wind stirred in the air. There was only boundless, oppressive stillness. It felt like that uneasy calm right before a storm. A peculiar sense of pressure weighed on all around. In a room at Junpei Yoshino's house, Sui sat in the gloom, his gaze drifting through the darkness toward the dazzling, busy traffic outside. But his mind was endlessly turning over new thoughts. Cursed spirits are born from the negative emotions of humans. If those negative emotions could be extracted, could they be used as a special catalyst for curses? Could it be possible to mass-produce special-grade curse spirits? Or perhaps create something that surpassed any known special grade? A curse that was truly formidable. If that curse could destroy him, that would be a perfect end. As this thought crossed Su Yi's mind, a gemstone suddenly appeared in his hand, the Mind Stone. Back when he first heard there was an event, he deliberately removed the Mind Gem from his scepter of the soul. He hadn't expected it to be useful, but to Su Yi's surprise, he found himself in a world like this. With that thought, Su Yi's figure vanished from his room in the blink of an eye. The next moment he reappeared, he was already standing on the street. As he activated the Mind Gem, a surge of negative emotions streamed into him. He absorbed those swirling negative feelings, storing them in the gem. The more negativity he collected, the harder it became to hide his presence. That overwhelming aura of a cursed spirit, impossible to conceal, brazenly announcing to the world that Su Yi was one of them. But that, too, was Su Yi's intention. Sure enough, in just a few short moments, several unusual figures appeared on the street. The instant they emerged, Su Yi sensed them immediately. Yet he paid them no mind, instead strolling toward the denser crowds with the Mind Gem in hand. As more and more foul emotions were drawn in and sealed within the gem, he could almost feel the people tailing him growing increasingly agitated, unable to restrain their urges. He stepped into a narrow alleyway. There, he gradually came to a halt. "My friend in the back, why don't you just show yourselves?" he called out. Silence answered him, unmoving, unbroken. He couldn't help but shake his head. "So, you want to play hide and seek? Well, I'll play along," he said lightly. Raising his hand, he snapped his fingers. With a crisp snap, the illusionary fruit's power awakened. Suddenly, phantom doubles arose, filling the length of the alley. Each illusion was indistinguishable from a living person, even their presences unique and varied. A chaotic medley of auras instantly concealed Su Yi's own curse spirit essence. Those lurking in the darkness were left bewildered, unable to pinpoint his true location. Watching from the shadows, they eyed the scene before them in disbelief. What kind of sorcery is this? Is it a domain technique? No, it doesn't feel like a domain, but then, how can this be? Doesn't matter how. It's a summoning. If these phantoms were summoned, let's destroy all of them. No sooner had the words been spoken than one figure stepped forward, right hand pressed to his chest. With his fist clenched, he extended his index and middle fingers, his thumb braced against the side, and thundered, "Born of darkness, descending into deepest night, all filth and corruption, be purged." As his incantation echoed out, an endless torrent of ink-black fluid spilled from the sky above. The ink poured down in a great dome, enveloping the alley in an instant, severing it from the world outside. This is a veil. It's a spell that can conceal everything within a set area. As the narrow alley became shrouded by the veil, those mysterious figures lurking in the shadows suddenly emerged. They rushed swiftly toward the crowd in front of them. Jogo was the one charging at the front. He could sense that incomparably murky, oppressive aura. If he could completely devour it, he believed that he would finally achieve his long-cherished wish: to let curses stand above humanity. The very thought made Jogo's head grow feverish with excitement. Flames burst from the crown of his head. He was a curse born of the earth itself. Because humans have always feared the earth, it absorbed a massive amount of cursed energy, became sentient, and eventually gave birth to him. A living curse. His greatest talent, controlling searing streams of magma. Jogo lowered his head slightly, gathering cursed energy atop his crown, that spot which resembled a volcanic crater. In an instant, magma erupted from that opening, cascading down upon the figures ahead. The molten rock tore through them in a flash, shattering countless shadowy specters. Where it landed, the ground sizzled and began to corrode as the magma ate away at everything in its path. Next, Hanami leaped down from above. Branches shot downward from the rooftop, stabbing straight toward the ground below. Every figure skewered by those branches faded from existence. Hanami, too, had become a curse because humans, dreading the forests, unwittingly fed them with excess cursed energy until intelligence blossomed and the curse took form. One after another, the phantoms evaporated into nothingness. At that moment, a man whose face was covered with thick stitch marks stepped forward. He called himself Mahito, blue hair falling down to his shoulders. Born out of humanity's fear and hatred for their own kind, he was the manifestation of human malice. His abilities reached even to the soul. Right before their eyes, Mahito's arm twisted and changed, morphing into a vicious, blade-like edge, which he then swept outward in a wide arc. The blade sliced through the shadows, splitting phantom after phantom clean in two. In mere moments, every illusion conjured by Su had been utterly wiped out. Yet Su himself was nowhere to be found. All at once, the group froze in place. "Hanami, where did that guy run off to?" Jogo addressed Hanami, who stood beside him. As a special grade curse born from the forest, Hanami's sensory abilities were extraordinary. He let his awareness stretch outward, and at once he felt as though he'd caught the presence of some overwhelmingly terrifying beast. Instinctively, his gaze turned to the sky above. The other special grade curses followed Hanami's eyes and looked up as well. There they saw Su, suspended in midair, gazing down on the curses with scornful disregard, his expression brimming with contempt. Does that guy's aura mean he's a special grade curse too? But if so, how could ordinary humans possibly see him? No matter what kind of creature he is, I can't contain my urge any longer. I must devour him. From him, I sensed the purest form of filth. The most frenzied among them was a sorcerer with striking blue hair and a face lined with scars from the wind. He was newly born, still clueless as to what fear truly meant. So, when he felt the sheer purity of corruption radiating from Su, he couldn't wait another moment before rushing to consume him. Die for me. In an instant, the sorcerer's legs morphed into those of a kangaroo. Muscles bulged with power as he used them to launch himself, leaping wildly between the surrounding buildings. As the speed increased, he finally lunged straight at Sui, closing the distance between them. The look on the sorcerer's face twisted ever more wildly into a savage grin. He stretched out his hand, aiming straight at Sui. Formless transmutation. With a low, guttural murmur, his palm landed on Sui. His technique allowed him, through mere touch, to alter the very shape of the victim's soul, seizing control over life and death itself. As soon as he saw his power take effect, a hideous, delighted smile unwittingly curled across his face. But before he could revel in success, an inexplicable dread struck him. In the next instant, he felt his surroundings shift dramatically, violently. It was as if his soul had been pulled into a dimension of unspeakable terror. Before him loomed an enormous sun, overwhelming in its presence. Yet this was no ordinary sun. Its surface was covered in enigmatic, unfathomable runes, these marks flowing ceaselessly across, etching intricate patterns into the blazing orb. Just as the sorcerer tried to examine this strange sun more closely, it suddenly emitted an unbearable radiance, harsh and unforgiving. Caught in this divine brilliance, he felt utterly insignificant, a mere insect with no escape. Aya! Suddenly, the world snapped back. Harsh reality returned. The sorcerer's scream rang out, a cry of utter collapse. His eyes showed nothing but terror, devoid of any other human emotion. At that moment, Suyi's hand reached out and seized the sorcerer by the throat. With the faintest hint of a smile, Suyi looked him in the eyes and said, "Oh my, I thought by allowing you a glimpse of my soul, you could twist it and kill me right here. Who'd have guessed you can't withstand even a moment of its true radiance?" Suyi's words drove the sorcerer to the brink of madness. He couldn't believe that in this world, someone's soul could reach such an unimaginable level. Forget about altering it. A true attempt to forcefully modify Suyi's soul might very well backfire, causing him to be destroyed by Suyi's own will. Truly useless. With a casual flick of the arm, he flung the human body downward, as if it weighed nothing at all. The body fell in a blur, slamming into the ground below and leaving behind a human-shaped crater. Incredible. So this is the true, might a special grade cursed spirit can achieve? Below, Jogo cried out in astonishment. His lifelong wish was to see cursed spirits rise above humanity. If he could gain the help of this cursed spirit before him, perhaps his dreams would finally come true. With this thought, Jogo's eyes blazed with fanatic fervor. Just then, Suyi's gaze fell upon Jogo and Hanami. Before they could react, Suyi addressed them directly. "What's this? Are the two of you also here to challenge me?" Jogo and Hanami were special-grade cursed spirits possessed of intelligence. They exchanged a look, then dropped to one knee before Suyi without hesitation, their voices resolute. "We are willing to submit to the king." They hadn't witnessed the full power of Sukuna, but they could feel that this man's strength was at the very least equal to Sukuna at his height, if not even greater. Thus, they declared their allegiance on the spot. Even Mahito, who had only just recovered, knelt before Suyi as soon as he regained his senses. Confronted by such a soul, dazzling and divine, he could do nothing but submit. Gazing at the special-grade cursed spirits kneeling before him, Suyi's lips curled into a faint smile. "Very well. For the time being, you can serve as my errand boys." With those words, Suyi turned and left, taking these intelligent special-grade spirits with him. As the curtain that had sealed the area began to dissipate, another figure appeared in the little alleyway. Silver hair, a black blindfold, and an air of effortless arrogance. The newcomer was none other than Gojo Satoru, the special-grade sorcerer hailed as the strongest alive. Gojo studied the traces left on the ground, his expression grave and unreadable. He looked up at the silver moon, still veiled behind clouds. After a long silence, he spoke softly. "It seems that peace is about to become a rare luxury." With that, his figure faded from the alley, vanishing without a sound. As Gojo disappeared, fine rain began to fall from the night sky. The rain continued, gentle and steady, until the break of dawn. With the sunrise came the scent of fresh earth, lingering in the morning air around everyone. "Fushiguro, you brought us out here so early in the morning. What's going on?" Nobara Kujisaki turned to Megumi Fushiguro and spoke. She had been sleeping soundly, enjoying her dreams. But then Fushiguro knocked on her door to inform her there was a mission to attend to. Woken so abruptly, Nobara, well known for her grumpiness upon waking, now bristled with annoyance. Glancing at Retsu Unohana beside her, Nobara asked, "Sister Retsu, Don't you ever suffer from lack of sleep? Lack of sleep? I usually substitute meditation for sleep. If I'm being honest, What have you actually done? Unohana's words immediately caught the interest of both Nobara and Yuji Itadori. All eyes turned to Unohana, waiting for her response. With a faint, knowing smile, Unohana brushed it off. It's nothing. After all, she couldn't just tell this group that she hadn't slept properly in over 1,000 years. If she mentioned something like that, they might even mistake her for a cursed spirit. Fushiguro, sensing the moment, interjected, let's save those stories for later. The support jujitsu sorcerer has arrived for oversight. At this, everyone glanced toward the tall, slender man in black-rimmed glasses standing nearby. We confirmed the presence of a cursed womb about 2 hours ago, the man reported. According to our investigation, 5 students are still inside. If the cursed womb goes through complete transformation, it could give rise to a special grade cursed spirit. Originally, Gojo-sensei was supposed to handle this mission today, but he seems to be tied up, so you all were sent in his place. I've also heard, Unohana, that although you're first year, your abilities already match those of a special grade sorcerer. So, I'll leave this mission in your hands. Having heard this, Fushiguro turned to address the group. That's the situation. We need to get into the school as quickly as possible. If the students are still alive, we rescue them. If not, Unohana, please take care of their remains. Yuji Itadori's face darkened at Fushiguro's words. If that's how it is, then let's get moving. Without another word, Yuji strode straight into the academy. The others exchanged determined glances before hurrying after him. They watched as Fushiguro and his companions made their way toward the school. A staff member placed a hand solemnly on their chest and intoned, "From shadow we arise, into deepest darkness descend. Let all filth and corruption be purged." As the staff member's words faded, a pitch-black curtain descended over the sky, shrouding the area like a veil. Yet none of them noticed the figure high above the school's roof. There, Sui gazed down upon Yuji and the others, observing from above. He had only come to experiment with his abilities, but fortune, it seemed, favored him today. I never expected Retsu Unohana to join the main cast. This is a perfect chance to give her more experience. She should be able to grow even stronger. With his thought, Sui made his way toward the rooftop. By now, Retsu Unohana and the others had already arrived at the school. But they had barely taken a few steps forward when Megumi Fushiguro was the first to notice something amiss. Almost at the same moment, the others stopped in their tracks, startled. Before them, the scenery had completely changed. The school grounds were nowhere to be seen, replaced by an entirely different architectural style. It was as if they'd walked straight into a steampunk world. A massive building rose before them, adorned with all manner of metal fixtures and fittings that puffed out clouds of purple steam from time to time. Long, towering chimneys clung to the walls of the building. Interwoven metal pipes snaked back and forth across the outside, crisscrossing the facade. Nobara Kujisaki broke the silence. What on earth is going on? I thought we came into the school, so why does everything look like this? Yuji Itadori added. If I remember correctly, this should be the school's second floor, right? How did all this appear? And it's nothing like what we saw from the outside. Retsu Unohana could feel the nauseating aura seeping through the air. She immediately turned to Fushiguro and asked, Fushiguro, where exactly is this place? A bead of cold sweat rolled down Megumi Fushiguro's cheek as he furrowed his brow. Surveying the oppressive scene before them, he explained, this is a domain conjured by cursed energy, but I've never seen one on this scale before. Look, over there, shouted Nobara abruptly, her face pale as she pointed not far ahead. There, 5 students dressed in blue uniforms lay sprawled across the ground in unspeakably tragic fashion. Their eyes were wide open, frozen in terror, as if they'd witnessed something beyond comprehension in their final moments. Yuji Itadori's voice cracked with anger. Damn it, that cursed spirit has already. Rage burned in Yuji's heart. He never expected the cursed spirit to leave them no chance at all, placing the grisly outcome right in front of them. All 5 students were dead. The sight sent a jolt through Yuji's nerves, stirring his emotions to the core. He ground his teeth, clenching his fists tightly as he looked at their lifeless bodies. This isn't how they should have died. Yuji. Megumi watched him with concern. He knew Yuji had only just become a sorcerer, had only just stepped into the world of jujitsu. In this world, there is no such thing as a death without regret. Perhaps it would take some time before Yuji truly understood what that meant. As that thought crossed his mind, Retsu Unohana suddenly stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to Yuji Itadori. With a swift whip kick, Fushiguro Megumi was sent flying. Using the momentum from that strike, Unohana Retsu wrapped an arm around Nobara Kujisaki's waist and retreated with her. Before anyone could process what had happened, a curse spirit tinged with a faint blue glow came crashing down from above. With a deafening crash, the ground was instantly shattered by the cursed spirit's impact. The fractured earth spread out like a spiderweb. Standing at the very center of those fractures was the cursed spirit, exuding the unmistakable presence of a special grade. As its terrifying aura flooded the very air of this domain, everyone but Unohana felt utterly suppressed, immobilized as if bound by invisible chains. Megumi's expression froze completely, as if time itself had stopped for him. He stood rooted in place, shock and disbelief swirling inside his mind. There's no mistake. Absolutely none. This thing is a special grade, cursed spirit. I can't even move a muscle. Itadori Yuji sensed it too. Under the crushing intimidation of the special grade, he found he couldn't manage even a single step. If it weren't for Unohana kicking them out of harm's way just moments ago, they probably would have already been killed by that monster. Looking at the cursed spirit before her, Unohana remarked, "So this is a special grade cursed spirit? Why does it seem so feeble?" Her voice drifted to all the others, who felt a jolt in their hearts. Before they could respond, they saw Unohana raise a hand and call out, "Way of Destruction number 90, Black Coffin." She dispensed with the chant. The spell's power was only a third of its original strength as a result. Yet even so, this special grade cursed spirit stood no chance against her might. In an instant, a pitch-black, rectangular coffin trapped it, shadowy blades materializing inside the darkness. Again and again, those blades pierced the cursed spirit's body. Its anguished howls echoed incessantly from within the black coffin. So powerful. This is what it means to be a special grade sorcerer. This is unreal. She didn't even finish the words, and still managed to destroy a special grade cursed spirit. Megumi, Yuji, and Nobara were left in utter shock. But then, a sudden turn of events. Suyi's figure appeared before them all. "Hey, Unohana, long time no see." Unohana looked at Sui with a smile. "It's only been a few days. Could be you've missed me already. I never expected you, of all people, to crack a joke like that. I am honestly surprised." Ignoring Suyi's words, Unohana continued. "So what role are you playing this time?" "Why, of course. I'm here in the form of a cursed spirit." As Sui finished speaking, a cataclysmic pressure erupted from his body. In that instant, even Unohana felt as if she were plunging into an ancient, frozen abyss. Let alone the three companions with Itadori. They could barely withstand the crushing force. Yet beneath this mind-numbing pressure, the smile on Unohana's face only grew more radiant. She understood Suyi's intent. Chat group activities could wait for now. Instead, Sui would put them through their paces so they could grow stronger on their own. Even without the group's rewards, the gains would be far greater. With this thought, Unohana slowly drew her Zanpakuto and declared, "Then I won't hold back." As her words fell, Unohana's figure vanished in a flash. She reappeared behind Sui in the blink of an eye. Her Zanpakuto carved through the air, with sword energy swirling along its edge. She launched a slash directly at Suyi's neck. There wasn't a hint of mercy in her strike. After all, everyone from the chat group knew that Suyi's immortality couldn't be restrained by such measures. If anything, dying only seemed to make him stronger. So Unohana didn't bother to pull her punches. But Sui perceived everything in that moment. With a Mind Stone in hand, he smirked and said, "Shield." At his command, the Mind Stone blazed with radiant light. A surge of silver-white energy instantly formed a shield at Suyi's back. This shield was nothing short of nightmarish, lined with gnashing fangs and gaping maws. Within these mouths, countless eyes flickered and turned restlessly. Among those present, Megumi Fushiguro understood cursed spirits the best. He immediately sensed that the silver-white shield spirit was none other than a bizarrely shaped, special-grade cursed spirit. To Fushiguro, this was mind-blowing. How terrifying would someone have to be to craft a special-grade curse so casually? Unohana herself was visibly stunned for a fleeting second. But by then, her Zanpakuto had already landed against the shield spirit. A crisp, ringing sound reverberated through everyone's ears, clear as a bell. Using the momentum, Unohana leapt backward. "Sui, that thing's a special-grade cursed spirit, isn't it? How did you do that?" she asked, curiosity lacing her voice. Sui summoned the shield spirit back into the Mind Stone, and replied in a voice only Unohana could hear. "Cursed energy is born from the shadows of human emotion. By interweaving emotion and curse power, a spirit is formed. I simply use the Mind Stone to extract those negative feelings. Not only does this lower the chance for wild curses to appear, but lets me master that force within my own heart. experiencing all these power systems from different worlds, blending them into your own. That will open up entirely new insights. Hearing Su Yi's words, Retsu Unohana nodded gently. Su Yi was teaching her, and now, new thoughts were starting to take root within her mind. As Unohana pondered, Yuji Itadori suddenly rushed straight towards Su Yi. The fear radiating from Su Yi washed over Yuji's nerves, provoking and agitating them relentlessly. Driven by this fear, Yuji made his move. Seeing Yuji dash toward him, Su Yi's smile grew even brighter and more radiant. Oh my, I didn't expect you to be so spirited, but I'm afraid this is private instruction time. I'll let that special grade curse play with you all for a while. Just as Su Yi finished speaking, a surge of cursed energy erupted from the soul gem, flooding toward the curse that was locked inside the black coffin. In an instant, a jet-black arm pierced out from the depths of the coffin. Tendrils of dark mist twisted around the arm, and its midnight black claws gleamed, wickedly sharp and shining with a sinister luster. Next, cracks began to spider their way across the surface of the black coffin. With a sharp, splintering sound, the special grade curse's body suddenly appeared right on Yuji's path. Those pitch-black claws sliced through the air, trailing a dark streak, and bright crimson sprayed onto the ground like blooming flowers. Yuji stared in horror at the blood on his own hand, then looked up at the terrifying curse barring his way. Without warning, the curse raised its arm once more, stabbing directly at Yuji. Under the crushing weight of its presence and the threat of death, Yuji's memories flashed before him like a film. He remembered what the principal had once told him, no sorcerer dies without regret, and recalled the dying words of his grandfather. Regret flooded his mind, heavy and unrelenting. Was this to be his end? Yet, he wasn't ready to die. If only he hadn't eaten that finger. Would he have avoided all this danger? As Yuji's thoughts twisted and tangled in his mind, suddenly, a sharp cry rang out beside him. Divine dogs. Two Shikigami, one black, one white, raced toward the special grade curse with blinding speed. With a mighty blow, they disrupted its attack, and the curse's claws veered toward the white divine dog instead. Megumi Fushiguro couldn't afford to worry about anything else. He fixed his gaze on Yuji and shouted, Yuji! Fushiguro's thunderous voice jolted Yuji out of his trance. Yuji's brow furrowed, and all his swirling thoughts condensed into raw, cursed energy, gathering in his other hand. With a roar of determination, he smashed his fist into the curse's abdomen. Watching the scene unfold, Su Yi's lips curled ever so slightly, and he thought to himself, as expected, the passion of a hot-blooded protagonist is infectious. Even I can't help but be moved by it. At this thought, Su Yi looked at Retsu Unohana standing before him and declared, Retsu Unohana, let's fight. The soul gem clutched tightly in Su Yi's hand suddenly flared with a more extravagant surge of power. Around Su Yi, cursed energy gathered, coalescing into 100 special grade curses. In an instant, the power multiplied, and the terrifying spectacle of night parade of 100 demons swept through the space. Yet, Retsu Unohana's expression did not change in the slightest. She was still replaying Su Yi's earlier words in her mind. The revelation of integrating different systems of power into her own abilities. This was the enlightenment surging within her. In that moment, a glint of inspiration flashed across Unohana's eyes. Domain expansion, Bankai, Minazuki's end. Her voice gentle yet resolute, and as the last word faded, blades of blood appeared around her, endlessly stretching and twisting. And in a matter of seconds, these crimson blades enclosed Su Yi and the 100 special grade curses, hemming them in on all sides. With the addition of such a restrictive boundary, her Bankai, Minazuki's and forged a complete domain. Within this domain, Unohana's abilities surged to new heights. Not only did she wield blade attacks, but within her own domain, she found that even without incantation, her destructive arts could flow forth with unrivaled force. Su Yi's gaze sparkled with excitement as he faced Unohana. Exactly. That's it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime moment of insight. Let me help you push your limits even further. Watching his companions grow stronger by the second, Su Yi felt nothing but joy. Without delay, he commanded the 100 special grade curses to rush straight at Unohana before him. The battle was on a knife's edge, ready to explode at any moment. Inside the obsidian black domain, all around were crimson blades, poised and shimmering. Unohana stood at the very center of the domain. Within her space, she experienced an indescribable sense of command and control. Knowing Su Yi could not die nor be destroyed, Unohana felt free to unleash her full power. She stretched out her delicate hand and spoke gently. Destructive art 4. Byakurai. A lance of lightning shot from her fingertip, tearing through the dark and aiming straight for the foremost special grade curse. Within her own domain, Byakurai's force not only didn't drop, it multiplied, erupting with shocking power. Even Unohana herself hadn't anticipated such a rise in potency. As her domain churned in silence, whirling blood blades swept toward the enemy curses. And then Unohana began a relentless chant. Destructive Art 12, Fushibai. Destructive Art 31, Shikaho. Destructive Art 32, Okasen. Destructive Art 88, Hiryu, Gekizoku, Shinten Reiho. Destructive Art 90, Kuro Hitsuji. Destructive Art 91, Senju Koten Taiho. Every destructive art of significant power was unleashed in that split second, each incantation tearing across the battlefield under Unohana's command. Under the fierce assault of Retsu Unohana, the 100 special grade curse spirits stood no chance. They were utterly overwhelmed. As blood-soaked blades and crackling energy swept through them, their howls echoed before their forms faded from existence. In a mere heartbeat, Unohana had already charged right up to Sui. Sui's expression remained unchanged as he pressed the Mind Stone to his chest. Cursed energy surged and condensed. That silvery shield, seen before, once again appeared in Unohana's sight. She focused the full might of her domain on the surface of that shield. For a brief moment, the Mind Stone's resonant energy was amplified to its peak. But soon, Sui sensed that the Mind Stone's power, drawn from emotional energy, was nearly depleted. Seeing this, Sui chuckled. Retsu Unohana, it looks like I'll need to retreat for now. Once I've done a bit more research on how to convert emotions into cursed energy, I'll come back to spar with you again. Seems you're having quite a bit of fun in this world, Sui. Of course I am, Sui replied with a grin from behind his shield. There's a lot to study here. While I get back to my own world, maybe I'll put what I learned to use and launch a proper night parade of 100 demons. In response, Unohana narrowed her eyes. Then I'll play my part as well and do my utmost to eliminate you, special grade curse spirit, Sui. Ha ha ha, is that a challenge? Well then, I'll be looking forward to it. Sui answered with a laugh. As Sui's voice faded, a fierce, orange-red light gathered in his eyes. He lifted his gaze skyward. A blistering heat ray shot effortlessly through the air, piercing straight into the heart of Unohana's domain. Her domain instantly shattered around them. Both figures reappeared before the stunned onlookers. By then, Yuji Itadori had already summoned Raiman Sukuna. Meanwhile, Megumi Fushiguro and Nobara Kujisaki were nowhere to be seen. The hand that had been severed earlier was now fully restored by Sukuna's power. Even with only 2 fingers' worth of strength, the King of Curses from millennia ago was more than a match for the rampaging special-grade spirit standing before him. Yuji Itadori pressed his palms together, his expression turning sharp and focused. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. As his words rang out, countless slashes radiated in every direction. Anything within the domain, living or non-living, cursed or mundane, was sliced to pieces. No sooner had Sui escaped one domain, he found himself drawn into Yuji Itadori's domain instead. Sui could hardly hide his exasperation. Yet to Yuji, under Sukuna's possession, this was just the beginning. At the moment he saw the figures of Retsu Unohana and Sui, an expression of wild delight twisted across his face. Splendid. This is perfect. In that case, let me show you the power of my domain. Sukuna, controlling Yuji Itadori's body, took center stage. Yuji slowly brought his hands together, finally aligning them in a precise gesture. Domain expansion, malevolent kitchen. As his words fell, the shadowy silhouette of a monstrous figure appeared behind Yuji, followed by the sudden manifestation of a divine shrine. Countless slicing attacks erupted in all directions, slashing indiscriminately through the air. The blades tore through the ground, leaving jagged fissures wherever they struck. The first to suffer were the rampaging special grade curses. Even in his berserk state, when faced with Yuji's malevolent kitchen, the curse's survival instincts went into overdrive, pushing him to unleash his full strength. Cursed energy gathered within his gaping, menacing maw, and with a snarl, he unleashed a torrent of power forward in a desperate attempt to resist Sukuna's overwhelming domain. The special grade curse's roar boomed through the battlefield, mingling with the surging blast of energy. It crashed violently into the oncoming wave of slashes. But before the curse even had a chance to react, in the blink of an eye, countless blades sliced straight through his raging current. The attack was shredded to dust, reduced to nothingness. The blades continued their rampage, tearing into the curse's body and, without the slightest resistance, hacking him into 4 distinct pieces. He was left torn apart, utterly powerless, utterly humiliated. From there, the relentless slashes turned towards Su, E, and Retsu Unohana. In my domain, none survive, Sukuna whispered coldly from Yuji's lips, his voice low and icy. Yet, unexpectedly, Su yawned lazily and in the next instant was standing right before Yuji. The blade struck Su, E, leaving behind only a faint mark. They failed to inflict even the tiniest hint of injury. There was simply no way these attacks could affect him. To Su, E, Sukuna's current strength was laughably insufficient. He looked at the contorted expression on Yuji's face without a shred of sympathy. And then Su, E began to sing, his voice rising in a light-hearted tune. Let me send you 1,000 miles away. As his words faded, he slammed his fist into Yuji's abdomen. Yuji's pupils contracted in shock, disbelief flooding his mind as he was launched skyward. The sheer force made Yuji cough up a mouthful of blood. It was enough to leave Sukuna utterly dumbstruck for a year. Before he could even contemplate how his opponent could be so overwhelming, a wave of dizziness surged through Yuji's mind, drowning him completely. In that instant, the black markings that covered Yuji's body vanished without trace. A succession of sounds echoed through the air as Yuji Itadori's body crashed through several walls, finally hitting the ground with a lifeless thud. Su, however, paid it no mind. He knew full well that such injuries were far from fatal for Itadori. Give him a little time to chat with Sukuna, and he'd bounce right back, good as new. Su was actually looking forward to Sukuna's full recovery. He relished the thought of a proper fight between them. Retsu Unohana, I'll be leaving for now, Su called out. Next time we meet, things won't be as easy as they were just now, so you'd better get stronger. As Su's words hung in the air, his figure dissolved from Unohana's sight. He disappeared completely from her field of vision. A few agile leaps later, Su found himself in the heart of the neon-lit city, surrounded by thick crowds. Once again, he began to absorb the negative emotions swirling around him, replenishing the energy within the jewel of his soul. Elsewhere, Junpei Yoshino was cornered by several people in a secluded spot. Then came a gratingly artificial voice, dripping with exaggerated disgust. Ugh, seriously, this guy is just so gross. The way he looks at people is downright pervy. A woman chimed in, her tone sickeningly sweet and affected. Had Su been there, he would have obliterated her with no hesitation. He utterly detested such contrived voices. They were nearly intolerable to him. It only took a few words spoken in that manner to drive Su into fits of anger and revulsion. Yet, as those same syrupy tones reached the ears of the men standing nearby, they seemed to ripple with excitement. In the dim corner of the school, 3 men and a woman stood above Junpei Yoshino. They looked down at him with eyes brimming with scorn. Hey, Yoshino, I get it, is it because it's so hot out that Tsubasa's wearing less, and you just couldn't help yourself but stare? One of the thick-lipped men taunted, his voice thick with mockery. Just as he finished his words, the man punched Yoshino hard in the face. Yoshino crumpled to the ground. A flush of shame raced across his face. Laughter erupted around him, wild and harsh, as a bleakness filled Yoshino's mind. The sunlight fell on him, but it brought no warmth. Those others laughed in the shadows, mocking the heat of summer, their faces hidden from the cameras in a blind spot, out of view. Everything felt severed and discordant. He was undeniably the one being bullied. At that moment, a teacher walked down the hallway. Junpei Yoshino looked at the teacher before him, their gazes meeting in the air, tangled with a sense of urgency. But the teacher, as if dreading trouble, hurried his steps and quickly walked away. Soon, he was out of Junpei's sight. Junpei could already imagine that, even if something happened to him, the teacher would only brush it off with the excuse, I thought they were just playing around. After all, Junpei Yoshino had thoroughly lost all hope in that teacher's willingness to act. In this world, who could he truly rely on? Suddenly, the image of Su surfaced in his mind. But just as quickly, Junpei shook his head. If possible, he didn't want his friend to see him looking so fragile ever again. As these thoughts swirled in Junpei's mind, laughter and mocking voices drifted over from the group standing before him. Look at this guy. He's hilarious, shaking his head alone like an idiot. People like him. If they died, no one would even care. With that, one of them kicked Junpei solidly. The blow sent Junpei's head crashing into the ground. A ringing filled his mind, as if something was screeching inside his skull. His vision instantly blurred. In that haze, Junpei seemed to catch a glimpse of his mother, sobbing. In a flash, Junpei snapped back to his senses. His fists clenched tight, and his mind flashed back to a word Su he had told him just yesterday. Resist. As long as he took that very first step, just that one step to fight back. That alone would mark the beginning of his transformation. There's no one in this world you can truly count on. In the end, the only person you can rely on is yourself. If I want to protect the smiles of the people I love and care for, how can I stay the same? Something has to change. The instant Junpei finished speaking to himself, he pushed himself up from the ground and charged at the group before him. Not far away, a black crow observed it all in silence. This was no ordinary bird, but a manifestation created by Su Yi's phantom fruit ability, a phantom crow. Crows are common all across Neon, blending into the cityscapes effortlessly. Su Yi had placed them throughout the land, allowing his gaze to stretch over Neon, every corner within his watch. Of course, to a top-tier sorcerer, these phantoms were still distinguishable from the real thing. But for ordinary people, they were more than enough. The crow transmitted everything it saw directly into Su Yi's mind. Elsewhere, as Su Yi was gathering emotional energy, he witnessed Junpei's moment of defiance through the eyes of his phantom crow, and the corners of his mouth lifted in a subtle, approving smile. In the end, I suppose he does seem like a man after all. As Su Yi's words faded, his figure gradually began to dissolve into nothingness. At that very moment, the phantom crow underwent its own transformation. Su Yi's true form emerged, taking the place of the illusion. Your soul has undergone a metamorphosis. The power of your emotions has transformed into cursed energy. Congratulations, you now possess the qualifications to become a jujitsu sorcerer. Su Yi's voice seemed to echo directly in Yoshino Junpei's ears. Yoshino Junpei had just been shoved to the ground once again by those people. After all, one pair of fists could hardly fend off 4 adversaries, not to mention that he was physically frail to begin with. Just as those bullies were about to escalate their cruelty, a sudden radiance burst forth from the soul gem, shining down on Yoshino Junpei. Under Su Yi's guidance, Yoshino Junpei's emotions were amplified 1,000-fold in an instant. A jujitsu spirit resembling a jellyfish materialized right next to him. What is this power? Yoshino Junpei stared, stunned, at the ethereal jellyfish by his side. He felt as if he were looking at another version of himself. But to the ordinary bystanders before him, Yoshino Junpei's actions were wholly incomprehensible. All they saw was Junpei acting as if he'd gone insane. Without hesitation, they drew back their legs, ready to kick him even harder. Just as twisted grins stretched across their faces and their boots swung toward Junpei, the blue jellyfish, answering Junpei's will, shot forth to entwine itself around each of them. In that instant, their bodies stopped heeding their commands. What the hell is going on? Why can't I control my own body? This has to be a nightmare. How could this possibly be happening? Junpei watched the terror that overtook their faces, and a surge of vindication welled up inside him. He had no delusions of sainthood. Only those who've endured bullying can ever truly understand the pain. Now, what Junpei Yoshino wanted most was simple: to use his own 2 hands to protect the life that belonged to him alone. With this resolve, Junpei glanced gratefully toward the eaves. But he found that Su Yi's figure had already vanished completely. For Su, he had just learned from Jogo that Satoru Gojo's trail had finally been found. By now, nearly every corner of Japan was watched by Su Yi's phantom crows. If Jogo ever wanted to contact Su Yi, it was all too easy. So the moment Jogo discovered a trace of Satoru Gojo, he immediately relayed the news to Su Yi. Without delay, Su Yi set off toward the scene. Meanwhile, Satoru Gojo stepped out of the car he'd been riding in. He waved casually to the driver, saying, "You can go on back now." The driver hesitated for a moment and instinctively said to Satoru Gojo, "Is this some sort of test? If I really leave, won't you beam me up?" After all, Gojo had often played these kinds of tricks on him before. Thinking of Gojo's personality, the driver could only sigh helplessly. "What kind of person do you take me for?" Gojo retorted, exasperated. Once the driver was sure that Gojo wasn't just messing with him, he hurriedly drove away. Gojo then turned to face the forest by the roadside. "All right, your turn. I know you're there," he announced. The moment Gojo's voice fell, a shadow darted out of the forest. "Though my lord said I'm not your match, I still want to give it a try. If I could kill you, wouldn't that be all the better?" Jogo bared his grotesque, repulsive teeth, grinning. His figure leaped up high and crashed down hard. The ground fractured beneath him like a spider's web. Yet, at this very moment, Jogo's expression changed completely. Gojo's form had slipped right out of his reach. Before Jogo could react, Gojo appeared behind him. "Just who are you?" As soon as Gojo spoke, a look of wariness flashed across Jogo's face. Jogo's leg shot backwards in a swift kick, but all he hit was empty air. Undeterred, Jogo swung his arm up. Suddenly, behind Gojo, a mound appeared, its mouth gaping like a volcanic crater. From its depths, flames blasted forth. The scorching fire instantly charred the earth black. Even the nearby forest was reduced to barren, blackened ground. Dark smoke billowed and danced wildly in the air before him. Gazing at his handiwork, Jogo's grin stretched almost to his ears. Well, well, well. So much for your reputation. Jogo sneered. Oh, is that what you think now? Gojo replied, gazing at the cursed spirit before him. But inwardly he mused. So this is a cursed spirit, yet it's capable of conversation, and it refers to a lord as though part of some organization. Could this be connected to those figures from the alley before? And the level of cursed energy, its unregistered special grade. Tell me, why are you standing there lost in thought? Are you plotting an escape right before my eyes? Jogo's words crackled through the air. In that instant, several insect-like creatures burst from the volcanic mound. They hurtled toward Gojo at incredible speed. Firebugs! The bugs streaked forward, lightning fast, charging straight at Satoru Gojo. In the instant when Satoru Gojo blocked the attack, Jogo triggered the explosive firefly beetles without hesitation. Dust, smoke, and flames mingled together, forming a shroud that masked Gojo's senses. As long as I can take down Satoru Gojo myself, I'll be one step closer to fulfilling my lifelong wish. With that thought in mind, Jogo strode forward. Cursed energy welled up in his palms. With a single decisive strike, a surge of fire came roaring straight for Gojo's head. In one fluid motion, Jogo slid behind Gojo, his eyes fixed on Gojo's spine, and unleashed yet another fiery palm. The ensuing firestorm exploded with devastating force, shattering the highway in an instant. Gojo's figure was completely swallowed up by the wave of destruction. Surveying the chaos before him, Jogo laughed aloud. So that's all there is to it. Honestly, he was just undeservedly lauded by the weak. Humanity today, nothing but imposters, living in delusion. This ugliness of all things is enough to make me sick. True strength and reality. Let your death bear witness to them. But just as Jogo was about to turn and leave, Gojo's voice rang out once more in his ears. You might want to try using your full strength. That level of power can't kill me, you know? Actually, no. Even if you give it your all, you're simply too weak. You still won't be able to kill me. Jogo's pupil constricted sharply. Staring at the sight before him, an indescribable humiliation twisted his expression. Already one-eyed, his gaze was now filled with an unmistakable wariness. Seeing Gojo standing utterly unscathed, Jogo clenched his jaw with frustration. When Gojo called him pathetically weak, Jogo finally snapped. Enraged, Jogo charged recklessly forward. Terrifying, blistering flames burst forth from the sides of his head and across his skull. He roared furiously, "Don't underestimate me, brat. Watch as I crush you completely, before the master arrives in person." Domain expansion, coffin of the Iron Mountain. With Jogo's declaration, endless magma surged forth, sealing Gojo within its scorching grasp. The overwhelming heat shimmered through the air, blurring the surroundings. Inside the coffin of the Iron Mountain domain, Jogo's power surged massively. Now die for me, Satoru Gojo. Rivers of boiling magma, laced with obsidian boulders, thundered down upon Gojo. Every ounce of power within the domain was brought to bear against him. Faced with the onslaught before him, Gojo calmly lowered his blindfold. You should know this, right? The best way to counter a domain is to unleash your own. Gojo's lips curled into a confident smile, his eyes gleaming blue and dazzling like gemstones, unflinchingly gazing at Jogo. Domain expansion, unlimited void. In an instant, the ground beneath Satoru Gojo's feet was engulfed by a brilliant light. Jogo's domain was obliterated in a flash, replaced by something altogether different. As the entire space turned a blinding white, the environment within the domain abruptly shifted. Gojo appeared to be standing upon a void, suspended in nothingness. Not far from him was Jogo, frozen to the spot, unable to react. Infinite void, the sense of being enveloped within boundless limits, where one's instincts were forced to enact the act of living over and over again. It flooded the minds of all beings caught within with ceaseless streams of information, leaving them with the illusion of perceiving everything, yet completely unable to act. All they could do was stand there, dazed, slowly awaiting death. Put simply, it was as if torrents of useless data crashed straight into their brains. Their capacity for self-control was endlessly delayed, their response lag spiking to impossible levels. At this moment, Gojo had already moved behind Jogo. His palm clamped tightly onto the top of Jogo's head. With a bright smile, Gojo addressed him. Now, I'd like you to die, please. The moment Gojo finished speaking, Jogo's head was torn clean off. Jogo's stunned expression remained frozen on his severed head. His head tumbled to the floor. Immediately after, a shadowy figure stepped on it, pinning it down with their foot. Su Yi's voice rang out. "Didn't I tell you? With your strength alone, there was never any chance you could beat him." With those words, Su Yi's gaze shifted to take in Satoru, Gojo, standing before him. "My lord, Jogo's head, crushed beneath Su Yi's foot, struggled to say something in his defense. But Su Yi cut him off without hesitation. "I told you already, just your power alone could never be enough to defeat him." Finishing, Su Yi fixed his eyes on Gojo in front of him. "Go, Intun, Su Yi Karefuli." The aura of a special grade curse, there was no doubt. And this one wasn't even registered anywhere, a special grade with intelligence. It really does look like they're part of some group, Gojo thought to himself. But before he could speak, Su Yi, without a word, kicked Jogo's severed head toward him. "So you truly are cold-blooded, you special grade, cursed spirit," Gojo remarked as he swept Jogo's head away with a single slap, sending it flying. In a flicker, he was directly in front of Su Yi. Even Su Yi was taken aback by the speed. As expected of Satoru, Gojo, the strongest sorcerer, Su Yi muttered, noting how Gojo's fist rapidly filled his vision. With a subtle smirk, Su Yi raised his arms before his chest, moving even faster in response. At the same time, a fiery orange-red glow flashed in his eyes. A beam of energy shot from Su Yi, striking Gojo and erupting in a massive explosion. The wild winds rampaged in all directions, sweeping up the lingering ash and fallen leaves around them. Even the severed head of Jogo was carried farther and farther by the wind, until at last it dropped into a nearby lake with a distant splash. As the dust settled, Su Yi looked at the unscathed, spotless Gojo before him and said, "So, this is the power of the so-called infinity technique. The force of stoppage, isn't it?" Gojo nodded. "I'm surprised you know that much. You're right. Anything that tries to approach me slows down more and more. The closer it gets, the slower it moves. Ultimately, nothing can touch me." Su Yi nodded slightly, a lazy look about him. He sat as if in midair, facing Gojo, and said, "That's truly troublesome. If that's the case, defeating you will be quite the challenge." Even as he spoke, a tremendous aura surged from Su Yi, soaring straight into the heavens. Gojo's eyes narrowed with caution, a glint of vigilance flashing through them. Clearly, he hadn't expected that the person before him, so unassuming just now, could radiate such overwhelming force. Golden patterns began to spread over Su Yi's body, flowing over every inch of him, even tinting his eyes until they gleamed with an amber-like brilliance. Gojo, too, let his cursed energy surge forth, the two facing off in an equal match of power and presence. Under the pressure of their auras, it felt as if the very sky itself had been split in two. In an instant, Gojo moved. With a stomp of his foot, the ground trembled. He darted forward, swift as lightning, his movements near invisible. "Gojo Satoru, let's get serious. If this is all you've got, it just won't get my blood pumping." Su Yi smiled, the golden markings on his body pulsing with light. The instant his magnetic field unfurled, Gojo immediately sensed his own body was locked in place, as if a powerful force had fixed onto him, impossible to shake no matter how he moved. At the same time, golden energy gathered in Su Yi's palm. A ring of golden light exploded outward, unleashing a torrent of energy in Gojo's direction, tearing up the earth beneath their feet. Feeling the crushing force of that energy, Gojo leaped, attempting to evade the attack by escaping into the air. But just as he soared upward, several dark orbs manifested behind Su Yi. Each of these orbs seemed to possess an immense gravitational pull. Debris from the disrupted ground was drawn toward them, condensing together until they formed several meteor-like projectiles. With a casual wave of Su Yi's hand, these makeshift meteors hurtled toward Gojo, surrounding him from all sides. This cursed spirit, his power is off the charts. Clearly, Gojo hadn't anticipated that Su Yi's strength would reach such heights. Under the relentless barrage, Gojo murmured softly, "Purple." This was Gojo's combined technique, a union of blue and red, driving positive and negative infinity to clash, unleashing their imagined force in a torrent. The sharp, splintering sounds echoed across the sky. Before the noise had a chance to fade completely, Gojo Satoru streaked down from the heavens like a blazing rainbow, descending at breathtaking speed. Domain expansion, infinite void. As Gojo Satoru's voice rang out, Su Yi felt a relentless and overwhelming wave of information flooding his mind. He was keenly aware. He could see everything, yet could do nothing. All he could do was stand there in a haze, caught between wakefulness and unconsciousness, the slow crawl toward his end. Gojo cast his gaze upon Su-e before him, and, for a brief moment, felt a measure of relief settle in his heart. But in the next instant, Gojo's breath caught in his throat. For Su-e, standing before his very eyes, began to slowly extend his palm, though the movement was far, far slower than before. Compared to other cursed spirits or sorcerers, who could do nothing but wait for death once caught in infinite void, Su-e had already surpassed all others who came before. He needed to destroy this cursed spirit. No hesitation. Should he fail, chaos would tear through this world. With that thought, Gojo made his move without a shred of doubt. Cursed energy surged to his hands, hollow purple. This was the reversed limitless technique, infinite positive. It unleashed a linear shockwave, a devastating area of effect strike reaching up to 7 meters. Wave after wave, the blast swept over Su-e's body, guided by Gojo's unwavering control. Unleashing his full strength, Gojo ended Su-e in the space of a breath. Sensing the subtle change in the air around him, Gojo confirmed, for certain, Su-e had truly perished, and so he dispelled the domain. His burdened, heavy expression began at last to ease, the familiar smile returning to his face. I never expected that, at a time like this, such a powerful cursed spirit would be born. Looks like I'll really have to discuss this with that guy. Hey, are you just going to leave like that? Isn't that a little rude? I was just starting to enjoy myself. Suddenly, Su-e's voice pierced Gojo's ears, and instantly, his face changed. He spun around, hardly daring to believe it, to find golden markings shimmering in the air behind him. Those glowing lines gradually formed, filling in and rebuilding Su-e's body. What are you? Gojo demanded in disbelief. Didn't I just kill you? Dead? Yes, you did. But if you really want to count, I've honestly lost track of how many times I've died by now. Even as he spoke, Su-e's form was restored, reappearing before Gojo as though nothing had happened. Su-e flexed his body nonchalantly, then glanced over at Gojo and said, "By the way, thanks to you, it seems I've awakened my own domain. I even have a name for it already. Since you're known as the greatest sorcerer alive, I'll let you have the honor. Why don't you give my domain a review?" Domain expansion. Fengdu 18 layers of Naraka. Domain expansion. Fengdu 18 layers of Naraka. As Su-e's words fell, a shadowy image of the ancient city of Fengdu arose behind him. Almost instantly, like an 18-tiered pagoda, the domain locked Gojo Satoru within its confines. Gojo's expression grew serious as he carefully surveyed his surroundings. He soon sensed that time itself seemed to lose all meaning here. Before Gojo could fully comprehend the situation, Su-e turned to him and spoke. "If I'm not mistaken, as long as I state the abilities of my domain, it triggers binding effects, which means the power of my domain will reach its peak." A playful smile hovered on Su-e's lips as he looked at Gojo. Ever since the battle began, that smile never faded, not for a single moment. Su-e continued, "My domain is akin to the 18 levels of hell. Except here, there is no torment. Instead, with every tier, time is stretched endlessly beyond measure. In the first layer, a second outside this domain equates to 10,000 years inside. If you reach the 18th layer, then just 1 second in the real world equals 1,310,720,000 years within. During all this time, no one can die. But most importantly, within this domain, I won't suffer even the slightest wound, because any damage will be doubly redirected to everyone else trapped inside. And once I release the domain, all the injuries you've endured will erupt in an instant. Thanks to you, I've awakened an utterly terrifying domain." As Su-e spoke, the restraints within the domain tightened. The force within the domain surged. An immense pressure bore down on Gojo, leaving him struggling to catch his breath. A profound shock rippled through his heart. He could hardly believe his senses. How could such a terrifying domain exist in this world? Su-e's domain, just like Gojo's own, was the sort that, once unleashed and left uncontested, could annihilate any opponent, perfectly lethal by design. If Su-e could have heard Gojo's thoughts, he might have burst out laughing. For this was the very domain Su-e awakened, after being killed by Gojo's own domain. Infinite void crams the brain with endless, meaningless information, flooding every sense with infinity. Meanwhile, Fengdu 18 layers of Naraka extends time within the domain to the point of absurdity. Different paths, identical result. Facing such a monstrous domain, even Gojo, the mightiest sorcerer, felt a flicker of panic. Yet, as the strongest jujitsu sorcerer, he forced down the fear churning in his heart. Drawing a deep breath, Gojo pressed his fingers to his chest and declared, "Domain expansion, infinite void." Indeed, the best way to battle a domain was to unleash a domain of your own. But as Gojo Satoru's words faded, he realized his domain hadn't manifested at all. A sense of utter despair wrapped itself around Gojo, engulfing him completely. He hadn't felt such hopelessness since his encounter with Toji Fushiguro all those years ago. For a moment, an indescribable caution clouded Gojo's expression. Seeing Gojo's face, Sui couldn't help but grin like a true villain. Excellent, excellent. This look you're giving me, it's perfect. It's an honor to make the mightiest sorcerer show such an expression. Rest assured, I won't kill you this time. I merely want your expert opinion. Give me your critique on my domain. With that, Sui's energy surged forth. Suddenly, he struck himself fiercely in the abdomen. Gojo's expression shifted in a way it never had before. A sharp, searing pain sprang up in his abdomen. Damn it! Gojo desperately wanted to fight back, but remembering Sui's stated rules, he found himself unable to act. For if he did, the domain's curse would return the injury to him doubled. Such a broken, overpowered domain. Even someone like him couldn't quickly figure out how to break free. While Gojo racked his brain, Sui's figure materialized behind him. Only a blur remained in the air, and in less than a heartbeat, Sui unleashed 100 blows. In the space of a single blink, Gojo was battered from head to toe. Every injury inflicted would be doubled and accumulated within his body. Inside the domain, these wounds wouldn't kill him, but the moment Sui released the technique, all of them would erupt with twice the force at once. Even if he tried to run, Sui could simply injure himself, and the doubled pain would be transferred right back to his target. This domain had far surpassed his own limitless void. Gojo's face grew grim, paling as the wounds began to show. TSK. Looks like you're not in great shape, Sui mocked. If that's the case, let's end this early, shall we? Good luck. As Sui finished speaking, he released the 18 hells of Fengdu domain. In the very instant the domain fell away, the ashen earth echoed with the agonized cries of pain. Blood spattered violently from Gojo's body, soaking his clothes bright red. The sight was nothing short of tragic. And yet, Gojo did not collapse to the ground. He stood his ground, clenching his jaw and glaring furiously at Sui. In response, Sui gave him a big thumbs up. Among all sorcerers, Gojo, Sui, am willing to call you the strongest. With those words, Sui turned and walked away, calling back, oh, by the way, count me in for this exchange event with the Kyoto Sister School. You'd better be well prepared this time. Don't make it too easy for me to wipe the floor with all of you. Gojo Satoru watched Sui's retreating figure, Sui's unhurried, whistling still echoing in his ears. Gojo's fists clenched tightly. But at that moment, he had already reached the limits of his physical endurance. Even taking a single step felt indescribably difficult. Overhead, a heavy shroud of storm clouds blanketed the sky. A fine rain began to drift down from above once more, gently washing the blood from Gojo Satoru's battered body. At his feet, the pooling blood formed a crimson puddle, enough to send chills down anyone's spine. No one could say how much time passed before a black sedan appeared on the deserted highway. A man dressed in black, his eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses, stepped out of the car. This was none other than Masamichi Yaga, the principal of Kyoto Jujutsu High. As he emerged from the vehicle, Yaga froze in utter disbelief. He stared at the scene before him, unable to process the destruction he saw. What on earth happened here? That Gojo Satoru now? His words died in his throat as he spotted a lone figure in the near distance. It was Gojo Satoru himself, the strongest jujutsu sorcerer. Yet now, blood pooled beneath him as his body swayed unsteadily, the light all but gone from his eyes. His presence was frail beyond description. Were it not for the last shreds of cursed energy keeping him upright, Gojo Satoru would likely have already succumbed. At this sight, Principal Masamichi Yaga wasted no time. He rushed to Gojo Satoru's aid, determined to save him. Although the school intended to keep things quiet, word of Gojo Satoru's severe injuries spread quickly and shook the entire world of jujutsu sorcerers. A storm of shock and speculation erupted throughout the community. Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu High School. Inside a tea room adorned with simple, timeless elegance, Principal Gakuganji Yoshinobu sat alone, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. He had only just received the news of Gojo Satoru's grave injuries. At first, he simply refused to believe it. To him, Gojo, a head of the Gojo family and celebrated as the most powerful sorcerer in generations, should have been invincible. But as the reports kept arriving, the truth became undeniable. Gojo Satoru was gravely wounded. The real storm is about to descend, isn't it? If even Gojo Satoru had been brought so low, then their mysterious opponent must be even more formidable. Gakuganji Yoshinobu murmured to himself, already pondering how he might turn these developments to his advantage. After urgent treatment, Gojo Satoru slowly regained consciousness. In a moment of clarity, Satoru Gojo caught sight of Principal Mazumichi Yaga standing nearby. "Principal, I have something to report. The one who defeated me is planning to make a move at the exchange event." Yaga's eyes, hidden beneath his sunglasses, narrowed sharply. After all, those are the only two jujitsu high schools gathering together on that day for a friendly competition and exchange of skill. With the exception of the fourth years, almost all the students would be in attendance. Choosing such a day to issue a challenge, was the intention to wipe them all out in one fell swoop? But then again, given the circumstances, their collective strength would also be at its peak. Countless thoughts flashed through Yaga's mind in the span of just a few short seconds. Ultimately, Principal Yaga distilled his words into a single, resolute sentence. "Gojo, you should focus on resting. For now, your only task is to heal." Gojo nodded slightly, but as if struck by a sudden thought, he looked at Principal Yaga and asked, "By the way, what happened to Yuji Itadori?" Yaga opened his mouth. He had intended to speak the truth, that Yuji had been killed by a special grade curse. But the words caught in his throat, and he managed only, "Don't worry. He's fine." Hearing this reassurance, Gojo felt a wave of relief wash over him. The familiar smile returned to his face as he said, "That's good. Since I'm out of commission for now, why not send Yuji over for some special training with me?" Yaga was momentarily stunned, fighting the urge to slap himself. If only he could take back what he had just said. Gojo, however, instantly picked up on Yaga's conflicted expression and pressed, "What's wrong? Could it be that Yuji?" Just as Gojo was finishing his question, the doors to the infirmary suddenly swung open. Shoko Yeri, the school doctor from Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High, entered, leading Yuji Itadori inside. At the sight of Yuji, Yaga blurted out reflexively, "How is he alive again?" Gojo caught the nuance in Yaga's words right away. "Alive again? What's that supposed to mean?" Yuji scratched his head sheepishly and looked at Gojo. "Honestly, I don't really understand myself. I really did die, but then I think I had a talk with Sukuna inside me, and when I opened my eyes again, this nice lady was right by my side." Gojo fell into thoughtful silence upon hearing Yuji's explanation. "In that case, did you and Sukuna make any kind of deal or pact?" Yuji pondered it seriously for a moment before answering, a little unsure. "I think so, but at the same time, maybe not. I can't really remember clearly." Gojo Satoru nodded slightly. "That sort of thing doesn't matter anymore. Right now, the most important thing is to train hard, because the time we have left is running out." On a beach by the sea, Su-e tossed Jogo aside without a second thought. As Su-e arrived, everyone knelt before him on one knee and greeted in unison, "My lord." Facing these special grade curse spirits, Su-e spoke coolly, "You'd better be ready. When the exchange event starts, you'll be making your appearance too. Don't let yourselves be taken out by the sorcerers in an instant." Mahito, brimming with confidence, replied to Su-e, "Don't worry, my lord. We won't let you down. That's exactly what I want to hear." With that, Su-yi's figure vanished from the vision of the gathered cursed spirits. None of them noticed that, in Su-yi's eyes, there hadn't been the slightest flicker of emotion. In the blink of an eye, Su-e returned to Yoshino Junpei's home. Junpei's mother was at the door, which she opened slowly. She had a wine bottle in hand and staggered in Su-yi's direction. As she walked, she let out a little drunken burp. Seeing Su-e before her, she threw herself into his arms and laughed. "Su-e, do you know how happy I am right now? Today Junpei told me he's going to protect me for the rest of my life. He even said it with a smile. I've never seen him smile as happily as he did today." She stumbled out of his embrace and continued with delight. "Ever since you showed up, it's like he's changed into a whole new person, so much more cheerful. I can't tell you how happy that makes me." As she danced about, caught up in her joy, Junpei emerged from his room. "Mom, is it really worth getting this excited? You shouldn't be drinking. Come on, let's get you back to your room to rest." With that, Junpei wrapped an arm around her and led her back to her bedroom. He settled her onto the bed, then quietly closed the door. Afterward, Junpei turned to Su-e. "Su-e, I really have to thank you for everything that's happened. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to change it all. Su-e goodinut. Oh, hold off on gratitude. If a girl said that to me, sure, but coming from you, a grown man, I don't know if I can handle it." Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Junpei couldn't help but burst into laughter as well. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Junpei's mother heard their laughter from outside. A sweet smile played at the corner of her lips as she dreamed, lost in who knows what happy imaginings. Su-e and Junpei made their way into the living room. Looking at Junpei Yoshino, who now radiated much more confidence and sunshine, Su-e said, "Junpei, You've officially become a jujitsu sorcerer, but this doesn't mean your life is going to get any easier. On the contrary, now that you can see curses, your days ahead will be filled with dangers lurking around every corner. So, in order to help you become even stronger, I found an excellent teacher for you. His name is Satoru Gojo, the most powerful jujitsu sorcerer of all. Coincidentally, with the incident that recently occurred at your school, you can transfer into the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujitsu High. For a sorcerer, that's one of the finest schools you could hope for. Junpei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Can I really do that? Of course you can. But before that, I'll personally put you through special training to make sure you pass the entrance exams for Jujitsu High. Junpei nodded eagerly, his face brimming with anticipation. And so, time flashed by. Before anyone knew it, the day of the exchange event had come. Chapter 134, Domain Expansion. The Poisonous Spectre of the Motherly Wraith ****. On the day of the exchange event, the sky hung heavy and gray. Everyone wore expressions of extraordinary gravity, a solemnity never felt before. It's hard to believe, Nobara said to those beside her, that today's exchange event isn't really about an exchange at all. Megumi Fushiguro gave a slight nod. The real purpose this time is to confront the curse that gravely wounded Gojo-sensei back then. It's nearly unimaginable. What kind of curse could possibly inflict such injury on the strongest sorcerer? He's known as the most powerful of all, after all. At that, the group fell silent. All eyes shifted to the few people standing before them. They were students from the Kyoto Jujitsu High. No one had expected to run into the Kyoto group here, at this moment. But even more striking, standing among them was a young woman with long blue hair, a face and a name none of them had ever heard before. Curiously, it also seemed that the others instinctively centered themselves around her. But when this figure came into view, Retsu Unohana recognized her immediately. A gentle smile curved at Unohana's lips. It's death. It's been a long time. It has, Unohana. We haven't had much chance to catch up lately. So, are you ready for what's coming? Of course. After all, our task is all about him, isn't it? Unohana chuckled softly. Indeed. Let's hope the two of us can finish off Sui first. Hearing such chilling words spoken so calmly by the ever-gentle Unohana sent a shiver down everyone's back. Hearing this, Isdeath smiled and said, Then let's prepare ourselves first and proceed according to our original plan. I believe he'll be arriving very soon. With Isdeath's words, they all began walking together toward the venue of the exchange gathering. After introducing the rules of the event, the students were dispersed, one by one, into a dense forest. All of this was but a performance. It was as if they were declaring to Sue, E, and the others, The exchange has begun. When will you arrive? In the monitoring room, Satoru Gojo, who had fully recovered, sat upright, staring intently at the screen in front of him, his gaze never leaving the live feed. Suddenly, dark figures flashed on screen, and everyone's expressions changed in an instant. They've appeared. Everyone, act according to plan. Gojo's orders crackled in their earpieces, carrying a sense of urgency. Instantly, the faces of everyone grew serious. The ones who had previously been scattered now gathered together with exceptional speed. And just at that moment, several special grade cursed spirits materialized right before their eyes. Wait a minute, is Retsu Unohana not here? Isdeath from our group is missing too. Doesn't matter now. The priority is to work together and take down these cursed spirits in front of us. Even though they're special grade cursed spirits, we got plenty of people on our side. No one was more excited than Aoi to do. He dashed at lightning speed toward the nearest special grade spirit. This particular spirit was known as Hanami. Just as to-do closed in on Hanami, Megumi Fushiguro called out, Don't rush in. The special grades are acting weird. Almost as if to confirm Fushiguro's words, with a sudden surge, countless thorny vines exploded outward from Hanami's body, spiraling straight for To-do. To-do's expression shifted, but he didn't slow down. Relying on his keen combat instincts, he dodged wave after wave of attacks, charging right at Hanami. Hanami remained motionless, standing like a shadow. Yet all around, the trees seemed to come alive, crashing down toward To-do. Finding that brute force alone would not suffice, To-do had no choice but to dart backward, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Megumi called out, Watch out. These special grades are seriously strange. Their cursed energy is overflowing, and their movements are erratic. It's as if someone pumped them full of cursed energy, sending them into a frenzy. As Megumi spoke, two more special grade cursed spirits entered their view. These are Jogo and Mahito. Both have been force-fed tremendous cursed energy by Sue, E, sending them into an uncontrollable rampage. Their minds now clouded by utter chaos. But this also caused their powers to surge to unprecedented levels. As special grade curses who were already at the top. Their strength soared even higher after being infused with vast amounts of cursed energy. Faced with these 3 terrifying curses, the group was forced onto the defensive the moment the battle began. Satoru Gojo saw this unfold and grew anxious inside, but now was not the time for him or his companions to step forward. Because if they revealed themselves so openly, their every move would be exposed, while Suyi would remain in the shadows, holding the upper hand. Most importantly, Gojo believed that, with their abilities, facing merely 3 special grade curses, they should maybe be able to manage. And if a true crisis occurred, he would intervene himself. Just as Gojo reached this conclusion, he noticed another figure appear on the battlefield. This figure was none other than Junpei Yoshino, who had been training rigorously under Suyi these past few days. But Yoshino's target was not Megumi Fushiguro and the others. Instead, he set his sights on those special grade curses. Who is this guy? Is he a student from your school? No way. Isn't he from your school? Fushiguro and Aoi Tadu voiced their confusion, having no idea where this newcomer had come from. But it was clear that he was here to help them. Anyone who could relieve even a fraction of the pressure at a critical moment like this was already a great blessing. So, without further hesitation, the group joined forces against the special grade curses. The battle was about to erupt. For some reason, Mahito, now pumped full of cursed energy, locked his gaze onto Junpei Yoshino the moment he arrived. With a savage fury, Mahito charged straight at Yoshino. At the same time, from his gaping maw, 2 extra arms unfurled. Within Mahito's mouth, those hands rapidly formed signs. Domain expansion. Self-contained cocoon. As his domain fully unfolded, Yoshino was instantly enveloped within it. Everyone's expressions changed in a flash. They hadn't expected the rampaging curse to unleash his domain the very moment he activated his power. Do you think that guy will be alright? I hope he'll be okay. It's tough for us to help him now. We have to drive back these 2 first. Or else, we'll be the first to fall. Trust him. In the original story, Junpei Yoshino was killed by Mahito. But now, with Suyi's intervention, Junpei's fate had already changed. Even as the gears of destiny turned slowly, nothing could stop Junpei Yoshino from breaking free of the fate that once belonged to him. Trapped within the domain, Junpei Yoshino drew a deep breath and declared, Domain expansion. Lethal jellyfish veil. Domain expansion. Lethal jellyfish veil. At the very moment Mahito unleashed his domain, Junpei released his own in response. This was the domain he had awakened to only moments ago. His technique centered on poison, with his shikigami taking the form of a jellyfish. The domain he forged targeted the soul itself, a venom that corroded spirits. And when it came to the hierarchy of domains, his power just so happened to directly counter those relying on the soul, like Mahito before him. By nature, he was the perfect bane to his opponent. A glint of fierceness flashed in Junpei's eyes as he fully unleashed his cursed energy. He expanded his domain without restraint. Behind him, a giant jellyfish appeared, its translucent body looming as its countless tendrils filled the space all around. Every inch of the domain, whether above, below, to the right or left, was held firmly within Junpei Yoshino's control. Within these bounds, there was nowhere to hide. In an instant, his domain swallowed Mahito's, extinguishing it outright. A tremendous sense of oppressive power radiated outward from every direction. Those witnessing this scene could not help but blanch in astonishment. A domain? Is that really a domain? Who is this guy? He can actually wield a domain. Unbelievable. He looks about our age. I can't believe he's already awakened such a technique. The suffocating aura of the domain pressed so heavily that, even in the midst of battle, their gazes were irresistibly drawn toward the spectacle at its center. Domain energy continued to agitate Mahito. Already driven into a frenzy, Mahito erupted with violence and lunged at Junpei. Relying on pure instinct, he activated his idol transfiguration, transforming his arm into a merciless slicing weapon. The chill of lethal intent surged forward. Junpei Yoshino felt his own breath catch, tightening for a moment. But then, he remembered the relentless training he'd undergone in recent days with Suyi. How Suyi had even summoned special grade curses for him to defeat. He had become skilled at erasing curses. So, even faced with this crushing pressure, he could endure. With a loud shout, Junpei thrust a step forward. Instantly, the jellyfish tendrils writhed toward Mahito, especially the ones slithering across the ground. They wrapped around Mahito's ankle with effortless precision. He was dragged down into a writhing hell of tentacles. The jellyfish's tendrils coiled wordlessly around Mahito, as bluish venom seeped relentlessly into his body. This was a poison born to assail the soul. The instant it entered Mahito, its dreadful power began to unfold. A true jujitsu sorcerer anchors their soul in place, allowing themselves to recover swiftly. But once the soul is wounded, the body inevitably changes, sometimes dramatically. With every wave of venom invading the soul, the sorcerer's body was racked with horrific transformations. His head swelled larger and larger, while his shoulder-length hair fell away in an instant. One arm shriveled pitifully thin, the other grew thick and grotesque. There was no grace left at all in his form. As time went on, the surface of his body broke out in clusters of eerie, bluish-purple pustules. These pustules pulsed and burst in turn, releasing clouds of toxic dust that hung in the air, only to sear the sorcerer's flesh wherever they settled. This inflicted a fresh wave of pain on top of the original suffering. Had these been any other special grade cursed spirits, Junpei Yoshino would never have been able to tear them out so easily. The real reason for his success lay in the way his innate domain suppressed these particular spirits from the very start. While the exact mechanics eluded him, Junpei felt a palpable sense of relief blossom in his heart. As Junpei lifted his domain, he leapt back into the fray. And at that very moment, the scales of the battle began to tip. Through the relentless efforts of the students, Hanami, the special grade plant curse, was finally, and with great difficulty, subdued and excised. Meanwhile, Mahito's severed head, once more, fell to the ground. When it landed with a dull thud, an unprecedented excitement lit up every student's face. Until then, they'd thought this was a hopeless fight, one they might not walk away from. Some had already steeled themselves for grievous wounds, or even for death itself. But Junpei Yoshino's arrival, and the swift removal of Mahito, changed everything. Having a powerful ally from the source material made the fight far less daunting. Hey, don't let your guard down. The real battle is just about to begin. Megumi Fushigiro's warning cut through the students' euphoria. Curious, Junpei turned to ask, the real battle? I thought we only needed to defeat these 3 special grade curses to pass the entrance exam. His question spread confusion among the rest, no one quite sure what to expect next. It was at that moment that Sui stepped into their midst. He placed a boot squarely atop Mahito's fallen head and crushed it with a sickening finality. Well, you'll understand soon enough, Sui's voice echoed through the forest. Apart from Junpei, every student's expression shifted instantly. They watched Sui with wary eyes, every muscle tensed with anticipation. After all, if rumors were true, this was the man who'd gravely injured Satoru Gojo himself. Yet Sui faced their vigilance with only a quiet, chilling aura, saying nothing more. But even this faint aura of intimidation was enough to make everyone present freeze in place, not daring to move a muscle. His presence is simply overwhelming. Just by sensing his pressure, his body felt as if it had turned to stone. Does such a powerful special grade cursed spirit truly exist in this world? Different thoughts flashed across everyone's minds. Is it finally about to begin? Sui murmured, his eyes drifting toward the side. In the blink of an eye, a shadow darted out. Retsu Unohana drew her Zanpakuto and lunged directly at Sui's face. Compared to last time, your speed has improved quite a bit. It seems you've gained much insight in this world, Sui remarked, stepping back just in time to narrowly evade Unohana's attack. A faint smile appeared on Sui's lips, a sharp glint flickering in his eyes. Without warning, he swung his palm behind him in a powerful arc. The crushing force shattered the ice crystals, attacking from behind into a flurry of powder. The arrival of Unohana and its death shattered the nearly stagnant atmosphere that had filled the place. Now slightly recovered from their shock, the group immediately shouted, "Mission accomplished. We need to get away from here now." Get away? But Sui. Before Junpei Yoshino could finish his thought, he suddenly felt himself lifted off the ground, slung over Aoi Tadu's shoulder as Tadu dashed away from the danger. And just as they left that spot, Satoru Gojo and Yuji Itadori arrived in a flurry. The group barely had time to register the shocking return of Itadori before another figure entered their sight. This newcomer was none other than Yuta Okatsu, who had just managed to reach Tokyo. Now, the 5 stood together, forming an inescapable net, all launching their assault on Sui. So, the moment's finally here. Watching the 5 rushing toward him, excitement spread across Sui's face. Golden patterns began to snake across his skin, and in the blink of an eye, they covered him completely. A deafening roar tore through the air, echoing in everyone's ears. From where Sui stood, a violent storm burst outward, radiating in all directions. Junpei Yoshino's eyes went wide with shock. He felt things had spiraled completely out of his control. He stared in Su Yi's direction. Didn't you say this was just an entrance examination? Why? Why are they treating you like this? But before Junpei's voice could linger, it was smothered by the thunderous explosion. This time, it was as death unleashing her power, a devastating wave of frost surging directly at Su. Even the sharpened chill that flowed from her was enough to make everyone shiver uncontrollably. So, this is her trump card? This power of frost is absolutely ruthless, murmured Satoru Gojo. To everyone's surprise, as Isteth witnessed the scene, she immediately snapped at Gojo Satoru. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and attack. Not even for a moment could they afford to let up their assault. This was the battle plan they had all agreed on from the very start. If they gave Su even a brief window to catch his breath and activate his domain, they'd find themselves in an extremely precarious situation. Of course, Su had already seen through their strategy, but he was deliberately holding back in his attacks. Even now, the other members of the chat group only knew that he was immortal. But none of them realized that with a flick of his wrist, he could obliterate an entire planet. If he truly sought victory, he could have ended the game the moment it began by reducing the planet to dust. That would have settled everything in an instant. But such a move would make the whole effort meaningless. For everyone involved, the most important aspect of this chat group event was the opportunity to improve their own abilities. And for Su Yi, helping the others in the chat group grow stronger was an excellent outcome in itself. That's why he continued to hold back. Time ticked by, second after second. Even Gojo Satoru was starting to show signs of fatigue, let alone Yuji Itadori, who was already visibly exhausted. Though he had undergone specialized training, he still couldn't quite reach the level of a special-grade sorcerer. Noticing this, Yuji Itadori turned to Gojo Satoru and said, Sensei Gojo, I'm calling that guy out. With that, Gojo Satoru lunged at Su Yi with a powerful punch. After landing a direct hit, he immediately retreated. By then, black markings had already begun to crawl across Yuji Itadori's body. As he reopened his eyes, Sukuna, the king of curses, had taken over Yuji's form. Sukuna was nothing short of a true madman. The instant he seized control, a wild, twisted grin spread across his face as he charged straight at Su Yi. After all, it was this very man before him who had almost killed him once. Such humiliation was something Sukuna could never accept. Without the slightest hesitation, Sukuna lunged at Su Yi with murderous intent. Seeing Sukuna rushing at him, Su Yi met his attack with a calm smile, his hands already forming seals in preparation to unleash his domain. I won't let you succeed. First release, Minazuki. Just as the words rang out, Uno Hanaretsu's Zanpakuto transformed into Minazuki, soaring straight towards Su Yi. The group was determined not to give Su Yi even a moment to deploy his domain. Yet, what they failed to anticipate was this. Not far off, Su Yi had left behind a crow-shaped illusion. The illusion now shifted, taking on Su Yi's appearance as it formed seals beside them and intoned 18 levels of Fengdu Hell. As the illusion's words echoed out, the shadowy outline of the ancient city of Fengdu began to materialize behind Su Yi. As Fengdu rapidly expanded, it instantly enveloped all 5 people within its domain. At the same time, Sukuna, who had already rushed right up to Su Yi, was visibly shaken. Su Yi stood before him, grinning mischievously. Oh, I think I forgot to mention, he said, my phantom can also summon a domain, and its effects are exactly the same as mine. The people around him shuddered inwardly at his words. At this moment, Isteth spoke up, using a domain to counter a domain. Although our original plan was to keep you from using yours, it's not like we didn't consider this possibility. The 5 of them now stood in perfect coordination, each taking up a position around Su Yi. Uno and Aretsu picked up where Isteth left off, continuing, that's why we've decided to unleash all of our domains together. Upon hearing this, Sukuna protested. That arrangement was between you and this brat, not with me, even if I have to go it alone. But before Sukuna could finish, he noticed Su Yi's eyes fixed on him. Immediately, Sukuna's expression faltered. His overwhelming confidence just a moment ago was suddenly crushed. There was simply no helping it. Even as the king of curses from 1,000 years ago, he had never witnessed such an outrageous domain. Here, the space seemed boundless, and time itself felt as though it had stopped flowing. Even at his very peak, this would be an overwhelming challenge. Just then, Satoru Gojo called out, don't hesitate. Unleash your domains right now. I refuse to believe you can withstand all our domains combined. As his voice faded, he tore off his blindfold. Crossing his index and middle fingers, his cursed energy burst forth in a violent surge. Domain expansion, infinite void. Seeing this, Yuta Okatsu shouted as well. Domain expansion. Unwilling to admit defeat, Sukuna followed suit. Domain expansion. Malevolent shrine. Isdeath pushed her imperial arm's powers nearly to the limit. Domain expansion. Mahakala. Uno Hanaretsu gripped her Zanpakuto tightly. Domain expansion. Bankai Minazuki. Su-e, for his part, paid little attention to the others. Instead, his gaze fell on Isdeath and Uno Hanaretsu, standing nearby. He already understood the nature of Unohana's domain. Within it, any Hado spell she cast, even without an incantation, would become devastatingly powerful. As for Isdeath, her domain's nature was abundantly clear. Ice. Around her, a blizzard of frosty, white snow swirled outward, radiating from where she stood. Within Isdeath's domain, even cursed energy itself seemed completely frozen, as if everyone inside had become nothing more than ordinary humans. With that terrifying, bone-chilling cold, it seemed that only Isdeath could move freely in such an environment. Excellent, excellent. It appears both of you have mastered your domains, Su-e said, his voice calm. In that case, it's time to bring this game to a close. At these words, everyone's brows furrowed in unison. What does he mean, bring this to a close? The thought flashed through their minds, each person tense with anticipation. Just then, Su-e spoke again, his tone light and composed. Suppress. In an instant, the domains that the five had only just managed to conjure were utterly swallowed by Su-yi's own expanding field. It was as if time itself had frozen in that moment. How is this possible? Ryaman Sukuna muttered, barely believing what he was witnessing. His mind felt numb, overwhelmed. This had already far surpassed what he ever thought possible. In his vision, with five of them deploying their domains simultaneously, there was no way Su-yi's domain could stand unbroken. Surely, it should have been completely overwhelmed, crushed beneath their combined might. Yet the reality before them was that with just a single word, suppress, Su-e had effortlessly defeated them all. Sukuna simply cannot accept it. And just as the shock gripped him, his vision dimmed. Su-yi's silhouette appeared right before him. There's no need for you to stay in the fight any longer, Su-e murmured. So why not sleep for a while? As Su-e finished speaking, he struck out with his fist, landing a solid blow to Sukuna's abdomen. Pain exploded in Sukuna's body, tearing a cry from his lips. A wave of intense dizziness crashed over Sukuna, just like the last time, and he was forced out of the battle, consciousness slipping away. Satoru Gojo, witnessing all this, felt a sinking helplessness. Su-e was even faster and more relentless than during their previous fight. It was as though his heart had fallen to the bottom of a ravine. Careful, don't. Gojo started to warn urgently, but before he could finish, Su-yi's shadow was already at Yuta Okatsu's side. Su-yi's voice came soft and low, a whisper in Yuta's ear. Yuta, you've worked so hard. You came all the way back from overseas for this, so for now, have a good rest. As he finished, Su-e struck Yuta's neck with the edge of his palm. Yuta's eyes rolled back, and he slumped to the ground, unconscious. Seeing this unfold before him, Gojo's hope guttered, replaced by icy dread. Yet he hadn't anticipated what would come next. At that moment, Retsu Unohana and Isdeath charged at Su-e with determination in their eyes. Su-e, even if the two of us can't defeat you, that's no reason to turn your back on us. Isdeath shouted, conjuring jagged shards of ice and hurling them fiercely in Su-yi's direction. But inside Su-yi's domain, any harm meant for him would rebound upon his attacker. Sure enough, Isdeath felt a sudden, chilling ache across her own back. But she clenched her teeth and charged at Su-e regardless. Seeing this, Unohana Retsu didn't hesitate for a second either. Even if you can transfer attacks, let's see if there really is no limit. With that, the three of them plunged into a chaotic melee. In a way, the two women were testing the boundaries of Su-yi's domain for him. Though their bodies inevitably ached, the method was proving extremely effective. Once this event is finally over, I absolutely have to treat you both to a good meal. How about next time we go to Whitebeard's world? I've always been curious to try the Sea Kings from there. I'd love to as well, especially to taste one of those 10,000-meter Sea Kings. No problem. When the time comes and our schedules align, we'll go and indulge ourselves. Listening to the three of them eagerly planning future culinary adventures in the midst of battle, Gojo Satoru scratched his head, his expression full of bewilderment. What on earth is happening here? Aren't they supposed to be locked in Mortal Kombat? Why are they discussing food and making plans while fighting for their lives? Could it be that he was hallucinating? Countless thoughts raced through Gojo's mind. Almost as if he'd sensed Gojo's confusion, Su-e smiled lightly at him. Gojo Satoru, there's a boy outside named Junpei Yoshino. I'd like him to join Jujutsu High. and I want you to personally mentor him. Is that all right? Before Sue-e had finished speaking, Unohana-retsu's form began to blur, becoming translucent and gradually fading. At the same time, the electronic voice from the group chat echoed in Unohana's mind. Ding! Unohana-retsu has been eliminated. As her figure grew dimmer, Unohana turned to Gojo and said, Gojo-sensei, thank you for all your guidance during this time. I've gained so much. I'll be leaving this world for now. When she finished, her figure slowly disappeared from Gojo's astonished sight. This scene genuinely left Gojo in shock. What had just happened was so far beyond anything he could have imagined. Surely, this had to go beyond the realm of jujitsu. Could it actually be some kind of immortality technique? While Gojo was still wrestling with the implications, Isdeth's body finally reached its limit as well. Ding, Isdeth has been eliminated. Hearing the audio from the group chat, Isdeth's body, too, began to dissipate. Facing Gojo, she declared, Gojo Satoru, pass a message to those fools for me. If they haven't gotten stronger by the next time I come to this world, I'll break their legs myself. With that, her presence faded away completely. Witnessing all this, Sue-e also heard the familiar group chat notification chime in her mind. Ding! Congratulations to Sue-e for surviving until the end and earning the event reward. One of the Infinity Stones, the Soul Stone. Right after, Sue-e noticed his own body gradually growing translucent, as if fading away. At the same time, the domain began to dissipate, scattered instantly by the influence of the chat group. The double injury effect did not trigger. Sue-e's figure was fully exposed to everyone's gaze in that moment. Facing Yoshino Junpei, Sue-e spoke with warmth. Junpei, your gifts are remarkable, so you all the more need to protect others. Just do what's within your power. Help whenever you can. If you feel confused, that's okay too. It doesn't matter even if you're not thanked. But don't forget why you started. Make sure your family and friends can always wear a smile. Then, turning to Gojo Satoru beside him, Sue-e added, Hey Gojo-sensei, I'll leave Junpei in your care, alright? After all, his admission test is done now. Yoshino Junpei stood trembling before Sue-e, his whole body quivering faintly. Tears welled up and slid silently down his cheeks. And only at this very moment did he finally understand. What admission test? What special training for new students? All of it was simply a means to bring him to this school. From the very beginning, he'd been tricked by Sue-e. From the start, Sue-e had already foreseen everything. From the start, the outcome had already been decided. Sue-e, you liar. Yoshino Junpei roared out, but then continued with determination. I promise I won't let you down. I will protect my family, and I'll protect the friends I've worked so hard to gain. As he finished, Yoshino Junpei bowed deeply to Sue-e. Thank you. Thank you so much for pulling me out of the darkest time of my life. Truly, thank you. Hearing Junpei's words, Sue-e's lips curled into a gentle smile. Well then, if fate allows, let's meet again. As his final words faded, Sue-e's figure vanished from everyone's sight. At this moment, Gojo Satoru stepped up to Junpei, addressing him with a welcoming grin. Junpei, welcome to Tokyo Jujutsu High. At once, the others gathered around Junpei as well. Aoi Tadu strode over and hollered, Hey Junpei, let me ask you one thing. What's your type of woman? As Tadu's words echoed out, laughter erupted all around. Meanwhile, Sue-e returned to his own villa. Back in the comfort of his familiar home, Sue-e gazed up at the ceiling with a faint smile tugging at his lips. He had to admit, this event was truly a delight. To have the chance to adventure in another world for so long, and to see the members of the chat group grow in strength, Sue-e felt deeply satisfied by it all. Most importantly, what Sue-e never expected was that this time, the activity reward given by the chat group turned out to be an Infinity Stone. And not just any Infinity Stone, it was the Soul Stone. After all, everyone knows that obtaining the Soul Stone requires a sacrifice, something treasured dearly, a beloved one's loss. Speaking of which is this Soul Stone. Ding. There are 2 Soul Stones in this universe. Almost as if it anticipated Sue-e's question, the chat group responded to him immediately. Realizing that his Soul Stone was an extra, a genuine smile lit up Sue-e's face. Yuki Asuna. Sue-e, you're finally back. Cece, are you happy, Asuna? I remember you teasing in the group before, wondering if Sue-e left on his honeymoon with Isdeth and Retsu Unohana. Yuki Asuna, when did I ever say that? Be quiet, would you? Whitebeard, Gururara. Well, looks like everyone's come back to the group then. Long time no see, everyone. Hinata, Hyuga, Sue-e, big brother, it's been so long. Hinata missed you so much. Retsu Unohana. Oh my little Hinata, don't you miss me too? Isdeth. Of course Hinata wouldn't miss you. She only misses me. Watching the lively, bustling chat group, Su Yi's happiness soared. Clearly, seeing everyone so spirited and joyful in the group, Su Yi, as the group leader, couldn't help but share in their delight. Just then, Su Yi suddenly received a private message from Seiko Busujima. Seiko Busujima, Su Yi, I've been back in my own world for some time now. Seiko Busujima, the Iron Man suit you gave me before, and all those blueprints and materials, I've turned them over to Sayata Kagi. She seems to be making real progress. In fact, she's already built a prototype, experimental unit number 1. As she spoke, Seiko Busujima sent Su Yi a digital red envelope. Ding! Would you like to accept Seiko Busujima's red envelope? As Su Yi finished reading, a metallic Iron Man suit materialized right before him. This entire suit had been crafted by Sayata Kagi herself. It must be said, she truly is a world-class genius. Give her enough time, and no matter how intricate an Iron Man suit is, she can make it a reality. Given more time, perhaps Sayata Kagi could even surpass Tony Stark himself. If Tony Stark ever learned of Sayata Kagi's existence, even he, as a genius, might feel an unprecedented sense of defeat. After trying on the suit for a while, Su Yi quickly sent a message to Seiko Busujima. Seiko, the ironclad armor Seiko Takagi made is quite impressive. I'm going to give her an artificial intelligence code. Let her see if she can modify it and develop her own AI. These sorts of things could be redeemed from the Points Mall, but redeeming them from the Points Mall was simply too expensive. Points were a finite resource. Once you spent one, you had one less. It would be better to develop these things directly in the worlds they visit. The consumption of those resources was barely a drizzle for Su. Nothing to worry about. While Su Yi and Seiko Busujima were chatting about the post-apocalyptic world, suddenly, a notification chimed in the chat group. Ding! Ken Kaneki has joined the chat group. Ding! The chat group now has 10 members and has upgraded to level 4. New feature unlocked. Prize wheel. Prize wheel. Each spin costs 1,000 points, with rewards from across the myriad worlds. Upon seeing this, everyone paused in their tasks. CC, the prize wheel? That sounds pretty interesting. CC, oh, almost forgot. Ken Kaneki, welcome to the Dimensional Chat Group, newcomer. Su Yi, welcome to the Dimensional Chat Group. I'm Su Yi, the group admin. If you have any questions, you can come to me. Everyone in this chat group is part of our family. Whitebeard, Gururara. Ken Kaneki, kid, do you want to become my son? Hinata Hyuga. Sneaking quietly.jpg. Hinata Hyuga. Grandpa Whitebeard is trying to adopt another son. However, as everyone finished speaking, the newcomer still hadn't made an appearance. This left everyone feeling a bit puzzled. Usually, after being mentioned, the newcomer would pop in to ask questions. But this time, there wasn't a peep. Right then, another function in the chat group was triggered. Ding! Group member Ken Kaneki is in danger. Emergency rescue function initiated. Group leader Su Yi, please act quickly. Upon hearing this message, Su Yi's heart immediately sank. He hadn't expected that Kaneki would trigger the group's emergency rescue as soon as he joined. Was his fate simply too cruel to Kaneki? Su Yi, and everyone don't worry, I'll be right back. With that, Su Yi immediately set up a transit portal and headed straight for Kaneki's world. At the same time, his expression grew solemn. If you remember correctly, Kaneki's world was called Ghoul. Inside a stark, red-caged room, Kaneki sat bound to a chair at the very center. His eyes were tightly wrapped in bandages, leaving him with nothing but endless darkness. He could feel his body collapsing again and again. Yet, as a ghoul, his body somehow managed to recover rapidly, no matter how many times it broke. Not only did this deny Kaneki the relief of a quick escape, it also brutally reminded him of a cruel fact. He was no longer human. At that moment, the distant sound of a door opening echoed through the space. The grating noise set every nerve in Kaneki's body on edge, and pure terror swallowed him whole. Kaneki, tell me, what's 1,000 minus 7? Kaneki froze, caught off guard by the question, unable to process its meaning right away. All he could register was a sudden, searing pain as his fingernails were torn away from his body in a split second. For a moment, the agony lagged behind, but then it struck with shattering force. Kaneki, what is 1,000 minus 7? The man standing before him, Yamori, known as Jason, spoke with a chilling calm, demanding an answer again. 993. Kaneki gasped. Not bad. Now, keep subtracting 7. If you mess up or stop, well. Before Yamori finished, Kaneki felt the sharp ripping as his toenails were torn away next. The floor beneath him quickly turned slick with blood. And just then, a voice chimed inside his mind. A digital tone echoed in his head, the alert from some strange chat group. Ding, congratulations, you have joined the chat group. What is that? His thoughts reeled, and for a moment, Kaneki lost his focus, fumbling the calculation. The next instant, Yamori seized the pliers and pressed down even harder, amplifying Kaneki's suffering. Ayakak, keep counting. If you stop again, then... 993, 986. Yamori watched Kaneki stammer out the numbers, his eyes filled with increasing disdain. Yet even so, Yamori's hands never paused. In fact, his cruel methods became even more exaggerated, tormenting Kaneki mercilessly. Only then did Kaneki realize this was Yamori's way of keeping him conscious. And despite himself, Kaneki started to cling desperately to those numbers. Whatever strange thing had happened with the chat group, he forced it from his mind, drowning himself in the calculations. Then, Yamori stepped out for a while. When he returned, he was dragging two unfamiliar people. Without ceremony, he flung them in front of Kaneki and tore apart the bandages covering Kaneki's eyes. Kaneki's pupils shrank violently. As he stared at the two figures now lying before him, a terrible premonition welled up in his heart. As expected, at that very moment, Lizard slowly spoke. All misfortunes in this world can be traced back to a person's lack of ability. Though the one who told me this was someone even lower than scum, I must say, I'm truly grateful to him now. Kaneki, after these past few days, I've finally come to understand something. As Lizard spoke, he placed his hand upon Kaneki's head. Feeling the weight of Lizard's palm, Kaneki's body grew unbearably tense, overwhelmed by emotion beyond his control. His whole body began to tremble involuntarily. Then Lizard's voice sounded again. Not only is your body, but your spirit too, surprisingly resilient. So, I decided to make things more interesting. Tell me, if you had to choose between saving the man or the woman you love, which of them would you kill? Kaneki's eyes widened in shock, utterly unable to believe what was happening before him. Lying on the floor, both the man and the woman had their mouths covered by Lizard's hand. Their bodies were bound tight, like parcels. They writhed and struggled desperately on the ground, their fates now fully in Kaneki's hands. Kaneki's entire frame shuddered, trembling again and again. Why? Why is this happening? Why am I the one who has to make this choice? I don't want to... Before he could finish, Lizard's voice cut in. If you can't make a choice, I'll just kill them both. Kaneki swallowed hard, instinctively. His face had lost all color, despair smothering every last glimmer of hope in his eyes. His gaze grew hollow, terror flooding through him. Behind him, Lizard reveled in Kaneki's suffering, every word piercing Kaneki's heart like a freshly sharpened blade. I brought these two here for you to see, because I want you to realize no one is coming to save you. Only darkness and endless torment await you now. At those words, Kaneki's heart clenched in agony. His tears had long since dried, but the pain inside grew only sharper. And just then, a strange voice echoed coldly through the room. No one's coming to save them? How can you be so sure? I'm right here, aren't I? Everyone in the room jerked in shock at those words. The door hadn't opened. In the vast chamber, Lizard saw no sign of anyone else. So where was that voice coming from? Hey, what's with the long faces? Why don't you look up? Suyi's voice drifted down from overhead. There she sat, suspended in midair, gazing down at Lizard and Kaneki from on high. As for the couple lying on the ground, Su-yi simply ignored them. The look on Lizard's face changed instantly, and with a flick of his wrist, a pitch-black set of pliers appeared in his hand. This pair of pitch-black pincers owes its color to the blood that coats them. Layer upon layer of blood has dried on its surface, turning it completely black. When did you get here? Gecko-eyed Su-yi with suspicion. He hadn't noticed Su-yi's arrival at all. Su-yi barely bothered to respond. After all, to him, Gecko was as good as dead. With a measured motion, Su-yi slowly descended towards the floor. He walked unhurriedly toward Kaneki-ken. As Kaneki looked at this stranger standing before him, a faint glimmer of hope flickered in his chest. At that very moment, a savage grin twisted across Gecko's face. Ha! Well, this just keeps getting more and more interesting. You said you're here to rescue Kaneki-ken, didn't you? Do you actually think you can save him? Gecko's fingers tightened viciously, gripping Kaneki's hair, hoisting both him and the chair into the air. Save me. Please, I'm begging you, save me. Kaneki's eyes begged Su-yi with desperate longing, a longing to live. Yet when Su-yi saw Kaneki like this, he only spoke with cool detachment. To be honest, I'd rather see you awaken your own strength and defeat this guy yourself, instead of relying on me to rescue you. Gecko exploded with laughter. Are you kidding me? Just Kaneki? You really think that's possible? His smile turned even more wicked, the malice practically dripping from his lips. Suddenly, a twisted idea seemed to occur to Gecko. Fixing his gaze on Su-yi, he said, "Doesn't matter when you showed up. If you really want to save Kaneki-ken, then kneel before me. Get down on your knees right here, and I'll let him go. Sui said nothing, turning his eyes to Kaneki-ken instead. He wanted to see what Kaneki would choose. If the desperation to live drove Kaneki to force Sui onto his knees, then Kaneki wasn't worth saving. Because if he did it now, surely in the future, faced with someone even stronger, Kaneki would make even more revolting choices. And then it wouldn't just be Sui who was disgusted. It'd be everyone else in the chat group as well. As the group's leader, Sui felt responsible for choosing members who considered this place a true home. Otherwise, it would be to everyone's detriment. Staring at Sui, Kaneki slowly lowered his gaze. Gecko caught this and abruptly snapped. What, Kaneki? Are you going to give up your last hope of survival? He then turned to Sui, sneering. Didn't you say you came here to save Kaneki? Or is that just a joke? Go on, kneel. As long as you kneel, I'll let you both walk out of here alive. Give me a break. Don't worry about me. As long as you can kill Gecko, whether I live or die doesn't matter to me at all. No sooner had Kaneki spoken these words than an even more dazzling smile blossomed across Sui's face. Well, since you put it that way, I guess I really have no choice but to help you. With that, Sui took a decisive step forward, and the oppressive aura radiating from him suddenly erupted. A terrifying pressure surged skyward, impossible to contain. The roof of the building was powerless against this surge. The force spread in all directions. Even those engaged in battle outside turned one after another to look toward the building. A tremor of unease crept into every heart, an unsettling chill so overwhelming it sent a shudder through the soul. The stronger they were, the more clearly they could sense the immensity of this overwhelming presence. It was so suffocatingly powerful that it seemed hard to even draw breath. The one who felt it most acutely, though, was Gecko standing right in front of Sui. Involuntarily, Gecko swallowed hard. His claws trembled slightly in his hands. The sensation gripped him with pure terror. He could hardly believe that the man before him could possess such a monstrous aura. Yet the stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated Gecko became. If he could force a scream from a being of this caliber, wouldn't he become even stronger himself? With this thought, a manic grin, twisted almost to tears, spread across his battered face. After all, he still had Kaneki in his grasp. The thought made Gecko squeeze even tighter. Kaneki felt, for a moment, as though his skull might split open. Then Gecko snarled at Sui. Are you really sure you don't want to kneel before me? Or is it you who will be the one begging me for mercy? All of a sudden, Sui's voice rang out behind Gecko. A spear of ice shot up Gecko's spine, chilling his mind. He whipped around instinctively, eyes wide. And there, impossibly, Sui stood right behind him. Ow! Weren't you just in front of? He faltered, frozen with shock. Because directly in front of him, Sui still stood as well. Without hesitation, Gecko swung his black claw at the Sui behind him. But it struck only an afterimage. The real Sui was already upon him, moving with unimaginable speed. In an instant, blood spattered the air. Bewildered, Gecko stared at his own arm. The arm gripping Kaneki had been severed completely. A moment later, intense pain surged up to his brain. Ow, how is this possible? How could he be so fast? Gecko gritted his teeth through the pain, reeling inside with disbelief. Across the room, his gaze found Sui, now standing at a distance. With a flick, Sui tossed Kaneki aside, the chair Kaneki had been tied to shattering instantly on impact. At that moment, Kaneki, who had been bound above, was finally and completely freed. He struggled to his feet and glanced at Sui with deep gratitude etched on his face. However, the scene before their eyes utterly infuriated Gecko. No matter what you are, I'll never let you go. Both of you, Kaneki and you, prepare to die. As Gecko roared, a massive kagun surged from his body. The kagun coiled around Gecko's head and his severed arm. Suddenly, an enormous crimson hand materialized before Sui and Kaneki. Kaneki could feel the overwhelming pressure radiating from Gecko, and panic surged within him. This is the form of a half-kakuja. You have to be careful. Kaneki warned Sui. Before Kaneki had even finished speaking, Gecko charged towards Sui, wild and ferocious. His dark red arms rippled with kagun, giving him a nightmarish appearance. Confronted with Gecko's sudden onslaught, Sui merely yawned. It was as if the threat before him was hardly worth his attention. With a single step, Sui's figure vanished from Gecko's sight. Where exactly are you looking? Suddenly, Sui's voice echoed from above. Gecko's expression changed abruptly. Before he could react, an immense force struck his back, shocking him to his core. In the next instant, Sui slammed Gecko into the ground. Cracks splintered across the floor, spreading like a spider's web. Kaneki and the two others who remained bound nearby gaped in disbelief at the sight. They could hardly trust their own eyes. For Gecko had assumed the fearsome form of a half-Kakuja, far stronger than any ordinary ghoul. Yet this newcomer hadn't even released his own Kagun, and he was thrashing Gecko as if it were nothing. The display of such terrifying power left Kaneki stunned. If he possessed such strength himself, could he finally solve all of his problems? With power like that, he could resolve everything on his own. Perhaps, one day, humans and ghouls might truly coexist in peace. If that came to pass, would the world finally know harmony? One thought followed another in rapid succession through Kaneki's mind. Just then, as Kaneki pondered these things, he saw Gecko slowly rise from the ground not far away. This time, the Kagun flowing across Gecko's body seemed even more intense. In the blink of an eye, his other arm was also enveloped in Kagun. Gecko's aura, instead of diminishing, only continued to swell stronger by the minute. Noticing what was unfolding, Kaneki immediately shouted, "Quick, stop him! Otherwise, there's a real chance he'll become a Kakuja." Kaneki had only ever heard of Kakujas before. He had never witnessed one with his own eyes. The couple, still bound on the ground, heard Kaneki's words. Instantly, their pupils contracted in shock. They began to struggle even more frantically. In moments, the man among them managed to tear off the white cloth gagging his mouth and urgently called out to Sue-E and Kaneki, "Hurry, kill him! If he becomes a Kakuja, no one will be able to stop him." But the response was a wild, booming laugh. "It's already too late. Right now, it feels incredible. The rush of this power, it's absolutely intoxicating." Kagun crept over Gecko's waist, surging quickly towards his legs. At this point, the Kagun had completely wrapped itself around Gecko's body. Kakahu appeared across every part of him. At last, Gecko transformed into a Kakuja. "I feel invincible. This power, it's simply addictive." As Gecko uttered these words, a crazed glint flashed in his only exposed eyes. Now fully in the throes of Kakuja frenzy, Gecko had become nothing more than a puppet of his own strength. Ensnared by this overwhelming surge, he grew terrifyingly powerful. His destructive might was undeniable. With each step he took, the floor shattered beneath his feet. A wave of madness and terror swept over Kaneki, prompting him to yell desperately at Sue-E, "Run! Get out of here! You won't get away! Die! Every last one of you!" Gecko bellowed. In a flash, he rocketed forward with blinding speed, closing the distance to Sue-E in an instant. Kaneki watched in horror, despair rising like a tide within him. But at that very moment, Sue-E slowly extended a single finger. With effortless poise, he blocked Gecko's frenzied assault. Time seemed to freeze. Then, a deafening crash reverberated through the room. In a split second, a burst of smoke exploded forth, blanketing Kaneki and the others' view. Their hearts sank still deeper into despair. After all, from all they'd ever known, the power of a Kakuja was beyond anything they could oppose. The rampage of a Kakuja was even more fearsome, utterly uncontrollable and devastating. Yet, as the thought flickered through their minds, the smoke began to swirl and shift. Suddenly, a dark red figure launched out from the haze. It was none other than Gecko, just moments ago, so wildly arrogant. Now Gecko shot away at a speed even greater than before, hurtling across nearly 10 meters and crashing with bone-jarring force into the wall at the far end of the room, where he finally skidded to a stop. As the smoke fully cleared, Sue-E simply retracted his outstretched finger, looking perfectly at ease. Kaneki and the others stared in utter disbelief at the scene unfolding before their eyes. "This guy's just way too strong," Kaneki muttered under his breath. Just then, the man beside him leaned in and asked, "Kaneki, do you know who that is?" I don't know." "Then why is he saving you?" Kaneki shook his head, unable to find an answer. He didn't know anyone this powerful at all. Sue-E turned his gaze toward Kaneki, a faint smile touching the corners of his mouth. "You should have received a notification from the chat group earlier. I'm Sue-E, the group master. As soon as I got your call for help, I rushed over." When those 3 words reached Kaneki's ears, his pupils shrank in shock. The voice of the chat group really had echoed in his mind just now. But he'd thought it was only his imagination. Distracted for an instant, he'd miscounted the numbers, which led to Yamori ripping off one of his fingernails. But now, the person in front of him said it wasn't a hallucination. The chat group was real. And this man had come specifically to save him. Moved beyond anything he'd ever felt, warmth swelled in Kaneki's heart. In that moment, without thinking, Kaneki unconsciously brought up the chat group interface. "Yuki Asuna, I wonder how the newcomer is doing? Has he managed to escape danger yet? CC. He should be fine, right? After all, our group master went personally. It's death. There's nothing out there that Su-E can't handle, is there? Seiko Busujima. Absolutely. Whitebeard. Laughs heartily. Gurura. I'm curious about what this newcomer is like this time. I'd love to spar with him, test out my new abilities. Reading message after message in the chat. Tears welled up in Kaniki's eyes. Kaniki-kin. Thank you all for caring about me. I don't really know what's going on, but I'm truly grateful. Su-E. Kaniki-kin. Let's chat later. Right now, we've still got a fight on our hands. That gecko isn't finished yet. Seeing Su-Yi's message, Kaniki looked up at Su-E in the distance, who was already walking toward him. Kaniki-kin, I'll give you a choice. Do you want to become stronger? Strong enough to protect your family. Strong enough to guard your friends. Kaniki nodded resolutely. Ido. But can I really do it? Of course, you're Kaniki-kin, aren't you? With those words, Su-E gave Kaniki's shoulder a firm, encouraging pat. At that very moment, with just a single pat, Kaniki suddenly felt as if a new sensation, one called courage, was welling up inside his body. What I need to do, he asked. It's simple. All you have to do is eat. Sui repeat. Hearing Su-Yi's words, Kaniki immediately turned to look at the gecko, standing nearby. He already understood the intent behind Su-Yi's words. Without hesitation, Kaniki gave Su-E a firm nod. In an instant, only after images flickered through the air. Su-E grabbed Kaniki and charged toward the gecko not far away. As they reached the gecko, Su-E shouted loudly, I choose you, Kaniki. With those words, Su-E hurled Kaniki straight at their opponent. Propelled forward, Kaniki shot toward the gecko at an even greater speed. At this moment, the gecko was just recovering from the shock. He saw a dark blur racing toward him from the front. On instinct, the gecko's Kagun lashed out at Kaniki. Kaniki's expression changed, but resolve filled his heart. He was determined. He would become stronger, no matter what. Meanwhile, Su-E opened a live broadcast within the chat group. The many members instantly witnessed the events unfolding before their eyes. They saw Kaniki, looking as though he had gone all in, his pupils fixed intently on the gecko before him. Just as the gecko's strike was about to hit Kaniki, Su-E slowly drew his Zanpakuto. The power of a master swordsman at his peak burst forth in that moment. An overwhelming sword intent enveloped the blade. With a single stride, Su-E moved forward, his sword tracing an arc through the air. The blade's slash whistled sharply as it sliced toward the gecko's arm. The gecko's arm, encased in a dense, dark red Kagun, was powerless to withstand Su-Yi's attack. In a blink, it was shredded open. The gecko was left completely unguarded, exposed with a fatal weakness. Kaniki didn't hesitate. Using the momentum of his descent, he lunged into the gecko's embrace. Without pause, Kaniki opened his mouth and bit down hard on the gecko's body. The spot he bit was known as the kaku. The organ ghouls used to create their Kagun, and in some ways, the very source of their strength. While for the gecko, now a formidable kakuja, losing a bite of his kakahu was not a devastating injury. For Kaniki, devouring the kakahu of a powerful foe meant his own strength would rise considerably. After all, ghouls possess a unique ability known as cannibalism. In that instant, Kaniki felt a tremendous power surging through his body. Hinata Hyuga. What is this? Hinata, don't watch. Go focus on your training and studies. Hinata Hyuga. Oh, come on, brother Su-E. I'm not a little kid anymore. Yuki Asuna said. By the way, you're telling me that guy isn't a normal person? CC replied. As expected, every world really is different. As the many members exchanged thoughts among themselves, Su-E simply spoke up with a single comment. You know, the one at fault isn't him. It's this world. As a member of this chat group, I'm sure he'll be able to bring true peace to this world. When Su-E finished, he turned his gaze to the side and added, Those of you up front, it's Kaniki-kin's moment to shine. Don't go and mess things up for him. He glanced at the opponents not far away, the corners of his lips lifting into a faint smile. Then, Su-E brought his hands together in a slow series of seals and declared, Fengdu, 18 hells. Fengdu, 18 hells. As the words left his mouth, a spectral vision of the ancient city of Fengdu materialized behind him in an instant. In a blink, the phantom city completely enveloped the enemies before him. Within this domain, time flowed at a completely different rate from the world outside. Inside, Su-E appeared before his adversaries, flickering from spot to spot. Each opponent received a solid punch. One after another, these enemies seemed to be blown away like kites, sent hurtling backwards in wild retreat. Yet, none of them actually felt any pain or the force of injury. What a pathetic trick. You dare show off before us. With that meager strength, you think you can defeat us? We don't know how you pulled off these illusions, but we'll never let you get away. Prepare to capture this guy right now. Su-yi faced his enemies with a faintly amused smile. He snapped his fingers. In that moment, the domain faded away at his command. The real damage struck, double the impact exploding across their bodies. Their chests ruptured in a flash, their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed, lifeless where they stood. To anyone watching from outside, all of this transpired in the span of a single blink. Right then, Su-yi leaned casually against a nearby wall, stifling a yawn as he watched the fight between Kaneki-ken and Yamori unfold in the distance. Honestly, he wasn't impressed by their battle. Still, as the group's leader, out of a sense of care, he had to make sure Kaneki didn't suffer any fatal wounds. As the protagonist among ghouls, Kaneki-ken did not disappoint Su-yi. Thanks to his power of kakaho consumption, Kaneki had gained tremendous strength. Even though he was a relative newcomer to this world, his combat strategy was nothing to scoff at. Relying on his razor-sharp instincts and terrifying tactical mind, he managed to hold his own, if only just, against the rampaging Yamori. Meanwhile, as Su-yi watched this fierce fight, somewhere in the Marvel Universe Tony Stark was erupting with laughter in his own room, louder than ever before. Ha ha ha, I did it. Finally, I did it. I've created my most powerful battle suit yet. Tony Stark burst out laughing, gazing at the armor before him, his face beaming with a joy he'd never felt before. He paid no mind to the sweat and grime clinging to his body. Without hesitation, Tony Stark stepped straight into the Iron Man suit. Jarvis, initiate the system diagnostics and capability tests. I can't wait another second to see the performance data on this suit. This particular Iron Man suit had come to life after Tony drew inspiration from alien technology during the last invasion. On top of that, with his own hands, he had crafted adamantium using vibranium, forging a top-tier battle suit. He'd spent every last resource S.H.I.E.L.D. had provided him. Nothing was left unused. And, through his previous research on the Cosmic Cube, he discovered that if he unleashed the suit's energy output, it could reach truly terrifying levels. Most crucially, this suit was built on nanotechnology. It could summon auxiliary suits remotely, repair itself on the fly, and integrate countless configurations between suits. This was the crown jewel of modern technology. Tony Stark had propelled the Iron Man suit to the peak of the possible. Begin the data tests. Yes, sir. Jarvis's voice echoed within the suit. Instantly, the Iron Man armor ignited with jets of blazing light. Brilliant energy coursed and shimmered over the suit, unleashing a new, unparalleled thrust that propelled Tony Stark skyward. He shot upwards with a speed that rivaled rocket launch. What's more, this time, not a single technological system on Earth could detect his suit. By virtue of his genius alone, Tony Stark's technology was now generations ahead of the world's most cutting-edge science. Sir, we're about to exit Earth's atmosphere. Shall we keep going? Of course. Punch at top speed. Yes, sir. With Jarvis's confirmation, the suit rocketed to a velocity of 10 kilometers per second. It just kept accelerating. Relishing the sensation, Tony Stark's laughter rang out from within the Iron Man suit. He hadn't felt this exhilaration since the days of the Mark III. Feeling the overwhelming power surging back through the armor, Tony commanded, "Deploy extra modules. Activate the Sword of Damocles protocol." As the words left Tony's mouth, he halted abruptly in midair. He waited briefly, hovering high above. Then, all at once, a swarm of circular mechanical components shot through the sky toward him at breakneck speed. These mechanical parts, as soon as they drew near Tony Stark, began disassembling and reassembling themselves, binding seamlessly to his armor. It looked just like the early days when Tony first developed the Hulkbuster suit. The components kept merging, slotting into place one by one. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic cannon barrel had taken shape across Tony's chest. This cannon exuded mechanical might in every detail. Each part rocketing in from Earth had been fitted with a miniature reactor by Tony. The diameter at the tip of the barrel was an astonishing 5 meters. It resembled the lens of a state-of-the-art film camera, only magnified beyond imagination. The front end was the massive 5-meter muzzle, and at the rear, serving as the core of this structure, stood Tony Stark himself. This was Tony's ultimate weapon, forged specifically to defeat Su-yi. Jarvis, calculate the energy contained in the coming explosion. Yes, sir. As soon as Tony gave the order, his chest reactor blazed to life, radiating dazzling light. At the same time, every reactor embedded in those recently assembled components along the barrel began shining with the same brilliance. The radiance grew ever more intense. Light began to fill the inside of the cannon. Suddenly, the modules in the midsection started to spin, whirring into motion. The energy condensed, becoming more and more focused. In an instant, a torrent of pure power screamed out of the cannon. A blinding beam of light shot forward. The energy beam, 5 meters wide, sliced through the air, racing into the distance. Astonishingly, it moved several times faster than Tony Stark's own top-flight speed. In the blink of an eye, the blazing beam vanished from Tony's sight. But the next moment, a brilliant flare erupted far away, lighting up the horizon. The burst of light was so fierce that it reflected off the nearby moon, making the moon shine with an even more dazzling glory. For a time, many witnesses could see that under the night sky, the full moon rivaled the brightness of the coming dawn. Meanwhile, Jarvis's voice chimed in through Tony's headset. "Sir, the energy output has exceeded safe parameters and is impossible to calculate, but based on my estimates, the power is enough to obliterate 1/4 of a planet." Hearing this, Tony Stark instantly ended the Damocles sword protocol. His many mechanical parts hovered in tight orbit around him. At this moment, Tony Stark looked every bit the god of machines. "Well then, now I'll run one last check, and after that, it's time to challenge Sui. I can hardly wait to see the look of surprise on his face." Of course, Sui was completely unaware of Tony Stark's plans. He had no idea that Tony Stark had already finished crafting a Sui Buster armor in advance. Sui was now inside a wide-open, empty room, carefully observing the battle between Kaneki-kin and Gecko unfolding before him. Gecko had entered his Kakuja form. At this moment, Kaneki-kin had transformed into his half-ghoul form. Under the protection of his protagonist's aura, Kaneki and Yamori clashed fiercely, the battle raging with an intensity that refused to wane. Subtly, it seemed Kaneki was beginning to gain the upper hand against Yamori. Meanwhile, the war outside was also reaching its most feverish and heated stage. If things dragged on any further, something disastrous was bound to happen. Seeing this, Sui called out to Kaneki-kin, "Kaneki, if you don't wrap things up soon, the situation outside is only going to get worse for you." Hearing Sui's words, Kaneki's brow furrowed slightly, and at that moment, the fighting spirit within him erupted in full force. Kaneki's power seemed to double right then and there. Against the frenzied ghoul Yamori, Kaneki targeted his wounds, launching relentless attacks. In just a brief moment, Yamori was forced out of his ghoul form, falling before Kaneki's onslaught. Kaneki slew him, ending it once and for all. What's more, he cannibalized Yamori, devouring his Kakaho and making himself all the stronger. With everything settled, Kaneki wasted no time. He rushed outside immediately. Of course, before leaving, he untied the 2 captives on the ground, taking them with him as he headed out. Sui's figure flickered, appearing at the very peak of the room. He gazed down at the battlefield from above, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint, knowing smile. At that very moment, the electronic voice of the chat group echoed in Sui's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, Group Leader Sui, on completing the rescue mission. Reward acquired. Zanpakuto, initial release awakening." Hearing the digital chime, Sui's figure faded quietly from sight. For now, this world no longer needed his help. Kaneki-kin messaged, "At Group Leader Sui, thank you, Sui. I swear I won't let you down." Sui replied, "As a group leader, this is simply my duty. But hurry up and settle things on your end. Once you do, we've got a group dinner planned in Whitebeard's world. You have to come join us." Kaneki-kin, "But my sense of taste." Sui, "Oh, that I nearly forgot." Sui, "The chat group is a point store and daily sign-ins. After saving up for a few days, you'll be able to exchange your points for a restored sense of taste." Sui, "Also, the store carries food that ghouls can eat, though it's a bit pricey. You'll need to work hard and participate in more missions and activities." Kaneki-kin, "Understood. I'll strive even harder. I won't let you down." Sui, "Not only me, you mustn't let down your friends and family, either." Kaneki-kin nods enthusiastically. JPG. After Kaneki-kin finished speaking, he headed straight into battle. At the same moment, Sui's figure reappeared in his own villa. Having completed the rescue mission, Sui stretched lazily. Then he crawled off his bed. He couldn't quite remember when it began, but every time he returned to the Marvel Universe, he would materialize on his bed. This left Sui speechless. Could it be that the chat group had made a default to bind him to his bed? But just as this thought crossed his mind, there was a knock at the door of his villa. "Knock, knock, knock." Hearing the knocking, Sui immediately walked toward the entrance. He opened the door and looked outside. There stood Tony Stark, dressed to the nines in a sharp suit. A brilliantly confident smile lit up his face. He looked about as happy as a man could possibly be. Seeing this, Sui found it quite odd. "What's going on? Did you win the lottery, or something?" He paused, then added, "No, that can't be it. Lotteries are just toys to someone like you. Soo-yi rested his chin in thought as he studied the man before him. Let me guess. You've built a brand new, super powerful Iron Man suit, and now you've come to challenge me, haven't you? At Soo-yi's words, a spark flashed in Tony Stark's eyes. He hadn't expected Soo-yi to figure out so quickly. Tony Stark tilted his head back ever so slightly, exuding supreme confidence. You're absolutely right. I've created a new suit of armor and named it Mark 85 Nano Armor 2.0. At the same time, Tony silently added to himself. This suit also goes by another name, the Anti-Soo-yi Armor. So, you're determined to shed your reputation as a mere corporate drone, huh? Soo-yi grinned slyly at Tony Stark. Tony didn't respond to that jab. Instead, he said to Soo-yi, "Come on then, let's fight, Soo-yi." His expression brimmed with a fighting spirit never seen before. Soo-yi was intrigued. He was genuinely curious about what kind of Iron Man suit Tony had forged. Would it really be exactly like the Mark 85 Nano Armor 2.0 in his memory? So, what do you want the showdown? Soo-yi asked with a smile. I'll let you decide, Tony replied, his confidence unwavering. There wasn't a trace of doubt left in his smile. Watching Tony's supreme confidence, Soo-yi's eyes glinted mischievously. He said, but if we're just fighting for the sake of it, that sounds a bit dull, doesn't it? What if you lose? When Tony Stark heard what Soo-yi said, he immediately waved his hand grandly and declared, if I really lose, then I'll work for you for the rest of my life. Soo-yi's eyes lit up at his words. That's what you said, but I never expected you'd enjoy being someone's employee so much. Tony Stark narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't be so sure. What if I win instead? Would you give me the cosmic cube? Deal, no problem. Soo-yi agreed cheerfully. Then, without another word, he closed the door right in Tony Stark's face. Tony Stark was left standing there, momentarily stunned. What was that about? Weren't they having a perfectly good conversation? Why did he suddenly close the door? Could it be that Soo-yi was actually afraid? One question after another flashed through Tony Stark's mind. At that very moment, Soo-yi opened the door again. Now he had the cosmic cube in his hand. Let's go. Put on your Iron Man armor, and we'll have our contest in the desert. Soo-yi added with a grin. I can hardly wait to see the great Tony Stark working as my assistant for the rest of his life. Tony Stark ignored Soo-yi's teasing. Instead, he lifted his chin and, full of confidence, pressed a device on his wrist. In an instant, his suit began assembling around him. With a hint of amusement lingering on his lips, Soo-yi watched as Tony Stark activated the button on his wrist, prompting the nanotechnology to unfold. Within a blink, the armor covered Tony Stark, layer upon shimmering layer. It radiated a palpable sense of advanced technology. If only you had a dramatic soundtrack while suiting up, Soo-yi remarked to Tony Stark. It would be even more impressive. Then Soo-yi placed both hands on the cosmic cube. Space energy rippled. In the blink of an eye, both Soo-yi and Tony Stark vanished and reappeared in the heart of a vast desert. Witnessing the power of the cosmic cube up close, Tony Stark couldn't help the spark of curiosity in his heart. He truly wanted to unlock all of the cube's mysteries. If he could manage that, maybe one day he'd command that kind of power as well. Of course, first he'd have to defeat Soo-yi standing before him. With that thought, Tony Stark, encased in his iron suit, flashed a confident smile. He called out to Soo-yi, let's fight. With those words, Tony Stark lunged forward at Soo-yi. He propelled himself so fast that he kicked up a spray of sand nearly 3 meters high. The booster-driven burst of speed brought Tony Stark right in front of Soo-yi in an instant. He raised his arm high, and his fist came swinging straight towards Soo-yi's face. Facing Tony Stark's attack, Soo-yi let out a lazy yawn. With a subtle tilt of his body, he effortlessly sidestepped Tony Stark's assault. Yet, Tony Stark showed not a trace of surprise. A burst of fire roared beneath his feet, lifting him high into the sky. Several miniature missile launchers sprang from his armored shoulders. Sir, target locked. As Jarvis's voice faded, Tony Stark immediately ordered, fire. In the blink of an eye, dozens of tiny missiles streaked towards Soo-yi. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Soo-yi gazed up at the sunlight overhead. He murmured, almost to himself, the sun's warmth feels lovely today, don't you think, Tony Stark? As his words drifted off, the swarm of missiles closed in, and an instant later, a series of thunderous explosions rolled across the desert. The blast triggered a ferocious chain reaction. The desert sands began to shift and slide, a true quicksand phenomenon unfolding before their eyes. Smoke and dust from the explosions filled the air, pressing down with suffocating intensity. Yet Tony Stark remained vigilant. He maneuvered his Iron Man armor, soaring straight into the clouds. A tactical move to avoid any unforeseen counterattacks. Sir, there are no signs of life in the smoke, Jarvis reported. Tony Stark made a mental note of this. But just as he was assessing the situation, the sky suddenly darkened. The sunlight above him was swallowed up by a shadowy figure. With no hesitation, Tony Stark darted aside. A breath later, a scorching heat ray seared past where he'd just stood. Where Su Yi's heat vision struck, the desert detonated anew. A blistering explosion carving a perfect crater into the sand. Countless streams of sand rivers rushed inward, filling the void. Su Yi hovered overhead, regarding Tony Stark with a faint, knowing smile. If he was correct, the suit Tony Stark wore now possessed combat capabilities. That far surpassed even the Mark 85 nano-armor from the original story. Truly, Tony Stark was every bit the genius people claimed him to be. Yet in his mind, Su Yi found himself wondering, between this genius and someone like Saya Takagi, who would truly prove the stronger? But as Su Yi pondered, Tony Stark seized the opening. He lifted both hands, targeting Su Yi. Nano-armor rippled and flowed, swiftly reshaping itself into a cannon-pointed barrel. A blinding light gathered at its core. A hyper-compressed beam of energy surged straight at Su Yi. This time, I'll succeed for sure. This power is almost as potent as the energy from the cosmic cube itself. Tony Stark breathed these words, his eyes fixed with fierce determination on Su Yi silhouetted high against the sky. But what Tony Stark never expected was that, when confronted with his confident, blazing laser beam, Su Yi simply raised his palm casually, as if planning to block the beam with nothing but his own hand. Does this guy really have that much faith in his body? Tony Stark blurted out in disbelief. Almost immediately, there was a tremendous explosion in the sky above. The billowing smoke from the blast shrouded the sun, leaving the heavens hushed and a shade darker. Yet in that very moment, Su Yi's voice suddenly sounded from right behind Tony Stark. If you're going to challenge me, at least show me your strongest move. Otherwise, if I lose interest, you might not even get the chance to unleash your ultimate attack. The abruptness of Su Yi's words sent a chill down Tony Stark's spine. Without thinking, powerful jets of fire erupted beneath his feet, launching Stark sky-high in a burst of energy. He desperately needed to put distance between himself and Su Yi. For with Su Yi's speed, Tony realized he'd never be able to react in time in close quarters. Watching Stark rocket into the sky, Su Yi frowned ever so slightly, perplexed by whatever Tony was planning. Still, his curiosity piqued. Su Yi didn't hesitate. He followed, right after, ascending alongside Stark into the reaches of space. As altitude grew, Tony Stark's understanding of Su Yi deepened with every moment. Now, out here in the cosmos, he was unfettered by any restraints. A torrent of mechanical components streaked toward Tony Stark, whizzing through space like brilliant meteors, beautiful, fleeting, and full of purpose. The sight only heightened Su Yi's curiosity about Stark's intentions. As they ventured deeper into the cosmic void, more and more components whirled around Stark, gathering to him in a technological storm. Jarvis, it's time. Activate the Damocles sword. Yes, sir, came Jarvis' composed reply. With Jarvis' words, Tony Stark spun around to face Su Yi, his body surrounded by swirling machine parts. In that instant, nanotechnology came into play at its finest. Dozens of miniature reactors under Stark's perfect control began to channel a surge of energy. As the energy gathered and intensified, even Su Yi could sense the monumental power within. By his reckoning, this energy far surpassed, by several times, the destructive beam that once brimmed with divine might. Realizing this, Su Yi let go of all defenses, and with a calm, knowing smile, gazed straight ahead at Tony Stark. As Tony Stark's eyes shimmered with an excited light, the 5-meter-long cannon barrel before him began to radiate its brilliance. The laser cannon unleashed its energy, firing out a beam so precise it seemed to etch a straight line through space. It shot forward at blinding speed, hurtling straight towards Su Yi. Seeing this, Su Yi abandoned all attempts at defense, dialing down every function in his body to the weakest level possible. He was genuinely afraid that he might, through some twist of fate, survive the direct assault of that laser cannon. How awkward would that be? Neither dead nor alive, just left battered and humiliated. That was never what Su Yi sought. He slowly spread his arms, closed his eyes, and quietly waited for the laser's arrival. Tony Stark's face changed instantly as he witnessed the scene before him. Hey, Su Yi, what are you doing? He shouted instinctively. Tony had assumed that Su Yi would resist, perhaps even do his best to dodge. But to Tony's shock, Su Yi simply gave up. He just stood there, passively awaiting the oncoming beam. Of course, in the vacuum of space, Tony's shouts could never reach Su Yi. Sound was lost in the silence between the stars. Yet, somehow, Sue-yi sensed Tony's frustration. After all, he still carried the Mind Stone, and its delicate reading of emotions made him acutely aware of every nuance in Tony's feelings. But Sue-yi didn't let the laser strike his body. In the blink of an eye, that terrifying laser cannon transformed into a sword of Damocles, rushing down upon Sue-yi with overwhelming force. Under a torrent of energy on this scale, his body slowly seemed to dissolve. As the last rays of light faded away, Tony Stark stared in shock at the now empty expanse of space. He was frozen, barely able to react. He'd built the anti-Sue-yi suit, but he'd never truly intended to kill the man standing before him. Sue-yi had, more than once, saved his life. Even if those favors had come wrapped in the guise of fair trade, Tony never took the phrase literally. If he had, he wouldn't be alive today. But now, guilt burrowed deep in his heart, growing with every second as the suit's mechanical components slowly disengaged. And Tony floated to the spot where Sue-yi had only moments ago vanished. He couldn't understand why Sue-yi had suddenly chosen to stop resisting. All he knew was that, at this very moment, Sue-yi had disappeared, and it was entirely possible that Sue-yi had died by his own hand. Regret churned inside Tony's chest, bitter and sharp. And just then, Jarvis's voice suddenly rang through his Iron Man suit. "Sir, please move aside at once. I am detecting a high concentration of energy forming nearby." Jarvis's urgent tone echoed in Tony's ears. Inside the suit of armor, sound could still be heard. After hearing Jarvis's words, Tony Stark frowned, then leaned back, all the while keeping his gaze fixed ahead. Golden patterns began to materialize out of thin air, gradually sketching themselves out amidst the boundless cosmos. At first, the lines took shape slowly, but as more and more golden patterns appeared, the pace of their emergence quickened. In the blink of an eye, Sue-yi's figure reappeared before Tony Stark's eyes. At that very moment, Tony Stark was completely stunned. What on earth was going on? Was he seeing things? Was this some sort of hallucination? If Tony Stark could send memes, he'd have definitely posted that iconic question mark gif. "Jarvis, am I seeing this right? Did Sue-yi just come back to life right in front of me?" "Sir, based on facial recognition, the person before you is indeed Mr. Sue-yi." As Jarvis finished speaking, Sue-yi's form became fully visible. Sue-yi slowly opened his eyes, looked at Tony Stark, and offered him a gentle smile. Relief flooded Tony Stark's heart. But almost instantly, an unquenchable fighting spirit began to surge back up inside his chest. He couldn't quite explain what was happening, but now that Sue-yi had appeared, it meant the battle was far from over. Tony Stark's eyes narrowed abruptly, and his stomach clenched with tension. A powerful impact shattered Tony's train of thought. He was silently alarmed, realizing just how overwhelming Sue-yi's strength was. Tony tried to resist, giving it everything he had, yet even then, he couldn't withstand a single attack from Sue-yi. Such terrifying power. It felt several times stronger than what he had faced before. Tony Stark was absolutely right about that. This time, after dying and resurrecting through the supreme Doomsday ability, Sue-yi's powers had evolved. His physical constitution had been dramatically enhanced. Compared to before, his body was at least 10 times stronger. His recovery and stamina had reached indescribable levels. Sue-yi couldn't help but marvel that, going forward, it would be even harder for him to die. With that thought lingering, Sue-yi pressed his palm against Tony Stark's abdomen and shot back toward Earth. His speed climbed higher and higher. So fast, afterimages trailed behind them. As they plunged into Earth's atmosphere, flames engulfed both Tony Stark and Sue-yi. "Sir, we are 10,000 meters from the ground. 5,000 meters remaining. 1,000 meters to impact. Activating emergency landing protocol." As Tony Stark rapidly descended, Jarvis's voice echoed constantly in his ears. Immediately, a deafening sound thundered across the desert. Even with a suit made from a blend of adamantium and vibranium, Tony Stark felt a heavy discomfort in his chest. Fortunately, the booster he'd injected earlier, when he'd been gravely injured, was kicking in again. Thanks to it, Tony Stark, though lightly wounded, was able to recover at remarkable speed. The helmet of his Iron Man suit slowly retracted. Breathing heavily, Tony Stark waved a hand at Sue-yi and declared, "I give up. I give up. With current technology, I simply can't beat you. So what if I end up working for you for life? A worker's spirit, a worker's soul. Being a worker is the real way to rise above." Sue-yi was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Tony Stark to say something like that. For a moment, he couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Standing before Tony Stark, Sue-yi extended a hand and pulled him to his feet. "Well then, I look forward to working with you, Tony Stark. I'm really not happy about this, but when I get stronger suits, I'll be back for a rematch. Challenge me whenever you wish. If you ever manage to defeat me, you'll be free to pick anything from my collection. Just as Soo-Yi finished speaking, Tony Stark's expression suddenly shifted. Sir, Miss Potts has sent a distress signal. Pepper Potts, or simply Pepper, was Tony Stark's personal secretary, his beloved. The moment Tony Stark heard Jarvis's words, his heart went ice cold. Jarvis, are you sure? Why would Pepper be sending a distress call? Tony demanded of Jarvis. But at this point, there was little to be said. Immediately, Tony ordered, Jarvis, pinpoint Pepper's location. I'm heading out for the rescue. Seeing the anxiety written all over Tony Stark's face, Soo-Yi's curiosity was piqued. If his guess was right, the story from Iron Man 3 was unfolding. Dr. Killian would inject the extremist virus into Pepper, causing her to overheat and risk exploding. However, in the original story, Pepper actually integrated the extremist virus perfectly, her body gaining unprecedented strength. Thinking of this, Soo-Yi opened the points shop in the chat group and searched for how many points it would take to remove the side effects of the extremist virus. Extremist virus, 10,000 points. Removing extremist virus side effects, 450 points. The moment Soo-Yi saw this comparison, his eyes lit up with excitement. Without the slightest hesitation, Soo-Yi turned to Tony Stark and said, Tony Stark, since you've decided to work for someone else for life, I can't let you do it for nothing. Don't worry, I'll take care of saving Potts. I promise you, I'll bring her back safe and sound. Before Tony Stark could process Soo-Yi's words, Soo-Yi's figure had already disappeared completely. Of course, before leaving, Soo-Yi also retrieved the cosmic cube. Gazing at the vast, empty desert, Tony Stark took a deep breath. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided then and there that he too would go and save Pepper. After all, she was the love of his life. Jarvis, switch components. Yes, sir. As Jarvis's calm voice sounded, the components on Tony Stark's back automatically detached, falling onto the desert sands. Then from high above, other components soared down from the sky, clicking into place on Tony's back. In just a few moments, the nanotechnology reassembled his Iron Man suit seamlessly. Now, clad in armor that looked as though it had just been forged, Tony's eyes sharpened with determination. The thrusters on his back blazed to life, as did those beneath his feet. His speed surged to the limit. He traced a blazing arc through the sky, flying swiftly into the distance. Meanwhile, Soo-Yi, having traveled back home via the cosmic cube, stood once more in his own villa. Taking out his phone, Soo-Yi dialed Kingpin. Kingpin, help me track down Killian. That's right, the doctor himself. Never underestimate Kingpin's network. Sometimes, human connections are far more effective than anything you can find online. Not to mention, Soo-Yi could already guess who was behind all of this. And sure enough, in about a minute, Kingpin relayed the information. My lord, I've found Killian's location. I've already sent the address to your phone. After receiving the news from Kingpin, a faint smile played at the corner of Soo-Yi's lips. He ended the call and, without hesitating, disappeared once more, this time flashing directly to the spot Kingpin had marked for him. Kingpin, having ended the call, showed no expression. He merely placed his phone back into his pocket with a slow, measured motion. At that moment, Lester, who was standing beside Kingpin, known in the underworld as Bullseye, asked in a low voice, Boss, why do you listen to that guy? With our power, we wouldn't even flinch if Nick Fury himself stood before us. What is there to be afraid of with him? Initially stone-faced, Kingpin's expression suddenly changed as Lester's words hung in the air. Immediately, Kingpin turned his gaze toward Lester, his massive frame moving in Lester's direction. Bullseye, you have no idea about matters that concern men of our rank. All you need to remember is that I hired you for your skills as a hitman, handsomely paid. Anything else is none of your business. Right now, your only job is to handle that lawyer. He's been getting bolder with his activities lately. Hearing Kingpin's words, Bullseye curled his lips slightly, feeling that Kingpin was being far too cautious. He found it hard to believe. A crime lord of Kingpin's stature, so fearful and hesitant in the face of some young upstart. Perhaps, Bullseye mused, Kingpin's heart had simply grown old. With that thought, Bullseye strode out the door. Meanwhile, Soo-Yi had already arrived at the location Kingpin had sent him. Killian's chosen venue was a dock. Before his eyes, rows upon rows of shipping containers in every color filled the scene. Unlike the usual din and bustle, however, the docks now were eerily silent. That silence set nerves on edge, creating a suffocating tension. Standing atop the highest vantage point, Soo-Yi looked down over everything below. He could see Killian with a group of men, discussing something quietly. Channeling the power of the phantom fruit, Soo-Yi sent a white dove gliding overhead. Through the phantom dove, he effortlessly tuned into their conversation. Keep patrolling here and stay vigilant for any sign of Tony Stark, understood? Yes, sir. Hearing their lackluster response, Killian's face twisted with cruelty. Is that all you've got? Where's your spirit? Louder. Yes, sir. Much better. Now that's the energy I want to see. Killian nodded, sending his henchmen off to their duties. Then his gaze fell on Pepper Potts, who stood nearby. Pepper Potts, how are you feeling right now? Tell me. Killian flashed a disturbingly twisted grin as he addressed Pepper Potts. Pepper furrowed her brow, her eyes plainly showing her disgust. She made no effort to hide it. If you let me go now, maybe I can convince Tony to leave you alone. But before she could finish her sentence, Killian, pulsing with anger, slammed his fist into a nearby container. Fiery, orange-red light flickered along his arm from within. With a deafening crash, the container was sent hurtling aside. Pepper Potts stared at the scene in utter disbelief, unable to trust her own eyes. Killian, however, was perfectly pleased with her reaction. Smirking, he muttered to her, almost as if talking to himself. Do you know why I'm so obsessed with going after Tony Stark? Because years ago, he completely stood me up. Even without using the illusion of a white dove, Sue-E could hear that line loud and clear. There was nothing he could do. Killian's voice was simply too loud. Fortunately, Sue-E had received professional training. Unless he absolutely couldn't help it, he would never laugh out loud. Do you know what happened? Back then, that infuriating guy Tony Stark made me wait for him on a rooftop. It was already nighttime, and the temperature had dropped below freezing. After waiting more than 20 minutes past our agreed time, I actually believed Tony Stark would still show up. But as the minutes ticked by, I realized how naive I'd been. He had completely forgotten all about me. And now, I'm here for revenge, to let him know exactly what it cost to stand me up. As he spoke, Killian reached out and seized Pepper Potts' chin, his expression brimming with arrogance. At that, Sue-E knew he couldn't just keep standing by and watching. Right away, under Sue-Ye's control, the illusory white dove dove down toward Killian. The instant this unfolded before him, Killian's face changed. Stupid, brainless bird. Killian scornfully tossed out the words right in front of Pepper Potts. Under Pepper's stunned gaze, she watched as the skin on Killian's head slowly flushed red. The heat in the room was rising. Then suddenly, a plume of fire burst from Killian's mouth. Pepper Potts instinctively shrank back in terror. But, bound as she was, there was nothing she could do. The scorching, acrid scent of burning seeped into Pepper's nose. She glanced sideways. Out of the corner of her eye, Pepper could just make out that strands of her once beautiful hair had already been scorched. As for the illusory white dove, it was completely obliterated beneath Killian's fiery breath. At that very moment, the sound of clapping echoed from afar. It immediately drew the attention of everyone at the docks. A glimmer of hope flashed in Pepper's eyes. She knew full well that Sue-E and Tony Stark were friends. If Sue-E was here, did that mean Tony Stark himself would soon arrive? Just as this thought crossed Pepper's mind, Killian strode confidently toward Sue-E, focused only on him. Injected with the extremist virus, Killian had become explosively short-tempered. So when he saw this stranger, Sue-E, striding in from outside, clapping in mock appreciation, he completely lost his temper. Killian strode toward Sue-E, calling out, "You little punk, are you here looking for death? If that's what you want, I can certainly grant your wish." Sue-E's brow furrowed slightly as sudden understanding flashed across his face. At first, he had assumed that anyone hanging around this place would recognize him. But now it seemed, aside from the few people up above, no one here had any idea who he was. It wasn't hard to guess the reason. Clearly, S.H.I.E.L.D. had meddled with things behind the scenes. He remembered Tony Stark had told him once. His own file had been upgraded to SSS level top secret. There were only a handful of people in the world who knew his true identity and abilities. Unfortunately for him, Killian wasn't on that list. And as for Killian's underlings, forget about it. He soon found himself ringed by these henchmen, each one regarding him with sneering disdain. "Hey, you idiot. Have you never heard of the word death before? Boss, do you want us to just take him out? Isn't that obvious? Didn't the boss already wipe out all the dock workers before? Let me handle this. I think I'm finally starting to get the hang of my new abilities. Just watch how I make him beg for mercy." With that, one of the henchmen glanced over to Killian, seeking his approval. Killian's face was twisted into a cold, mocking grin as he replied, "Fine, it's your show." At Killian's nod, that underling's face flashed with vicious glee. Brimming with confidence, he stepped out to stand nose to nose with Sue-E. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with a hulking build, his face full of menacing features, a warning written clear as day for all to see. He was not someone to be messed with. Sizing up the brute before him, Sue-E couldn't help but smirk. "You certainly look strong, but trust me, All that muscle is useless, just blind strength with no purpose. The big man bristled at his words, face darkening with fury. But before he could retort, Sue-E calmly held out a single finger, challenging, "Tell you what, sport, go ahead and try to break my finger with both hands. If you can manage it, I'll let you do whatever you want with me." They had never heard such bluster in their lives. To them, Sue-E was just some frog in a well, completely ignorant of the real world. Get him, snap his finger, let him taste what real agony feels like. I've never seen anyone so cocky. Let's show him what true cruelty means. At that moment, Killian let out a derisive laugh, utterly unimpressed. After all, his subordinates had all been injected with the extremist virus. Their reaction speed, strength, recovery, all had been boosted to superhuman levels. No ordinary person could ever hope to stand against them. The burly man standing before Sue-E couldn't help but laugh at Sue-Yi's words. "I don't even need both my hands. Just one is more than enough for you." As he spoke, a surge of orange-red light, blazing like fire, flared from his left arm. In moments, the sleeve of his shirt was easily singed away by the searing glow. His well-built arm rippled with muscle as he suddenly reached out to grab Sue-Yi's finger with crushing force. While the onlookers waited to see a joke unfold, the burly man's expression suddenly shifted. In shock, he stared at Sue-E before him, utterly unable to believe what he felt. He'd used all his strength, yet he found that he couldn't bend Sue-Yi's finger at all. What was going on? The big man stared at Sue-E in disbelief, but those gathered around had no inkling of what was happening in his mind. They still thought he was putting on some kind of improvised act, just playing around. Killian even called out to him, "All right, enough playing. Just finish him off. Teaching Tony Stark a lesson is what really matters right now." "That's right. Stop wasting our time. Get on with it. We're all busy. If you don't do it, I'll do it for you." Among the group, a woman with a buzz cut spoke up, chastising the burly man. His lips twitched with frustration, but pride as a man would never allow him to admit defeat. Without any hesitation, he let out a furious roar, his entire body suddenly engulfed in a wave of fiery light. He pushed the power of the extremist virus to its limit. And now, he brought in his second hand as well. At once, the crowd's expressions changed. The sheer heat radiating from the extremist-powered glow was enough to scorch flesh in an instant. Yet Sue-E remained exactly as before, smiling calmly and untroubled. Killian's eyes widened as he realized what was happening, shouting, "Quick, kill him." At his command, everyone rushed towards Sue-E. Just then, Sue-E gave his hand a casual flick, and in the next moment, the big man was sent hurtling through the air toward the crowd. With a gentle flick of his finger, Sue-E had unleashed a force that changed everything. The burly man's face twisted in sudden shock. He felt as if some colossal force had smashed into him, launching him straight at Killian's subordinates. His composure shattered, and with it the side effects of the extremist virus erupted violently. In the blink of an eye, his entire body blazed with intense, fiery light. The instant that fire burst forth, everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. But there was nothing they could do, for the burly man was crashing toward them far too fast for anyone to react. It happened so quickly that they didn't even have time to react. Even after being injected with the extremist virus, their reflexes could hardly keep up. All of a sudden, a tremendous blast echoed through the air, a thunderous explosion. A fierce, fiery wind instantly swept up everyone nearby, swallowing them whole. The containers closest to the blast began to melt, their steel skins buckling under the heat. As the melting quickened, more and more of their contents caught fire and blazed with fury. In an instant, the inferno surged across the length of the dock. At that moment, Sue-E appeared right beside Pepper Potts. He turned to her and asked gently, "How are you feeling? They didn't give you too much trouble, did they?" Pepper let out a sigh of relief, her nerves finally easing. She replied, "Thank goodness you came. Otherwise, I think they were about to inject me with some kind of virus." Then, anxious, she looked at Sue-E and asked, "By the way, what about Tony? Your Tony might take a bit longer to get here. He's currently flying out of some desert as we speak." As soon as he answered, Sue-E snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a fluffy cloud materialized by his side. It was a creation of Sue-Yi's own awakened power, summoned as effortlessly as breathing. "Have a seat on this cloud. I'll take you away from the docks." Pepper nodded eagerly, then reminded Sue-E, "Please be careful." Even though she believed nothing could truly harm Sue-E, as a friend, she had to say it. With a gentle nod, Sue-E guided the cloud upward, soaring into the sky. Now, the vast dock was empty except for Sue-E, Killian's men, and the roaring sea of flames. From within the blaze, Killian and his followers emerged, their bodies already charred. Yet the extremist virus in their veins kept repairing their flesh again and again. In fact, the raging fire seemed to make the virus all the more volatile and potent in their bodies. Each of them felt a rush of strength, power surging within them. Killian glanced at the spot where Pepper Potts had been tied up just moments before. Seeing the empty chair, he could no longer hide the fury twisting his face. "Kill him," he ordered with a snarl. At his command, Killian's subordinates charged at Sue-E with blistering speed. Fueled by the extremist virus, they pushed their abilities to the limit. "Perfect. Let me test the full scope of my powers on you." Just a little while ago, Sue-E had survived a brush with death and been reborn. Now, after this resurrection, the difference in his abilities was like night and day. Only Sue-E truly knew the extent of his abilities. To everyone else, he was a complete mystery. Slowly, the group formed a tight circle around him. Their eyes burned with hostility as they fixed their murderous gazes on him. Without a shred of hesitation, one man, unable to contain himself, sprang forward and charged at Sue-E. Seeing this, Sue-E struck out with a single punch. His fist landed squarely in the attacker's abdomen. The man's breath hitched sharply, the sheer force stealing the air from his lungs. Before he could even react, his body shot skyward, soaring into the clouds as if launched by an invisible catapult. At that precise moment, Sue-E unleashed the full power of his internal force. A golden red burst exploded in the sky, like fireworks suddenly blossoming in the night. Sue-E let out a quiet sigh and addressed the few remaining before him. "Honestly, isn't there anyone among you with a bit more strength? This is far too easy. I can't even get a sense of how far I've come." The word sent a fresh wave of shock rippling through his opponents. That punch, so shattering, so casual, wasn't even enough for him to gauge his current state. If that didn't measure his limits, just how strong was this man? A chill crept into Killian's heart as these thoughts struck him. He forced himself to speak, calling to his subordinates. "Don't be afraid. Someone who wields such terrifying strength can never use it more than once. He must be at his limit now. If we all attack together, he doesn't stand a chance." Killian's men hesitated at his command, uncertainty in their eyes. But Killian's authority had been cultivated through years of ruthless intimidation. Despite their fear, after a brief pause, they committed to his plan. All at once, they rushed towards Sue-E, their bodies wreathed in flickering flames, a fearsome and imposing sight. What none of them noticed, however, was that at the rear, Killian himself was quietly edging away, furtively retreating further from the fight. He hated to admit it, but deep down he was terrified. He knew, beyond a doubt, he was utterly outmatched. Sughi spared Killian a single contemptuous glance. That look already cold turned to ice. "This is pointless," Sue-E muttered. "There's really no fun in playing with you lot." As his words trailed off, he calmly started walking straight toward Killian. But the moment Sue-E took his first step, the faces of Killian's subordinates completely transformed. Each one felt as if a heavy sledgehammer had slammed viciously into their gut. Before they could even process what had happened, the force anchored in their abdomens erupted all at once. The violence of that explosion lifted their bodies off the ground, hurling them into the sky. One by one, every person, save for Killian, was launched up in unison, soaring towards the heavens. When they reached the very heights of the sky, the power inside them detonated in its entirety. They didn't even have a heartbeat to trigger their extremist virus to heal themselves. Each of them burst apart, scattering in the air like a shower of dazzling, tragic fireworks. The brilliance that burst forth was so dazzling, it could be seen clearly even in broad daylight. Seeing the scene unfold before his eyes, Killian was completely thrown into panic. What the hell? Is this even human anymore? Relying on his own speed, he hadn't even caught the moment when Sue-E made his move. Is this really something a person can do? This must be a god. The growing tension within Killian made the flames on his body blaze even brighter, searing to look at. If he let the extremist virus rage unchecked within him, driven by his emotions, he'd surely explode at any moment, ending up just like the others before him. At once, Killian drew in a deep breath and looked straight at Sue-E. Without a trace of hesitation, right there in front of Sue-E, dropped to his knees. He knelt without pause, right at Sue-E's feet. Sue-E looked down at Killian, now kneeling before him, hands tucked into his pockets, the corners of his mouth curled up in mockery. "Well now, dropping to your knees so quickly? Are your legs giving out?" Sue-E watched Killian with a radiant smile, the sarcasm in his voice so obvious no one could miss it. But Killian had made up his mind. He wouldn't act human anymore. Thud, thud, thud. Killian knelt there, kowtowing 3 times in rapid succession. Each impact was so forceful that cracks splintered across the floor, a testament to how desperate Killian was to beg for mercy. Staring at Killian, Sue-E grinned and said, "Looks like you're quite afraid of dying. How about this? Hand over the formula for the extremist virus, and I'll spare your life." Killian hesitated. He wasn't a fool. If he really revealed the formula, Sue-E might kill him in the very next second. Yet just as that thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a strange emptiness in one arm. A jolt of pain shot straight to his heart. His pupils contracted sharply. Killian looked to where his right arm should be, only to find nothing there but empty space. He wanted to ask Sue-E when he could possibly have struck. But when he saw Sue-Ye's mockery and the arm in his hand, Killian lost his nerve once again. He finally understood. No matter what he said, Sue-E would probably play him to death anyway. The temperature of his body began to climb. With his emotions surging, Killian's arm regrew at a breakneck pace, molten and glowing like magma. But this time, what he felt was pure despair. He could only pray that this man before him would show a shred of mercy. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. As long as he could survive, then once he became stronger in the future, it wouldn't be too late to come back and settle the score with them. I'll talk now. I'll tell you the method for producing extremist virus right this moment. Just please, truly let me go. Of course you have my word. I always keep my promises. With Sue-Ye's reply, the cowardly Killian finally revealed the recipe for creating the extremist virus to Sue-E. He also disclosed the location of their secret base. There were still several vials of extremist virus stored there. After he finished speaking, Killian turned to Sue-E and asked, "Can I go now?" Killian looked at Sue-E with desperate hope. Though deep inside, his guard was still up. He was afraid Sue-E might go back on his word. But this was Sue-E he was dealing with. Killian's suspicion of Sue-E was nothing more than judging a gentleman with a petty man's heart. Seeing that Killian really had shared the production method, Sue-E waved his hand and said to him, "All right, I've got it. You may leave now." "Really? Thank you so much for your kindness, sir." Killian's face broke into a smile brighter than ever before. "Oh, one more thing. Right now the docks are engulfed in flames. Watch out for explosions and falling debris. Be careful not to get yourself killed." Hearing Sue-Ye's concern, Killian was even more elated. He had braced himself for a desperate, bloody escape from Sue-Ye's grasp. But now it seemed Sue-E genuinely wanted to let him go. He even reminded him to take care. This was almost too good to be true. "You're a good man." Having said that, Killian dashed away into the distance. But just then a thunderous explosion erupted nearby. A massive shipping container was blasted skyward in the same instant, rocketing high above everything. Its enormous shadow swallowed up the light and flames, casting Killian into utter darkness. Killian instinctively looked up just as the container began to plummet toward him. His body flushed red-hot with panic. He threw his mouth open wide and spat out scorching flames, desperately trying to stop the container's descent. But the speed at which he melted the container couldn't compete with how fast it was falling. All he could do was watch as the container filled his entire field of vision, growing larger and larger. Suddenly, Sue-Ye's words echoed in his mind. "Watch out for explosions and falling debris. Be careful not to get yourself killed." But this scene, now unfolding before his eyes, filled Killian with utter despair. Sue-Ye's words had become a jinx. The thought had barely crossed his mind before the shipping container came crashing down, crushing him beneath its massive weight. The extremist virus inside him went out of control. Killian's body detonated in an instant. There was simply no chance of survival. Sue-E watched the scene before him with a broad, amused smile and muttered to himself, "Well now, didn't I warn you before? You have to be careful about things falling from above. Why are you always so careless?" With those words, Sue-E turned his gaze skyward. Right then, Tony Stark appeared at last, albeit a bit late, piloting his Iron Man suit as he finally landed at the docks. "Tony Stark, I'll leave the docks in your care. As for Pepper, I've already sent her to the Stark Industries tower, so you don't have to worry about her." Tony Stark was momentarily taken aback, but before he could respond, he realized Sue-E had already vanished without a trace. Tony sighed, exasperated by Sue-Ye's unpredictable ways. "Jarvis, send over the Iron Man suit from my villa with the fire suppression protocol. Leave the situation here to him. He'll have these flames under control in just a few minutes." "Yes, sir." After leaving the docks behind, Sue-E headed to the secret base that Killian had mentioned not long ago. This was Dr. Killian's old laboratory, once used for all kinds of experiments. Scattered about were numerous blueprints, each covered with data on the extremist virus. But all of this was of no use to Sue-E. He wasn't interested in stability anyway. With the point shop at his disposal, all he needed was the base serum. Eliminating the side effects was child's play. It couldn't be easier. Once he'd gathered up the reagents and blueprints, Sue-E promptly left the secret base. Of course, before he left, Sue-E made sure to completely destroy everything inside. With another flash, his figure flickered, and this time, when he reappeared, he found himself inside Fisk Tower. Holding the extremist virus in his hand, Sue-Yi's goal was clear, to reward his loyal underling. But he hadn't taken more than a few steps when someone behind him suddenly called out. "Stop! Who are you? How did you get in here?" Bullseye had just returned when he ran into Sue-E, dressed completely casually. He barked out a sharp warning. Hearing this, Sue-E slowly turned, looking back at Bullseye. "What are you staring at? Go ahead, look at me one more time and see what happens." Bullseye snapped. Sue-E regarded Bullseye with a curious glint in his eye, unable to fathom where all this confidence was coming from. Why would this man dare to provoke him? With that thought in mind, Sue-E asked, "And you are?" "None of your business who I am. Show me your ID right now. If you can't prove your identity, believe me, I won't hesitate to kill you." Bullseye threatened, glowering with genuine menace in his eyes. Sue-E couldn't help but laugh at the display. "Oh, are you threatening me now?" If it weren't for the fact that this was Kingpin's building, and Sue-E wanted to give some face to his subordinate, he wouldn't have hesitated to slap him right then and there. "Anyone who dares stand in my way, let them all perish." But the moment Bullseye heard this, he burst out laughing. "This is my turf, so what if I'm threatening you? If you piss me off, I'll put a bullet in you, believe it or not." "Bullseye, just who are you planning to shoot? I'll give you one more chance to choose your words wisely." Suddenly, the elevator next to them chimed and opened. From within stepped Kingpin, his massive frame filling the doorway. The aura radiating from him was unmistakably that of a true crime lord. Darkness seemed to seep from every pore. In an instant, Bullseye shuddered. Instinctively, he turned and looked toward Kingpin. "Boss, what brings you down here?" he stammered. Seeing Kingpin standing right in front of him felt completely out of character. Under normal circumstances, Kingpin would never leave his office at this hour. Yet here he was descending in the elevator, arriving at precisely this floor, at precisely this moment. No matter how he tried to rationalize it, Bullseye knew this was no coincidence. A creeping sense of dread welled up inside him. And sure enough, just as Bullseye had this thought, Kingpin strode right up to him. Standing before Kingpin, Bullseye looked impossibly small. Kingpin glared down at him and growled, "Bulls, do you even realize who this man is standing before you? If I'd been even a minute late, you might have made an unforgivable mistake." With that, Kingpin turned his gaze to Sue-E. Staring at Sue-E, Kingpin did his best to appear smaller, almost curling in on himself. "Boss, I apologize. My subordinate acted thoughtlessly and disrespected you. I beg your forgiveness." Kingpin bowed as he spoke to Sue-E. At his side, Bullseye's expression changed completely the moment he heard Kingpin's words. He stared at Sue-E in disbelief. Only now did Bullseye realize that the boss Kingpin referred to was someone so young. So young, in fact, that Bullseye was left deeply skeptical. But that doubt flashed through Bullseye's mind for only a moment. Because in Kingpin's words and tone, he could hear a genuine reverence for Sue-E, respect that came from the very core of his being. Sue-E lifted his gaze, looking first at the hulking Kingpin before turning his attention to Bullseye. "Kingpin, you really have trained a fine subordinate." The moment Kingpin heard Sue-E speak those words, his muscular frame began to tremble. Others might not know what kind of person Sue-E was, but Kingpin knew all too well. But having followed Sue-E for so long, Kingpin knew all too well just what kind of methods Sue-E had at his disposal. Especially when he thought back to their first encounter 2 years ago. It was no exaggeration to say that, without Sue-Yi's appearance in his life, there would be no Kingpin as he was today. And the reason for that was Sue-Yi's ruthless determination. That ruthlessness far surpassed Kingpin's own. Without a moment's hesitation, Kingpin glared at Bullseye beside him and said coldly, "Offending the boss is grounds for punishment." As soon as Kingpin spoke, he swung a heavy fist straight at Bullseye. His punch was so fast, it landed before you could blink. With a solid thud, Kingpin's fist buried itself in Bullseye's abdomen. The pain nearly made Bullseye's eyes bulge from their sockets. There was no question, his internal organs must have suffered serious damage. Watching the scene unfold, a cold sneer curled at the corner of Sue-Yi's lips. "All right, I didn't come here just to watch you two fight." As he spoke, Sue-Yi took a serum injector out of his pocket and tossed it toward Kingpin. The injector traced an arc through the air and landed squarely in Kingpin's grasp. "What's this?" Kingpin asked Sue-Yi, studying the item in his hand. Sue-Yi replied, "Think of it as a reward for your years of loyalty. Once injected, it'll grant you power beyond the limits of humanity, and even allow you to access other extraordinary abilities." While he spoke, Su-e spent 450 points to redeem an antidote that could eliminate the side effects of the extremist virus, then handed it to Kingpin as well. And this one, he added, will eliminate the side effects. Use the two together, and I'd say your strength should increase by at least tenfold. Among ordinary people, Kingpin's strength was already at the very pinnacle. But in the Marvel Universe, a world where absurd powers were the norm, even Kingpin's superhuman might was of little use. Kingpin understood this fact deeply, which was why he'd clung to Su-Yi's side, helping him amass ever more wealth. Even so, he never imagined that Su-Yi would entrust him with something so vital. He didn't hesitate for a second. Clutching the serum injector, Kingpin plunged it straight into his arm. Immediately, the serum coursed through his veins. The power of the extremist virus erupted inside Kingpin, surging violently through him. A wave of searing pain, hot as molten iron, crashed over him, threatening to consume him from within. But without faltering, Kingpin seized the antidote and injected it into himself without delay. In an instant, a cool sensation swept through his body. Kingpin felt as if the burning heat inside his body had finally faded away. The power of the despair virus was now completely under his control. As the serum took its full effect, Kingpin broke free from his agonizing pain. He began examining himself, watching closely as subtle red patterns emerged beneath the skin of his palm, completely within his command. The markings deepened, and in the blink of an eye, his palm was glowing a vivid crimson. He could even see, through his flesh, golden red patterns writhing like flames. Taking a deep breath, struggling to steady his elation, Kingpin looked at Su-Yi and declared, "My lord, I swear on this life, I will never betray you. With the power you bestowed upon me, I will give my all to bring you ever greater riches." Su-Yi, however, paid little mind to Kingpin's words. Just after stepping out of Kingpin's tower, a familiar interface flashed across Su-Yi's mind, a message from the chat group. "Hinata Hayaga. At group leader Su-Yi and I, tomorrow is my Chunin exam. Will you come to watch? Asuna Yuaki. Hinata, only called that you're Su-Yi and I. What about the rest of us? Are you not going to invite us too? Whitebeard, Gururara. Looks like our little Hinata is growing up." Edward Elric. Old man. Seems like Hinata's heart already has its chosen one. Hinata Hyuga. And no, I didn't really. I just don't have permission to, at everyone. Hinata Hyuga. That's the only reason. Hinata Hyuga. Shy.jpg. As everyone listened to Hinata's flustered explanation, laughter rippled through the group, growing even more amused. Su-Yi took this in stride and quickly responded, "At everyone, tomorrow is Hinata's Chunin exam. Anyone interested in coming along to watch? Kin Kaniki. I just joined Ayajirai Tree, and things are hectic. Unfortunately, I really can't make it, sorry." Su-Yi. No need to apologize. Now that you're part of the group, just keep your spirits up. We're a family here. Whitebeard. Gururara. Ever since I regained my peak and took another step forward, guys like Sengoku don't dare come near me anymore. These days, I've got nothing but time. Whitebeard. So I'll definitely watch Hinata's Chunin exam, even if I have to buy another miniature body experience card. Siko Busujima. We've recently spotted other survivors near our camp. It looks like they're planning to take us over, so I'm tied up for now. Asuna Yuki. Count me in. I wouldn't miss Hinata's Chunin exam for anything. CC said, "Since Asuna is going, then I'm coming too. And besides, I haven't seen Su-Yi in ages." Isdeath chuckled. "You two are just the closest of friends, aren't you? Forever bound together in love and rivalry." Retsu Unohana replied, "Lately I've been immersed in my research on domains, so I'll have to pass this time." Isdeath remarked, "What a coincidence, I'm also diving into the study of domains. I've realized there are even greater potentials to develop with my Imperial arms." Taking in everyone's responses, Su-Yi spoke up, "In that case, how about just a handful of us go this time? Would that be all right?" Hinata Hyuga answered cheerfully, "Of course. I'm already thrilled that you all are coming." Asuna Yuki said, "I don't know why, but suddenly I get the feeling I'm just tagging along without much purpose." CC quipped, "Relax, that's not your imagination. You really are just along for the ride." Asuna Yuki fired back, "You little witch. You'd better watch out. When I see you, I'm going to give you a spanking." CC snorted, "Oomph, you're no match for me. If you're truly my bestie, then come and try." Once again, Asuna and CC started bickering in the chat group. Without a moment's hesitation, Su-Yi quietly slipped away. Time flowed differently in Su-Yi's Marvel world compared to Hinata Hyuga's ninja world. If they meant tomorrow in Hinata's world, by the time evening rolled around in his world, it would be time for him to set off. That meant there wasn't much time left for him. Oh, what a headache. What in the world should I give Hinata as a present? When it came to fighting, Sue-e never feared any opponent. But picking out a gift for a girl? That left Sue-e stumped and anxious. With that thought, Sue-e pulled out his phone and called Hannah. He often chatted with Hannah when he had free time in the Marvel world. Almost without fail, whenever Sue-e was in the Marvel world and had a moment, he'd call her. The phone barely rang before Hannah answered, her melodic voice flowing through the speaker. Sue-e, don't you usually call me at night? Are you actually free right now? There was a cheerful lilt to her words. Hannah, do you have a moment? I think I could use your help, Sue-e said earnestly. Hannah didn't hesitate for a second. Sure, if there's anything I can do, you know I'll give my all. Great, then wait for me a bit. I'll drive over and pick you up. And with that, they ended the call. Hannah hummed a light tune as she walked back to her room. Just then, her parents caught a glimpse of her, humming and beaming. Seeing their daughter so happy, they couldn't help but smile themselves. Very soon, Sue-e drove his Bugatti Veyron to the front of Hannah's building, waiting for her to come downstairs. But just as Sue-e parked his car, a distant commotion caught his attention. Help! Somebody help me! That man stole my bag. Squinting, Sue-e looked toward the disturbance. He saw a noble woman, dressed in luxurious finery, struggling to get back on her feet from the ground. Her clothes were covered in dust, and she looked thoroughly disheveled. At that moment, she pointed frantically at a man nearby and shouted for help to everyone around her. Sue-e wasn't the only one to hear her call. Anyone strolling in the vicinity could clearly catch her desperate cries. Suppressing a yawn, Sue-e felt utterly bored by the spectacle. Still, since I've run into this, I suppose you're just unlucky, he muttered to himself. As he stepped out of his car, a sudden rush of wind surged before him. The gust tore through the street, sweeping rapidly toward the commotion. Narrowing his eyes, Sue-e focused on the scene unfolding not far away. He saw the whirlwind racing straight toward the thief at an astonishing speed. In less than the blink of an eye, almost faster than could be seen, the stolen bag vanished from the thief's grip. In the very next instant, the bag had inexplicably appeared back in the lady's hands. The noble woman could only stare at her bag in utter bewilderment. She was at a loss, unable to comprehend how her stolen bag had just reappeared before her. The crowd, too, gaped in confusion, unable to make sense of what they had witnessed. But standing off to the side, Sue-e observed everything with perfect clarity. Following the direction of that fading gust, Sue-e summoned forth a flock of phantom white doves, sending them aloft to survey the scene from the sky above. Just as he expected, as the whirlwind dissipated, Quicksilver's figure came into view. And right beside him stood his Scarlet Witch. So these two show up here, at a time like this? They are truly impossible to predict, Sue-e mused. So, he decided not to waste brainpower trying. At that very moment, Hannah emerged from her building. Catching sight of Hannah stepping outside, Sue-e instantly pushed thoughts of Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch to the back of his mind. After all, what mattered most right now was spending the day with Hannah and maybe picking up some gifts. As Hannah walked up to the Bugatti, she glanced warmly at Sue-e. Smiling, she flung her arms wide and nestled herself contentedly into Sue-e's embrace. Sue-e, where are we off to today? She asked cheerfully. Without missing a beat, Sue-e replied, let's just wander around the mall and see where the day takes us. After a brief pause, Sue-e spoke again. Do you remember little Hinata from the last party? She'll have her exams soon. I want to give her a small gift after it's over, so I was hoping you could help me pick something out. Hannah's eyes brightened immediately. Of course, no problem at all. Trust my taste, she replied with a playful giggle. Hannah beamed, showing no hint of jealousy or any other negative emotion over Hinata Hyuga. In her eyes, the fact that Sue-e invited her along to pick out a present was already a wonderful thing. Soon, the two of them were on their way to the Central Mall in the Bugatti Veyron, the world outside gliding swiftly past. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the bustling heart of the mall. Stepping out of the car, Hannah naturally slipped her arm through Sue-e's, resting her whole body gently against his side. To onlookers, they looked just like an affectionate couple. Turning her head up to Sue-e, Hannah asked softly, Sue-e, what is little Hinata's world like? Having attended Sue-e's party, Hannah knew very well that his friends all hailed from other worlds, which led her to this question. Sue-e thought for a moment before answering. It's a world where battles break out all the time, you could say. After a short pause, he added, oh, and if I remember correctly, little Hinata is pretty fond of pressed flowers. Pressed flowers? Really? I love those too. Now that makes things easy. A gentle smile brightened Hannah's face. She clung even more closely to Sue-e's embrace, radiating the warmth and contentment of a cherished lover. Let's go, Sue-e. I know a wonderful little pressed flower shop. Let me take you there, Hannah said, her excitement bubbling over. She clung to Su Yi's arm and led him upstairs in the mall. Just then, a striking woman with long white hair and a flamboyant outfit swept past them. Even after she'd gone, her subtle, fragrant perfume lingered in the air. Hannah eyed the woman, a spark of wary caution flickering in her gaze. She had always been confident in herself, but she never expected to encounter someone whose beauty could rival her own. Almost instinctively, Hannah nestled even more closely to Su Yi, as if trying to capture his attention and keep his eyes from wandering to the passing stranger. Su Yi understood Hannah's little ploy all too well. With affectionate indulgence, he reached out and ruffled her hair. At that moment, Hannah looked at Su Yi with a delighted, cat-like expression, as if she'd just been rewarded. Her smile radiated pure joy. Unconsciously, Hannah's steps grew lighter and more playful as they walked. Soon, the two of them arrived at a pressed flower shop. Outside the shop, a woman with striking white hair stood by the door, her lips curled into a captivating smile. But beneath the surface, that smile carried a hint of disdain. She muttered under her breath, "Humph, men really do change when they have money." With a flourish, she turned and strode away. This scene was witnessed by the illusionary passerby Su Yi had conjured. That phantom sat on a bench in the mall, holding a likewise illusory cup of bubble tea, appearing as if he were simply resting. Yet every moment, his watchful gaze merged seamlessly with Su Yi's own perspective. Nothing the white-haired woman did escaped Su Yi's notice, not even when she'd already stepped outside the mall. Su Yi's illusionary white dove continued to keep her under surveillance. Under this watchful eye, Su Yi saw the striking beauty approach an ordinary-looking car, exchange a few words, and then slip inside. Through the window, the phantom dove could just make out that, inside the car, the woman had a phone in hand and seemed to be speaking to someone. Observing this from the flower shop, Su Yi frowned ever so slightly. A car was too enclosed for his illusions to catch the details of her conversation. And so, he still couldn't ascertain her reason for approaching them. Inside the car, the white-haired woman sat all the way in the back seat, her voice dripping with mischief as she spoke in her phone. "I saw Su Yi today. Have to admit, he's still as handsome as ever. Of all the men I've met, he's definitely the most appealing to me. Hard to believe. The infamous black cat actually has a weakness for men. What? Isn't it perfectly normal for me to be attracted to men? I am a woman, after all. You know, I've never even been in a relationship. Maybe I should try it out with him, see what a sweet romance feels like." "That's enough, Felicia Hardy. Your top priority right now is finishing the mission. Relax, I'll get it done. But I want to take things one step at a time. It'd be a shame not to experience a bit of young love, wouldn't it?" "Oomph. Sweet love? Aren't you afraid that if you actually get close to Su Yi and he discovers you the black cat thief, he'll hand you straight over to the authorities?" The voice on the other end of the call pierced straight through to Felicia Hardy. She fell silent, lost in thought. Yes, after all, if you strip it down to the truth, she was nothing but a thief. And not just any thief, a one-on-one at that. If you're yearning for the sweetness of romance, you might as well just find a pillow and take a nap during the day. As Felicia Hardy pondered, the person on the other end of the line spoke up again. "I'm giving you 1 month. Hand over the extremist virus and the antidote for its aftereffects. Use whatever means you have to. You must get it done within a month. Otherwise, you can forget about surviving in this world." With that, the caller hung up. At that moment, Felicia Hardy's expression was filled with unease. But she quickly regained her composure. Meanwhile, she was secretly wondering what exactly this so-called extremist virus was. If it turned out to be something valuable, judging from that person's urgent tone, she wouldn't mind keeping this treasure for herself. Outside, Su Yi's illusionary white dove was circling in the sky, always keeping a close watch on the black cat. As for Su Yi himself, he was still in the pressed flower shop, there with Hannah, working on making pressed flowers. Time ticked by minute. After about 30 minutes, under Hannah's guidance, Su Yi created his first piece of pressed flower art. Pressed flowers, after all, are a form of art that uses both physical and chemical techniques to process plant materials, roots, stems, leaves, blossoms, fruits, bark, through dehydration, color preservation, pressing, and drying, transforming them into flat floral components. With some creative thought, these materials can be turned into exquisite decorative paintings, cards, and a variety of daily items. A true botanical craft. Hannah, too, was passionate about pressed flowers, and her skill was nothing to scoff at. In fact, when it came to technique, she was even better than the shop's owner. The boss had personally admitted as much. Sitting next to Su Yi, Hannah's face bloomed with a more brilliant smile. Su, would you mind giving mine to little Hinata as well? Just as a small token from me. Is that okay?" "Of course." I imagine Hinata will be overjoyed when she receives your gift. As he spoke, Su-yi gently placed his hand on Hannah's glossy hair, lovingly stroking it. Faced with Su-yi's affectionate gesture, Hannah felt her heart start to race. She was completely caught up in the sensation, utterly charmed. Just then, as if Su-yi sensed something, he turned his gaze toward the front entrance. And at that moment, a man and a woman arrived at the door of the pressed flower shop, their silhouettes coming in from outside. Looking at the duo, Su-yi couldn't help but wonder what day it was, so many familiar faces showing up all at once. Wow, welcome. A big hello to our handsome guest and beautiful lady. Did you have a reservation? Reservation? No, we didn't. We're here looking for someone. Quicksilver replied to the shop owner. Without hesitation, he followed his sister, walked past the shop owner, and headed towards Su-yi. So you're Su-yi, right? We have some business with you. Quicksilver stood in front of Su-yi and spoke directly to him. Hannah glanced at the man and woman before her, then turned to Su-yi and asked, Su-yi, do you know them? We're not exactly acquaintances, but I suppose you could say I'm familiar with them. Su-yi continued. Hannah, could you wait here for me? I'll go talk to them for a bit. Hannah obediently nodded, but as Su-yi stood up, she added with concern, Be careful, Su-yi. Having experienced battles herself, Hannah couldn't shake the feeling that these newcomers didn't have friendly intentions. Appreciating Hannah's worry, Su-yi nodded right away and replied, Don't worry, nothing will happen. With that, he walked out alongside the pair of siblings. The three of them made their way through the shopping mall. Su-yi didn't seem troubled at all. In fact, he spoke to Wanda and Quicksilver as if making small talk. So, tell me, what brings you two here? Wanda frowned slightly, glancing at her brother beside her. Seeing this, Quicksilver said to Su-yi, We're here to challenge you. Oh, challenge me? That old man Magneto doesn't know anything about this, does he? What do you mean by that? At this point, Wanda finally spoke. What do I mean? It's exactly as it sounds. If your father Magneto found out, he'd probably shut this down and ground you both immediately. Su-yi's tone was relaxed and unruffled. Even when he learned they'd come specifically to challenge him, he remained perfectly calm. As Su-yi finished speaking, Wanda and Quicksilver stopped in their tracks. We had just gotten back when our father told us about you. 3 years ago, you would drop in every so often and challenge him, keeping him constantly on edge. So, we wanted to come and see for ourselves what gives you the confidence to challenge our father. At this point, Su-yi understood. It turned out these two had come to restore their father's dignity. He thought back to the times Magneto had killed him 3 times, only for Su-yi to eventually pin Magneto to the ground and utterly defeat him. Apparently, they couldn't accept their father being treated that way, and so they had kept Magneto in the dark about their visit. Su-yi regarded the two with interest and said, Aren't you worried I might kill you, and then send your corpses to Magneto? At that, both Wanda and Quicksilver came to a halt. They all turned and looked at Su-yi standing beside them, and Wanda spoke up, I believe you wouldn't do such a thing. And even if you tried, we wouldn't just stand here and let you hit us. Quicksilver picked up, right where Wanda left off, saying, It's far too soon to decide who would win if it came to a fight. Hearing this, Su-yi burst out laughing. In the mall, many people turned their heads toward the source of that laughter. Yet because of Su-yi's illusion fruit ability, none of them could see the trio, completely hidden from view by his power. Looking at the 2 young people before him, Su-yi thought that confidence is a virtue when you're young, but arrogance always comes at a price. Right then, Su-yi faced Wanda and Quicksilver and asked, I'll ask you one more time. Are you sure you want to fight me? Of course. We must clear our father's shame. Wanda replied, meeting Su-yi's gaze. Quicksilver stepped protectively in front of his sister, his eyes wary as he watched Su-yi, fully on guard. He could sense the battle aura beginning to radiate from Su-yi. Observing the brother and sister's defensive stance, a new thought flickered through Su-yi's mind. The corners of his mouth lifted just a touch. Very well then, I only hope you won't regret your choice, he said to the two standing before him. As soon as he spoke, Su-yi began to form hand seals, chanting Fengdu's 18 hells. This was a domain powerful enough to slay even gods. To unleash it against these 2 young challengers was unquestionably overkill. But given Su-yi's laid-back nature, Fengdu's 18 hells was in this moment a perfectly convenient choice. When the domain was unleashed, in the blink of an eye, Wanda and Quicksilver found themselves enveloped, swallowed by its reach. They had no time at all to react. The very next second, the world around them changed beyond recognition. The ground expanded endlessly, stretching out as though there was no boundary at all. Su-yi addressed the pair. Since you want to fight, let's do it here. Even before Su-yi finished this sentence, Wanda and Quicksilver braced themselves, ready for battle. The tension was electrifying, The fight could break out at any instant. Although neither sibling had any idea where they were, that did nothing to dampen their fighting spirit. And in their hearts, they never doubted that, with their combined power, they could wipe away Magneto's humiliation. After all, Magneto was their father. The one to strike first was Quicksilver, whose tremendous speed was his greatest asset. His terrifying pace easily reached speeds of 700,000 to 800,000 kilometers per hour, nearly 195,000 to 222,000 meters per second, or about 572 to 654 times the speed of sound. If pushed to its absolute limit, it could even surpass the speed of light. If Sue-E remembered correctly, when it came to speed, Quicksilver had already reached the peak attribute value in Marvel. Level 7. Level 1, below average. Level 3, beyond ordinary humans. Level 4, sonic speed Mach 1. Level 5, supersonic speed Mach 2. Level 6, light speed 186,000 miles per second. Level 7, speed distortion, faster than light. And Quicksilver had achieved that 7th level. What's more, thanks to his unimaginable speed, Quicksilver's physical resilience was just as extraordinary. He could effortlessly withstand impacts that would be utterly devastating to any ordinary person. Within Sue-Yi's domain, all he saw was Quicksilver transforming into a roaring torrent, racing towards Sue-Yi with blinding swiftness. Suddenly, Quicksilver's voice echoed beside Sue-Yi's ear. "Have you ever been kicked at faster-than-light speed?" Hearing this, Sue-Yi couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "This guy." In his memory, that was exactly the kind of line only a sleazy old pervert would say. He never imagined Quicksilver would utter something like it as well. In fact, this line put even that infamous sleazeball Kizaru to shame. The speed had now climbed beyond the barrier of light. Just as this thought raced through Sue-Yi's mind, he suddenly felt Quicksilver's whip-like kick land squarely on his back. In an instant, with the two at the center, chaos erupted. A shockwave of air pressure blasted outward in all directions. The gust stirred Wanda, who was not far away. However, Wanda soon noticed that Sue-Yi was wearing a faint, calm smile, while Quicksilver's expression had changed completely. Slowly, Sue-Yi turned around to face Quicksilver and asked in a steady voice, "How's your back feeling?" Sue-Yi's words echoed in Quicksilver's ears. Quicksilver's expression stiffened further. Right now, he felt as if something had slammed hard into his own back. For a moment, Quicksilver couldn't keep himself upright. He dropped to one knee before Sue-Yi. "Relax. Inside my domain, no matter how you try to attack me, the injuries will always fall upon yourselves. Once I end my domain, all pain will rebound onto you at double intensity. So, do you still wish to attack?" Looking down from above, Sue-Yi gazed at Quicksilver with a playful smile. Quicksilver gritted his teeth, rage burning in his eyes as he glared at Sue-Yi. "And you think I'll just take your word for it?" With that, Quicksilver struggled to his feet. In the next breath, he took off running once more. But this time, Sue-Yi had no intention of humoring him further. In the blink of an eye, Sue-Yi's figure vanished as well. Within the vast expanse of the domain, the two of them launched into a fierce game of pursuit. Quicksilver found himself more and more alarmed as he continued the chase, for he realized that no matter how fast he ran, he simply could not catch up to Sue-Yi. In other words, Sue-Yi's speed had reached a level that surpassed even the speed of light. At this moment, Sue-Yi was moving at his full, unrestrained speed. Relying solely on that speed, he stirred up a raging storm within the domain itself. Wanda's brows knitted tightly at the sight. She had never expected Sue-Yi's powers to be so strange, so unfathomably beyond her imagination. As an elder sister, there was no way she would let Quicksilver fight this battle alone. Taking a deep breath, Wanda gathered a scarlet energy that shimmered across her body. Power coiled around her hands. Then she thrust it fiercely in Sue-Yi's direction. She wanted to seize Sue-Yi's figure, to pin him down. Yet the instant her magic latched onto Sue-Yi, Wanda froze where she stood, stunned. To her shock, the energy merely looped around Sue-Yi without the slightest effect on him. Instead, it bounced back, crashing directly into her own body. If she unleashed her full power, it would be herself who suffered its consequences. Wanda's pupils constricted sharply. Suddenly, she understood. Everything Sue-Yi had claimed earlier was actually true. But could anyone in this world really possess such an eerie, inexplicable power? Even as the thought flickered through her mind, Sue-Yi's figure appeared abruptly right in front of her. "What's wrong?" "Too scared to make a move." Sue-Yi's voice was cool and calm. "Is it fear of death that keeps you from washing away Magneto's so-called disgrace?" "To be honest, I'm deeply impressed by you two. I can't decide if it's youthful recklessness or blind arrogance. You should know, even Magneto himself doesn't dare to come looking for me now. Yet the two of you had the nerve to show up on my doorstep. Do you truly think I'm so soft-hearted that I wouldn't dare end your lives? As he spoke, a fierce and overpowering aura erupted from Sui, like some ancient, savage beast, surging over Wanda with the force of a towering wave. This shout didn't come from Sui. It was Quicksilver, arriving breathlessly from behind. Seeing the changes in his sister's face, rage blazed through him. His speed surged to new heights. Channeling every ounce of his strength and speed, Quicksilver poured all into his fist and brought it crashing down on Su-Yi's back. But the blow did nothing, not even the slightest scratch on Su-Yi. Instead, Quicksilver spat blood violently from his mouth. Perhaps sensing Quicksilver's desperate attack, Su-Yi flickered away, taking Wanda with him to a distant spot. Casting a cold gaze toward Quicksilver, Su-Yi spoke icily. Didn't I already explain the powers of my domain to you? You really refuse to accept the truth, don't you? As he spoke, Su-Yi glanced down at Wanda in his arms and whispered softly into her ear, Hey, I've been needing a pillow recently. How would you like to be my cuddle pillow? You're out of your mind. I would never agree to that. Wanda bit her lip and snapped back at Su-Yi. Oh, in that case, let me show you right now. I'll kill Quicksilver right in front of you. Let this be your punishment for daring to offend me. You must realize, in this world, only the strong survive. Things aren't as simple as you imagine. The moment you stood before me, you should have been ready to face death. Hearing Su-Yi's words, Wanda's pupils trembled with shock. If it were only her own life at stake, she would not say a single word in protest. But her brother, as that thought struck her, Wanda found Su-Yi utterly detestable. Yet in that moment, she found herself with no way to refute him. They truly had underestimated their opponent. If only they had prepared more carefully, rather than rushing straight at Su-Yi, perhaps they wouldn't have found themselves in this desperate predicament. Now, they had to pay the price for their own recklessness. If I say I agree to your earlier demand, will you let Quicksilver go? If I do what you asked, will you really spare him? Of course. I keep my word. Su-Yi's lips curled into a faint smile as he leaned in close to whisper in Wanda's ear again. His breath brushed gently past her ear, making Wanda's body shiver involuntarily. Gazing at her brother before her, Wanda drew a deep breath and said to Su-Yi, I agree. So please, let Quicksilver go. As soon as the words left her lips, Wanda added silently in her heart, Su-Yi, you'd better pray I never find my chance. Because if I do, I'll teach you the meaning of fear. Wanda had not abandoned her resolve to fight Su-Yi. For now, she was only trying to infiltrate the enemy's ranks and gather information about Su-Yi, nothing more. But in the days ahead, who's to say Su-Yi won't turn the tables and get inside Wanda's defenses first? Nothing was certain. Quicksilver looked over at Wanda, a shadow of guilt crossing his face as he tried to push himself up from the ground. But Su-Yi didn't give him the chance. He looked at Quicksilver and said, Quicksilver, your body is already running on empty. If you so much as touch me again, once my domain fades, the backlash will double. And when that happens, you will die. Su-Yi said this with a smiling, almost gentle tone, but his words carried undeniable menace. At those words, Quicksilver hesitated immediately. After all, as the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. Yet now, the situation was utterly beyond his control. At this moment, Wanda turned to Quicksilver and said, Quicksilver, I'm fine. As your older sister, I know how to protect myself. As she finished speaking, Wanda gave Quicksilver a reassuring smile. Yet, this scene deeply stung Quicksilver's heart. If only he could, he would have saved Wanda right now, without hesitation. But he was simply too weak. Raging with frustration, Quicksilver howled inwardly. Su-Yi, however, paid no attention to the turmoil within Quicksilver's heart. Seeing that Quicksilver wasn't taking any further action, Su-Yi snapped his fingers. With that gesture, the domain was withdrawn, and in an instant, Quicksilver's expression changed drastically. The injuries he'd been suppressing inside his body suddenly erupted all at once. The pain was so overwhelming that Quicksilver's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Wanda rushed to protest, turning to Su-Yi. Didn't you promise? But before she could finish, Su-Yi gently placed a finger on her crimson lips. Don't worry, he'll be all right. I'll have someone take him away to a most luxurious medical villa, where he can rest well for a while. Hearing Su-Yi's words, Wanda's anxious heart eased a little. Yet the thought of being reduced to Su-Yi's human pillow filled her with overwhelming shame. A burst of illusion cloaked Quicksilver from view. No one would be able to notice him lying there in such a sorry state. At that moment, Su-Yi made a call to Kingpin. He instructed him to bring his people over at once. Receiving Su-Yi's command, Kingpin immediately dispatched Bullseye, who was already nearby on assignment, to handle the matter with his men. Ever since the last incident, Bullseye had become much more restrained. At least, he kept up that appearance on the surface. In no time, Bullseye arrived with his team. He stood respectfully before Sue-E and asked, "Sir, how may I serve you?" With the illusion dispersed, Sue-E pointed at Quicksilver lying beside him and ordered, "Take this man to be treated. Use the very highest standards." He paused, then added, "And also, take this woman to my villa." A flicker of surprise crossed Bullseye's features. Yet his face remained perfectly composed. "Yes, sir." Without another word, Bullseye had his men carefully lift Quicksilver away. He personally escorted Wanda to Sue-Yi's villa. Inside, though, Bullseye was tumultuous with conflicting thoughts. Should I go inside the villa now and look for the extremist virus? That way, I wouldn't need that black cat guy at all. I could save myself a tidy sum of money. As this plan formed, Bullseye glanced sideways at Wanda. A hint of fear nagged at his heart. He realized it was far too risky after all. The entire reason he'd sought out Black Cat was to keep his own identity secret, wasn't it? Otherwise, once his identity was exposed, it would surely attract Kingpin's attention. By then, with Kingpin's influence and resources, crushing him would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Taking a deep breath, Bullseye forced himself to calm down. In the end, he decided to stay hidden in the shadows, leaving everything to Black Cat. After all, you only have one life, but money can always be earned again. Before long, Bullseye delivered Wanda to Sue-Yi's villa and hurriedly slipped away. He was seen ducking into a secluded corner, where he made a call to Black Cat. At this moment, Black Cat had just returned to her private hideout. She frowned ever so slightly, but after a brief hesitation, she picked up the phone. On the other end came a restrained voice. "Black Cat, I've discovered that Sue-E is a total lecher. Didn't you want to experience a sweet romance? You could easily use that to get close to Sue-E and obtain what I want from him. But let me remind you one last time, don't get in too deep. If Sue-E ever finds out who you really are, it won't just break your heart. He'll send you straight to prison." Hearing these words, Black Cat's expression didn't change at all. She replied coolly, "Thanks for your concern, but I have my own plans. As an outsider, it's better if you stay out of this." With that, she hung up the phone with a decisive flare. Bullseye, on the other side, was left seething. "This woman, you're just a thief I hired. Don't get ahead of yourself." He cursed under his breath and then stalked away from the corner, still raging. What Bullseye didn't know, however, was that everything he had just said was overheard, word for word, by a black crow perched on a rooftop above. Meanwhile, in Black Cat's room, the illusion sent by Sue-E, a tiny phantom disguised as an ant, had crept inside, listening in on her every word. All of this came to light for Sue-E just as he arrived back at the press flower shop. So Black Cat's employer was none other than Kingpin's right-hand man, Bullseye. It seemed they still thought he was easy prey. "Sue-E, what are you thinking about?" Hannah looked at Sue-E, lost in thought, and asked softly. Hearing her question, Sue-E smiled and said, "I was just wondering how you could be so beautiful." At his words, a blush blossomed on Hannah's delicate cheeks. In the next moment, she cuddled up to him. Another hour slipped by as Sue-E, with his remarkable aptitude for learning. In just a brief moment, the technique of press flower crafting was brought to its peak perfection. The lady shopkeeper beside them couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "How impressive!" Sue-E looked down at the work in his hands and thought it turned out quite well. Without hesitation, he handed the pressed flower creation to the shopkeeper. He asked her to help with the gift wrapping. Hannah, seizing the opportunity, also handed her own work to the shopkeeper. Once both pieces were fully wrapped, Sue-E picked up the 2 gift boxes and strolled through the mall with Hannah. After they finished their routine, shopping for clothes, having a meal, and so on, Sue-E then drove Hannah back to her home. As night slowly descended, the sky sparkled with brilliant starlight. Reflecting off the glowing city lights below, the real nightlife of Queens was just beginning. But for Hinata Hyuga, newly arrived in the world of Naruto, this was truly the start of a brand new day. Hinata Hyuga said, "I'm already here, and I'll be heading to the arena soon. Are you all coming over now?" Sue-E replied, "I'm ready on my end too." Whitebeard laughed deeply. "Guru, I just bought a body shrinking experience card. Everything's set on my side." CC chimed in, "I've finished up things here as well. I'm ready to head to Hinata's world at any time." Yuki Asuna added excitedly, "Me too. I can't wait to visit Hinata's world." Yuki Asuna continued, "I've never been there before." Hinata Hyuga said, "Then, all of you can come over now." Ding! Sue-E has requested to open a travel portal. Ding! Whitebeard has requested to open a travel portal. Ding! CC has requested to open a travel portal. Ding! Yuki Asuna has requested to open a travel portal. Upon hearing their requests, Hinata Hyuga immediately approved all of them. Since this was just a casual visit, it was only proper for Hinata, as the host, to grant permission. After Hinata had given her approval, a shimmering portal appeared before her eyes. Arms folded across her chest, Hinata looked at the passageway with eager anticipation. Just thinking about seeing Brother Sue again brought an uncontainable blush and a gentle shyness to her face. The first to appear was Whitebeard. Hinata greeted him softly. "Hello, Grandpa Whitebeard." Whitebeard replied with a warm laugh. Hinata." But Cece's voice drifted from within the portal. "Whitebeard, keep your voice down. What if someone notices? It's fine for us, but it might cause trouble for Hinata." Hearing Cece's words, Whitebeard gave an awkward chuckle. He realized that he was now standing in a quaint, old-fashioned room. Looking outside, he could just make out the shadows of people passing back and forth. Asuna Yuki stepped out from the passageway at that moment. "It's been so long, Whitebeard," she called out, greeting Whitebeard warmly. Seeing this, Cece quickly chimed in, "What about me?" A hint of playful mischief danced across Asuna's face. "Oh, that's strange. Who's speaking over there? I can't seem to see anyone at all. You little rascal. Just wait until I teach you a lesson." Cece pretended to be angry, pouncing in Asuna's direction. But this playful banter between them was nothing new. The two were as close as sisters. Their act was just for fun, to liven up the mood a bit. Watching the two girls, Hinata Hyuga couldn't help but chuckle softly. Just then, yet another figure emerged from the passageway. As this figure stepped out, the entry behind them slowly faded away. The moment she spotted Sui, Hinata didn't hesitate for a second. She darted straight into his arms. "Big brother Sui." Sui's face lit up with a smile as he caught little Hinata, hugging her tightly. "Hinata, how's your preparation coming for this round of the Chunin exams?" Hinata nodded vigorously, looking up at him with determination. "This time, I'm definitely going to win it all." "We believe in you, Hinata. You can do it," Sui replied, setting her back on her feet. He then turned to the others. "Now, I'll use the powers of my phantom fruit to hide your presence. Try to keep your voices down and avoid drawing any attention." Whitebeard nodded firmly. "Not a problem at all." Cece added, "Just keeping quiet? Piece of cake." Asuna nodded in agreement as well. After all, everyone present was highly skilled in combat. Control over their own bodies was second nature to them. Suppressing their voices was hardly a challenge. In the next moment, Sui's devil fruit ability took effect. Everyone's figures became hidden, cloaked beneath a veil of illusions. Inside this phantom barrier, they could see others clearly, but no one on the outside could perceive them at all. Seeing this with her own eyes, Hinata finally felt completely at ease. Now, she could lead them straight to the competition grounds without worry. As for conversations, they had their group chat, so there was no need to speak aloud in the real world. Sui asked, "Hinata, which stage are you taking us to?" Hinata replied, "The third arena. Since I had to go out on a mission, my teacher specifically requested for me to advance straight to the third round." Isteth cheered, giving a thumbs up. "Awesome." Retsu Unohana nodded warmly. "Hinata, you did great." Siko Busujima echoed her approval. Hinata really is giving it her all. Surrounded by so much encouragement, Hinata Hyuga, who was leading the way for Sue, and the others, felt her heart fill with happiness. Hinata beamed, her message practically radiating joy. When everyone saw Hinata's cheerful emoji, they all chimed in with their own celebration, offering a chorus of praise and admiration. Soon, the group arrived at the match grounds. By then, the third match had already begun. Still, it wasn't Hinata's turn yet, so her arrival was right on time. Kurenai Yuhi sat at the judges' table, her eyes fixed on the battle below, Naruto Uzumaki versus Kiba Inuzuka. Noticing Hinata's arrival, Kurenai gave her a gentle nod. "Hinata, you're just in time. Watch this match first, you'll be up next." Hinata nodded right away at her words, then walked over to an open spot to wait. As Hinata passed by her, Kurenai seemed to sense something and looked over Hinata's shoulder. But there was nothing there. Even after focusing her senses, Kurenai found nothing out of the ordinary, so she turned her attention back to the match. Clearly, she hadn't noticed Sue and his companions at all. Hinata took her seat. Sue and the others also sat down. Thanks to their illusions, there was no way anyone present could notice them, not with the abilities these ninja had now. They settled in, watching the match unfold below from their elevated seats. Whitebeard, deeply intrigued, remarked in the chat group, "So this is how people fight in Hinata's world? Feels strange." CC agreed. "Yes, there's just something odd about it. It's hard to get a read on." Asuna Yuki joined in. "It's my first time seeing this kind of fighting style." Isteth asked, "What are you all talking about? Are you watching Hinata's match?" Sue replied, "No, not Hinata's match. This is more like the main character's moment in this world." Everyone in the chat fell silent, realizing what he meant. Having spent a long time chatting with Sue-E, they'd all been told a little about each of their worlds. They knew that every world had its own child of the world, a protagonist blessed by fate, able to turn misfortune into fortune and grow ever stronger. At first, they'd all been envious. But after a while, they understood something more. No matter how favored the child of the world was, no matter how strong or lucky, could they truly compare to them? To put it plainly, the fact that they could travel through different worlds and witness the wonders each one holds meant they would inevitably grow more powerful. What's more, they had an incredibly strong group leader on their side. If someone tried to bully them, wouldn't it be great to simply call for backup? So, the moment everyone heard Sue-E mention the term child of the world, their interest was instantly piqued. Uno Anaretsu spoke up. Sue-E, could you start a group video? We want to see it live. Sue-E replied, of course, that's not a problem. With that, Sue-E activated the livestream function in the group chat. Immediately, everyone's eyes were on the livestream, watching the battle unfold between the two figures below. Sue-E explained, the black-haired one is Kiba Inuzuka, and the blonde one is Naruto Uzumaki. In this world, he's the so-called child of the world. But honestly, in my eyes, Hinata is now the real child of the world here. Although Hinata Hyuga appeared to be looking ahead, her heart and mind were entirely in the group chat. After hearing Sue-Ye's compliment, she couldn't help laughing softly. Hinata popped up in the chat. And again, happy to JPG. By this time, the battle below had reached its most intense phase. Blood was streaming down Naruto's forehead. His body trembled slightly. He was clearly pushing his physical limits. The only thing keeping Naruto going was his sheer willpower. At that moment, Kiba Inuzuka, standing before Naruto, formed hand seals with both hands and charged toward him. Four legs technique. Imitation beast ninja art. As Kiba shouted his technique, his hands seemed to transform into additional legs. His speed suddenly doubled as he sprang forward, hurtling toward Naruto. Naruto bit down hard and watched with a jolt of anxiety as Kiba closed the distance. Before Naruto could react, Kiba's figure was already right in front of him. All at once, Kiba swung his fist, landing a powerful blow on Naruto. In the nick of time, Naruto crossed his arms in front of his chest to block Kiba's attack, just barely withstanding the assault. Even so, the force of the punch sent him flying back several meters. His ninja sandals scraped across the ground, kicking up white clouds of dust. Damn it, just let me use my secret move. I'll definitely beat you. Naruto growled, his voice full of frustration as he called out to Kiba. Kiba shot right back. Naruto, I absolutely won't let you pull it off. As he spoke, he moved swiftly, appearing behind Naruto in a flash. At that very moment, a nervous Naruto felt a sudden discomfort in his stomach, which soon rumbled audibly. The next second came a sound. An unmistakable, somewhat embarrassing noise echoed throughout the arena. A faint, lingering odor quickly wafted its way into Kiba Inuzuka's nose. Kiba's sense of smell was naturally extraordinary, tens of thousands of times sharper than a normal person's. Now, faced with Naruto's deadly attack, Kiba's eyes nearly rolled back in disbelief. Witnessing this little scene, the other ninjas watching could only look on in speechless resignation. Meanwhile, in the group chat, no one was quite sure what to say about what had just happened. Isteth remarked, is this what they call the child of destiny? Does he really win with flatulence? Whitebeard burst into laughter. Gururura. Actually, I find this kid pretty interesting. If he's willing, I wouldn't mind being his old man. Asuna Yuki chimed in. Oh no, here we go again. Whitebeard's in high spirits. He's ready to adopt another son. Hinata Hyuga added shyly. Naruto really is just too much sometimes. I still think Big Brother Sue-E is the best. And then, almost hiding behind her words, / omega / Sue-E interjected, ahem, eyes on the match, everyone. Prompted by Sue-Ye's words, all attention returned to the battlefield. At that moment, Naruto could only feel utterly embarrassed. Never in a million years did he expect that by exerting himself so much, the unthinkable had happened. Even though this is mortifying, maybe it's just the opportunity one need. Let me show you my ultimate technique. No sooner had he spoken than he formed a cross with his index and middle fingers, holding them before his chest. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a flash, 4 more Narutos appeared in front of Kiba Inuzuka. Adding the original in the middle, there are now 5 Narutos encircling Kiba. The instant all 5 appeared, they surrounded Kiba at the center. It's time to strike back. Naruto Barrage. As soon as his words fell, it seemed as if the 5 bodies moved with impossibly perfect coordination. One will, one attack. In the blink of an eye, Kiba was knocked out cold. Kakashi, standing off to the side, watched the scene unfold with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the chat group, everyone's curiosity about the shadow clone jutsu only grew. Just then, two more figures appeared in the arena. They were Hayashi Hyuga and Hisashi Hyuga. Thanks to Su Yi's intervention, Hisashi had not met his end as he had in the original story. This time, moved by both Hinata and Niji's match, the two had come to spectate together. With the arrival of these two, the expressions on the faces of the mentors, Kurenai, Kakashi, and the rest, shifted subtly. As Uzumaki Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba made their way out of the arena, the next contestants to do battle came into view, catching everyone's attention. Hinata Hyuga versus Niji Hyuga. Hinata Hyuga versus Niji Hyuga. This was a duel of fate. Everyone who saw Hinata preparing to enter the arena was stirred with excitement. Although some of them, for one reason or another, couldn't be there in person to watch, that didn't stop them from catching the live broadcast. Inspired by the moment, they all jumped into the group chat, sending message after message to cheer Hinata on. Estef, Lil Hinata, go for it. We believe you can win. Retsu Unohana, Hinata, don't you dare hold back. Siko Busujima, Hinata, I have faith in you. Seeing everyone in the chat rooting for her, Hinata's heart brimmed with joy. More than once, she felt incredibly lucky to have met so many wonderful people through this group chat. And she had even met. At this thought, Hinata glanced towards Sway, who stood nearby. A gentle smile touched her lips, a trace of happiness lighting up her face. Yet, Hinata's actions left those watching rather puzzled. What's that girl looking at? Is she getting cold feet? Who cares who wins or loses? The sooner this boring match is over, the better. Gaara scoffed dismissively in his seat. Meanwhile, Hayashi Hyuga furrowed his brows ever so slightly. It hadn't escaped Hayashi's notice that Hinata had been changing recently. Once, he'd viewed her as nothing but the disgrace of the Hyuga main family. Yet, time and again, her recent actions challenged everything he thought he knew. In just a few days, Hinata had graduated from the Ninja Academy, taken on mission after mission, and completed every single one with outstanding results. Her combat style, too, had become sharp and decisive, nothing like the gentle approach she'd shown before. Of course, these things were known only to Hayashi. Even Hisashi, sitting beside him, wasn't fully aware of the changes in his niece, let alone Niji, waiting down in the arena. Niji was the first to step onto the field. He looked up at Hinata in the stands. Impatience etched clearly across his face. Are you scared, Lady Hinata? Niji fixed his gaze on Hinata, his expression deadly serious. At that moment, Sway messaged Hinata in the chat. Hinata, go. I believe you have what it takes to win. The instant Sway's words landed, Hinata seemed filled with an incredible strength and resolve. She suddenly sprang up from her seat. Striding over to the edge of the railing, she looked down at Niji Hyuga below and declared, in my dictionary, there's no such thing as fear. As Hinata Hyuga finished speaking, she leapt straight down from the stands, landing right in front of Niji. Her decisive action took everyone present by surprise. Aside from Kurenai Yuhi, most people there knew little about Hinata Hyuga. In their minds, Hinata was still the timid girl she used to be. My guys seemed to feel Hinata's fighting spirit and couldn't help but remark, looks like this battle is going to be quite something. Don't underestimate Hinata. Her abilities are far greater than you think, Kurenai said to those around her. But her words didn't really sink in for the rest. Especially Kakashi, who was standing behind the recently finished Naruto with his hands in his pockets. Oh, the match is starting, he said, rather nonchalantly. Following Kakashi's words, everyone's eyes turned to Hinata and Niji. At that moment, Niji addressed Hinata. Before we start, I have something to say to you. I want to give you some advice, Miss Hinata. Hearing this, Hinata furrowed her brows ever so slightly. Before she could reply, Niji continued, I think you should forfeit, Miss Hinata. You're just not cut out to be a ninja. You're simply too kind, always longing for peace, avoiding conflict, and trying to please others. What's more, you lack confidence and are always plagued by self-doubt. You can't possibly fight like that. So, in my opinion, you're only suited to remain a low-ranking ninja. When Niji finished, everyone at the scene was stunned. Especially Asuna Yuki. Asuna thought angrily. How dare he look down on Hinata? I'd really love to teach him a lesson. His death joined in. What an insufferable brat. If he barked that way in front of me, I'd show him just how cold death can be. Retsu Unohana commented, it's a good thing I'm not there. Otherwise, I don't think I could resist drawing my sword and cutting him down on the spot. While the group was sharing their thoughts, Hinata Hyuga also spoke up in the chat group. Thank you, everyone. Truthfully, what he said isn't wrong, but that was the old me. Hinata continued, The me standing here now doesn't feel afraid at all, because I know Brother Sue, he will always watch over me. And besides, I want to grow stronger as quickly as possible, so that someday I can help Brother Sue and not fall so far behind him. I wish I could stay by his side, always, always. That's why the person I am now has already changed. As everyone finished reading these words, a rare determination shone in Hinata Hyuga's eyes. She looked at Niji Hyuga standing before her and said, Niji, our Byakugan grants us the power to see through things, to observe distant objects and heighten our perception, but sometimes we can't rely solely on what our eyes tell us. So today I want to show you truly who I am. With that declaration, Hinata readied herself in the gentle fist stance. At that moment, she exuded a spirited and heroic confidence. Watching her, Asuna Yuki in the group chat nearly lost her composure, screaming her excitement. CC chimed in sharply. That's enough, Asuna. Quiet down, will you? The match is about to begin. At that, Niji Hyuga sneered dismissively. People don't really change. The one at the back of the pack will always be the one at the back. Just as I am from the branch family and you from the main family. Nothing can ever change that. So, you might as well get ready for me to defeat you. His emotions running high, Niji Hyuga quickly formed hand signs and shouted, Byakugan. The veins around his eyes bulged menacingly, casting an intimidating aura. In that instant, the full force of Niji's presence erupted, enveloping the arena. Facing this intensity, Hinata Hyuga spoke calmly. Niji, in this fight, I won't be holding back. Taking a deep breath, Hinata slowly closed her eyes. A moment later, she snapped them open. Tensigen. Tensigen. As Hinata's eyes flew open, a flicker of blue light dazzled in her gaze. Anyone who looked at those eyes was left utterly stunned. Her father, Hayashi Hyuga, sprang to his feet in total disbelief. What is this? Hayashi opened his mouth to speak, but uncertainty clouded his face. Standing right in front of Hinata, Niji too was transfixed, rooted to the spot. Byakugan? No, this isn't Byakugan. What kind of power is this? Niji muttered in shock. Meanwhile, inside the group chat, Asuna Yuki. Sue-e, why do Hinata's eyes look so different from before? It's death. Her aura feels completely transformed. Retsu Unohana. Her presence is definitely much stronger. CC. Looks like those folks out there are absolutely blown away. Sue-e saw the stunned messages from the other members in the chat group. He immediately explained this could be considered the ultimate evolution of the Byakugan, generally referred to as the Tensigen. Once you awaken the Tensigen, you gain the ability to control both gravity and repulsion, manipulate space itself, absorb chakra, grant life to puppets, use the Tensigen chakra mode, and more. It's an incredibly powerful ocular technique. Everyone was astounded by Su-Yi's explanation. They simply couldn't believe that Hinata Hyuga, at such a young age, had already mastered such a formidable power. It was truly unbelievable. At this point, Hinata Hyuga explained in the chat group, Actually, I obtained this power by signing in every day. After 30 days, I was able to upgrade one of my abilities. I still remember what Brother Sue-e told me before, that I needed to strengthen my bloodline. So I used the ability to enhance my bloodline. Then, with the subsequent purification and refinement of my body, my Hyuga blood grew even stronger, until one day, I realized I could access the Tensigen mode. But for now, I can only force it open with chakra, and I can't maintain it for long. Although Hinata gave her explanation in the chat group, only a split second had passed in reality. Sue-e said, if you can't maintain it for long, then fight with everything you've got. You can do it. Encouraged by everyone, Hinata Hyuga's resolve was even more unshakable. She looked at Niji Hyuga before her and declared, if you're not going to attack, then I'll make the first move. It was only then that Niji Hyuga snapped back to his senses. He gazed at the determined Hinata in front of him, and with no hesitation took a step forward as chakra surged wildly through his body. Gentle fist art. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Niji's hands became a blur, striking rapidly towards Hinata. Confronted with Niji's attack, Hinata's face remained absolutely calm. She was no longer the same Hinata Hyuga as before. With the Tensigen pushed to its fullest, gravity and repulsion bent to her will. Repulsive force shimmered on the surface of her body, while chakra gathered in her hands, manifesting fierce blue lion faces that lunged at Niji. Standing nearby, Mike Guy's eyes widened in shock. What speed! Incredible! Hayashi Hyuga, having just sat down, immediately leapt back to his feet in disbelief. A look of utter astonishment filled his features. Hinata's speed, just now, was already on par with a Jonin. But how was that possible? After all, Hinata was still so young. No, to be precise, it hadn't been long since Hinata had declared her determination to him. Just a short time ago. He never expected that Hinata Hyuga had, without anyone noticing, grown to such an impressive level. Just as this thought crossed their minds, a tremendous crash erupted on the battlefield. Hinata Hyuga's gentle-step twin lion fists landed heavily square in Niji Hyuga's chest. The sheer power of her blow sent Niji's vision spinning into a daze. A metallic taste flooded his mouth, and a spray of blood arced through the air, splattering onto the ground like crimson petals. Before Niji could even catch his breath, Hinata manipulated gravity, suspending him helplessly in midair. She had wielded her Tensigen's power to its absolute peak. Then in Hinata's hand, a pale, silvery white, truth-seeking orb began to form. Though the orb looked small, the force it emanated filled the entire arena with a suffocating intensity. The other spectators couldn't help but tense up, their faces turning grave. Kakashi, in complete disbelief, exclaimed, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, this energy is almost too much to handle." Even my guy subconsciously swallowed hard. No one had imagined that a mere genin could possess such overwhelming power. At that moment, Kurenai Yuhi, standing nearby, spoke with pride to the others. "Since none of you ever trained Hinata, you can't truly understand her. Hinata is not just a master of taijutsu. Her combat skills are downright terrifying. Once I almost lost to her in a sparring match." As her words landed, Kakashi and the others' expressions changed completely, shocked by this revelation. And hearing this, Hayashi Hyuga stood up from his seat once more, overcome with astonishment. Since arriving here today, Hinata had already stunned him not once, not twice, but 3 times in a row. Now, Hinata looked straight at Niji and said, "No matter what hardships stand before me, even fate itself, I will never back down in fear, because once someone told me that I could be the hero of my own story. So even if it takes 1,000 times the hard work, I'll keep striving towards that future." As her words faded, she hurled the special truth-seeking orb from her hand. The silvery white orb trembled with unstable energy. Just as it neared Niji, it suddenly exploded with a thunderous blast, echoing through the ears of everyone in the arena. Hayashi Hyuga and Hisashi Hyuga exchanged a quick glance. Then in a flash, both leapt toward the battlefield. 8 trigrams palm, rotation. Hayashi's chakra erupted from his tenketsu, whirling around him like a spinning top. A fierce wind swept out, blowing away all the lingering smoke and dust. Everyone immediately cast their gaze down to the arena floor. There they saw Niji Hyuga lying motionless, and, right in front of him, a gaping circular crater. In that moment, silence settled over everyone present. They turned to look at Hinata Hyuga, standing nearby, disbelief still written plainly in their eyes. Kakashi, witnessing the scene before him, announced, "Hinata Hyuga has won." As Kakashi's voice faded, a pure smile blossomed on Hinata's pale face. She turned towards Sue-e and held up a triumphant thumbs up. Just then, a shrill, unnerving laugh pierced the air from somewhere in the distance. At that moment, everyone heard the synthetic chime of the chat group notification echoing in their minds. Ding! New mission. Defeat the rampaging Shikaku. Reward, 5,000 points. Everyone present heard the electronic announcement ring out in their minds. Almost instinctively, they all turned to glance at Gaara, not far away. Gaara's face contorted, his expression twisted with something wild and unsettling. That sharp laugh continued to ring in everyone's ears. "Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. At last, I found someone truly interesting to fight. Come on, show me just how mighty your strength really is." Gaara's features grew even more savage, on the verge of losing himself completely. Beside him, Kankuro and Temari's faces changed instantly. Gaara... Before Temari could finish her sentence, the gourd on Gaara's back erupted, spewing forth streams of sand. The sand seemed to move with a will of its own, surging toward Kankuro and Temari. With only a split second to spare, Kankuro and Temari barely evaded Gaara's sudden attack. "This is bad. Gaara's lost control. Damn it. Of all times, why did he have to go berserk now?" Temari and Kankuro shouted their frustration, but compared to Gaara, their strength amounted to little. Sand continued to pour out from Gaara's gourd, hurtling at breakneck speed toward the tournament arena and toward Hinata Hyuga. Right then, Hinata's face was ghostly pale. The power of the Tensigen had driven her body to the brink of exhaustion. She was utterly spent. Standing alone was already pushing her to her limits. Evading Gaara's assault was simply out of the question. Hayashi Hyuga and Hisashi Hyuga saw this, and their expressions shifted as well. They immediately moved to stand protectively in front of Hinata and Niji, ready to defend their children as fathers would. Kakashi, Kurenai, Guy, and the others also rose from their seats in alarm. At that precise moment, several terrifying presences suddenly filled the tournament grounds. With the appearance of these overwhelming auras, faces all around darkened in shock and dread. Kakashi instinctively glanced behind him, only to see several figures suddenly appearing where just moments ago there had been nothing but empty space. As these figures emerged, everyone in the arena felt a wave of shock sweep through their hearts. How did these people show up like this? Could it be that they had been here all along, right from the very beginning? Why hadn't we noticed anything? Such thoughts flickered through the minds of all present. Meanwhile, the powerful aura surrounding Sue-E and his companions instantly drew Gaara's attention. "My friends, what if someone bullies Hinata?" someone asked. "Then we'll teach them a lesson they'll never forget." Asuna Yuki, standing right beside Sue-E, responded passionately. Seeing everyone stepping out from behind the veil of illusions, a radiant smile bloomed even wider across Hinata Hyuga's face. "Sue-E, I'm counting on all of you for what comes next," Hinata said, turning to Sue-E. Hisashi Hyuga overheard Hinata's words and gazed blankly at the not-so-distant Sue-E. He found himself puzzled, wondering just who this brother Sue-E, as Hinata called him, really was. Everyone else, too, was burning with curiosity. Who were these mysterious newcomers standing before them? Just as the thought took root, Gaara's sand surged towards Sue-E in a violent torrent. Sue-E gazed steadily at the oncoming sand, his hands utterly still. He simply stood there, silent and composed. The sight only seemed to send Gaara into deeper madness, his expression more unhinged than ever. "Die," he muttered, his voice dark. With that, the sand sped up even more, rushing forth with deadly intent. But in that very moment, Whitebeard stepped in front of Sue-E. Though he was using a body-shrinking experience card, Whitebeard still towered above the others at more than 2 meters tall, looking every bit the giant. Whitebeard clenched his massive fists, the power of the tremor fruit crackling around his knuckles. In the blink of an eye, he hurled a mighty punch forward. It was as if the air itself shattered, space twisted, white cracks spidering outward, distorting reality like a broken mirror. The torrent of sand burst apart, stopped cold in front of Sue-E by Whitebeard's intervention. The very next second, Asuna Yuki activated the full power of her own acceleration fruit. Her rapier flashed from her waist in a single, fluid motion. At that peak moment of swordsmanship, she unleashed her skill in a radiant arc, and aimed it straight for Gaara's face. A chill gleamed along the blade, icy sword energy slicing through the air. In a heartbeat, Asuna's attack was upon Gaara. "Desert Wave!" Gaara shouted. No sooner had his words fallen than an avalanche of sand streamed from his gourd, swirling around him at lightning speed, enclosing his body in a formidable sphere. This, as everyone in the crowd knew, was Gaara's famous absolute defense. Yet to Asuna Yuki, such a defense was but a trivial obstacle. Sword energy coiled around the slender blade, and with a piercing whistle, the sword tip easily slipped into the absolute defense. This spectacle left Kankuro and Temari, watching from nearby, more astonished than they had ever been before. They could scarcely believe their eyes. A woman had actually managed to break through Gaara's defense. It was simply beyond comprehension. Before they could even react, CC also drew her own slender sword. Wreathed in sword energy, she thrust it straight through Gaara's absolute defense. This pushed Temari and Kankuro to the brink of shock. She could do it too. Who are these people exactly? That's Gaara's absolute defense. And just like that, Kankuro's mouth hung open, as if he wanted to say more, but the tense situation warned him otherwise. Without hesitation, he started quickly backing away. Inside the absolute defense, Gaara stared at the twin blades on either side, his body quivering. Warm blood trickled down beside his ear. It was only a minor wound, but Gaara knew that if the blade had shifted even slightly, these two women might have blown his head off. This sting of humiliation, coming as he was already becoming unhinged, flooded Gaara with a rage he'd never known before. Without a second thought, he slammed his hands together, forming signs. Feigned sleep technique. Feigned sleep technique, a high-level hypnosis, could plunge him into a profound slumber, awakening the full power of the one-tailed Shikaku within. That was how his true strength was unleashed. As Gaara slipped into deep sleep, the power of the one-tail burst forth in its entirety. Chakra poured endlessly from Gaara, and his presence exploded in intensity in an instant. Witnessing this, the expressions of Kakashi, Kurenai, Might Guy, and the others grew even graver. This is bad. Gaara's losing control. He could fully unleash the tailed beast. Evacuate everyone at once. Whoever's left, follow me, prepare to stop Gar. Kakashi's orders abruptly trailed off, caught short as he saw Suyi step forward, now standing directly before Gaara. In that tense moment, Suyi was already in front of Gaara. A furious roar erupted from Gaara. His chakra spiraled out of control. The hallmark of the One Tail had begun to surface. First, Gaara's arm, already transformed by Shikaku. Like sand packed together, his now tawny arm was streaked with wind-shaped purple markings. "I'll kill you," Gaara bellowed at Suyi, his mutated arm lashing out in a ferocious attack. No, more accurately, it was the one-tailed Shikaku, using Gaara's body to speak. "Watch out. Get out of the way. If you get hit by that kind of attack, you'll definitely get hurt. Quick, move out of the way." Watching Suyi stand motionless, Kakashi and the others grew increasingly anxious. Yet Suyi didn't seem to take Gaara's assault seriously at all. After all, in the early stages of Naruto, nothing seemed worth Suyi's attention. Ever since his physical enhancements, his regenerative abilities had reached an almost monstrous level. In the early days of Naruto, even if he just stood there and let them attack, they wouldn't be able to injure him. Such was the gap in their fighting power. As Gaara launched his attack, Suyi, just as before, calmly extended a finger. Everyone witnessing this scene gasped in disbelief. Is this guy trying to get himself killed? He's sticking out his finger without even using chakra for protection. Doesn't he care if he hurts his hand? Kakashi and the others felt that these people before them had already surpassed the limits of their understanding. Just then, Suyi's fingertip made contact with Gaara's sand arm, transformed by the power of Shikaku. 3 thunderous crashes echoed out, and the wall behind Gaara crumbled completely. Even a monstrous arm, conjured by Shikaku's transformation, dissolved instantly under Suyi's single touch. The process of turning into Shikaku was interrupted in an instant. Countless onlookers cried out in astonishment at the sight. At that moment, Hayashi Hyuga looked at Hinata beside him and asked, "Who exactly are these people?" Hinata, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "They're all my friends." "And what about that Suyi?" Remembering something Hinata had said earlier, Hayashi pressed her further. At this, a blush crept over Hinata's delicate face, and her voice shrank to a near whisper. "He's the one I like most, my favorite brother." Hearing this, Hayashi understood everything at once. Of course, in the ninja world, chaos and conflict were ever present. That's why many people married young. As for Hinata, now having someone she cared about, Hayashi found he could accept it. With that thought, Hayashi's gaze drifted towards Suyi in the distance. He was truly curious to see exactly what this boy could do to have captured his daughter's heart. At this moment, Hayashi's view of Hinata had been utterly transformed. If before, he'd thought Hinata was the disgrace of the Hyuga clan, now, in Hayashi's eyes, Hinata had become the clan's pride, especially those eyes of hers. If Hayashi wasn't mistaken, they were the stuff of Hyuga legend. And just as Hayashi's gaze settled on Suyi could be seen already stepping through the shattered wall, his figure soaring up into the sky. In that instant, Hayashi Hyuga's pupils constricted sharply. He hadn't noticed a single movement from Suyi just now. In a mere blink of an eye, Suyi was floating high above, suspended in the air. Wasn't that simply unimaginable? This speed, in some ways, was even faster than the legendary flying thunder god. Yet the shock that swept through everyone wasn't over yet. As Gaara's body was sent hurtling away, the form of the one-tail, Shikaku, revealed itself completely. Raw, wild chakra surged outward, and the sight of Shikaku filled everyone's field of vision. The oppressive aura of the tailed beast made it hard for anyone to breathe. "So this is the power of a tailed beast? It's just terrifying," murmured Naruto down below. Many doubted that, no matter how powerful Suyi was, it would be impossible for him to defeat the one-tail Shikaku. After all, compared to the might of a tailed beast, the strength of any ninja paled in comparison. Besides, none of these people before them were the legendary ninjas of myth. Yet, just as such thoughts were swirling through their minds, they saw Suyi lift a single finger, slowly pointing up toward the sky. What's he doing now? If he keeps going this far, the consequences could be utterly unimaginable. This is something only Lord Hokage himself could handle. In the whole village, he's probably the only one who could stop a rampaging tailed beast. Hearing such worried voices, Hinata Hyuga took a deep breath, her voice trembling ever so slightly. "Don't worry. There's no way Shikaku can beat Brother Suyi. Brother Suyi is invincible." Almost as if to confirm Hinata's words, Suyi's lips curled in a faint smile, and in a soft voice he said, "Well, since I'm here in the world of Hokage, can I finally say that line?" Murmuring to himself, Suyi's smile only grew brighter at the thought. And then his voice rang out clearly and slowly. Chibaku Tensei, planetary devastation. As his words fell, Suyi's magnetic field exploded to its utmost. Countless shards of earth and chunks of stone from all around began to tremble. Even distant piles of earth began to rise. Under Suyi's meticulous control, everything of no use was drawn up into the sky by his power. Before the crowd, a massive meteor took shape and hovered ominously above them. A wave of gasps echoed up from below. Wide-eyed with shock, everyone stared up in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding in the heavens. How could it be possible? Even Lord Hokage himself couldn't do something like this. Is this really something a ninja can do? Below, Hayashi Hyuga's lips trembled. This had already shattered everything he knew. He recalled how Hinata Hyuga had once declared that Suyi was invincible. Looking at the scene now, this was far more than just invincibility. It had already crossed the bounds of reason. Clearly, the power of the latter stages of the Hokage era, if brought into this time, would be complete and utter domination. Under the tremendous pressure, Shikaku's pupils narrowed in shock. Evidently, the ability known as Chibaku Tensei stirred up some dark memories within it. This only sent Shikaku in a further frenzy. Wind-style, drilling air bullet. A massive ball of highly compressed chakra shot from Shikaku's mouth, roaring up to meet the meteor plummeting from above. The mere force behind the drilling air bullet was enough to level forests and crush 100-meter peaks. And then, the two attacks collided. A deafening explosion resounded, shaking the air. The drilling air bullet and the Chibaku Tensei erupted against each other, unleashing a storm that swallowed everything in its wake. All around, faces turned deeply grim. At such close range, even they could barely withstand the sheer violence of the gale. This stood in stark contrast to Suyi's calm, unruffled expression. Meanwhile, CC and Asuna had already hurried to Hinata's side, helping her sit down nearby. Hinata, you were truly amazing just now. You have no idea how shocked everyone was when you activated the Tensigen. Honestly, it cracked me up. Asuna beamed as she spoke to Hinata. All right, save it for later. Don't block little Hinata from watching her Suyi. CC laughed, tugging Asuna away. With CC's gentle teasing, Hinata's cheeks, pale just moments before, suddenly flushed bright pink. At that moment, the smoke cleared. What everyone saw beyond was utter devastation. Even Shikaku's aura had weakened considerably. It looked up at Suyi, standing high above, its heart heavy with dread. Overwhelmed by curiosity, Shikaku wondered what kind of being this person truly was. With the wave of a hand, Suyi could suppress it so easily, just like the Sage of Six Paths once had. No sooner had this thought crossed Shikaku's mind than Suyi extended his hand once more, pressing down gently toward the earth. In that instant, Shikaku froze in place. It felt as though an enormous serpent had coiled around its body, binding it tightly. Then, with a sudden, irresistible force, Shikaku was yanked downward. A crack split open beneath its feet, and in the blink of an eye, the earth swallowed Shikaku whole. Afterwards, the fissure in the ground snapped shut once more, and under the tremendous pressure, Shikaku felt its body being squeezed tighter than ever before. The ferocity in its eyes vanished in an instant, as if swept away. If faced with a force like this, it would much rather retreat into Gar's body and lurk there. As this thought crossed its mind, Shikaku glared at Suyi and shouted angrily, "Kid, just you wait. One day, I'll defeat you completely." With those words, Shikaku's figure faded and disappeared before everyone's eyes. At the same time, Shikaku's chakra retreated back into Gar's body. Just then, Kakashi and the others, who had just arrived on the scene, felt as though their presence here was entirely superfluous. After all, this person standing before them had managed to defeat a tailed beast with a mere gesture. This was already far beyond anything they could have possibly imagined. Right at that moment, Gaara's body plummeted from the sky. Seeing this, Temari and Kankuro rushed to his side. As he glanced over at Kakashi and his group, Kankuro threw a disgruntled look at Gaara. Inwardly, he grumbled. Of all the times to lose control, did it really have to be now? This has completely surpassed our expectations. But what could they do about it? Now that Shikaku had returned to Gaara, even if they wanted to make trouble, there was nothing they could do. Clearly, the only choice now was to postpone their plans. With this in mind, Kankuro immediately walked over to Kakashi and his group to offer his apologies. Meanwhile, a system notification chimed electronically in the minds of Suyi and the others. Ding! Congratulations to group owner Suyi, Whitebeard, Asuna Yuki, CC, and Hinata Hyuga. You have received a reward of 5,000 points. Hearing the electronic notification in her head, Hinata Hyuga subconsciously tagged Su-e in their chat group. Hinata Hyuga, at Su-e Oni-san didn't even take part in this mission. Why did I get points? Su-e, that's because this is your main world. Anyone who completes a mission in your world will earn you points. It's always been this way. Hinata Hyuga, Su-e Oni-san, now that you've finished watching my match and completed the mission, does that mean you're getting ready to leave? Asuna Yuki, Hinata, are you sad to see Su-e Oni-san go? CC, looks like you really do care about him, Hinata. As they teased her, Hinata's cheeks flushed as red as an apple. Fortunately, they were talking in the group chat. That way, no one outside the chat could overhear their conversation. When Su-e saw Hinata Hyuga's message, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. His figure slowly descended from the sky, and, as he landed, he spoke to Hinata. Since little Hinata wants me to stay here a few more days, I'll gladly accept your invitation. Besides, there are some things I'd like to teach you. With those words, Su-e was already standing before Hayashi Hyuga. He turned to Hayashi and said, Hinata has told me about you. You're her father, Hayashi Hyuga, aren't you? Hayashi looked at Su-e, his usual composure now completely gone. Staring at Su-e, his tone grew heavier. Who exactly are you? A hint of unease flickered in Hayashi's eyes. The thought that Hinata was acquainted with someone so powerful had already far exceeded Hayashi's expectations. While Hayashi's mind raced with worry, Su-e remained calm and continued. You could say I'm Hinata's mentor. If I remember correctly, she told me that after this third exam, there's still some time for final preparations before the big push. So, I plan to take her for some special training. With that, Su-e fell silent, knowing full well that Hayashi had understood his intentions. Su-e's assumption was right. Hayashi indeed understood what he meant, though inwardly he was lost in contemplation. Reflecting on Hinata's explosive growth and strength lately, it was not hard to guess that much of the credit belonged to this very man. Hayashi hesitated. Truth be told, the strength this man had displayed, single-handedly subduing tailed beasts, was far beyond anything they could stand against. More importantly, if Su-e truly meant harm to Hinata or had his sights set on the Hyuga clan, with power like his, he could have acted long ago. At this thought, Hayashi's heart settled on a decision. After a moment, Hayashi nodded slowly to Su-e and said, Improving one's abilities is always a good thing. As long as you return with her before the crucial fourth match begins, there's no problem. Hearing Hayashi's agreement, Su-e's smile grew a touch brighter. He then made his own promise in return. Don't worry. In these next few days, I guarantee Hinata's combat skills will increase at least twofold. Su-e and Hayashi locked eyes for a long moment, each harboring thoughts of their own. Having finished his discussion with Hayashi Hyuga, Su-e calmly led Hinata away from the group. After all, the rest was now left in Hayashi's hands. Now, they too had gained a new identity as Hinata Hyuga's mentors. Su-e stepped forward, his figure coming to stand right before Hinata. With a gentle, almost doting gesture, he stroked Hinata's silken hair, then spoke warmly. Hinata, didn't you want me to stay? So, I spoke to your father. Now, you can come with me for some special training. Hinata's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. She looked up at Su-e, her voice trembling with joy. Really? Watching Hinata's delighted reaction, Asuna Yuki and CC nearby couldn't help but tease. It seems Hinata really likes you, Su-e. Guess we'll head out first. I still have a boss waiting for me in the game to slay, said Asuna, grinning mischievously. CC caught the playfulness in Asuna's words and replied, Asuna, I'll head back with you in a bit. I want to keep practicing my combat skills in the game. Sound good. Let's be on our way. With that, Asuna waved to everyone and called out, We'll leave you two to it then. Hinata, you stay right by your dear Su-e. No one's competing with you today. But Asuna, CC, what do you mean by competing? I don't understand. Hinata stammered, her cheeks flushing redder than ever. She clasped her hands together, fidgeting nervously, which only made her look even more adorable. Whitebeard saw the scene and burst out in thunderous laughter. Gurara, if that's the case, I'll take my leave too. Tonight, I have a banquet to return to. Before stepping away, he turned to Su-e. By the way, Su-e, when will you visit my world? The Navy boys miss you. They're Emperor of the Seas. I'll be sure to visit when I get the chance. Su-e assured him with a nod. At that moment, two portals appeared behind them. Whitebeard strode off alone, while CC and Asuna walked toward the other portal together. The grand arena was left nearly empty. Just Su-e and Hinata remained. Well, not quite alone. Naruto and his friend were still close by. From a short distance away, Naruto gazed longingly at Su-e and Hinata. His eyes shone especially bright at the mention of special training. Naruto, too, yearned to grow stronger. He wanted to surpass Sasuke. He wanted to be Hokage. From Naruto's perspective, Hinata's impressive strength was thanks to Tsuyi's teaching. After all, Tsuyi was incredibly powerful. He could subdue even a tailed beast with a single finger. Naruto didn't dare ask for much. All he wished for was to reach even half of Tsuyi's level. With this thought in mind, Naruto took a deep breath, then mustered up his courage and started walking toward Tsuyi. As if sensing Naruto's movement, both Tsuyi and Hinata Hyuga turned to look at him from a short distance away. When she saw Naruto approaching, Hinata's brows knitted slightly. She clearly remembered Tsuyi's earlier warning. Stay away from a boy with yellow hair named Naruto. Wasn't this very boy standing before her now? And from what she'd heard, she knew this guy was the king of mischief. Not only had he painted all over the Hokage rock, he'd even defaced the gates of the Hyuga clan several times. Although the Hyuga family, as one of the most prestigious clans, didn't make a fuss about it, Hinata Hyuga still found such behavior infuriating. Now, seeing Naruto walking toward them, Hinata spoke up at once. What do you want? She watched Naruto warily, but Naruto paid her no mind. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, the 6 whisker marks on his face making him look even more striking. I think you're really amazing. That's why I want you to train me. Naruto was incredibly direct, so direct in fact that he caught everyone off guard. Sakura Haruno, standing a little way off, could only shake her head and cover her face, speechless. She thought to herself, Naruto, what are you doing? Do you have any idea who you are? Rushing up to people like this, without even using polite words. Why would anyone want to train you? Tsuyi regarded Naruto with a calm expression. In fact, the very air around them seemed to thicken slightly because of Tsuyi's presence. Even Naruto, as dense as he could sense the awkwardness of the moment. Without hesitation, Naruto called out to Tsuyi, My dream is to become Hokage. Please teach me. When I become Hokage, I'll make sure to thank you. Hinata, who was already quite annoyed with Naruto, grew even angrier at hearing such bold and empty promises. Just as she was about to say something, Tsuyi spoke first. It's good to have such determination. Before Tsuyi could finish, Naruto broke in excitedly. So you're going to teach me? At this, Tsuyi's brow furrowed as well. The only way to put it was that the Naruto, standing here now, truly didn't inspire much affection. He had yet to become the hero he would one day be. With that in mind, Tsuyi didn't hesitate at all. He said to Naruto directly, I refuse to teach you. What? Naruto blurted out, anxious. Because there is someone else much more suited to guide you. I believe you'll meet him very soon. With that, Tsuyi took Hinata Hyuga by the hand and left the competition grounds. Watching Tsuyi's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly leapt nearly a meter into the air, his face radiating an excitement he had never felt before. Yes, awesome. He said my teacher is about to show up. This is incredible. Sakura Haruno glanced at Naruto and could only feel speechless, inwardly sighing how hot-blooded he always was. All she could think was that this guy's head was full of nothing but passion. Once Tsuyi had exited the competition grounds, Hinata gathered her courage and reached out to take his hand. She felt the warmth of Tsuyi's large hand wrap around her own, as if it could envelop her entire heart. Brother Tsuyi, before we go for special training, would you mind if I stop by my house first? There's something I need to get. That works out perfectly. I have something I want to give you too. Let's go together then. Hearing Tsuyi's words, Hinata broke into a brilliant smile. She nodded vigorously and then bounded off, full of energy, heading toward the Hyuga clan's estate. Meanwhile, Hayashi Hyuga, together with Kakashi and the others, arrived at the Hokage's office. In the heart of the Hidden Leaf Village, the Hokage at this time was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu. Walking at the head of the group, Hayashi stepped forward to stand before Hiruzen Tsurutobi and addressed him, saying, Lord Hokage, I am here to report on what just happened. With that, Hayashi explained everything that had occurred. After listening, Hiruzen Tsurutobi nodded in understanding. This matched closely with what he had already observed through his telescope technique. The telescope technique was a jutsu that allowed one to observe distant happenings. In other words, ever since Gaara's rampage began, Tsurutobi had been watching his every move. From the moment Tsuyi appeared and forcibly subdued Gaara, to everything else that played out, it had all remained under the third Hokage's close observation. With this in mind, Hiruzen Tsurutobi looked intently at Hayashi and said, From what you're saying, it seems you know those people. Can you tell me who he really is? As he spoke, Tsurutobi's eyes narrowed just slightly, and he fixed Hayashi with a piercing gaze, scrutinizing every trace of expression on his face. He wasn't about to let a single reaction slip his notice. But as the present head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi was not someone who would so easily expose a weakness. Without the faintest change in his expression, Hayashi responded in a calm and composed tone, "There are people I specially invited here to guide Hinata." However, before Hiruzen Sarutobi could say anything, Hayashi Hyuga spoke again. "Besides, Hinata seems to be very fond of her mentor. If it's possible, I'd like Hinata to marry him in the future. Perhaps, when the time comes, Hokage-sama, you might be needed to preside over the wedding." Hiruzen Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback by Hayashi's words. And not just him. Even Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, and the others nearby couldn't hide their shock as they all turned to look at Hayashi Hyuga. None of them could have imagined that, as head of the Hyuga clan, he would make such a decision. Rising from his seat, Hiruzen fixed his eyes on Hayashi, his voice grave. "Are you serious?" Hayashi gave a subtle nod. "Of course I am." For on Hinata's face, Hayashi had seen a smile he'd never witnessed before. And besides, that man's power was extraordinary, far beyond theirs. After all, this was someone who crushed Shikaku with just one finger. Every one of those around him seemed to possess incredible abilities as well. Along with that, Hinata had awakened the Tenseigan. It was entirely possible that Sui was the reason for it all. A string of thoughts surfaced in Hayashi's mind. Yet he chose not to speak any of this to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi had his own thoughts brewing. He was weighing the possibility of an alliance by marriage between Hinata and Sui. If such a union were possible, it would be greatly beneficial for the Hidden Leaf Village as things stood. After all, when a Ninetales rampaged in the past, it cost Minato Namikaze, one of the greatest heroes, his life. Hiruzen could sense the undercurrents swirling through Konoha even now. At that thought, Hiruzen smiled gently at Hayashi and said, "If that's truly the case, then it would be my honor." Sui and Hinata arrived at the Hyuga residence. The Hyuga clan truly lived up to its reputation in Konoha. Their home radiated understated luxury and profound elegance. It was poetic, with cloistered passageways winding through the rain and wind. Following closely behind Hinata, Sui made his way to her room. Since that earlier incident, Hinata's room had been moved to a new location. He hadn't paid attention when they first arrived. But now, walking openly at Hinata's side, Sui let himself take in every detail of her room. It was spotless, meticulously arranged and clean. Pressed flowers sat on the table, a clear sign of Hinata's affection for her delicate hobby. Noticing Sui's gaze, Hinata lowered her head a bit, her cheeks tinged with an unspoken flush. One had to admit, Hinata blushed very easily, especially in such a private, intimate space. After all, this was none other than Hinata's own room. Sensing that the moment was just right, Sui suddenly brought out 2 treasured gifts from his belongings. He handed these 2 special items to Hinata Hyuga. "Little Hinata, these are small gifts that Hana and I made especially for you. Hana also wanted me to tell you that she misses you very much and asked when you might come visit her and spend some time together." Hinata naturally remembered Hana. Back at the gathering, Hana had chatted with her quite a lot. It was thanks to Hana back then that Hinata was able to gradually relax and not feel so anxious. Almost instinctively, Hinata accepted the items from Sui's hands and found that they were 2 pressed flower creations, each with a different style. One was elegant and understated, while the other exuded a bold grace. Hinata had been fond of pressing flowers ever since she was a child, and her understanding of the art far surpassed that of most people. From a style alone, she could often guess who had made a particular pressed flower piece. Picking up the one with bold, refined elegance, Hinata looked at Sui and asked, "Big brother Sui, did you make this one? You really are clever, little Hinata." "Yes, that one is my handiwork." As he spoke, Sui affectionately ruffled Hinata's silky hair. Hinata savored this gentle gesture, clearly enjoying it. Suddenly, Hinata realized that, caught up in her busy days, she hadn't prepared a gift for Sui. This realization made her feel a little flustered. But just then, something inside Hinata seemed to settle. She made up her mind about something. She turned to Sui and said, "Thank you, big brother Sui. I'll truly cherish these. And, actually, I have a present for you too." Hearing her words, Sui asked, "Oh, really?" Hinata blushed, nodding in shy affirmation. Then she said, "But, big brother Sui, you'll have to close your eyes first for this gift. Will you?" "Of course," Sui answered, trusting Hinata completely and not suspecting a thing. He promptly closed his eyes. Hinata gazed at the scene before her. The room had been quiet to begin with, but now even the rhythm of Hinata's heartbeat seemed loud in her ears. The way her heart fluttered was unmistakable, a wild, nervous excitement only she could feel. Hinata forced herself to take a few deep breaths until she steadied her nerves. Then, step by step, she moved closer to Sui. Her delicate and adorable cheeks were burning even brighter. Looking at Sui with his eyes gently closed, Hinata slowly shut her own eyes as well. But just at that moment, the door suddenly swung open from the outside, and it was Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi, stepping into the room. As the door opened, Sui's eyes flickered awake, and Hinata Hyuga instinctively leaned forward, unable to stop herself. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Outside the room, Hanabi Hyuga stood rooted in shock at the scene before her. Her mind simply couldn't process what she was seeing. She watched as her sister suddenly fell right into Sui's arms. For a moment, Hanabi was sure Sui must be bullying her big sister. With that thought blazing in her mind, Hanabi dashed straight toward Hinata. Her arms flailed in the air as she shouted, "I won't let you bully Hinata! Let her go right now!" Seeing Hanabi running at them, Hinata's face flashed with panic. She scrambled to sit upright and quickly left Sui's embrace. But that rosy flush on her cheeks lingered stubbornly, making her look just like a shiny red apple. Utterly adorable. Hinata turned around and pulled Hanabi into a gentle hug, speaking softly to her. "Sui wasn't bullying me, you misunderstood." She added, "All right, Hanabi, why don't you wait outside for a bit? We were just playing a game, that's all." A game. Hanabi's eyes instantly lit up with delight. She'd always loved games. Seeing that genuine, radiant smile on Hinata's face, Hanabi begged excitedly, "Sis, what game are you playing? Can I join too?" Amused by her curiosity, Sui couldn't help but chuckle. The final phase of the Chunin exams is about to begin. To help your sister win with flying colors, I'm taking her out for some special training. Hearing Sui's explanation, Hanabi nodded as understanding dawned, though a hint of disappointment crept into her expression. "All right then, I won't disturb your training. But sis, you have to do your best. I just know you can do it." She gave Hinata a cheerful encouragement. With that, Hanabi bounced out of Hinata's room, full of energy. Watching Hanabi disappear from sight, Hinata finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. She hadn't expected Hanabi to barge into her room like that. Suddenly, Hinata realized that only she and Sui were left in the quiet room. Her heart, which had just settled, began to race all over again. Hinata was even starting to feel a little lightheaded. Without the slightest hesitation, Hinata Hyuga quickly grabbed a few sets of clothes to change into, then turned to Sui and said, "Big brother Sui, let's get ready for training. I've got everything I need." Sui, of course, knew that what had just happened was nothing more than an accident. He didn't dwell on it, and simply led Hinata Hyuga out the door. At that moment, Hinata looked at Sui and added, "Big brother Sui, honestly, even if Hanabi hadn't come in just now, I still would have done the same thing." Meanwhile, Naruto was wandering around the village. He was still mulling over the words Sui had said to him earlier, that the master who could teach him would soon appear. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. His steps quickened unconsciously. His eyes darted everywhere, looking for the teacher who was supposed to guide him. Perhaps it was fate, but suddenly, Naruto spotted someone unusual not far away. This person wore a half-length crimson cloak, a large scroll slung across his back, and his hair was shock-white, spiking out like a hedgehog. A forehead protector, emblazoned with the symbol for oil, rested above his brows. At the sight of such a strange figure, Naruto's expression shifted instantly. Could this bizarre man really be the teacher Sui had mentioned? The one who would mentor me? But why does he look so weird? These thoughts tumbled through Naruto's mind. After considering it for a while, he finally decided to test this odd fellow for himself. With that in mind, Naruto bent down, moving stealthily on tiptoe, inching closer and closer to Jiraiya. As Naruto crept up, he noticed that this man seemed totally engrossed in whatever he was watching, barely budging an inch. How peculiar, Naruto thought. It's just a women's bathhouse. What's so interesting about that? Besides, you can't really see anything from here, and even Naruto knew that much. Seeing that this stranger hadn't noticed him at all, Naruto pursed his lips, pressed his hands together, then extended his index and middle fingers. He whispered under his breath, "Leaf Village, secret taijutsu, 1,000 years of death." With the thought barely finished, Naruto lunged straight at Jiraiya. In that instant, Naruto felt an unexpected jolt of discomfort. He winced inwardly. Oh no, I might have put too much force into that one. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Jiraiya let out a wild, high-pitched scream right in front of him. The yell of a grown man instantly echoed through the bathhouse. A moment later, a burly Amazonian woman stormed out, clutching a giant wooden bath bucket in her hands. She bellowed at the top of her voice, "Who's peeping out here? Show yourself now, or else." Seeing what was happening, Jiraiya slapped his hands onto the ground in an instant. A thick cloud of white smoke billowed up. Without hesitation, Jiraiya grabbed Naruto and leapt onto the toad's back. Taking advantage of the swirling smoke before it cleared, they dashed off into the distance. Behind them, the bellowing voice of that formidable woman could still be heard chasing after them. At last, Jiraiya and Naruto reached a secluded grove of trees. Once he was certain the woman wouldn't pursue them, Jiraiya looked at Naruto before him, a fleeting hint of nostalgia crossing his face. But in the end, he pushed aside those memories. Feigning annoyance instead, he glared at Naruto and demanded, "You brat, why did you sneak up and attack me just now?" Naruto retorted, "What do you mean, sneak attack? I was righting a wrong. Besides, you've got some explaining to do. How did you bring out that toad? Who are you anyway? Are you really someone who can teach me?" Naruto's barrage of questions left Jiraiya momentarily bewildered. Still, tossing his white hair back proudly, Jiraiya declared, "Excellent questions. I am none other than the hermit sage of Mount Myaboku, the toad spirit immortal." "An immortal? You mean you're really powerful?" Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. He gazed eagerly at Jiraiya, his face full of expectation. Naruto pressed on, "So, can you squash Shikaka the One-Tail with a single hand?" Jiraiya was just about to blurt out, "Of course," but caught himself in time. "Wait, what did you say? Squash the One-Tail with one hand?" To be precise, Naruto corrected thoughtfully after recalling Su Yi's hand movement, just one finger. That left Jiraiya completely dumbfounded. To crush a tailed beast with just one finger. Wasn't that ridiculously over the top? He hadn't been gone from the village that long. Had someone that powerful, who could flatten a tailed beast with a single finger, really appeared back in the village? Oblivious to Jiraiya's shock, Naruto looked at him with renewed hope and asked, "Well, can you do it?" Jiraiya shook his head instinctively, replying, "Crushing a tailed beast with one finger is just too much. Are you sure you're not pulling my leg?" Hearing this, Naruto's excitement faded, leaving him somewhat disappointed. "Oh, come on. I really thought you could do it too. Seems you're just ordinary after all." With that, Naruto turned and walked away, heading off into the distance. Jiraiya stood frozen in place, stunned by what he'd just heard. "Hey kid, did you just say I'm just ordinary? Do you even know the reputation I have outside this village?" Naruto exclaimed, "Shouldn't you be called the pervy sage? I mean, you're so pervy, and you call yourself a sage, so you must be the infamous pervy sage, right?" "Pervy sage?" Jiraiya gasped and nearly choked at Naruto's words, as if about to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Come on now. I'm one of the legendary Sannin, you know. People call me Master Jiraiya with the utmost respect. There are countless people in this world who dream of studying under me. Countless." Naruto's eyes, originally dull with disappointment, suddenly sparkled with renewed hope. "Really? So, you're actually pretty strong after all." "Pretty strong? You mean incredibly strong?" Jiraiya replied with utmost seriousness, trying to set the record straight. "Really?" Naruto, ever the crafty one, was hardly convinced by words alone. Without missing a beat, he challenged, "Well, how about you prove it by taking on that guy? If you can last 3 rounds against him, I'll let you be my master." "You're underestimating me. Not just 3 rounds, I could go 300 and not break a sweat." It was only after saying this that Jiraiya realized, "Hey, hold on. You're setting me up. Come on, pervy sage, let's go find him already." Before Jiraiya could protest, Naruto had already grabbed his arm and dragged him toward the distance. Meanwhile, Su-e and Hinata had arrived at a more open area. Hinata Hyuga no longer wore the same bashful look on her face. She seemed to have stepped out from the shadow of shyness. At that moment, she turned to Su-e and asked, "Brother Su-e, what should we do now? How does this special training work?" Hearing Hinata's question, Su-e recalled what he'd seen in the original story. Hinata, if memory served, had never learned the summoning technique. Of course, by the later stages, Hinata's abilities were impressive in their own right. But right now, the power boost offered by summoning jutsu would be enormous. With that thought, Su-e made up his mind. It was time to give Hinata a cheat code. With determination, Su-e said to her, "Before we start training, let's sign a summoning contract." At his words, Hinata was momentarily taken aback, then sought clarification. "A summoning contract? You mean a summoning jutsu?" "Yes, that's right. With a summoning jutsu, you can call forth anything you wish." As he spoke, Su-e produced the mind gem and the soul gem. The mind gem was brimming with emotional energy. Su-e had already mastered the technique of converting this emotional energy into sorcery. Next, with the soul gem, he could bestow a true soul upon it. The 2 gems, mind and soul, floated calmly above Su-e's palm. Hinata Hyuga blurted out, "Can I really wish for anything at all?" "Of course. I always keep my promises." Sui nodded reassuringly at Hinata. Joy spread across Hinata's face, her eyes bright as she said to Sui, "Big brother Sui, meeting you is truly the happiest thing that's ever happened to me. Without you, I don't think I would have ever realized how timid I used to be. To me, you're like the sun. You're always shining on me, warming me, pointing the way forward. Thank you, big brother Sui. From now on, I'll always stay by your side." For Hinata, this was as close to a confession as she had ever come. Feeling Hinata's sincerity, Sui's lips curled into a gentle smile. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. "Hinata, what if I made you a son of your own?" Hinata slipped out from Sui's embrace, lifting her gaze to meet his, utterly puzzled. "Yes, a son," Sui affirmed, and began his demonstration. Sui held the Mind Stone in his hands, drawing upon the vast stores of emotional energy within it, and transforming that power into pure spell force. This was the purest form of magic, gentle and calm, entirely unlike the dark and negative energy typically found. Under Sui's careful guidance, this spell force began to gather in front of them. At first, it resembled a simple ping-pong ball, but as more magic poured in, it grew denser and brighter, the airy orb becoming radiant, like a tiny sun of its own. Suddenly, another idea sparked in Sui's mind. Guided by his will, the spell force split, forming not just the brilliant sun, but also a fluffy, cloud-like mass, as delicate and soft as spun candy. That's right, Sui was about to create something akin to Big Mom's Prometheus and the thundercloud Zeus. With these, Hinata could wield Prometheus for attack and soar through the skies on Zeus, shifting locations in an instant. Sui reasoned that if Naruto could have a nine tails as a cheat, why shouldn't his dear Hinata enjoy a power-up of her own? And since he was crafting this gift with his own hands, it would be a truly meaningful present for her. After about half an hour, under Sui's expert control, the emotional energy within the Mind Stone was finally transformed completely into spell force. Floating before Hinata now were a miniature sun and a cottony cloud. However, for the moment, they were just a fusion of spell force. Neither had achieved sentience, nor could they form any kind of contract to become partners like a summoning beast. Immediately, Sui activated the soul gem and began constructing unique souls for each of the beasts within the core of their spell force. First, he set them all to be female. Next, they would be absolutely obedient to Hinata Hyuga's commands. And while Sui was hard at work creating these summoned beasts, Hinata Hyuga stood quietly by his side, watching his profile intently. No one could tell what little Hinata was thinking, but every so often, her soft laughter would fill the air. Just as Sui was about to finish his preparations, he suddenly sensed two approaching presences in the distance. Of these two auras, one was strikingly familiar to Sui. If he was right, that aura belonged to none other than Naruto Uzumaki. With this realization, a subtle smile appeared on Sui's lips. He thought to himself, "Naruto, as the child of prophecy in this world, I'm going to let Hinata take your place." At that thought, Sui turned to Hinata Hyuga and said, "Hinata, let's start the contract now." Hinata nodded earnestly, then focused her gaze on Prometheus and Thundercloud Zeus. These two beings, shaped from pure spell force of differing natures, required no blood pact to bind them. A soul contract would be sufficient. And soul contracts could be bought right in the point shop. Just 1,000 points, utterly straightforward, no tricks. In no time at all, guided by Sui, Hinata finished the soul contract. What's more, since these beings were made entirely of spell force, they could be summoned without needing any chakra at all. Most importantly, the spell force they consumed could be replenished by absorbing emotional energy, making it virtually impossible for them to fade away. When they weren't summoned, their forms would simply dissolve into thin air, drifting about unseen across the world, quietly gathering the spell force they needed. Summoning them required nothing more than performing the hand seals. With a flash, they'd appear right by Hinata's side, so convenient it bordered on miraculous. After Hinata repeated the summons several times under Sui's watchful eye, those two distant figures finally entered their view. At that exact moment, Hinata just happened to dispel her summoning technique. So Jiraiya and Naruto didn't catch a glimpse of Prometheus or Thundercloud Zeus. Jiraiya followed behind Naruto, his mind spinning with confusion as he looked at the two before him. He simply hadn't expected that the person Naruto claimed could crush a tailed beast with a single finger would be so young. And perhaps even more surprising, the Hyuga clan's princess, Hinata, was standing right there as well. But before Jiraiya could piece together what was happening, Naruto rushed straight towards Sui. "Hey, that person you were telling me about earlier, isn't it just this pervy sage?" Naruto could hardly wait as he hurriedly turned to Sui and spoke. Sui gave a slight nod. That's right, it's him. Haven't you found him now? So why are you looking for me? Here's the thing. Pervy Sage says he doesn't believe in your strength at all. He even said he could beat you in just 3 moves. I don't buy it. So I brought him here to see you. Hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya nearly choked on his own breath in shock. When had he ever said anything like that? This was clearly just him stirring up trouble. Hey, you little rascal. When did I ever say that? Jiraiya shouted, his voice filled with anger as he glared at Naruto. Naruto pouted, putting on an infuriatingly smug look. So what, are you scared? Makes sense. After all, you're just a creepy old man. All that Toad Sage, one of the legendary Sannin stuff. Bet you made it all up. You're just a faker. You brat. You're really driving me mad. A fight? Huh. I'll never back down from anyone. Jiraiya snapped back at Naruto. Then, turning towards Sui, standing a short distance away, Jiraiya called out, Come on, let's fight. Let me see just how strong you really are. As he spoke these words, a look of genuine seriousness flickered in Jiraiya's eyes. He was intentionally using Naruto's challenge as an excuse to test Sui. After all, he, too, was very curious about the true strength of the man before him. Sui glanced at Jiraiya, his expression completely calm, even impassive. Instead, he turned to Hinata Hyuga, who stood nearby. Hinata, how are your stamina and chakra levels? Have you recovered? Hinata took a moment to sense her body, then answered Sui, I'm pretty much back to normal. In that case, I want you to spar with Jiraiya this time. It'll be a great training opportunity, Sui said. Hearing this, Jiraiya frowned and immediately protested. Are you looking down on me? And are you looking down on Hinata? Sui countered it. Yeah, that's right. What? You think you can't even handle Hinata? Naruto chimed in, fanning the flames from the sidelines. Jiraiya could only shake his head in exasperation, feeling completely overwhelmed. He couldn't help but wonder why Naruto was so unlike Minato Namikaze. Minato had always brought people a comforting sense of security, but Uzumaki Naruto seemed determined to throw everything into chaos. Still, since Naruto and Sui had said their piece, there was nothing left for Jiraiya to argue about. After all, it was only Hinata Hyuga, wasn't it? He found it hard to believe that someone as young as Hinata could possess any real strength. A few quick moves would be enough to defeat Hinata, and then he could finally challenge Sui. He was already itching to see Sui put in his place. Anyway, he didn't believe for a moment that someone as young as Sui could really be as strong as Naruto claimed. In his eyes, it was probably just the power of the one-tail, Shikaku, not fully unleashed. With that thought, Jiraiya confidently flicked his white hair. In that case, let's get started, shall we? Hinata Hyuga nodded gently. Forgive me for any offense I may cause, Lord Jiraiya. As the esteemed daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hinata naturally knew who Jiraiya was, which was why she addressed him with such respect. Jiraiya gave a slight nod in return, though he didn't seem to take it all that seriously. Perhaps sensing Jiraiya's casual attitude, Hinata did not hesitate for an instant. She unleashed her full strength at once. Tenseigan activated. Tenseigan chakra mode activated. This was a technique Hinata Hyuga hadn't shown before. Once this mode was awakened, her reserves of chakra would skyrocket. She would not only gain access to truth-seeking orbs with ease, but also amplify their power tremendously. Hinata was worried that, if she wasn't careful, she might seriously hurt Neji Hyuga. But this time, her opponent was Jiraiya, and with him, she had no such concerns. After all, Jiraiya was one of the legendary Sannin. His strength was beyond question. Special Truth-Seeking Orb. A Truth-Seeking Orb formed in Hinata's palm and shot straight toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya, who moments before seemed half distracted, suddenly found his vision swimming with dizzying speed. What was happening here? How had Hinata Hyuga's presence multiplied like this in an instant? But there was no time left to ponder. Earth-style, earth wall. Before him, several stone walls rose up in quick succession, Jiraiya hoping to block Hinata's special orb. A rapid volley erupted. The stone walls crumbled instantly to dust and rubble, collapsing right where Jiraiya had just been standing. At that moment, the truth-seeking orb detonated. Tenseigan chakra burst forth in every direction, leaving behind a moderate-sized crater where Jiraiya had stood only seconds before. Now, Jiraiya's expression turned serious. The battle was on a knife's edge. Jiraiya's face darkened with gravity. He stared at Hinata Hyuga, who was now cloaked in blazing blue chakra, utterly incredulous. This blue chakra was nothing like the normal pale blue hue. This was something else entirely. Its density far surpassed that of common chakra. It was even richer than his own sage mode. Was this truly the power of Hinata Hyuga? But she's still so young. The more Jiraiya thought about it, the more startled he became. though his hands never slowed. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Rasengan. With a swift motion, Jiraiya summoned 3 shadow clones, and from different angles in the sky, they all charged toward Hinata Hyuga. Hinata Hyuga had already been watching this unfold. Activating the Tensigen chakra mode made her even more powerful, but at present, just like the Tensigen itself, she couldn't sustain it for long. Prolonged combat was impossible. She would have to win swiftly, ending the fight in one decisive burst. Besides, her brother Sui was watching from not far away. No matter what happened, she could not allow herself to lose. Yes, Hinata had set her mind on defeating Jiraiya. With this thought, Hinata's hands moved with lightning speed, forming a semicircular shield of rotation, gathering chakra in her palms, refining it, and sharpening it into needle-like points. All attacks were kept at bay beyond her spinning shield. With the added strength from the Tensigen chakra mode, not even Jiraiya could come near her for even an instant. A series of loud impacts resounded. Just as expected, when the Rasengan struck the shield, the ensuing storm of chakra easily wiped out Jiraiya's shadow clones. Seeing this, Jiraiya felt an even greater weight settle in his heart. If he really were to lose to Hinata, how could the great Jiraiya show his face in the Hidden Leaf Village ever again? If an aerial assault won't do, then I'll attack from the ground. Jiraiya dropped down from the sky, forming hand signs with practiced speed before slamming his palms onto the earth. Earth-style, swamp of the underworld. With his words, the ground before Jiraiya rapidly began to turn to a bog. The swamp spread quickly and was soon about to reach Hinata's feet. In a heartbeat, Hinata stamped the ground, and with sheer athletic prowess, vaulted herself up into the air. By now, beads of sweat were streaming down her face. If she didn't finish this within 10 seconds, her defeat would be inevitable. She couldn't let Sui down. Just as Hinata thought this, Jiraiya's eyes flashed with self-assured confidence. I don't know how you become so strong, but you still lack true combat experience. Let me show you the power of fire style combined with marsh gas. With that declaration, Jiraiya took a deep breath. Fire style, giant flame bullet. In one swift motion, Jiraiya converted his chakra to oil, and as he spat the oil from his mouth, he ignited it using fire-style jutsu. The resulting blaze was far greater than a normal flame bullet. With the marsh gas in the swamp, it triggered a massive explosion in an instant. A column of fire shot straight up toward the sky. Confident that his attack had hit its mark, Jiraiya said, "Surely this must work. Though it feels a bit like overkill, if I don't give it my all, I'll be the one to lose." Naruto, witnessing the entire scene, stared at Jiraiya in astonishment. He never realized Jiraiya could be this powerful. He might normally seem like a lecherous and scrupulous old man, but when he gets serious, he really does become incredibly handsome. Just as Naruto had this thought, a subtle smile appeared at the corners of Sui's mouth in the distance. Aerial summoning jutsu. Hinata Hyuga quickly formed hand signs, then slammed her hands into the air. Tiny runes, as neat and compact as minute script, spread wildly in the air, swirling into a perfect circle. Prometheus and Thundercloud Zeus appeared instantly at Hinata Hyuga's side. Prometheus! Hinata Hyuga called out sternly to Prometheus. Prometheus immediately understood Hinata's intention. In the next instant, flames erupted from Prometheus, burning fiercer than ever. Once calm and reserved, Prometheus now seemed utterly awakened, charging headlong toward the explosion of flames. The moment those flames touched Prometheus, they vanished, consumed by him in the blink of an eye. Not a single spark harmed Hinata Hyuga, standing behind him. Through the inferno, now thoroughly devoured by Prometheus, the figure of Hinata Hyuga was revealed, standing atop Thundercloud Zeus. Jiraiya's pupils contracted sharply. A summoning beast? Is there really a summoning beast with this kind of presence? Jiraiya stared, truly unable to believe the scene before his eyes. From these mystical beasts, he could sense a ferocity unlike anything he'd ever encountered. Even as that realization struck, Hinata Hyuga, standing atop Thundercloud Zeus, dove down toward Jiraiya. In her hand, a special truth-seeking orb began to take form. This unique orb drew on nearly all of Hinata's chakra. Propelled by Thundercloud Zeus's dive, Hinata charged straight at Jiraiya. Sage mode, activate. Alarm shot through Jiraiya. Every instinct in him screamed a warning. Reacting on pure instinct, he entered Sage mode. At the same time, in his hands, he gathered a colossal Rasengan, dozens of times bigger than the usual, an ultra-giant Rasengan. Sage art, ultra-giant Rasengan. In a flash, Hinata Hyuga's special truth-seeking orb collided head-on with the ultra-giant Rasengan. Two overwhelming forces crashed into each other. The ground trembled violently as both energies surged upward, merging into a dazzling pillar of light that shot into the heavens. The sheer power blasted outward in every direction. Clouds in the sky tore apart and vanished. If you looked down from above, all you would see in the wake of that energy was a landscape splintering, the earth cracking open, and clouds of dust flying high. The unleashed energy exploded outward, rushing to every corner. A heartbeat later, from within the swirling smoke, the small silhouette of a girl shot out. Seeing this, Sui instantly flashed to her side, scooping her gently into his embrace. At that moment, Hinata Hyuga had just withdrawn from her Tensigen chakra mode. Feeling the warmth around her, she nestled herself naturally against Sui. From within the lingering smoke, Jiraiya's coughs echoed out in the air. At that moment, Jiraiya was covered in dust, looking thoroughly disheveled and battered. A flicker of shock shone in his eyes. He could hardly believe the sheer strength that Hinata Hyuga had just displayed. And then there were those mystical summoning beasts, one embodying the sun, the other like a drifting cloud. If those two summoned creatures had unleashed their full power, Jiraiya couldn't be sure he'd be able to defeat Hinata Hyuga at all. But what truly unsettled him was this. If Hinata was already this formidable, what about the boy that Naruto kept mentioning? Was his power beyond even this? Today's battle had ended in a draw. Yet, anyone discerning enough could see. If Hinata was given just a bit more time, she would certainly surpass Jiraiya. For one so young to outshine one of the legendary Sannin. If word got out, it would send shockwaves far and wide across the land. Gently alighting onto the ground, Sui looked toward Jiraiya, the corners of his lips curling upwards into a smile. So, do you still want to fight me now? Jiraiya met Sui's gaze and slowly shook his head. No, that's enough. A strained smile lingered awkwardly on Jiraiya's face before it was replaced by his usual goofy grin. Besides, I've got research to do. Guess I'll be on my way. And with that, Jiraiya gave Sui a lopsided smile, turned, and started to walk away. But before he left, he reached out and snagged Naruto by his side. Naruto, let's go. You're coming with me to do some research. Hey, Pervy Sage, if you want to go by yourself. What do you need me for? Naruto struggled to break free from Jiraiya's grip, but with the difference in their strength, it was a losing battle. Resigned, he could only be helplessly dragged off into the distance by Jiraiya. Once Jiraiya's silhouette had faded from view, Sui turned to Hinata, who was nestled in his arms. Hinata, are you ready to begin our special training? Hinata gave a gentle nod, her eyes tinged with curiosity as she wondered what kind of training awaited her. She heard Sui softly murmur under his breath, 18 infernal levels of Fengdu. And with the last syllable, both Sui and Hinata vanished in an instant without leaving behind a single trace. The 18 infernal levels of Fengdu, an ethereal domain, fierce enough to challenge the mightiest gods, yet able to nurture its inhabitants. So long as they remained unscathed within its bounds, it would grant them time itself as an ally, a place to accelerate their cultivation far beyond the ordinary world. With this, Sui intended to guide Hinata's training within the 18 infernal levels, restoring her strength and propelling her growth. In this way, Hinata could make rapid progress without risking exhaustion or stunting her improvement, a plan that promised rewards on many fronts. Meanwhile, on the other side, Naruto was still being dragged along by Jiraiya as they headed back towards the heart of the village. At this moment, Naruto was still feeling unwilling to give up. Pervy Sage, why did you pull me away? If that guy could teach me, I might become stronger much faster. And besides that, maybe I could even become Hokage. When Naruto mentioned becoming Hokage, an unmistakable flash of sadness flickered in Jiraiya's eyes. But soon after, he managed to completely conceal that trace of sorrow. He turned to look at Naruto, standing beside him, and asked, Naruto, who exactly is that person? Why is he so close with the Hyuga clan? Naruto immediately recounted the events that had just transpired for Jiraiya. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's eyebrows shot up. You're saying it's not just one person. There are others in the group? That's right, but it seems they can use some kind of mysterious jutsu and vanish instantly. Except for that one guy. The rest seemed to disappear completely. As soon as he heard those words, Jiraiya's expression changed. So, it's an organization. The thought crossed Jiraiya's mind, and his face turned even more serious. During his recent travels across the world, he had sensed the presence of a shadowy organization. That group seemed to be called Akatsuki. He had no idea if these people were members of Akatsuki. Naruto, let's go see the Hokage. With that, Jiraiya started heading toward Hiruzen Sarutobi's office. Hey, but what about my training? Naruto called after him. I'll train you myself. I'll teach you everything I know, Naruto. This world is already changing. I have a feeling it won't be long before turbulence sweeps across it. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with both hands resting on his shoulders. Naruto felt the weight and trust in Jiraiya's gaze and words. A sudden shiver ran through Naruto's heart. He clenched his fists and said to Jiraiya, "Yeah, I'll train as hard as I can." Seeing Naruto's determination, the heaviness on Jiraiya's face faded away. "Come on, Naruto. After we meet with the Hokage, I'll take you out for some Ichiraka ramen. It's been ages since I've had any." Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. "Really? I can eat as many bowls of Ichiraka ramen as I want." "Of course. Eat your fill." "Yeah, that's awesome. Now I won't have to eat instant noodles anymore. Compared to that, I love freshly made Ichiraka ramen so much more." Hearing Naruto's excited words, Jiraiya's nose tingled with emotion. He had heard plenty about Naruto's reputation. Most people only knew about the 9 tails sealed inside him. Very few people know that this boy, the vessel of the 9 tails, is actually the son of Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. He is the Hokage's own son. And, in other villages, most Jinchuriki are actually treated generously. Because they are seen as strategic weapons, they're pampered and well cared for. Yet Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, has grown up completely on his own. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Jiraiya's eyes grew moist with emotion. Unknowingly, the bond between the two of them had grown deeper and stronger. Before long, Jiraiya and Naruto arrived at the door of Hiruzen Sarutobi's office. He knocked, then opened the door and walked inside. At that moment, Hiruzen was standing in front of the window, gazing out over the Hidden Leaf Village. Looking at the thriving, vibrant village, Hiruzen couldn't shake a sense of unease lurking in his heart, though he couldn't say why. Just then, the door opened. It was as if Hiruzen had known Jiraiya would return. Without turning, he said, "Jiraiya, you finally decided to come back." Jiraiya scratched his head out of habit, but didn't waste any words. He got straight to the point and asked, "I just saw someone with Hinata Hyuga. Do you know anything about this?" The meaning behind Jiraiya's words was immediately clear to Hiruzen. He looked at Jiraiya, then at Naruto, standing nearby, and finally, after a moment of consideration, decided to answer in Naruto's presence. "You don't need to pay much attention to that person for now. He's a bit special." As soon as Naruto heard the word special, his eyes lit up with curiosity. He looked at Hiruzen and asked eagerly, "So what's special about him?" At this, a vein popped up on Hiruzen's forehead, a silent sign of exasperation. If only he'd had Naruto leave the room. But faced with Naruto's expectant gaze, Hiruzen could only sigh in resignation. He repeated words once spoken by Hayashi Hyuga. "If nothing unexpected happens, Hinata Hyuga's future husband is likely to be that man. So you all must remember not to provoke him. Just let things take their natural course." As Hiruzen finished speaking, both Jiraiya and Naruto stood there in stunned silence. "Hinata and that man?" Naruto blurted out in disbelief. He quickly realized this wasn't something he could change, and covered his mouth instinctively. At that moment, Jiraiya added a word of caution. "It's enough to keep this to yourself. Don't ever spread it around." With that, Jiraiya turned to Hiruzen, sharing his recent sense of foreboding, along with his concerns about the Akatsuki organization. To this, Hiruzen Sarutobi gave a slight nod. "You can set the Akatsuki matter aside for now. The most important thing at the moment is to nurture the next generation thoroughly." As he spoke, Hiruzen glanced at Naruto Uzumaki nearby, then turned to Jiraiya and said, "Because I too sense a bit of unease." Jiraiya nodded slightly, a serious look settling on his face. If he were the only one feeling this way, perhaps it would have just been his imagination. But now, even Hiruzen Sarutobi was voicing the same concern. Something was bound to happen. With this in mind, Jiraiya promptly said to Naruto, "Naruto, let's go. Once we finished our bowls of Ichiraka ramen, it's straight to training." With that, Jiraiya grabbed Naruto and led him out of the office. Days slipped by one after another. During this period, Su, Ii, and Hinata Hyuga trained together in the 18 Hells of Fingdu. Of course, they only trained for a portion of each day before coming back out to recharge their energy. After all, exhausting oneself through endless training could be dangerous. On Naruto's side, he had gradually mastered using his chakra more skillfully, and even improved his summoning jutsu. Compared to before, his combat power had grown significantly. Now, night draped its curtain across the sky, countless stars scattered above like the river of heaven spilling from on high. Stepping out from the 18 Hells once again, Su-Ii turned to Hinata and asked, "Hinata, are you ready? Do you feel confident in yourself?" "Thanks to you, big brother Su-Ii, I think my strength has multiplied several times over." Over this period, Sue-e had been giving Hinata special training focused on her stamina and chakra control, helping her prolong her transformation time when using the Tensigen chakra mode. If the final round of the Chunin exams was delayed by even half a month, then by the rules of the chat group's daily check-in, Hinata would have the chance to boost her abilities again. Those upgrades could then be reflected in her bloodline itself. Sue-e believed that, by then, Hinata's Byakugan would fully evolve into the Tensigen. At that point, the chakra within Hinata would transform in quality, and her ability to use the Tensigen chakra mode would be extended almost without limit. However, the final round of the Chunin exams was tomorrow. There simply wasn't enough time. Even so, the strength Hinata had achieved was already more than enough. In that case, let's get some rest and be in top shape for tomorrow's exam. Hinata nodded enthusiastically, her cheeks flushed a rosy pink. She looked at Sue-e before her and said shyly, "Thank you for staying with me through the exams, big brother Sue-e. These have been some of the happiest days of my life." "Silly girl, we'll have plenty more days like this in the future." Sue-e affectionately ruffled Hinata Hyuga's silky hair, a gesture he was clearly accustomed to. Hinata, in turn, wore a blissful expression, savoring the moment. Side by side, the pair made their way into the heart of the Hidden Leaf Village. "What do you feel like eating today?" "Sui asked it. How about Ichiraka ramen?" "I haven't had it in ages," Hinata replied, her voice tinged with longing. "All right, whatever you say," Sue-e agreed with a gentle smile. With that, the two headed off toward Ichiraka ramen. By nightfall, the warm glow streaming from the ramen shop spilled softly into the darkness, painting halos of light onto the street outside. A handful of patrons sat inside, savoring their bowls of ramen. Suddenly, Tucci, the ramen master, spotted Hinata entering and greeted her with enthusiasm. "Hinata, I haven't seen you in days. Busy preparing for the Chunin exams lately?" Hinata gave a polite nod. "The exams are tomorrow, so I thought I'd treat myself to some Ichiraka ramen tonight." "I see. I'd better whip up some extra noodles, then. Wouldn't want to run out." Tucci beamed at her, cheerful as ever. Hinata's cheeks took on a faint blush at his words. She glanced shyly over at Sue-e before addressing Tucci. "Please don't go to any extra trouble, uncle. I actually don't eat that much." "Oh, but if I recall, your personal best is 46 bowls. That's still the record here in my shop," chimed in Ayam, Tucci's daughter, emerging from inside the store. At Ayam's words, Hinata's cheeks turned an astonishing shade of red. 46 bowls? How could a girl like me possibly eat that much?" she protested, blinking rapidly at Ayam, as if to send her a secret signal. Ayam glanced at the exceptionally handsome young man standing beside Hinata and instantly understood. After all, a girl usually tries to be reserved in front of someone she likes. It's only natural. If her crush found out how much she could eat, any girl would feel embarrassed. With this in mind, Ayam scratched her head sheepishly. Right. No way a girl could eat that much. I must have remembered wrong." She nodded vigorously, as if to punctuate her declaration and validate her own words. Watching this exchange unfold, Sue-e chuckled. "It's all right, Hinata. You're growing, and your bloodline is strong. You need lots of nutrients. There's nothing wrong with a girl having a healthy appetite. In fact, the stronger someone gets, usually the more they eat, so there's no need to feel shy about it. Oh, and for the record, I eat quite a lot, too." At this point, Sue-e looked at Uncle Ichiraka before him and said, "But this will be hard on you, Uncle." Uncle Ichiraka watched as Sue-e casually diffused Hinata Hyuga's awkwardness, and without hesitation, gave Sue-e a big thumbs up. "Young man, you really are such a kind soul. Don't worry, no matter how much ramen you all eat tonight, I'll keep them coming. This, I swear on my reputation as a master of hand-pulled noodles." And so, the night slipped by. It wasn't until dawn that Sue-e and Hinata Hyuga finally left Ichiraka ramen. Uncle Ichiraku stared at the towering stacks of empty bowls before him, and, quite unable to control his emotions, tears welled up at the corners of his eyes. Wonderful. They finally had their fill and gone. That was exhausting, truly exhausting. I don't want to make another bowl of ramen. Ever again. Oh, what a night. Standing nearby, Ayam could only shake her head and laugh through her exasperation at the sight. "Dad, you were the one who swore on your hand-pulled noodle pride. But, to be fair, they really did eat a massive amount. Little Hinata finished off 50 bowls, and that's Sue-e, actually down 71. That's just unbelievable. Well, let's just say it was to celebrate Hinata Hyuga's early promotion to Chunin. My dear, let's close up shop. I'm taking a whole week off to recover." For Sue-e and Hinata Hyuga, it was nothing more than a sleepless night, hardly a burden at all. After walking Hinata Hyuga back to her room and taking a brief rest together, they set out toward the location of the final exam. By then, it wasn't just the two of them. Crowds of villagers from Konoha were heading in the same direction, eager for the event. Because for this last round, spectators were welcome. Not only that, the Hokage and other village leaders would also be there in person. And there was something else different, too. Sui no longer needed to hide himself with the powers of the Phantom Fruit. Today, he could walk side by side with Hinata Hyuga, heading proudly together toward the testing grounds. Hinata, I'll be watching from the stands. Do your very best, okay? Hinata looked up at Sui, determination shining in her eyes as she nodded firmly. I will. I'm going to win this. Soon, the crowd in the spectating stands began to swell. They looked down at the contestants below, their excitement swelling with cheers and roars. For the villagers, this was truly a lively and meaningful celebration. Hinata Hyuga quietly made her way over to the rest of the competitors, her gaze sweeping over them one by one. Temari, Kankuro, Gaara, and Shikamaru Nara. For in all, Hinata quickly realized there were still 3 people missing from the lineup. At that moment, Hey Gecko addressed the group. All right, everyone, no more whispering. Stand tall, hold your heads high, and face the crowd above you. This time, you are the stars of the show. After Moonlight Hey finished speaking, he lifted his gaze upward to look at the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat atop the highest seat, his hands resting on the armrests. His expression wasn't particularly pleasant. He could be heard turning to the person beside him, asking, "Still no sign of Sasuke? We've already sent out several Umbu teams to look for him, but there's not the slightest trace. Perhaps he has already fallen into Orochimaru's hands. If that's the case, then our chances of finding him are slim to none." Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a heavy weight settle in his chest. As he had suspected, beneath the calm surface of recent days, dark currents had been stirring all along. Just as this thought flashed through Sarutobi's mind, his expression quickly changed. He turned toward a new arrival at his side. Well, what a rare guest. The Kazekage himself. The Kazekage, unmoved by Sarutobi's greeting, simply shot him a cold glance before taking his seat in silence. Sarutobi offered no further words on the matter. Instead, he rose to the front of the stage, and with a voice that had grown somewhat aged, addressed the gathered crowd. Honored guests, welcome to Konoha for the Chunin selection exams. I sincerely thank you all for coming. And now, just as Sarutobi continued his speech above, a blonde-haired figure came running in from outside. It was Naruto. Awesome. I almost didn't make it in time. Oh, please, you're already late. Nara Shikamaru retorted, poking fun at Naruto, then turned his attention back to Sarutobi atop the stage. Sarutobi's voice rang out. Everyone, please enjoy the true Chunin exams to your heart's content. As his words faded, Moonlight Hate, who stood before the contestants, produced a folded square of paper and slowly unfurled it before everyone. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, your opponents in this match have temporarily changed. Please double-check who you'll be facing. In addition, this time, there are no rules. The match will go on until one side either dies or surrenders. A true contest of resolve. But don't worry. If I believe victory is clear, I will personally stop the match. Upon hearing Hayate's announcement, everyone's expression shifted noticeably. Everyone, that is, except Hinata Hyuga. Hinata, for her part, kept her eyes fixed on the stands, searching intently for Sui among the crowd. With her Byakugan, even without chakra enhancement, she enjoyed a field of vision far beyond that of ordinary people. It didn't take long before Hinata finally spotted Sui's figure. She saw Sui seated in the audience. When he noticed Hinata's gaze, he nodded to her in gentle acknowledgement. In that instant, Hinata Hyuga felt even more inspired and uplifted. Just then, Kurenai Yuhi took a seat beside Sui. Kurenai made no pretense of formality. After sitting down next to Sui, she turned directly to him and asked, "Do you think Hinata Hyuga will win?" Sui didn't look at Kurenai. His gaze remained fixed on Hinata. He simply replied in a calm tone, "You're asking a pointless question. As far as I'm concerned, Hinata Hyuga is sure to win. There's no doubt in my mind." "You're that confident?" Sui did not answer this time. Seeing Sui's indifferent attitude, Kurenai felt a pang of disappointment. Had she lost her charm? Did he not even want to say a word more to her? The thought made her heart ache a little, but she still pressed on. "Aren't you worried that Hinata might lose? Not to mention the others, but if she goes up against Gaara, that's as troublesome as it gets. And if he goes berserk and unleashes the power of the tailed beast, Hinata could be seriously injured." Sui, however, still offered no reply. "You're unbelievable. I care about Hinata too, you know." Having said that, Kurenai turned her gaze down toward the arena. But ever so often, her eyes would drift back to Sui, as if lost in thoughts of her own. At this moment, Hate Gecko stood with his hands on his hips and addressed everyone in front of him. All right, the first match, Hinata Hyuga versus Naruto Uzumaki. You two stay here. The rest, return to the waiting room. Hearing this, Shikamaru Nara glanced over at Naruto and said, looks like you're in for a tough fight, Naruto. Don't worry, I'm going to give it 500%, or better yet, unlimited percent effort. Naruto shot back spiritedly. Shikamaru blinked in surprise for a moment, then said with a thin smile, that does sound like you. Good luck out there. With that, he turned and left the arena. By now, the spectators had also seen who would be fighting in the first match. That girl looks so delicate. Do you really think she can beat that spiky-haired blonde kid? You must not be from around here. She's the heiress of the Hyuga clan, the princess. I've heard she's extremely strong. You've heard? So you don't really know how strong she is either. I don't think she stands a chance against that blonde kid. Yeah, I agree. She looks like just a little girl. What could she possibly do? Just wait until the match starts. You'll have to take back what you just said. The villagers of Konoha didn't bother to explain to those out-of-towners. After all, the truth would reveal itself soon enough. From the stands, the roars of the crowd rang out in waves, their excitement electrifying the air with a lively, raucous energy. Yet, none of them had any inkling of just how tense Naruto was at this very moment. Staring at Hinata Hyuga's expressionless face, Naruto felt a faint but uncontrollable tremor running through his body. After the intense training over the past days, Naruto had come to understand just how strong Jiraiya truly was. But the more he understood Jiraiya's power, the more astonished he became by Hinata Hyuga. The person standing before him had once fought Jiraiya to a standstill. More importantly, Jiraiya himself had said that if Hinata unleashed the full power of her summoning creatures, even he might not be able to stand against her. The two summoned spirits that Sui had created using the Mind Stone and Soul Stone surpassed even the mightiest of special-grade spirits. It had taken Sui a long time to amass the emotional energy needed to forge such formidable beings. Even someone as mighty as Satoru Gojo would find these spirits a thorny challenge. With this thought, a subtle smile played at the corner of Sui's lips. His eyes drifted to Naruto below, and in his heart he mused. So Naruto, what are you going to do? As the protagonist, can you truly defeat Hinata Hyuga standing before you? A contest against the story's hero. To Sui, nothing could be more intriguing, especially since this challenger was someone he had personally trained for the role. Naruto stared at Hinata, slowly raising his arm, clenching his fist so tightly that his entire arm shook from the tension coursing through his body. Hinata Hyuga, I know you're strong, but I won't back down. I'm going to give it everything I've got. So I hope you'll do the same and give it your all. Hinata gazed coldly at Naruto, her features unmoved and unyielding. For her, there was only one person in the world who could make her smile, her beloved brother, Sui. As for the boy standing before her now, to Hinata, he was nothing but a childish prankster. She still remembered how he drew all over the gates of their clan estate. It had taken days before people stopped talking about it, and she hadn't heard the end of it for a while. I will give it my all. Just be ready for what's coming. Hearing those words, a grin broke across Naruto's face. In that case, you'd better be ready too. As Naruto finished speaking, red chakra began to surge outward, cloaking him in an ever-growing aura of fiery energy. The crimson chakra kept pouring forth. In the blink of an eye, Naruto's entire body radiated with a menacing red gas. Peering through her Byakugan, Hinata saw that it was as if a blazing furnace was igniting in Naruto's belly, burning with wild intensity. Slowly, the red chakra spilled across his form, coloring him in the aura of raw, burning power. He threw his head back and let out a powerful, primal shout. In the arena, Naruto Uzumaki's shouts echoed unceasingly, the power and aura radiating from his body growing stronger by the second. His relentless surge seemed to stir the emotions of the crowd, sending ripples of excitement through the masses. At this moment, Hyuga Neji, who had only recently recovered, arrived at the spectator stands. He watched Naruto below, his expression one of utter shock. Was this really the same loser from before? Neji sat in the stands, looking down on the two fighters in the arena from above. He recalled how he once mocked Hinata Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki, dismissing them both as hopeless underdogs. Yet now, both had advanced to the tournament, while he himself was nothing but a spectator. Now he finally realized, the real fool turned out to be himself. Above, the others soon noticed Naruto's actions. At this point, Kurenai Yuhi turned to Sui and asked quietly, "It looks like Naruto is starting to use the Nine-Tails chakra. Aren't you worried that Hinata might lose to him?" "She won't lose." Sui responded confidently. His words carried unmistakable trust, and Hinata Hyuga. Sue knew Hinata well, but the others didn't see things the same way. As they watched Naruto's aura continue to climb, everyone was left in disbelief. Especially Hiruzen Sarutobi. His eyes narrowed sharply in alarm. This chakra, without a doubt, belonged to the Nine Tails. Naruto had actually learned to wield the Nine Tails chakra. It took Sarutobi a moment to even process it. If that's the case, Hinata Hyuga is in real danger of losing. Naruto is always full of surprises. Exactly. Should we say, that's just like Naruto? He could be such a headache, but when it matters most, he always delivers. Up in the stands, Shikamaru Nara and the others voiced their astonishment and delight. Meanwhile, faced with Naruto's ever-rising momentum, Hinata Hyuga showed a faint flash of impatience. Are you ready? Yeah, I'm ready. Better watch out, Hinata Hyuga. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from his body. Crimson chakra enveloped him in an instant. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 4 identical figures appeared on the field. With the boost from a Nine-Tails chakra, their speed became blinding. In the blink of an eye, they formed a circle around Hinata, boxing her in. Hinata's expression remained calm and unchanged. At that moment, the Tenseigan slowly awakened in her eyes. For a heartbeat, the Kazekage at the top row was frozen in a state of utter disbelief. No, more accurately, it was Orochimaru in disguise as the Kazekage who was utterly stunned. He'd only ever heard of the Sharingan evolving. Could it be that the Byakugan could also evolve? Moreover, this power seemed even greater than the Sharingan, perhaps even mightier than the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tenseigan Chakra Mode. Special Truth-Seeking Orbs. Unfazed by everyone's astonishment, Hinata Hyuga waved her hand, and in an instant, 5 special truth-seeking orbs materialized behind her. Compared to the previous orbs, these were far more stable. The chakra energy within them was markedly denser, more concentrated. I hope you'll be able to withstand this attack of mine. As Hinata's words rang out, the orbs behind her shot outward in every direction. Her intent zeroed in on Naruto Uzumaki, locking onto his every move. With an incredible speed, the truth-seeking orbs closed in. There was simply no way for Naruto to avoid them. In the blink of an eye, the special orbs crashed down hard onto each of the Narutos. 5 consecutive impacts burst forth. 4 of the orbs struck the shadow clones directly, engulfing them instantly. As each orb exploded, thick clouds of white mist billowed out, shrouding the arena. As for the real Naruto, he watched helplessly as an orb drew ever closer in his sights. But he was powerless to respond. It was simply too fast. The last orb detonated, sending a small mushroom-shaped cloud rising gently into the sky. If not for the protective power of the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto doubtlessly would have met a grim fate beneath the force of that truth-seeking orb. Even so, Naruto was left with serious injuries. At that moment, the crowd on the spectator stands fell completely silent. Only Hiruzen Sarutobi feigned a cough, then turned to the man beside him, Orochimaru in disguise as the Kazekage, and said, "Ahem, pay it no mind. This is just the typical power of our village's genin, nothing special. Ahem, nothing to be concerned about. This is just our village's genin level, after all." Sarutobi repeated to the Kazekage beside him. Orochimaru, still playing the role of the Kazekage, instinctively swallowed nervously at Sarutobi's words. His gaze, full of astonishment, swept the arena below. The ground was riddled with craters and scars, all caused by those special, truth-seeking orbs. Setting aside Naruto with his Nine-Tails chakra, what truly stunned him was that this white-eyed girl could be so overwhelmingly powerful. Those icy, piercing blue Tenseigan. He could feel the pressure bearing down on his very soul, far surpassing what he'd felt before at the sight of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hiruzen Sarutobi. The genin in your village are impressive indeed. That little girl, her true strength likely already exceeds that of many Jonin or even Kage from other villages. Wouldn't you agree? Sarutobi did not reply. He was just as shaken. He could hardly fathom how Hinata Hyuga had managed to attain such overwhelming power in just a few short days. Could it be that everything is because of that man? It seems that forming political alliances through marriage is actually quite effective. As long as we can tie that man to us, Konoha's foundations will grow even stronger. If he remembers correctly, Hayashi Hyuga still has another daughter. Her name is Hanabi Hyuga, if memory serves. When the time comes, he'll have to consult Hayashi Hyuga's opinion about all this. At that thought, Hiruzen Sarutobi mused to himself. All of this, it's all for the sake of Konoha. Just then, as if the entire crowd finally snapped out of their shock, a deafening cheer erupted, jolting everyone awake in a surge of excitement. Princess of the Byakugan! Princess of the Byakugan! Princess of the Byakugan! An endless chorus of cheers swept through the crowd, igniting a wave of heated enthusiasm among the people. Slowly releasing herself from the Tensigen chakra mode, Hinata Hyuga glanced toward the stands where Sui sat. She flashed him a gentle smile, then made her way toward the audience. At that moment, the medical ninja finally arrived, hurrying to lift Uzumaki Naruto away for treatment. Sui watched as Hinata walked toward him, unable to hold back a hearty laugh. Haha, little Hinata really has learned things thoroughly. Kurenai Yuhi, standing beside him, paused in surprise and cast a curious look Sui's way. Thoroughly? What do you mean by that? It means when you can finish the fight in a single move, you never go for a second. Even as Sui finished his explanation, Hinata came running up. Clearly, she was eager to be with Sui. Burotur Sui. Hinata flung open her arms, pushed off the ground with all her strength, and leapt straight into Sui's embrace. At the same moment, the next round of the matches began below. If not for that, Hinata appearing among the audience would have caused quite an uproar. Sui affectionately stroked Hinata's soft hair. How does your body feel? All thanks to you, brother Sui. I'm a little worn out, but I don't have any real problems moving around. Good. In half a month, you can undergo another bloodline awakening. By then, the side effects will be even milder, and perhaps there won't be many in the entire ninja world who could stand against you. Of course, Sui was speaking about the early part of the Naruto world. Still, he firmly believed that with himself and the chat group around, even in the later stages of the story, few would be Hinata's equals. Meanwhile, Kurenai Yuhi stood nearby, shock written all over her face as she overheard Sui's conversation with Hinata. She asked Sui, "Wait, do you have some kind of secret method for getting stronger? Mind sharing it with me? I'd love to know." After all, in every world, the strong devour the weak, and only the victor reigns supreme. If there's a way to become even more powerful, who wouldn't want to seize that chance? Kurenai's voice drifted softly to the ears of Sui and Hinata Hyuga. Hinata glanced at Kurenai, who stood beside her, and said, "Kurenai-sensei, I didn't realize you were here too. So I was here all along." Kurenai couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness in her heart. So her own student hadn't even noticed her presence until just now. It was a rather heartbreaking realization. Still, she kept her focus on Hinata and Sui, hoping to hear from their lips some secret to becoming stronger. After all, Hinata's growth had been truly astounding. Kurenai had witnessed it every step of the way. Before she could say more, Sui smoothly changed the topic. "Hinata, who do you think will finally emerge victorious this time?" Hearing their conversation, Kurenai looked at Sui, secretly vowing, "Sui, is it? I'll make you tell me your secrets. You've definitely piqued my curiosity now." Time ticked steadily onward. Down in the arena, match after match concluded. Compared with the spectacular display of the first round, the flamboyance of the Ninetales mode and the Tensigen chakra mode, the subsequent matches simply didn't compare in excitement. To be frank, there wasn't much to catch the eye. Even now, the newly returned Sasuke Uchiha and Gaara's duel couldn't ignite the crowd's passion. As the battles below dragged on, a wave of drowsiness swept over many in the audience. Kurenai, standing nearby, sensed immediately that something was off. Even she struggled to fend off a creeping drowsiness. Hinata's expression, too, betrayed her fatigue. Before Hinata could say a word, Sui gently reassured her, "Don't worry. I'll be fine." The three of them were only just beginning to wonder about this strange sensation, when from above, white feathers began to drift down into the stands. As the feathers gently floated through the air, the heaviness of sleep pressed down on the crowd with gathering intensity. In just a matter of seconds, the audience's eyes fluttered shut, one after another, and they sank quietly into slumber. Kurenai's face turned sharp with alarm. "It's a genjutsu." Immediately she pressed her hands together in a sign and called out, "Release." With that, she felt the haze of sleep in her mind lift considerably, freeing her from the spell of the feathers. Meanwhile, on seeing this, sweat trickled down Maki's forehead. He thought to himself in alarm, "Has the masked man begun the plan already? Well, it seems it's about time for my move too." Even as these thoughts raced through Maki's mind, at the highest seats in the stands, in the section reserved for the Hokage and Kazekage, Hiruzen Sarutobi and the one disguised as the Kazekage, Orochimaru, locked gazes in silence. Suddenly, the sound of movement rang out. Then smoke quickly spread before many people's eyes. Kakashi shouted, "This is bad. That's where the Hokage is." Kai exclaimed, "This is getting complicated." Just as they were speaking, several ninjas wearing Yanbiyu masks appeared, rushing toward Hiruzen Sarutobi's position. As the smoke around Hiruzen Sarutobi gradually cleared, a kunai was pressed against his throat. The plan to destroy Konoha was unfolding. The kunai remained poised at Hiruzen Sarutobi's neck. In that tense moment, the Kazekage bent his knees slightly, then suddenly sprang upward with all his strength, taking Hiruzen Sarutobi with him as they leapt toward the rooftop above. At the same time, four figures burst out of the fading smoke. The AMBU captain frowned as he laid eyes on them. These were none other than Jirobo, Kidamaru, Tayuya, and Sakan and Yukon. The four of them quickly formed hand seals in unison. Occupying the four corners of the rooftop, they unleashed the ninja art, four violet flames formation. A massive purple-black rectangular barrier shimmered into existence before everyone's eyes. At this moment, one EMBU ninja dashed headlong toward the barrier, kunai drawn, intent on breaking through by force. But the second he touched the barrier, flames engulfed him completely. The four violet flames formation burns up anyone who comes near. That ninja's body was reduced to ashes in an instant, a grim and harrowing sight. A mocking chuckle escaped the Kazekage's lips as he pressed the kunai tighter against Hiruzen Sarutobi's throat. Hiruzen Sarutobi shot a sidelong glance at the Kazekage behind him and said, "Lord Kazekage, do you intend to start a war?" "Start a war? Heh, and even if I did, so what? Enough. This tedious tournament is officially over. From this moment on, history will take a new turn. Sensei Hiruzen." As the Kazekage finished speaking, Hiruzen's pupils contracted sharply. "You bastard." Hiruzen's voice was low and steady as he faced the Kazekage. For now, he finally understood who this man truly was. Meanwhile, a tremor ran through the distant forest. Dozens of Sand Village ninjas stood in a circle, each holding a scroll prepared in advance. Before them, a massive summoning array had been drawn on the ground. With a unified motion, they raised their scrolls and slammed them down onto the array. From the billowing smoke emerged the colossal form of a summoned beast. As the haze faded, the creature's three serpent heads became visible, and it lunged relentlessly toward Konoha village. Simultaneously, more sand ninjas appeared within everyone's line of sight. The Konoha sentries stationed outside the village were thrown into panic at the sight. Before they could react, the gigantic summon tore straight for the outermost walls, its massive jaws biting down with thunderous force. Under the terrifying bite force of the three-headed serpent, the wall instantly crumbled to dust. The ninjas of the Leaf Village were swallowed whole by the massive snake, vanishing into its belly without a trace. In that moment, utter chaos erupted throughout the village. Ding! Mission issued. In this destruction of the Leaf Plan, unleash your unmatched strength and make your mark unforgettable to all. Rewards will be granted based on your performance. Ding! Top reward, Bloodline Enhancement. The electronic voice of the chat group echoed simultaneously in the minds of Sue, E, and Hinata Hyuga. For now, they were the only two group members present in the world of the Hidden Leaf. Sue, E, and Hinata exchanged a quick glance. Sue, E turned to Hinata and asked, "Hinata, how are you feeling?" Hinata understood at once what Sue, E was really asking. She responded promptly, "My body's condition isn't strong enough yet for the Tensigan Chakra mode, but normal combat shouldn't be a problem." "Then let me lend you the summoning beast I gave you." Hinata nodded firmly, not a hint of anxiety showing on her face. Standing nearby, Kurenai Yuhi addressed Sue, E. "Are you planning to help us?" "Of course. After all, this is Hinata's village. If it's destroyed, Hinata would be devastated. That's why I won't just stand by and watch." Hearing this, Hinata's smile grew even brighter, her whole face lighting up. "In that case, I want to fight alongside you as well." Kurenai said to Sui, "Sorry, but I have to refuse." With that, Sui set off with Hinata by his side. Kurenai watched them walk toward the edge of the spectators' stands, a flicker of frustration crossing her face. Without further hesitation, Kurenai strode forward and moved to stand beside Sui. "I'm a ninja of this village. Protecting it is my duty." Sui responded kindly. Just then, the ground began to tremble beneath their feet. Hinata turned her gaze to the distance. Using the power of her Byakugan, she could see a three-headed serpent hurtling toward them at full speed. Seeing this, Hinata called out to Sui, "Brother Sui, leave that snake to me." "All right, but be careful." "Don't worry, Brother Sui. It's no match for me." As soon as Hinata finished speaking, she slammed both hands onto the ground. In a flash, Thundercloud Zeus appeared before her. This time, Hinata summoned just one companion beast. She took one bold stride and leapt onto Thundercloud Zeus's back, charging headlong toward the three-headed serpent. Beside her, Sunset Red was momentarily taken aback by the scene unfolding before her eyes. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "What kind of summoning beast is this? It feels so extraordinary." Just as that thought crossed her mind, Sunset Red realized suddenly that Sue-E, who had been at her side moments ago, had vanished without a trace. Where has that guy gone off to now? A wave of irritation swept over Sunset Red, and she couldn't help but stomp the ground a few times in frustration. But now, the village had already entered full battle readiness. Even though Sue-E was nowhere to be found, she still had to prevent others from making reckless moves and try to minimize unnecessary losses. The three-headed serpent writhed and twisted its massive body, surging swiftly toward the heart of Konoha. It was only 500 meters from the village buildings, close enough that, if the serpent so wished, it could devastate everything in a matter of seconds. But Konoha's defense was not to be underestimated. Dozens of shinobi had already taken up their designated positions, each ready to fulfill their duty without hesitation. No matter what you are, you won't get past us. We will defend the village. This is the end for you. At that moment, nearly 20 ninja stood scattered atop different rooftops, quickly erecting layers of defenses. Serpent, goat, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire style, grand fireball jutsu. 3 ninja atop a roof inhaled deeply and breathed out enormous fireballs, sending them hurtling toward the three-headed serpent. With a series of thunderous booms, the fireballs struck the serpent's massive form, and in response, its tail lashed out toward the ninja with blinding speed. It moved so swiftly that there was no chance to dodge. At that instant, as disaster seemed inevitable, a piercing shout echoed down from the sky. Summoning Jutsu. Prometheus. Summoning Jutsu. Prometheus. The cry rang through the air again. There, atop Zeus of the thunderclouds, stood Hinata Hyuga, charging boldly toward the three-headed serpent. Her hands flashed through a rapid sequence of hand signs before she slammed them forward with all her might. In an instant, a perfectly rounded, blazing crimson sphere erupted above them. Prometheus! Heavenly blaze! Hinata commanded, her voice ringing clear. As the words fell from her lips, Prometheus began to swell larger and larger, his body expanding at an incredible pace. Crimson clouds of fire spread across the sky, enveloping everything in an overwhelming tidal wave of flame. Just then, the serpent's tail was about to strike the cluster of ninja. In the nick of time, Prometheus plummeted from the heavens. A roaring inferno descended. With a crash, the fireball smashed downward. The flames sprang to life, raging wildly across the serpent's scales. Scorching waves of heat rolled out in all directions, buffeting the nearby ninja and stinging their faces. They felt as if the fire was about to roast them alive. This temperature was simply unbearable for them. The flames continued to rage, and the three-headed serpent thrashed wildly on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the fire consuming its body. But Prometheus would never allow the three-headed serpent to succeed so easily. The flames on its body surged once again, and the heat intensified several times over. The earth below was already scorched black. "Leave this to me. You all are no match for it." As Hinata Hyuga spoke, the other Sand Shinobi arrived not far away. Hinata stood atop the thundercloud Zeus, her eyes meeting those of the ninja opposite her. A flash of steely resolve glinted in her gaze. In a heartbeat, Hinata leapt down from the thundercloud Zeus, landing on the rooftop of the tallest building at the eastern gate. Thundercloud Zeus, grand thunder fall. With Hinata's command, Zeus's form stretched and expanded. In the blink of an eye, the sky overhead was blanketed by vast thunderclouds. Within those clouds, thunder rumbled and boomed, like dragons roaring in the heavens. For a moment, every ninja stared in stunned silence at this spectacle before their eyes. They even began to wonder if this was some kind of illusion. If not, how else could they explain what they were witnessing? Raging flames, heavenly thunder. No matter how you looked at it, these were forces only nature could wield. Yet now, they were at the command of a young girl. They glanced at the nearby three-headed serpent, caught in its relentless struggle. The Sand Shinobi snapped back to reality. "We cannot delay any longer. Kill the girl now, otherwise we may all be doomed." The captain of the Sand Shinobi squad barked an urgent order to his comrades. But before they could act, another flash of fierce determination appeared in Hinata's eyes. With a commanding gesture, Hinata lifted her arm high like a reigning queen, and then with a swift motion, slashed it down towards the ground. As her movement cut through the air, a bolt of lightning, thick as a barrel, tore down from the sky with a deafening roar. In that instant, The entire sky seemed to be swallowed up by the descending thunderbolt. The surrounding ninjas instinctively rubbed their eyes, trying to make sense of what they were seeing. They just wanted to be sure this was really happening before them. Beneath the lightning's wrath, the figures of the sand shinobi vanished completely, reduced to pitch-black ash. The earth itself fractured and split, cracks spreading like the strands of a spider's web. So this is the power of Hinata Hyuga. This is beyond belief. Fire and heavenly thunder. Such terrifying attacks. Perhaps they even surpass. At that point, the observing ninjas fell silent. After all, few of them had ever truly witnessed Sarutobi Hiruzen's battles. So it was impossible for them to imagine what a battle at the Kage level truly looked like. But right now, in their eyes, Hinata Hyuga's fight had already reached the level of a Kage. What was most astonishing was that Hinata hadn't even lifted a finger. To be precise, she merely moved her lips. The thing that looked like fire and thunderclouds was enough to utterly defeat them. It was as if their entire worldview had been turned upside down. The Byakugan Princess. The Byakugan Princess. The Byakugan Princess. No one could say who among the gathered ninja was the first to shout it. But as soon as the words were spoken, many others joined in, chanting Hinata's title over and over. Hinata looked at the jubilant ninjas, a gentle smile curving her lips. There was no denying it. It felt truly wonderful, protecting the village in this way. If only her brother Sui could marry her here in the village, surrounded by the villagers' blessings. Wouldn't that be the happiest thing in the world? That thought brought a shy blush to Hinata's delicate face. And in that very moment, Hinata made up her mind. She would become Hokage. She would strive to make herself worthy of brother Sui. With that resolve, a determined gleam shone in Hinata's eyes. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had already revealed his true identity. This turn of events left the Umbu operatives outside, feeling deeply troubled. If I remember correctly, this barrier can only be undone from the inside. If Lord Hokage manages to take down just one of them, the barrier will break on its own. That will be our cue to make our move. Yet even as this was said, Tayuya and her companions exchanged sly grins. Looks like it's about time. Yeah, let's put it to use again. After finishing her sentence, Tayuya cast the barrier once more. What? How is it even possible? If that's the case, even Lord Hokage may not be able to break through. How are they doing this? Layering two barriers on top of each other. I've never even heard of such a thing. Hiruzen Sarutobi noticed this turn as well. It seems getting out won't be simple. Orochimaru fixed Hiruzen with a look of cold disdain. How hypocritical. For you, having those extra burdens join the fight would just get in your way, wouldn't it? Orochimaru truly was Sarutobi's student. He saw right through his mentor's mind. With those words, the pair leapt into battle. Striking Shadow Snake, Orochimaru rolled out his tongue, and in an instant it transformed into a long serpent, lunging toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Unexpectedly, Hiruzen Sarutobi dodged with a body replacement jutsu, reappearing right behind Orochimaru. Earth Style, Earth Flow, River Technique. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A relentless barrage of jutsu roared toward Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi truly lived up to his reputation as the professor of ninjutsu. Just then, Orochimaru's voice echoed from afar. Summoning Jutsu, Impure World Reincarnation. Summoning Jutsu, Impure World Reincarnation. The moment Orochimaru formed the seals, Hiruzen's expression changed drastically. Could it be that forbidden technique? As the thought crossed Hiruzen's mind, he saw Orochimaru proudly extend both his hands. With Orochimaru's words, a coffin appeared before him in an instant. Then, as he finished his next incantation, a second coffin materialized. Cold sweat involuntarily slid down Hiruzen's face. These two, could they really be? No, I must stop the third one from appearing. At that, Hiruzen charged furiously toward Orochimaru. Fire Style, Grand Fireball, Jutsu. His hands flashed through the seals at lightning speed. Less than a second, and he pressed his right hand to his mouth, inhaling sharply before blasting out his jutsu. A massive fireball, nearly 3 meters across, soared at top speed toward Orochimaru. It struck the third coffin, engulfing it in flames. Just as the third coffin had begun to emerge, it was forced slowly back down. Did I manage to stop it? Nerves tightened within Hiruzen's chest. Orochimaru, recognizing the obstacles and summoning the third coffin, knew it might be problematic. But what he had now was more than enough. Sensei, Sarutobi, you should recognize these two, shouldn't you? As Orochimaru finished speaking, both coffins began to open slowly. Outside the barrier, Those witnessing the spectacle stood absolutely dumbfounded. What? How is this possible? I must be hallucinating. This is outrageous. How could something like this happen? Oh my God, this is terrifying. That's... The people outside stared in utter disbelief at the scene before them. As the coffins creaked open, a thick white mist spilled out, clearing just as quickly. So what will you do now, Sarutobi-sensei? Or should I say, Lord Third Hokage? At this moment, dread filled Hiruzen's gaze. Cold sweat trickled unbidden down his cheek. He stood ready in his fighting stance, but his heart was seized by an overwhelming sense of shock and awe. Standing before them were, unbelievably, the first Hokage and the second Hokage themselves. One of them was even his own teacher. Damn you, Orochimaru! How dare you defile the souls of the dead? High above, atop the sky, Sui lounged leisurely, savoring a slice of chilled watermelon. He had only just fetched it from somewhere else. That's why he hadn't revealed himself earlier. And floating at such a lofty height, few would think to look up and notice him there. It was the perfect spot to relax, enjoy his watermelon, and watch the drama unfold below. Truth be told, before crossing into this world, Sui had dreamed of witnessing this very battle in person. Now, finally, he was living out this small wish of his own making. Of course, Sui knew when to act. He would never let Hiruzen Sarutobi suffer grave injuries. Besides, according to the quest assigned by his chat group, he needed to ensure that everyone remembered him. Offering timely aid in a desperate moment would win far more gratitude than simply joining in the celebration. With that in mind, Sui scooped out another spoonful of juicy watermelon. The cool, sweet taste exploded in his mouth, washing him in a wave of refreshing delight that chilled him to the very core. Down below, the blazing sun beat down on the land. The heat was oppressive, and countless people felt overwhelmed by it. Especially Hiruzen Sarutobi, trapped within the barrier, who felt the suffocating pressure of the space closing in around him. It was an uncomfortable feeling, to say the least. But what infuriated him even more was how Orochimaru had desecrated the souls of the first and second Hokage. It's been a long time, old monkey. Hashirama Senju stepped from his coffin, gazing at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Tobirama Senju followed his elder brother's words, addressing Hiruzen. I never thought I'd live to see you grow old. I never imagined I'd meet you two brothers again. Neither, Hiruzen replied to the two in front of him. My deepest apologies, Lord First, Lord Second. Sui continued watching the scene unfold below. He saw Orochimaru raise two kunai and then, almost ceremoniously, approach Hashirama and Tobirama. With a deliberate motion, he stabbed the blades into their heads. In an instant, the light faded from their once spirited eyes, leaving them empty and void. Observing this, Sui murmured, I've waited a long time. Now, the real show finally begins. Let them fight a while longer. When the time is right, I'll make my entrance. With that, Sui took another nonchalant bite of his icy-cold watermelon, perfectly at ease. And as he swallowed the last bite, it was as if the curtain lifted, the performance truly began. Tobirama darted swiftly to the side, while Hashirama charged straight toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Though Hiruzen was well advanced in years, in the face of two Hokage whose powers had been diminished, he no longer felt any fear. Unfazed, he moved through hand seals, rabbit, horse, snake, dragon, rat, ox, tiger, fire style, dragon flame bomb jutsu. In an instant, fierce flames erupted before Hiruzen Sarutobi, swirling with the vigor of a living beast. Infused with chakra, the blazing fire raged forward like a rampaging dragon, lashing out before him. For a moment, the entire space was illuminated by Hiruzen's fiery onslaught, casting wild, flickering shadows across the barrier. The flames surged and spread relentlessly throughout the confinements of the barrier. Though this ninjutsu was formidable, Tobirama Senju wasn't one to be outclassed so easily. Water style, water wall. Tobirama's hands formed seals in a blur, summoning a massive wall of water that sprang up between them in the blink of an eye. The nearby ANBU members could hardly contain their shock as they witnessed the spectacle unfold. They had never imagined that Tobirama could unleash such a high-level water-style jutsu without any outside source of water, and within a scalding, fiery barrier like this. Was this truly Tobirama Senju's power? Off to the side, Orochimaru watched with an exhilarated gleam in his eyes. As expected of a former Hokage, truly formidable, he couldn't help but praise aloud. Being a bystander to such a battle was, to him, a rare and intoxicating pleasure. Meanwhile, Sui quietly murmured to himself, watching from the sidelines really is the best. With that thought, Sui remained aloft, contentedly being a spectator. Watching the battle raging below within the barrier, Su-e pulled up the live stream in the group chat. Yuki Asuna exclaimed, "Ah, the stream's live." Yuki Asuna. For all. CC chimed in. Didn't expect you to start using emoji. CC. But Su-e, what exactly are you streaming? Whitebeard laughed heartily. Gurara. Looks like people are fighting in that rectangle. Siko Busujima commented, "It looks so cool. First fire, then water." As the comments rolled in from group members, Su-e explained, "That's the third Hokage, fighting against the first and second Hokage. The abilities you're seeing are all available in the points shop." Su-e continued, "If you're interested, now's a good time to watch and study them closely. See if any suit you. If they do, you can start saving your points to exchange for them." As the group's admin, Su-e felt a genuine sense of responsibility for every member. If he could spare them from taking needless detours on their journey, that would be the truest fulfillment of his role. After all, by joining this group chat, they'd all essentially become a family. The others clearly understood Su-e's intentions. One by one, they began watching the epic clash unfold, just as Su-e was doing. It was plain for all to see. Hiruzen Sarutobi's strength was nearly pushed to its limits. His elderly body was no match for the might of the two legendary Hokage he now faced. Damn it, is this really the end for me? Hiruzen Sarutobi cursed his own frailty in the silent corners of his heart. Yet, no matter how desperately he moved, he could not change the reality. Old age had caught up with him. Watching this scene unfold before him, Orochimaru's lips twisted into a wicked smile. His pallid face, paired with that sinister grin, made him look absolutely terrifying. Strike while he's down. Now's the time for our final assault. Orochimaru's voice echoed in the ears of Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, both revived through the impure world reincarnation. Hearing Orochimaru's command, the pair instantly charged straight at Hiruzen Sarutobi. TSK. Who would have thought I'd have to jump in so soon? I haven't even finished my watermelon. Su-e's words fell with a note of reluctant amusement. Just then, he vanished in a flash, darting into the barrier ahead. As he moved, the half-eaten watermelon slipped from his grasp and tumbled to the ground. Hashirama Senju, hands pressed together in a cold, determined gesture, fixed his gaze ahead. Secret wood style, birth of the tree, see. With his invocation, the broken tiles upon the rooftop erupted with sprouting branches and fresh green buds. Watching this surreal scene, Hiruzen Sarutobi swallowed nervously, unable to believe his eyes. This is the first Hokage's Forbidden Forest jutsu. Even as the thought landed in his mind, what were once tiny saplings exploded into towering trees. With chakra flowing through Hashirama's hands, it was as though he was breathing countless strands of life into existence. Under his command, there was nowhere left for Hiruzen Sarutobi to run or hide. Casting a look at Orochimaru in the distance, Hiruzen's heart ached with a bitterness unlike anything he'd ever known. If only he'd foreseen Orochimaru going this far. Now, he could only regret his old mercy, which had led to this catastrophic moment. No matter how he looked at it, Hiruzen knew there could be no forgiveness for the man before him. But now, ensnared by a prison of branches, he couldn't even form a hand sign, much less break free. "Hiruzen-sensei, you really have grown old," Orochimaru taunted, voice thick with mockery. "Do you remember what I told you before? You should have named the fifth Hokage sooner, or you'd live to regret it. But you stubbornly ignored all of my advice." With that, Orochimaru pulled his sword, Kusanagi, from deep inside his throat, glistening with his own venomous saliva. Clutching the hilt, he strode steadily toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. The blade slowly lifted, then in an instant it drove down straight for Hiruzen. At that desperate, perilous moment, the barrier shattered into shards of nothingness. A shadowy figure appeared right in front of Orochimaru. My, aren't you impatient?" came a languid, teasing voice. "You should remember, this man here is your teacher, after all." Su-e's figure appeared before Orochimaru, extending his hands with calm composure, ready to catch the blade between his palms. He planned to pull off a classic empty-handed feat, snatching the wolf with bare hands, so to speak. But halfway through raising his hands, Su-e suddenly remembered. The Kusanagi sword in front of him had been spat out from Orochimaru's mouth. You could say it was unbelievably filthy. For someone with Su-e's selective obsession with cleanliness, this was simply unacceptable. Thinking of this, Su-e instantly opted for his heat vision. A brilliant orange-red glow flared up in his eyes. In a flash, the beam lanced toward the Kusanagi sword. A mournful, high-pitched screech echoed from the blade. In the blink of an eye, the sword's edge was engulfed by Su-e's heat vision, powerless to resist in the slightest. Orochimaru, seeing this, instinctively staggered back a few steps, disbelief etched across his face. Staring at Sui, he blurted out, "Just who are you? Why have I never seen you before?" "Well, it's our first meeting. You may call me Supreme Doomsday," Sui replied lightly. And as the words left his lips, his silhouette vanished instantly from Orochimaru's sight. Before Orochimaru could even react, Sui's figure had already materialized behind him. Sui raised his hand, forming a blade with his palm, and struck forcefully toward Orochimaru's neck. His palm carried with it the overwhelming sword intent of a master swordsman at the peak of his craft. Even an ordinary hand could become a blade of unrivaled sharpness. Orochimaru's expression shifted at once. With a twitch of his brow, he instinctively dove forward, alarm bells raging in his mind. Yet even so, Orochimaru couldn't evade Sui's assault. Sui's palm landed sharply on his neck. With a resounding crash, Orochimaru's body turned into a blur, hurtling out through the rooftop. At this point, the four people maintaining the barrier only just came to their senses. Everything had happened so suddenly. It was so fast that they hadn't even realized the barrier was gone. How can this be? This barrier is supposed to be destructible only from inside. Who in the world is that guy? Even Lord Orochimaru wasn't a match for him. Is he from the Hidden Leaf Village? Who would have thought there was someone so powerful still hidden there? This is terrifying. I couldn't even react to what just happened. The four of them stared in utter shock at the scene before them. Just at that moment, Orochimaru began to change. His head, which had already slumped lifelessly to one side, suddenly parted its lips, and from inside that mouth, another Orochimaru slowly slithered out. The entire sight was enough to make one's skin crawl. TSK. Orochimaru, I have to admit, your technique is quite impressive. But just because it can save you once, do you really think it can save you a second time? Orochimaru stiffened at Sui's words, eyes widening in shock. Without a hint of hesitation, he shouted to the first and second Hokage standing by his side. "What are you two standing there for? Hurry up and kill him for me." The moment Orochimaru's command rang out, Hashirama and Tobirama Senju's eyes gleamed with renewed purpose. They zeroed in on Sui's figure in the near distance. Without pause, they rushed at him, forming seals with their hands in swift succession. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Wood style, Advent of the Flowering Trees. This time, Hashirama held nothing back. All the chakra left in his current vessel was poured into this jutsu. Watching this fierce onslaught unfold, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but call out to Sui, his voice ringing with urgency. "That's the first Hokage's signature technique. Don't fight it head on. Get out of the way now." Sui listened, then shook his head with casual indifference. "I'm not really a fan of old men, but still, you're the Hokage of this village. If you stay alive, you'll be able to protect more people here. After all, I'm not your babysitter. I can't be here watching over you all the time." As Sui finished speaking, Tobirama's water dragon bullet bore down on him with a thunderous rush. A mighty water dragon surged fiercely towards Sui, threatening to engulf him. But Sui didn't hold back in the slightest. His heat vision shot forward in an instant. In a blaze of fire, the water dragon was completely devoured, reduced to nothing in the blink of an eye. The beam continued along the dragon's original trajectory, streaking straight toward Tobirama. Sui's heat vision pierced clean through Tobirama's heart. Around them, the battle-hardened ninja of the Umbu caught this terrifying sight and gasped in disbelief. "If I'm not mistaken, isn't that guy Hinata Hyuga's mentor? What sort of ninjutsu is this? It's unbelievably strong, absolutely mind-boggling. And the most shocking thing, he didn't even use a single hand seal. Is this a seal-less technique?" Just then, Hashirama's Advent of the Flowering Trees had reached completion as well. This was the perfected form of wood style, deep forest emergence. It was, without a doubt, the most powerful jutsu of the wood style, a technique that transformed chakra into nourishment, causing trees to sprout and grow at dizzying speed, each one under the caster's absolute control. The already shattered rooftop was drastically altered as Hashirama's jutsu remade the very landscape. Gnarled trunks rose up, wrapping around the entire rooftop, while countless flowers began to bloom above. Petals slowly unfurled, flooding the air with a heady fragrance. Countless grains of pollen drifted down from above. Witnessing this scene, Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly warned, "Be careful, not a breath. Even a Kaga-level shinobi will be rendered unconscious by the numbing effect." But just as Hiruzen's words left his lips, Sui casually gestured to the side. The magnetic force field burst to life. The watermelon, which was falling toward the ground, seemed to be pulled by an invisible thread and shot straight towards Sui. Ignoring the drifting pollen, Sui simply took a bite of the watermelon. Turning to face the crowd, he said with a grin, "The advent of the flower tree world? That's it? Pathetic." He opened his mouth and spat out a single watermelon seed. Immediately, divine power began to surge in his hands, vast and surging. It was the essence he had once swallowed during his battle with Hela. Though his body could not directly absorb this divinity, he had stored it inside himself all this time. Even Sui hadn't expected that these divine essences would be of use at this very moment. "Today, I'll be generous. Here, have more melon." With those words, Sui slapped the reservoir of divine power onto the watermelon seed. In an instant, life awakened within it. The watermelon began to swell and grow, enormous and vigorous. Even Hashirama's flower tree world paled in the face of this monstrous fruit. The watermelon expanded at a bewildering rate, breaking through branches as if they were nothing. Even the pollen strong enough to put Kaga-level shinobi to sleep was swept away in the epic surge. Some of the ANBU, after breathing it in, began to sway and sink into drowsiness. Before the others could regain their senses, Sui reappeared behind Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, have you ever been kicked at light speed?" Without giving Orochimaru a chance to react, Sui unleashed a powerful kick, sending Orochimaru hurtling away like a shooting star, vanishing into the sky. At that moment, Hashirama and Tobirama's awareness returned, though their bodies were rapidly deteriorating. Now, both brothers stared at Sui, amazement in their eyes. They spoke as one. "You are truly powerful. Even at my peak, I might not have been your match." Hiruzen Sarutobi had already held Sui in high regard. But hearing these words from Hashirama, he felt his shock deepen. This man before them, he possessed power enough to unite the entire shinobi world. With that, Hiruzen's resolve solidified. No matter what happened, he would make sure to befriend Sui. If he had the time, he would sit down for a proper conversation with Hayashi Hyuga, the head of the Hyuga clan, to thoroughly discuss the matter of Hinata Hyuga marrying Sui. He felt this could no longer be delayed. Hearing their conversation, Sui's lips curled into a subtle smile, for he had just heard a message from the chat group. *ding. Congratulations to group leader Sui for earning the respect and astonishment of the first, second, and third Hokages, as well as others present. You have received the ultimate reward, Bloodline Enhancement. *ding. Bloodline Enhancement failed. Group leader Sui's bloodline cannot be altered. *ding. The ultimate reward will instead be converted into the full amount of points and awarded to group leader Sui. *Ding. Congratulations to group leader Sui for receiving 50,000 points as a reward. Even Sui himself hadn't expected that the chat group would grant him the full amount of points. With this, he could basically enjoy a period of complete point freedom. Just then, Hinata Hyuga stood atop Zeus the Thundercloud and arrived at Sui's side. The very first thing she said to Sui, upon reaching him, was, "Brother Sui, are you hurt?" Meanwhile, the chat group's live stream was still ongoing. Seeing how much Hinata cared for Sui, the audience immediately began to tease them playfully. Hinata blushed furiously and nestled herself into Sui's embrace, completely unwilling to show her face. Because if she did, everyone would see that her cheeks had turned as red as a ripe apple. It was at this moment that the plan to destroy the Hidden Leaf Village was finally declared a failure once and for all. Seeing this, Sui raised his arm and declared, "Since we've secured such a complete victory, let me treat everyone to watermelon. Hooray, watermelon time!" Staring at the watermelon before them, which was as big as a 3-story villa, everyone cheered with delight. However, that night, folks from the medical team could only shake their heads in disbelief. For none of them had eaten even a single grain of rice. Their stomachs were stuffed full of watermelon. After spending an entire day in the Hidden Leaf Village, Sui returned to his own world in the Marvel Universe. He had to admit, time truly passed quickly in the world of Naruto. After spending so much time there, he realized that, by Marvel's reckoning, it had only been about an hour. Yawning, Sui made his way back to his villa. But as soon as he opened the door, he was met with the sight of Wanda, sitting on his bed. In that instant, Sui snapped back to reality. He'd almost forgotten that Wanda had agreed to act as his cuddle pillow. "How long have you been here?" "Sui asked Wanda." Wanda looked up at Sui and, instead of answering his question, said, "How is my brother?" Clearly, Wanda cared deeply for her brother. In response, Sui took out his phone and requested Quicksilver's video to be sent over. "Take a look. Your brother is undergoing rehabilitation. Although he's still unconscious, I believe a month will be more than enough for him to recover." Watching the video on the phone, Wanda finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she looked at Sue-E before her with a wary expression and said, "Are you certain all I have to do is?" She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and continued, "Are you sure all you want from me is to be your hugging pillow? You're not going to do anything else to me?" Sue-E looked at Wanda with amused interest, and with a single step forward, his figure disappeared in an instant. By the time he reappeared, he was already standing before Wanda. He hooked his finger under her chin and asked, "Then what do you think I might do to you?" For some reason, Wanda felt her body start to heat up, a flush spreading across her cheeks. "And no, nothing. I wasn't thinking about anything," she stammered, instinctively edging backwards. Leaning against the headboard, Wanda's hair was slightly disheveled. Yet Sue-E didn't let her off so easily. He immediately followed her movement, pulling her gently into the crook of his arm. "If you weren't thinking about anything, then why is your face so red?" Wanda had never experienced anything like this before. She pressed her forehead down, not daring to look at Sue-E, burying her head like an ostrich. The sight drew genuine laughter from those watching. Outside, night had fallen fully, the sky sparkling with stars. It was early evening, just as the city's nightlife began to awaken. Sue-E stopped teasing Wanda and instead walked over to the wardrobe, thoughtfully picking through the clothes inside. "In a moment, change into this. Also, these sets here, you can wear any of them as you like. But remember, for the other clothes in this villa, you're not allowed to wear them. Understand?" With that, Sue-E tossed the outfit in his hand over to Wanda. Wanda caught it and slowly unfolded the garments. And then, she was utterly stunned, frozen where she stood. "What kind of outfit is this? It's a maid uniform. So, isn't it adorable? I picked it out with care." "Adorable? Are you sure this is a maid uniform? Do your maids normally wear uniforms with openings like this?" Hella had once raised this exact question as well, which was why, back then, Hella wore Sue-Yi's other clothes instead. Now hearing those same words again, Sue-Yi couldn't help but laugh. "Aren't you my hugging pillow now? What's so wrong with a maid outfit for that?" I mean... For a moment, Wanda was so flustered she couldn't even string a proper sentence together. Only the flush spreading across Wanda's cheeks betrayed her embarrassment in that moment. "Do I really have to wear this?" "Of course you do. Of all things you could have done in broad daylight. You two chose to come pick a fight with me? Even Magneto wouldn't dare mess with me like that. You two must really have guts." Wanda didn't dare meet Sue-Yi's gaze. Right now, they both regretted their actions deeply. They'd thought, since they were young and their powers were in no way inferior to Magneto's, not to mention there were two of them, that victory was within easy reach. No matter how you looked at it, the odds seemed to favor them. But who could have imagined that Sue-Yi could be so overwhelmingly strong? Especially that domain of his. It was simply invincible. If only they had known Sue-Yi was this powerful, nothing on Earth, not even the wildest courage, would have pushed them to challenge him. Just as these thoughts flashed through Wanda's mind, her phone rang. The caller display showed it was Magneto. Hesitating, Wanda glanced up at Sue-Yi. She noticed that Sue-Yi's face was utterly expressionless, so she slowly answered the call. Before Wanda could say a word, Magneto's voice came through the phone. "Is Sue-Yi nearby?" At Magneto's words, the corners of Sue-Yi's lips curled up in a faint smile. Taking the phone from Wanda's hand, Sue-Yi replied to Magneto, "What's wrong? Are you missing me already?" On the other end, Magneto, sitting in his chair, nearly slipped off his seat. Of all people, the one person Magneto wouldn't want to miss was Sue-Yi. You couldn't kill the guy, and on top of that, he kept getting stronger. There was just no way to beat him. After all, in those last few battles, it was his own face that had been dragged across the ground every single time. That was the kind of humiliation he'd rather not go through a 10th time. Without hesitation, Magneto pleaded, "No, please. You're the boss, so I beg you, don't come looking for me. I'm really just here to apologize." "Oh, is that the proper attitude for an apology? Don't scare me like that. I really am here to apologize this time." Then, Magneto continued, "I'm truly grateful you spared Wanda and Quicksilver. From now on, we'll be fighting on the same side. As long as you don't harm Wanda or Quicksilver, you can command them however you see fit." In other words, Magneto was offering up Wanda and Quicksilver to work under Sue-Yi's command, and for free, at that. It wasn't just Sue-Yi who understood what Magneto meant. Even Wanda caught the implication. She clearly hadn't expected her own father to make this kind of decision. Still, this time, it was indeed their own reckless mistake. They would accept the loss, fair and square. Yet just as Wanda steeled herself, Sue-Yi smiled and said, "No need. I don't plan on keeping Wanda by my side for long. Don't think I don't know what you're really up to." Magneto was momentarily at a loss for words. In his mind, affection grows with time. As long as Wanda spent more time around Sue-Yi, who knows, maybe the two of them would hit it off. If they ended up having children together, Wouldn't their offspring be incredibly powerful? Then perhaps it would finally be the mutants' turn to rule this world. However, what he didn't expect was that Sui refused to play along. Instead, he laid all the cards on the table from the very start. This left Magneto no choice but to let out a wry, helpless laugh. At last, Magneto drew a deep breath, then said to Sui, standing before him, "Well, in that case, I hope you could, for the sake of the times I've killed you before, help my children develop their powers a bit. What do you say?" "Ah, Magneto, you really don't have any respect for your age, do you? You think Then, for the sake of you rubbing my face across the ground 9 times, please, could you mentor the 2 of them? You win. For an old guy, you truly have no shame. But as for how things turn out, that's out of your hands. Whether they can stay by my side is up to them. That's enough for me. I believe Wanda won't let you down." With that, Magneto hung up the phone, leaving Wanda standing there, completely stunned, as she stared at Sui. Sui tossed the phone aside and glanced at Wanda. "So, looks like Magneto wants you 2 to stay by my side as my helpers. What do you think?" Wanda glanced at the maid uniform sitting nearby and thought for a while. "Aside from that maid outfit, I do think staying with you could teach me a lot. And honestly, I used to think my father hated you deeply. But now, seeing how you 2 get along, it seems we've misunderstood something." Before Wanda could finish her sentence, Sui quickly cut her off. No way. Magneto would love nothing more than to kill me. He just knows that no matter how many times he tries, it's pointless. After all, anyone who manages to kill me will only make me stronger. Once again, Sui repeated his well-known catchphrase. He then turned to Wanda. "All right, if you really want to stay by my side, then go ahead and put on the maid outfit. At least while you're in the villa, you have to wear it. Outside, do as you please. I'm pretty easygoing." By the end of their conversation, the distance between the 2 seemed to shrink a little. After all, they were about the same age, and before long, they started to feel pretty comfortable around each other. Soon enough, Wanda had changed into her maid uniform, but she was so embarrassed. She couldn't even bring herself to look Sui in the eye. In a flash, she dove under the covers, pulling the blanket over herself. After all, her only job tonight was to act as his body pillow. Sui didn't say much in response to this. After all, it was already deep into the night. It was time for bed. Moonlight streamed in through the window. In the faint glow, 2 silhouettes could be seen drawing closer together, slowly merging as one. In the blink of an eye, the night faded and a new day arrived. Sui lay fast asleep, his arm draped around Wanda. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone pierced the silence from the bedside table. Before Sui could react, Wanda, rather impatiently, snatched up the phone and answered it, saying, "Hello, I am sleeping. If it's not urgent, can we talk later?" With that, Wanda hung up the call. But even before she could close her eyes again, something dawned on her. Her eyes snapped wide open as she stared at the phone on the nightstand, suddenly realizing that wasn't her phone. Elsewhere, Hannah was left staring at her own phone in utter bewilderment. "The caller ID, definitely," says Sui. "Could it be?" As if a thought struck her lightning fast, Hannah stomped her foot in frustration, her face flushing with indignation. "Damn it, I acted too late. Someone else has beaten me to it." And just as Hannah was fuming over this thought, her phone began to ring once more. She answered. This time, it was Sui calling her back. Hannah put on a gentle voice as she spoke into the receiver. "Is there something you needed, Hannah?" "Oomph. Am I not allowed to call you if I don't have a reason? Sorry if I interrupted you and your sweetheart." Even through the phone, Sui could feel Hannah's jealousy radiating from every word. "No, you didn't interrupt anything. And she's not some sweetheart. Don't misunderstand," he replied. Hannah puffed her cheeks in an adorably sulky manner. She said to Sui, "Graduation is just around the corner. Which university are you planning to go to?" Sui paused to consider her question. He had just been going to school for the fun of it. After all, by then, he was practically unbeatable. He'd been waiting for the Marvel storylines to unfold right in front of him. But then, the chat group appeared out of nowhere. And in all the excitement, he'd simply forgotten about college plans. Still, since he was living in this world now, going to university didn't seem like a bad idea. With that in mind, Sui said to Hannah, "If it's up to me, I'd probably choose Empire State University." At his answer, Hannah's eyes lit up instantly. "Really? Then I'll pick that university too. I want to go to school with you. Is that okay?" Hannah's voice brimmed with hope. "Of course you can. If that's what you want, then it's settled." A radiant smile spread across Hannah's face, pure joy lighting up her features. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she turned to Sui and said, "All right, Sui. Yesterday Peter Parker gave me an invitation. His birthday is coming up soon, and he wants to invite both of us to his house for a birthday party. But since you haven't been to school for a while, he asked me to pass the invitation along to you. Hearing it was an invitation from Peter Parker, Sue-E thought about it for a moment and then nodded. If Peter Parker's inviting me, I have no problem. Just let me know the time and place, and I'll go with you when the time comes. All right, I'll send you the details right away. The two continued chatting over the phone for a little while longer. Then, they finally hung up. Meanwhile, in the group chat, Seiko Busujima reached out to Sue-E in a private message. Seiko Busujima, Sue-E, Saya's almost finished researching the Iron Man suit. All those plans and data you gave me, Saya's worked them all out. Sue-E that fast? Seems Saya Takagi's reputation is more than well-deserved. Seiko Busujima. But also, she asked me to pass on a message. She'd like to meet you. There are a few things she wants to discuss in person. Sue-E, sure, I'll head over now. I happen to be free. With that, Sue-E glanced at Wanda nearby. Wanda, there are plenty of ingredients in the fridge. I'll leave breakfast to you. Wanda froze for a moment, her mouth opening as if to say something. But just then, a human-sized portal appeared right in front of Sue-E. With a single stride, he disappeared from her sight. A second later, Sue-E found himself in the world of High School of the Dead. The moment he stepped out of the portal, Sue-E paused in surprise. He hadn't expected to find himself standing before endless, sprawling farmland. All around, people were hard at work in the fields. Here and there, armed guards could be seen patrolling with guns in hand. As Sue-E searched for Seiko Busujima, he noticed a patrol squad hurrying toward him. Halt! Who are you? Why haven't we seen you before? One of them, a man with a sharp, monkey-like face and glasses, strode over briskly. I'm here to see Seiko. Seiko? Do you think you can just address our queen like that? Our queen? If it were possible, a giant question mark would have appeared above Sue-Yi's head. What on earth was going on? Had Seiko Busujima become a queen? Sue-E felt his brain struggling to keep up. And you sure look suspicious to me. Restrain him immediately. For all we know, he might be a spy from another camp here to gather information. As soon as the bespectacled, sharp-featured man uttered these words, several people behind him quickly advanced towards Sue-E. Yet, Sue-Yi's expression remained entirely unchanged. With a subtle flick of his fingers, the magnetic field activated. In an instant, the people approaching Sue-E stumbled and crashed to the ground. The bespectacled man's face changed at once. An ability user? Take him down. Shoot. Fire. Saying that, he hurriedly grabbed his walkie-talkie and barked into it. Ability user intrusion detected near field 3, requesting backup. I repeat, ability user intrusion near field 3, requesting immediate backup. Hearing these words, Sue-E could only sigh inwardly. What's with these ability users, anyway? He felt utterly bewildered by the situation. Just then, a cool, commanding female voice rang out from the distance. That's enough. I know this person. You may resume your patrol. It was Seiko Busujima's voice, calling out from afar. Upon hearing Seiko's voice, the bespectacled man instantly turned around to look. My queen, this guy here is extremely dangerous. Before he could finish his sentence, Seiko's katana flashed from its sheath in the blink of an eye. The blade swept straight toward his neck. With sword intent humming along the steel, it sliced through the air as if tearing space itself asunder. A moment later, the man's head tumbled to the ground. Those standing nearby were struck dumb with shock. It was the first time they'd ever seen their queen in such a furious state. Clean this up and get out of my sight. Seiko's icy voice sent a chill through the air as she addressed the stunned group before her. They nodded hastily, hefted the man's severed head and body, and bolted away as fast as they could. Only after they disappeared from view did Sue-E finally turn to Seiko and ask, what was that all about? And why do they call you my queen? A faint flush colored Seiko's cheeks at his words. That is just a little nickname my subordinates came up with when they were bored. Before I knew it, everyone started calling me that. Hearing this, Sue-E nodded in agreement. I think it suits you. You really do have the presence of a queen. Seiko gave a slight shake of her head. Now is not the time for such a conversation. Sue-E, just now I received word that someone is planning to attack my camp. Let's talk as we walk. Sue-E couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard that. Ha! Is this my welcome ceremony? I barely arrived, and someone already wants to pick a fight. Maybe it's because you're just too popular. Seiko Busujima replied to Sue-E. Her face lit up with a lovely smile. Standing next to Sue-E, Seiko realized he always brought her an unprecedented sense of security. All right, now let's talk about what actually happened, Sue-E said. Seiko turned to him and explained, I just received word that a rat managed to leak intelligence from my camp. Because of that, the other faction is planning to attack us. Oh, shouldn't we have found and eliminated the rat first? We already did. That was the person you just saw. Sue-E couldn't suppress a snort of laughter. Well, talk about bad luck. Ha ha. Then he asked her, by the way, what's going on with those special ability users? Ever since you left the world last time, we discovered these crystal nuclei forming inside the zombies. Swallowing these crystals can make someone physically stronger, and sometimes even awaken extraordinary powers. So, have you used any yourself? No. As much as I enjoy combat, I still can't accept the idea of consuming the crystals from inside corpses. Besides, I have other ways to get stronger. As she spoke, Siko gestured to the blade in her hand. In this time, her understanding of swordsmanship had deepened to unimaginable levels. Is there anything you need my help with? No, you just need to watch and enjoy the show with Saya Takagi. From her words, Sui picked up a different message. She wanted him to witness her performance, to see for himself how much she had improved lately. Sui grinned and agreed, sure, no problem. As they talked, the two of them arrived at a villa complex. This was the heart of the camp, the area with the highest security. Female bodyguards patrolled all around. Siko explained, these women were all people I rescued from the outside. I personally trained them so they can now be trusted with protecting the villa complex. Inside the compound was Saya Takagi's laboratory, which meant the security measures here were second to none. I didn't expect your camp to have developed so well, Sui remarked. Siko smiled at that. It's because I have your support behind me. Whitebeard keeps sending me sea king meat, so we've never run short on food. In this world, as long as you have food, you're the boss. That's also the reason why the opposing faction wants to attack us. From what we've learned, they've already announced a critical shortage of food. As Siko Busujima finished speaking, Sui had already arrived inside a spacious villa. He gently opened the door, and immediately saw that inside this grand estate, rows upon rows of steel battle suits of various designs were on display. At that moment, Saya Takagi, who was in the room, turned to look at Sui. Her eyes lit up with excitement. Sui, you're finally here. Saya was overjoyed as she walked quickly to Sui's side and spoke to him enthusiastically. Standing before Sui, she felt a surge of happiness. At this time, Siko Busujima said to Saya Takagi, you two go ahead and talk. I'll deal with the people from that other faction. I've been wanting to put them in their place for some time, and this is the perfect opportunity. Siko, be careful. Saya called over her shoulder. Her beautiful eyes, however, were fully focused on Sui. Sui looked at Saya and asked softly, Saya, how have you been lately? She nodded energetically. Very well, especially with the things you gave me. They've really opened my mind to new ideas. That's why I wanted Siko to tell you. I wanted to see you in person. So what are you saying? Sui questioned, his gaze meeting Saya's. I'd like to visit your world, Saya said earnestly. I want to use better materials and more advanced techniques to create these things. When she made this request, she was completely sincere, so much so that it was the first time Sui had seen her wear such a serious expression. Seeing this, Sui lowered his head slightly, pondering whether or not this idea was truly feasible. Sa, not knowing what Sui was thinking, felt flustered under his gaze and instantly became shy. She fidgeted with her hands, her voice soft as a whisper. If you'd like, we could go into the room together. But I've never done this before, so... No problem, replied Sui with a gentle nod. Then, let's go to the room now. What are we going to do in the room? Asked Sui. To do whatever you want, of course. Wait, weren't you asking me to take you to my world? It was then that he realized Saya had misunderstood, and Saya herself quickly caught on to the mix-up. But once words are spoken, there's no taking them back. Inwardly, Saya scolded herself. Why can't I be a little more reserved? She was utterly embarrassed by her own impulsiveness. She had, long ago, given her heart in secret, and she simply couldn't bear the weight of Sui's gaze just now. Sui clearly realized that Saya Takagi had misunderstood him a moment ago. He immediately feigned a cough, turned to face Saya Takagi, and said, Why don't you introduce your masterpiece? I've only ever heard Siko Busujima speak of it. I've never had the pleasure of hearing you explain it in person. Hearing Sui's words, Saya Takagi nodded vigorously. She hurried over to one of the iron suits and began presenting her ideas and inspirations for its design to Sui. Meanwhile, Siko Busujima had already left the villa. At that moment, Siko was walking towards the front line of the camp. She called out to Rei Miyamoto and the other ability users in her faction. Then, Siko turned her focus inward to the group chat's point store. Now, Siko only had 2,000 points left. Staring at the meager number, a sense of helplessness washed over her face. These points were simply not enough. If only she had 10,000 points right now, then she could have pushed her swordsmanship to the first stage of the Supreme Swordmaster rank. Then, she wouldn't even flinch at the prospect of facing a first-tier ability user. No, not even a 9th-tier ability user would make her bat an eyelash. Ready yourselves? The battle is about to begin. With that, Siko gently brushed her hand along the hilt of her sword. It was a Zanpakuto, a blade she had exchanged for in the group's point store. She had cashed it in some time ago. That was why she didn't bother using the zombie crystal cores anymore. As she arrived at the front of the camp, Siko was joined by quite a few others in her wake. Rei Miyamoto, too, had changed into a new outfit. Her previous school uniform was long discarded. Now, she wore a traditional martial robe, her presence radiating even greater intensity. The nail gun from before had been replaced by a red-tasseled spear, which made her seem more formidable than ever. The most crucial reason for this transformation, Rei Miyamoto had now reached the third tier of physical enhancement among ability users. Her physical strength was extraordinary, and her skill with the spear was impressive, so much so that Siko appointed her as head of Combat Team 1. From the very beginning, Rei had followed Siko's lead, and everyone viewed her as a founding member by now. Beautiful and brimming with spirit, she was easily the most popular figure within the group. And yet, this very star, Rei Miyamoto, merely stood at Siko's side and asked quietly, "Siko, what's your plan this time?" "The same as always, we embrace the kill, grow stronger through battle, and those who fall in this carnage, well, they're simply the ones unfit to survive in this new world." Hearing Siko's words, Rei nodded gently. Miyamoto Rei had long become deeply familiar with Siko Busujima's personality. Suddenly, at that moment, Siko Busujima turned to Rei and said, "Oh right, Su-e is on his way. Let's try to end this quickly." Miyamoto Rei, who had shown little expression before, instantly had her eyes light up the moment she heard Siko's words. "Really? Then we really do need to finish this fight fast." Rei felt a surge of energy ignite throughout her entire body. She simply couldn't help it. The image of Su-e had already been etched deeply into her heart long ago. Yet, it always seemed as if Su-e hardly noticed her at all. That was a source of real pain for Miyamoto Rei. So now, with Su-e finally back, she knew she had to seize this rare opportunity, no matter what. The other powered individuals had no idea who this Su-e was, the one Siko and Rei kept mentioning. But Siko Busujima's reputation had been well established for some time, so none of them even considered questioning her authority. Besides, in this chaotic world, just being able to join Siko's camp was enough for them. They were more than satisfied. While they were speaking, they had already left their own group behind. Now, the walls around them were battered and crumbling. The surrounding buildings looked battered too, nothing but hollow shells of what they once were. It all felt like a wasteland. Every detail, every moment, kept emphasizing the sense that the world had fallen to pieces. "All right, same tactics as before. Rei, stay with me. The rest of you, keep low and move forward." As soon as Siko gave the order, the others nodded without a word. Their figures slipped between the nearby buildings, and in moments, what was once a close-knit group had scattered and disappeared. "Let's go, Rei. Right now, Su-e is off chatting with Sayakagi, and I'm worried Saya might lose control of herself." Rei's face flashed with surprise at Siko's words, and then she picked up her pace, running even faster. "Siko, let's push straight through. Siko, let's just push straight through." A murderous determination flashed over Rei's face, sharpening her entire presence into something bracing and cold. Even Siko Busujima could only muster a wry smile at her companion's intensity. Still, their footsteps grew quicker, keeping pace with Rei's newfound urgency. "By the way, what kind of person do you think Su-e is?" Siko asked Rei directly. A trace of nostalgia drifted across Rei's face. Clearly, Su-e had made a lasting impression on her, one she couldn't quite put into words. Just as Siko was thinking this, Rei suddenly thrust the red-tasseled spear she held forward. In that instant, a dagger was sent flying, deflected by the tip of Rei's spear. "They're coming." Rei, on high alert, called out to Siko. Siko Busujima nodded slightly. "I know. They've been watching us from the moment we arrived. I just didn't expect them to make a move so soon. After all, we're still so close to our own camp." As she spoke, Siko slowly drew her Zanpakuto. Then she strode forward. "Come on, let's see how formidable they really are. Or are they just rats who prefer to skulk in the shadows? I think they're just rats. Otherwise, with only the two of us out here, why don't they dare show themselves?" The voices of Rei Miyamoto and Siko Busujima rang out clearly down the street. They made no effort to hide the volume of their conversation. The other espers hiding not far away, members of a rival faction, felt a flash of anger cross their faces when they heard Siko and Rei's taunts. "These two have such pretty faces, but their tongues are as sharp as knives. I'd love nothing more than to rip their heads off." "Calm down, tyrant. Do you even know who that purple-haired woman is?" "She's just a woman, isn't she? I can't even count how many have died miserably at my hands." As he spoke, the man known as Tyrant licked his cracked lips in a display of savage anticipation. You've just joined us, and sure, you're a fourth-tier Esper, but don't get cocky. That woman is the top fighter for their side, and her swordplay alone is more than you bargained for. Oh, is that so? Now I'm even more interested. Tyrant flexed his arms, as if eager for action. Don't say I didn't warn you. She's no one to be trifled with. Our orders are only to delay the purple-haired woman. I really suggest you don't ruin the plan. If you ask me, we should just kill her outright, then rush their camp and finish this. Tyrant continued. Why bother splitting up? We're here to draw her attention while the rest move on the enemy's position. Doesn't that just complicate things for nothing? The shadowed figure laughed softly. If you really think that, then by all means, charge ahead on your own. I certainly won't stop you. After all, this mission— While he was speaking, the person hidden in the shadows twirled an expired cigar between his fingers. But at that moment, his expression changed instantly. A wave of unprecedented vigilance surged in his chest. Something's wrong. Look out. Move. No sooner had he shouted than he sprang backward with all his might. In the very spot where he had just been seated, a sudden flash of violet sword energy cut through the air. The concrete walls offered no resistance at all against Seiko Busujima's strike. In an instant, an entire corner of the building was sliced clean off by Seiko's blade. Well, what a pity, she sighed with a hint of languid regret. I was just a breath away from killing that man. As soon as Seiko finished speaking, the severed section of the building began to slide downward, breaking free and crashing to the ground below. A thick shroud of dust billowed up, swirling in the aftermath. Seeing this, Rei Miyamoto swung her crimson-tasseled spear in a broad arc before her. A rush of fresh, sweeping wind surged forward, scattering the clouds of dust and clearing the air. Now, Seiko Busujima gripped her Zanpakuto, gazing up at the two figures above, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint and a teasing smile on her lips. Seiko was born with an irresistible allure. In the body of a weaker woman, such beauty might have led to disaster. But on Seiko, paired as it was with her formidable strength, it became the kind of striking charm few could ever withstand. Watching Seiko, Rei Miyamoto called out, Seiko, what would you think if I went and blinded them? Gouged out both their eyes. As you please, Seiko replied, almost playfully. But from where I'm standing, it looks like we've walked right into their trap. Hardly were the words out than the faces of the two men on the upper level took on a pallid cast. Especially the one they called the Tyrant. His mouth went dry, and he swallowed hard, eyes wide with disbelief at the extraordinary display before him. He couldn't help but wonder if he was hallucinating. After all, how could a woman possibly wield such terrifying, destructive power? Even he himself had never managed anything on that scale. Cigar, the Tyrant muttered, leaning back to address the man behind him. Do you really think this monster is actually a woman? In their world, they rarely addressed each other by name, preferring titles and nicknames instead. The man called Cigar had earned his moniker simply because of his fondness for smoking, the heady scent always lingering about him. Well, Tyrant, you did shout earlier, so loud. I reckon even I would have noticed something going on over here. Even as Cigar spoke, several new figures melted out of the shadows behind them, other gifted ones who had kept their presence hidden until now. You are completely surrounded, came a commanding voice. Put your hands behind your head, get on your knees, and face us. Otherwise, believe me, we won't hesitate to kill you on the spot. A cold chuckle escaped Cigar. You certainly talk a big game, he scoffed. Taking a deep pull of his cigar, he let the smoke curl lazily from his lips and cast a disdainful look at the group arrayed before him. Tyrant, I'll leave that woman to you. Keep her busy. Then he added, those small fry, I'll deal with them myself. At Cigar's words, a furious look swept across the newcomers' faces. Who are you calling small fry? One snapped, unable to hide their indignation. Let me show you what I'm made of. Go to hell. The few espers, their faces twisted in fury, charged straight at Cigar. But just as they rushed forward, Cigar calmly removed the cigar from his mouth. He took a long, deep breath, then clamped his nose shut with his other hand. Instantly, vast clouds of gas spewed out from his mouth. The moment the gas hit the air, it exploded into raging flames, surging straight toward his attackers. Seeing that Cigar had joined the fight, Tyrant couldn't hide his discontent. He curled his lip and grumbled, You're driving me mad, you know that? Leaving me with the dangerous jobs again. Just so you know, if things go south, I'm out of here in a flash. With that, Tyrant leaped off the 30th floor, plunging toward the ground below. And as he descended, a dramatic transformation overtook him. Thick, rugged scales began to ripple out across his body. In the blink of an eye, he became a monstrous, crocodile-like creature. He looked utterly terrifying, vicious, fanged, ferocious. To call him a green-faced, tusked demon would be no exaggeration. At that moment, he was more alligator than man, perhaps more like a giant, emerald lizard. His violent temper had long since earned him the name Tyrant. Now, this was the true display of his extraordinary power. Seiko Busujima watched Tyrant with keen interest, then turned to Rei Miyamoto and asked, "Rei, will you take the lead this time, or shall I? Let's go together. I want to finish up and head back early." Clearly, after hearing that Sue-e was arriving, Rei Miyamoto had lost all patience for battle. At Rei's words, Seiko's lips curved into a breathtaking smile. "In that case, I won't hold back." Just as Seiko finished speaking, Tyrant could restrain himself no longer. "You too, don't underestimate me." With that shout, Tyrant charged straight at the women. He moved with blistering speed. In the span of a heartbeat, he was standing before Seiko. At that moment, Seiko whispered softly to herself, "First release, Sakura Serpent." As her words faded, the sword in her hand began to radiate a light unlike anything seen before. Amid the dazzling gleam, the hilt of Seiko's sword transformed, becoming a cherry blossom snake that coiled up her arm, winding gracefully along her flesh. With a flourish, Seiko raised her blade high and swung down at the onrushing Tyrant. Her sword sliced through the air with a sound as though it cut the very essence of space itself, appearing right before Tyrant's eyes in a flash. "Huh, you think I'll let you land a hit that easily?" The Tyrant's scales shimmered with a glare so intense, it was almost blinding. Then, the Tyrant clenched his fists and slammed them down onto the ground with tremendous force. All at once, the ground before him surged upward, as if the very floor had been ripped apart. The rising earth looked as if it was trying to shield him, blocking off Seiko Busujima's devastating strike. Yet, what the Tyrant hadn't anticipated was this. At that critical moment, Rei Miyamoto stepped forward. With a deft twist, she spun the red tassel spear in her hands, sending a flourish of silver light arcing through the air. In an instant, the silver glow pierced forward, scattering the rubble and debris from the upturned ground. At that very instant, Seiko Busujima hurled her arm upward. The Sakura Serpent, which had been coiled around her arm, flickered its forked tongue as if tasting the tension in the air. Suddenly, the sword handle, transformed now into the serpent's tail, swung its blade down from above, cleaving toward the Tyrant from on high. With ease, the sword blade drove straight into the Tyrant's heart. Blood spurted out in a sudden burst. A thrill of excitement played across Seiko Busujima's face. Battle, carnage, and Sue-e. These were the things Seiko Busujima loved most. Venom injection. Seiko whispered softly. Upon her blade, it seemed a stream of violet poison oozed forth. In an instant, the venom was driven into the heart, then coursed from there, spreading relentlessly to the Tyrant's other vital organs. A wave of excruciating pain twisted the Tyrant's features. He hadn't expected Seiko's attack to be so strange, so impossible to predict. Now he found his body sluggish, almost paralyzed. Even the effort of taking a single step felt nearly impossible. "This woman, she really is a viper," the Tyrant muttered, his voice tinged with frustration, just as he resolved to drop everything, even his precious cigar, and make a break for it. He was caught off guard as Seiko Busujima's slender arm whipped violently to the side. With a sudden motion, the Sakura Serpent wrapped around her arm, snapped its tail, and, in a flash, the Tyrant's body was severed in two, a gruesome, pitiful sight. "All right, now it's time to take care of the next one." With those words, Seiko Busujima, seizing upon the momentum, suddenly hurled her Zanpakuto toward an exposed floor above. The blade sank effortlessly into the concrete. Sakura Serpent's body elongated, still coiling around Seiko's arm. It pulled her upward, lifting her body and bearing her swiftly toward the open air above. At the same moment, Rei Miyamoto sucked in a deep breath. Sprinting forward a few paces, she planted the butt of the red tassel spear onto a massive boulder below, using it as a pole to catapult herself upward. She landed deftly at the corner of the shattered building, where Seiko had cut through moments before, and dashed onward toward the 30th floor. At that moment, Cigar witnessed it all. His parched lips unconsciously parted, and he swallowed hard, unnerved by the sights before him. Yet, with no saliva to moisten it, all that remained was an endless, parched pain. Her throat felt as dry as if smoke would start pouring out at any moment. It seems that Tyrant must be dead by now. All he needed to do was drag things out a little longer, but that fiend ended up attracting the attention of those two women. Absolutely infuriating. Chiga muttered under her breath, then took another drag from her cigar. Next, pinching her own nose, she breathed out another fierce burst of flame towards the front. But this time, The fire was so immense it resembled a roaring jet of flame. The force propelled Chiga's body upward, rocketing her into the sky. She planned to make her escape then and there, slipping away without looking back. At worst, she'd be a stray, survive in another camp somewhere. After all, it wouldn't be the first time. With her abilities, someone would surely take her in. But just then, a shadow like a serpent flickered past. 4 chilling sounds sliced through the air in quick succession, echoing from above. By the time Chiga realized what had happened, her hands and feet had already vanished, gone without a trace. An onslaught of agony followed, sharper than anything she'd ever felt. Yah! The pain tore a raw, desperate scream from her lips. The fire in her mouth snuffed out in an instant. Her whole body began plummeting earthward. Help! Please, save me. I'll tell you our plan, if you just save me. As Chiga tumbled toward the ground, Seiko Busujima released her sword from its awakened state. Standing on the shattered edge of a ruined building, she said softly, I'm sorry, but no matter what plan you have, before absolute strength, it all amounts to nothing. No sooner had Seiko's words faded than a deafening rumble rose from within the camp she commanded. Another team had chosen this moment to launch a surprise attack, unaware that Su-e was inside the camp at that very moment. Such a move could only lead to disaster. Inside the camp, Su-e and Sayadakagi were chatting in the villa, discussing the details of the iron suit, when suddenly an explosion boomed from the back of the camp, loud as a bomb going off. In that instant, Saya's eyes flashed with a sharp glint of insight. Given her quick mind, she immediately guessed that this shock was the work of an esper attempting a sneak attack on their camp. At once, Saya moved to climb into the iron suit and brace for a fight. Yet as she reached the suit, she suddenly remembered. Su-e was standing right there with her. With him present, what was there to fear? Su-e, do you want to handle this one? Let's go. After all, this is your camp, isn't it? Upon hearing Su-e's words, an excited smile instantly spread across Takagi Saya's face. Perfect. I'll take you there right now. Without any hesitation or further preparation, Takagi Saya grabbed Su-e by the arm and led her toward the distance. Though Takagi Saya often secluded herself in the villa, she was thoroughly familiar with the layout of their camp. They left the villa behind them. The two headed toward the source of the commotion, the place where the tremors and noises echoed from. Along the way, they even encountered a sentinel hurrying over to deliver news. The sentinel turned to Takagi Saya and reported, Ma'am, the queen has gone to the front lines. The enemy has circled behind us and is launching a surprise attack. What should we do now? What else can we do? Make a stir-fried scrambled egg. Just mix it up however tastes best. With that, Takagi Saya looked at the sentinel and said, All right, I'm done teasing you. Don't worry, the rest is up to us. Our camp will never fall. But there appear to be nearly 20 ability users on the other side. That's the largest group of powered individuals we've ever encountered. So what? Do you think it matters if there's 1 or 20? What's the real difference? Takagi Saya paid no mind to the troubles the sentinel voiced. Instead, she turned to Su-e, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Su-e, come on, let's hurry to the scene. I just can't wait any longer. Seeing Takagi Saya's unrestrained excitement, Su-e couldn't help but let a small, involuntary smile tug at her lips. She had to admit, when Takagi Saya smiled, exposing those tiny canine teeth, it was nothing short of adorable. Even Su-e found herself briefly distracted by the sight. Pulled along by Takagi Saya, hand in hand, the two made their way into the distance. Soon enough, they spotted a group ahead, a team about 20 strong. There, chaos reigned as the group pillaged and plundered. Several corpses already cluttered the ground, and many of the raiders had sacks of food hanging from their bodies. Some went even further, their hands reaching greedily for an older woman still tending her field. The sight drew a flicker of unparalleled disgust across Takagi Saya's face. But before Saya could say a word, a raider's arm suddenly separated from his body, clean and abrupt. Su-e had only lifted a single finger, her gesture almost casual, as if she'd barely exerted herself. A piercing, agonizing scream shattered the tension of the field. The injured man clutched what remained of his arm, his face twisted in pain, as blood surged from his wound, refusing to cease. This sudden turn drew the attention of many, their eyes locking onto Su-e and Takagi Saya. Ability users? Is she one of those who wields a slicing ability? A particularly burly, bald man bristled with caution as he sized up the two newcomers. He was the leader of these 20 men, the boss of their camp. This time, he had brought his people specifically to launch a sneak attack on the camp and seize their food supplies. Because he was well aware of Seiko Busujima's formidable power, She was no ordinary psychic, not someone one could compare to the average. That was precisely why he had settled on such a battle plan. However, what he hadn't anticipated was that among Seiko Busujima's group, there would be someone with an ability similar to severing powers. Just as he was pondering this, his gaze settled on Saya Takagi. In that moment, a sinister glint flickered in his eyes, one he had never known before. What did it matter what kind of ability user they faced? After all, right now, there was only one opponent before them, while they had over 20 people on their side. He simply refused to believe they could lose to the man standing before him. But more importantly, right next to that man was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Her hair was the delicate pink of cherry blossoms, and her figure was alluring beyond words. He had never seen such a woman in his life. Originally, he was nothing more than an ordinary man. In fact, one could say he was a failure. If it were the normal world, he probably would never have found a girlfriend in his entire life. But now, the strong ruled over the weak. Survival belonged to the fittest. His own powers were now extremely strong. He was a level 6 psychic. He refused to believe he couldn't defeat the man before him. Just then, Sui shouted at them, "You've all been surrounded by me alone. Drop to your knees and put your hands behind your head now, or I'll send all of you to your graves." As Sui finished speaking, everyone was left completely dumbstruck. What on earth was he talking about? One person surrounding 20? A burst of uncontrolled laughter broke out. "Boss, did you hear that? This guy actually says he surrounded all of us by himself. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. I can't take it. Maybe he really plans to laugh us to death." "No, seriously, it's hilarious." The bald boss couldn't hold back a chilling chuckle either. How utterly naive. He's nothing more than a kid. He sneered, then added, "How about this? As long as you hand over that woman beside you, I'll let you die in one piece. Am I not magnanimous? But, you see, I'm not that generous." The moment you said that, it meant none of your bones would be left behind. A sly smile played across Su Yi's lips as his hands moved to form a mysterious seal. Just then, the bald boss barked to the man behind him, "Go. Take him down. Don't hurt the woman." "Yes, boss," came the raucous chorus. At his command, the 19 ability users behind him surged forward, charging straight at Su Yi. One after another, their various powers erupted and flashed into action. At that very moment, Su Yi spoke slowly and clearly, 18 infernal pits of Fengdu. As his words fell, a colossal ancient city of Fengdu appeared behind him. The boundaries of Fengdu began to stretch outward, growing vaster with every passing heartbeat. In the blink of an eye, everyone present was swept inside its expanding domain. Instantly, the entire setting was transformed. The sudden shift left the ability users stunned, their expressions turning sharply as they tried to grasp what had happened. Yet, though their faces betrayed surprise, their hands moved without hesitation. They launched their attacks straight at Su Yi. But just then, Su Yi allowed himself a faint, knowing smile. Their attacks crashed against him in waves, one after another. Yet within the 18 infernal pits of Fengdu, it was impossible for them to harm Su Yi in the slightest. The damage meant for Su Yi was instead transferred back onto the very ability users attacking him. A strange, indefinable sensation welled up inside them, something heavy settling into their bodies. Though when they touched themselves to check for wounds, they found nothing wrong at all. Undeterred, they pressed their assault, continuing to launch attacks at Su Yi. Meanwhile, their bald leader had hung back, keenly observing the nightmarish landscape that now surrounded them. He couldn't shake the eerie sense that there was something deeply unnatural about this place. What disturbed him most, though, was the sheer grandeur of the scenery, a vast realm sprawling out for thousands of miles, with borders nowhere in sight. It indicated that this place was nearly limitless, boundless, as the imagination. What level of ability user could conjure something like this? A shiver of true fear ran through the bald man's heart, for this was far beyond anything he had ever imagined possible. He began to edge backward, hoping to slip away from this sinister realm. But to his despair, no matter how he retreated, it was as if he could not take a single step, trapped, rooted to the spot. He found himself unconsciously swallowing hard, his fists clenching tight. He was a speed ability user, swift beyond compare. There was no way. He refused to believe. He couldn't break free from this place. So, without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his ability. His legs whirled like tiny cyclones as he dashed furiously for the edge. But in an instant, Su Yi appeared directly in his path. "Where do you think you're going?" Su Yi asked coldly as his words resonated through the air. With a sharp snap of Su Yi's fingers, the 18 infernal pits of Fengdu abruptly vanished. In that same instant, All those who had attacked Su suddenly had their wounds explode into agony. The pain was so swift, so intense, it left them no time to react. It felt as though a blazing inferno had ignited in their abdomens, scorching them from within. In the blink of an eye, the fiery pain rushed through their bodies, searing them from the inside out. In the blink of an eye, their bodies dissolved completely into a mist of blood, drifting away on the wind, vanishing from the world without a trace. What is this power? How can this be possible? The bald leader felt for a moment like he must be hallucinating. What he was witnessing far exceeded anything he could have imagined. Earlier, when one person surrounded 20 of them, he found it almost laughable. But now all he felt was fear. Without a moment's hesitation, the bald leader dropped to his knees in front of Su-yi. There was no dignity left in him. One kowtow followed another, the sound echoing in Su-yi and Takagi-saya's ears. Hearing this, Su-yi slowly stretched out his foot and pressed it down on the bald leader. With a dull thud, the bald one's body was driven into the ground, leaving a human-shaped imprint on the cracked earth. The sheer force was astonishing, a sight that would leave anyone speechless. Saya, when something like this happens, how do you usually deal with it? We usually hang them up on a tree, so everyone can see what fate awaits those who dare attack us. That way, we carve our reputation into their minds. I see, well in that case. With Su-yi's words, he raised his hand slightly. Before them, heaps of dirt began to rise from the ground, shifting form in the air. Without another word, Su-yi hurled the bald leader's limp form toward one of those earthen mounds. The moment his body touched the mound, the earth swallowed him whole, his limbs immediately engulfed. The rapidly hardening soil left the bald leader with no chance of escape. I was wrong. Please, I'm begging you, let me go. I won't dare again. The bald leader cried out to Su-yi, his pleas attracting a crowd. People gathered around, pointing and gossiping, their faces bright with smug, arrogant smiles. Witnessing this, Su-yi stifled a yawn. He then sent a message to Seiko Busujima in their group chat. Su-yi, at Seiko Busujima, the camp on our side is cleared out. I've dealt with the lead psychic on the enemy's side for good. How do you want to handle things from here? Seiko Busujima, I've already broken into the enemy camp. Once I'm done cleaning things up here, I'll head back. All right, then Takagi-saya and I will wait for you all at the villa. Let's go, Saya. Time to head home. With that, Su-yi and Takagi-saya made their way back toward the villa district. What they hadn't expected was this. As soon as they opened the villa's main door, all they saw was Shizuka Marikawa, a wine jug dangling from her hand, staggering along unsteadily. When the door swung open and she heard the commotion, she turned toward the doorway on instinct. Her eyes, previously cloudy from drink, suddenly brightened with excitement. Well, isn't this? Sui, want to join me for a drink? She chimed, attempting a coquettish sway as she sauntered toward Sui. Her cheeks were flushed in intense crimson, the unmistakable mark of having had far too much to drink. Even her clothing carried an unspoken air, something subtly provocative. Seiko Takagi's brow arched at the sight. She quickly moved over to Shizuka Marikawa. Ms. Marikawa, what are you doing here? And how did you get this drunk again, and again, and again? She exclaimed with a mix of concern and exasperation. Without waiting for a response, Seiko continued, Come with me right now. We're returning to your room. And really, what are you thinking, dressed like this? As she spoke, Seiko shot a glance at Su-yi beside her. To her irritation, she noticed Su-yi's eyes lingering, almost unconsciously, on Shizuka Marikawa. A wave of jealousy bubbled up in Seiko's chest. She was hardly a child herself, after all. The more she thought about it, the firmer her grip became as she tried to pull Shizuka away. But Shizuka was already unsteady on her feet, intoxicated and swaying, and as Seiko gave her a pushing pull, her foot slipped, and suddenly she toppled backwards. For most people, falling like this might not be a big deal. But Shizuka, with her enviably ample figure, risked a serious injury to her head if she struck it on the floor. In that instant, Su-yi made a snap decision. He was going to save Shizuka Marikawa. In a heartbeat, Su-yi stepped in behind her, catching and supporting her just in time. Shizuka didn't fall. However, Seiko, who had been tugging on Shizuka, couldn't keep her own balance and tumbled into Shizuka's arms. The entire mood in the room turned thick, almost frozen. Elsewhere, Seiko Busujima and Rei Miyamoto, accompanied by the surviving espers, arrived at the enemy esper stronghold. This base of operations was newly established. For that reason, Seiko hadn't wiped them out earlier. But now, with their opponents caught off guard while attacking, it was the perfect moment to uproot them completely. In this apocalyptic world, resources were precious beyond measure. A lack of resources could easily halt any progress. She was determined to forge an empire of her own. So, Anyone who dared stand in her way would be sent straight to hell. Everyone, let's raise a little hell here. But remember, no harm to the food, women, or children. Everything else, do as you please. Yes, my queen. As Siko Busujima finished speaking, the other espers instantly charged into the camp. A commotion arose in the camp at that very moment. Sounds of chaos carried to the ears of everyone nearby. Especially at the center of the camp, there sat a man, enormous and burly, his face fleshy and round, his scalp gleaming from a fresh shave. He, too, caught wind of the disturbance. He shoved aside the woman in his arms without a second thought, grabbing a piece of clothing to cover himself. His face, however, had darkened with rage and unease. So this is what's happening. My brother, Zhao Ruiqiang, has already failed, hasn't he? Damn it, who'd dare kill my own brother? They got some nerve. But before Zhao Ruiqiang could finish his words, a sudden tempest whipped through the air. Blades of sword energy hurtled toward him, fierce and razor-sharp, an onslaught he could hardly believe. His expression shifted drastically, panic overtaking anger. Unbelievable! How could anyone be so strong? Dragging his heavy frame, Zhao Ruiqiang scrambled out of harm's way. As he tumbled to safety, he looked back and saw the surrounding walls ripped apart by the wild sword winds. Behind him, the woman screamed and hurriedly wrapped herself in her clothes, shrinking away into a corner. Siko glanced at the woman, a glint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Still, she chose not to say a word. Not every woman has the resolve to survive in this ruined world by living and dying by the sword. Far more choose to survive using their beauty, carving out a place as best they can. Siko shook her head ever so slightly, then looked back to the esper before her. So, you're the leader here? That's right. And you must be the infamous Siko Busujima. Zhao Ruiqiang eyed the woman before him warily. From her earlier attack, it was clear she was terrifyingly strong. Stronger, perhaps, than anyone he'd ever met. Siko regarded Zhao Ruiqiang with open contempt. I didn't expect to become the subject of rumors already. But I suppose it doesn't matter. Why don't you do us all a favor? Kill yourself now, and spare me the trouble. Especially since you seem fresh out of espers to protect you. You've got a point, but before Zhao Ruiqiang could finish, he lunged forward, aiming straight at Siko. His nails sprang out, lengthening sharply, gleaming lethal claws. A brutish, hulking man using his nails as weapons. There was something almost laughable about it. But more than that, Siko sensed something was off. There was an oddness to the man before her, a peculiarity that made her narrow her eyes in suspicion. Still, no matter how strange he seemed, the decision had already been made. There would be blood. Under no circumstances would Siko Busujima ever let him go. Once again, Siko Busujima swung her Zanpakuto, sending it slashing toward her opponent. The blade traced a perfect arc through the air. A razor-sharp wave of sword energy howled as it hurtled toward Zhao Ruiqiang. That merciless force sliced straight through Zhao Ruiqiang's body, splitting him in two, a sight as terrifying as it was decisive. Yet this did not allow Siko's vigilance to lapse. If anything, her caution only grew stronger. After all, this had gone far too smoothly. By all rights, in a world as chaotic and collapsed as this, the leader of any faction ought to be far tougher, not so easily defeated. But the man before her seemed weak to an almost absurd degree. And yet, it was clear he was very much dead. Without pause, Siko delivered dozens more strikes. Not until she had reduced this Zhao Ruiqiang to a heap of broken pieces did Siko finally turn her gaze toward the woman standing not far away. All right, get changed quickly. You are valuable assets for our labor force. Siko called to the woman, and then she began to head toward the rear. Just then, a sly smile flickered at the corner of the woman's lips. A soft, silvery glow flowed from her outstretched hands. In a split second, she lunged straight at Siko Busujima. At the same time, the woman cried out, her voice trembling with excitement. Wonderful! With a leader as powerful as you, I can finally achieve my goals. It turned out that Zhao Ruiqiang had merely been a puppet. The true mastermind all along was this woman. She was a fifth-tier psychic, able to dominate the minds of others and bend them completely to her will. Often underestimated, she concealed her true nature behind a mask of meekness. From the very start, everything had been her elaborate disguise. But now the mask was torn away. In a blur of speed, she lunged towards Siko's back. Her hands reached out, inches from Siko's head. Yet in that instant, the glint of a blade burst from her own chest. Her body froze in shock. Blood gushed forth in a crimson torrent. How? How can this be? When did it happen? She murmured, bewildered. A look of utter confusion flickered across her eyes. She had sensed no hint of killing intent. None at all. So how had a blade so suddenly pierced her from behind? Just then, Seiko Busujima turned around slowly, a smile playing on her lips as she looked the woman in the eyes. You thought I would ever let my guard down, just because you're a woman? The only ones I truly lower my guard around are those I love, Seiko said quietly. With that, she extended her slender arm, and there, coiled around it, was a cherry blossom-colored serpent. The tail of the sakura serpent lashed out, and the blade was abruptly withdrawn from the woman's body. It traced an arc through the air before returning once more to Seiko Busujima's hand. Only then did she speak, her voice calm and cool. First release, Sakura's serpent. The moment Seiko sensed that something was off, she had immediately unleashed her shurikai. Her shurikai not only extended the reach of her attacks, but also granted her a broader perspective through the eyes of the Sakura serpent itself. At the same time, the blade gained the ability to inject venom. It was truly an astonishingly powerful shurikai. Watching as the woman before her collapsed to the ground, Seiko remarked quietly, "When you stand before the King of Hell, be sure to give them my name." With effortless grace, Seiko had completely dealt with the opposing side. For her now, it was nothing more than a simple task, leaving the others to handle the aftermath here. Without hesitation, Seiko and Rei Miyamoto began walking back to their own camp. The two of them could hardly contain their eagerness. In no time, they made their way back to their base, not even bothering to change out of their clothes. They entered the villa straight away. As Seiko opened the front door, they were greeted by a scene that was more than a little embarrassing. There was Shizuka Marikawa, enjoying herself utterly without restraint throughout the villa. Every now and then, she'd take a sip from the liquor bottle in her hand, her cheeks flushed with an indescribable rouge. "Ah, Seiko, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Want to play a naughty game with me?" Seiko could only feel exasperated at Shizuka's antics. "Miss Marikawa, shouldn't you try to act a little more like a teacher? What do you look like right now? Hurry and put some clothes on." With that, Seiko briskly dragged Shizuka back to her room. Now, only Sui, Sayatakagi, and Rei Miyamoto were left in the room. Sui could only sigh helplessly. "Tell me, Rei, is this how Miss Marikawa usually behaves?" Hearing her name called so suddenly, Rei was momentarily startled, but quickly recovered. She replied, "Shizuka is like this most of the time, but usually only when it's just us girls." At that moment, Rei glanced at Sui from across the room, then drifted closer to his side. Ignoring Sayatakagi sitting right next to them, Rei asked Sui quietly, "Sui, how have you been lately?" "I can't complain. Life's been busy and meaningful." Hearing his answer, Rei found herself at a loss for words. Sayatakagi watched the scene before her and let out a faint sigh. Then she turned to Sui and said, "Sui, actually, while you were away, Rei Miyamoto mentioned you all the time." Hearing this, Rei Miyamoto's cheeks flushed a rosy shade. She hurriedly waved her hands, facing Sui, and said, "No, it's really not as exaggerated as Saya says." Then, Rei lowered her head, not daring to meet Sui's gaze again. Just as the air began to grow awkward, Seiko Busujima finally emerged from the room. Miss Shizuka was really out of control this time. She drank so much, looks like we'll need to put her on a strict ban for a while. Otherwise, all our supplies will disappear into her glass. With that, Seiko settled comfortably next to Sui, as if she had done so countless times before. Watching this, Rei Miyamoto couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. She couldn't help it. Her sense of inferiority was overwhelming now. She might act resolute and decisive in front of others, but when it came to Sui, her courage always failed her. "So, how did your conversation go?" Seiko turned to Saya with a hint of curiosity. Saya gave Sui a quick glance before replying to Seiko. "Well, Sui has agreed to my request. I plan to visit his world to see their technology. Who knows, I might be able to learn so much more." But just as she finished, Saya seemed to remember the earlier misunderstanding, and a blush crept involuntarily across her face. After hearing this, Seiko nodded slightly. "In that case, I'll go ahead and share your rations with the others. You know, your daily snacks aren't exactly cheap. If I don't get proper nutrients, how can I keep my brain functioning? My mind is a priceless treasure, you know." Yes, of course. But that's not my problem anymore. When you're in Sui's world, remember to behave yourself. Don't be too reckless. Or else, I'll have Sui send you right back, got it?" Seiko was laying down the law, just in case. Saya understood Seiko's concern well enough. She simply waved her hand dismissively and replied, "Relax, Seiko. I'm not going to do anything crazy. I'm just going there to research a bunch of random stuff. That's all. Don't make me sound like a troublemaker." With that, Saya lifted her chin in mock arrogance, as if to prove her dignity. "You all go ahead and chat. I'll just pack up my things first." By the way, what about these Iron Man suits? Don't tell me I have to carry them over one by one. But when we travel between worlds, will this stuff even make it through? Takashiro Saya was bubbling with excitement, her rosy lips parting slightly as she turned to ask Su-e. For a moment, Su-e didn't know whether to laugh or cry in response. All right, there's no need to be so excited. You just worry about your packing. Leave all this to me. Sui announced, at everyone, ever since I became the group leader, I haven't really sent out any gifts. So, I've gathered some decent materials and crafted these Iron Man suits for you all. Maybe they won't be all that useful, but they're beautiful, eye-catching, and make for valuable collector's items. And who knows, every once in a while, you might don them for a bit of fun in battle. I'm sure you'll love them. With those words, Su-e rose from his seat. He stepped over to the lineup of Iron Man suits nearby. First was the miniature suit, just the right size for Edward, their little potato. As Su-e rested his hand on the shoulder of the tiny armor, he sent a special red envelope. Su-e, at Edward Elric, little Ed, this suit is yours. Next, Su-e approached the suit with a distinctive opening at the abdomen. This one was a custom, open-chested Iron Man suit, designed to accommodate Kaneki Kin's battle transformations. Su-e, at Kaneki Kin, this Iron Man suit belongs to you. Moving along, Su-e came to another suit. Su-e, at his death, your suit does more than just shield you from freezing damage. It also boosts your mobility to a certain degree. I think it will fit you perfectly. After speaking, Su-e sent a dedicated red envelope to his death. Su-e, at Retsu Uno Hana, this one's for you. The suit even comes with a sword sheath on the side, perfectly suited for your Zanpakuto. I can only imagine how striking and formidable you'll look in it. Then he sent over the Iron Man suit. This one had a clear wa, or traditional Japanese, aesthetic that would suit Uno Hana perfectly. Su-e, at Hinata Hyuga, little Hinata, your suit comes with a unique vision mode that won't interfere with your abilities. It also sports energy ports for both fire and lightning. You can use Prometheus and Raijin Zeus to launch your attacks. Su-e, at C.C, your Iron Man suit is built with formidable agility, defense, and hacking capabilities. It can control most machinery around, and even if it can't right away, it will keep recalculating, always trying to break through. I think in your world, this will be truly invaluable. Su-e said, at Yuki Asuna, your suit of steel armor has been specially reinforced with mechanical structures in both legs. It's designed to perfectly complement your acceleration fruit. When you activate it for bursts of speed, the suit will give you a considerable boost. Whitebeard laughed. Gururura, now I'm even more curious. What does my suit of steel armor look like? CC mused. If I'm not mistaken, Whitebeard is around 6 meters, 66 centimeters tall, right? Yuki Asuna chimed in. For someone of Whitebeard's stature, I'd say that's definitely 666 awesome. Edward Elric added, well, what can I say? You can't help it if your old man's just that powerful. Seeing the messages pop up in the chat group, Su-e couldn't help but let out a cheerful laugh. Without hesitation, he walked over to a cabinet, opened its door, and retrieved 2 bracelets. Su-e announced, at Whitebeard, here are 2 bracelets for you. Simply wear one on your wrist and press the button. It will instantly envelop you, transforming into your steel armor in its true form. The moment Whitebeard received Su-e's exclusive gift notification, he immediately accepted it. Gifts like these were exactly what he loved. He wanted one for a while, but the points price was a bit steep. He wasn't the sort to simply ask for things directly. That just wasn't his style. But what truly surprised Whitebeard was Su-e's thoughtfulness in crafting such a unique suit of steel armor just for them. It moved Whitebeard to the point where he felt tears well up in his eyes. At this moment, the chat group was lively and full of excitement. As Su-e watched the happy exchanges, his own heart filled with joy. At last, Su-e turned to Seiko Busujima, who stood beside him. Seiko, I think you already know who this suit of steel armor is meant for, don't you? Seiko Busujima nodded emphatically. Without realizing it, a glimmer of moisture shimmered in her eyes. Su-e continued, actually I also had Saya Takagi install a special program in this suit. It's called Bloodlust. With it, you can trigger a berserk mode. Your senses will sharpen, and no enemy in your line of sight will be able to escape your targeting. It was a perfect match for Seiko's personality. Once she sets her sights on a foe, it's as if a serpent has locked onto its prey. There's simply no way to escape. After distributing the gifts, Su-e's gaze shifted to Rei Miyamoto, who stood nearby. He then pulled out 10 rings. These 10 rings were the same weapons Su-e had once prepared to bolster Seiko Busujima's fighting power. But now, she no longer needed them. With Saya Takagi gone and several suits of steel armor missing, Seiko's arsenal was woefully thin. Back when Saya Takagi was around, she could remotely control steel suits and dispatch enemies from afar. Of course, all these gifts were brand new. So, in order to boost Seiko Bisujima's combat capabilities, Sui took out the set of 10 rings from his collection room, the ones he wasn't particularly attached to. He handed them over to Rei Miyamoto, then said to her, "Each of these 10 rings has a different purpose. When you have the chance, ask Seiko Bisujima to teach you how to use them." When Rei heard Sui calling her, she looked down at the 10 rings in her hand, a flush of color suddenly spreading across her face. "Are you sure I can really use these?" "Of course you can. After all, we're all on the same side. If you all become stronger, you'll have a better chance of surviving in this world, right?" But Rei didn't hear anything past those words. Her mind was completely caught on the phrase "on the same side." With trembling hands, she reached out to accept the rings, her eyes twinkling as she gazed at Sui standing before her. Yet, for all of Rei's excitement, Sui remained completely oblivious. After chatting for a while with everyone, Sadakagi finally returned to the villa. But when Sui saw Saya lugging in suitcases of all shapes and sizes, packed full of clothes, he could only shake his head in exasperation. "We might as well just leave all this here. As for clothes, we can always buy more at the mall later." Upon hearing this, Saya looked back at the stack of suitcases behind her. She realized she may have gone a bit overboard. If only she'd known, she wouldn't have bothered packing at all. She could have just followed Sui straight away. Blushing, Saya gave a quick nod. "Well then, let's head out now." With those words, Saya glanced at Seiko Bisujima and Rei Miyamoto, promising, "Don't worry, I'll come visit you often. Every time I come, I'll bring plenty of supplies for you too." Then, she added, "Oh, and help me pass a message to Ms. Shizuka. Tell her I'll miss her." Laughter burst out immediately. Miss Shizuka might just keel over when she hears that one. For a while, the villa brimmed with cheerful laughter and banter. Without wasting time, Sui opened the portal. After saying their goodbyes to Seiko and Rei, he and Saya stepped into the shimmering passageway. In an instant, Sui and Saya emerged inside Sui's own villa. At that moment, Wanda, dressed in a maid costume, happened to meet Saya's gaze. Both of their faces turned a bright shade of red. Saya, even more dramatically, shot a glance at Sui and teased, "Sui, do you have a thing for this sort of style? Maybe I should try it on too, with her." The implication in Saya Takagi's words couldn't have been any more obvious. There was even a glimmer of expectation in Wanda's eyes. If someone were to accompany her in wearing such embarrassing clothes, she probably wouldn't feel so awkward about it. Only, Sui responded mischievously, "Nope, this is your punishment, so you have to wear it alone." With that, Sui turned to Saya Takagi and said, "Take a moment to get familiar with the place. I have a few things to take care of." Saya Takagi nodded lightly at Sui's words, then moved closer to Wanda, who began showing her around Sui's villa. Meanwhile, Sui made his way to the living room, sprawled out on the sofa, and casually took out his phone to call that infamous troubleshooter, Nick Fury. The call went through quickly. Nick Fury's distinct voice came over the line. "Hey, Sui, what's up? Is there something you need from me?" There was a hint of unease in Nick Fury's tone. Every time Sui called, trouble tended to follow in his wake. So, as soon as he saw Sui's name pop up, he couldn't help but get a little anxious. To this, Sui replied evenly, "Recently, I've been thinking about tossing someone into your Avengers squad. What do you think? Toss someone in? What do you mean by that?" "Nothing special. It's just hard to find a good place for her to intern. So why not let her train over there? Sharpen her combat and reconnaissance skills, that sort of thing. And our ever-generous Nick Fury certainly wouldn't object, right?" Nick Fury opened his mouth, clearly wanting to protest. But with Sui personally making the request, he found it impossible to refuse. It wasn't that Nick Fury was afraid Sui would show up in person. The real issue was, he just didn't have the nerve to say no. Yes, that was it, plain and simple. With this in mind, Nick Fury took a deep breath and said to Sui, "Since you put it that way, I'll agree. But who exactly are you talking about?" "Wanda. If Black Widow's available, you can have her pick Wanda up." Nick Fury drew a deep breath, silently reminding himself to stay calm. But the more he tried not to lose his temper, the more his irritation grew. Maybe turning grumpy lately was Sui's fault. After all, fine, I'll have Black Widow pick her up every day, personally door to door. Will that do? Perfect. I'll leave this to you then. With that, Sui hung up and immediately dialed Kingpin's number. "Kingpin, help me prepare a birthday present. You know Peter Parker from Midtown High, right? He's a friend of mine, and his birthday is coming up soon. So, I want to make him a battle suit, something in the style of Spider. As for the main color, just stick with red and blue, and put a big spider emblem on the chest. Find some well-known designers to work on the suit, get their sketches, and send the pictures to my phone. I'll pick one to give him as a present." Hearing Sui's instructions, Kingpin nodded. "Understood, sir. Leave this to me. I guarantee it will be handled perfectly." With that, Kingpin ended the call. Then he turned to Bullseye, repeating everything Sue-yi had just said. Bullseye's eyes flashed coldly as he took in Kingpin's words. Without hesitation, he responded, "Yes, I'll start making arrangements right away." He promptly left Kingpin Tower. No sooner had he stepped outside than he reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, dialing Felicia Hardy. "Black Cat, Sue-yi has a friend named Peter Parker. Turns out his birthday's coming up soon. Find a way to get close to Sue-yi, and make sure you give me what I asked for. Remember, your time is running out." But this time, Felicia Hardy didn't utter a single word. She just hung up right away. For good measure, she also blocked Bullseye's number. This was the first time she'd ever met an employer who had so many demands just for a simple heist. She couldn't help but wonder who the real thief was here. Having dealt with everything, Felicia Hardy exited the ladies' restroom. Outside, she saw Hannah waiting patiently for her. "Let's go, Hannah, let's keep shopping." Hannah nodded. Originally, Sue-yi had promised to pick her up today, but apparently Seiko Bisujima needed to see her unexpectedly. So she'd come out shopping on her own. She hadn't expected that by wandering into a random store, she'd run into Felicia Hardy. Felicia Hardy had left a deep impression on Hannah. If her memory served her right, back when she was helping Sue-yi with flower pressing, she'd spotted this woman outside the flower shop. It was impossible not to remember. That striking white hair paired with a stunning, seductive face. Anyone would remember her. So as soon as they struck up a conversation in the store, they easily grew familiar with one another. From then on, the two strolled through the mall together. "Hannah, I remember last time you were with a really handsome guy. Who was he to you?" Hannah's expression became a little distant, and an unnatural flush rose to her cheeks. After all, this beautiful woman in front of her was just someone she'd met on the road. A casual conversation shouldn't matter. Thinking this, Hannah turned to Felicia Hardy and said, "He's my boyfriend." "Why do you ask?" "It's nothing." Felicia replied, eyes bright. "I just think your boyfriend is really handsome." As expected, only a true beauty can find such a wonderful boyfriend. Felicia squeezed Hannah's hand and added, "Honestly, I'm so envious of you. Not only is your boyfriend tall and good-looking, but he's also willing to go flower pressing with you. He must be a patient soul. There aren't many men out there who join their girlfriends in such things." Hearing Felicia's words, Hannah didn't hide the truth. She responded, "Him? He was just making a little gift for his sweetheart." At that moment, Felicia felt completely baffled. What's going on here? A flurry of questions popped into Felicia's mind. She immediately sought clarification, turning to Hannah. "Sweetheart? Did I hear that right?" Hannah shook her head. "You heard right. Little sweetheart. In fact, I think he even cuddled up to another little sweetheart this morning." Felicia was utterly shocked, but, to be cautious, she feigned outrage and said, "Aren't you angry about this, Hannah? I mean, if he's—" Before Felicia could finish, Hannah interjected, "Why should I be mad? It just means I have good taste. After all, only a remarkable man would be so well loved by good women. And if he were loyal to only one person, I wouldn't stand a chance, would I?" Hannah shrugged, then shot Felicia a mischievous grin. "So what do you think? Want me to introduce you to—" Felicia was taken aback. Her mind seemed to stall for a moment. After all, who would willingly share their boyfriend? And yet, here was Hannah, acting so generous. It went beyond anything Felicia could have imagined. Could Hannah be testing her? Considering it, Felicia thought that was likely the case. After all, if it were her, she wouldn't share her boyfriend. Not that she'd ever had one. She'd been single since birth. Still, if this could help her get closer to Sue-yi, an introduction from Hannah could be just the opportunity she needed. If she truly fell in love with Sue-yi, at that thought, Felicia Hardy instinctively shook her head. She still felt it was unlikely. Given her line of work, she was always afraid that her acquaintances would get caught up in danger because of her. If she really did fall for Sue-yi, it would undoubtedly bring harm to him. Countless thoughts flashed through Felicia Hardy's mind. Meanwhile, Hannah sitting next to her began to find it all rather strange. "Hardy, what's going on with you?" Hearing this, Felicia Hardy quickly shook her head and replied instinctively, "It's nothing. By the way, Hannah, didn't you just say you wanted to introduce me to someone? I'm honestly very curious. What kind of man could possibly win over a woman as outstanding as you?" Upon hearing Felicia Hardy's words, Hannah waved her hand carelessly and said, "Oh, win over is too much. Actually, I was the one who pursued Sue-yi in the first place. He truly is an exceptional man, though." With that, Hannah glanced over at Felicia Hardy and added, "When the time comes, you'd better not get swept away by Sue-yi's gentle nature." Felicia Hardy smiled lightly at that and said nothing more. Just then, Hannah's phone began to ring. It was a call from Sue-yi. "Hannah, I've finished up everything here. Where are you now?" "I'm out shopping with a gorgeous lady. Come join us. I'll introduce you." Hearing that, Sue-yi nearly choked on his own saliva in surprise. He immediately replied, "All right, Just send me your location. I'll bring someone along to meet you. Bring someone? You mean Hella and the others? Hannah was referring to Hella and her group. Soo-yi feigned a little cough and said, "You'll see when I get there. To be precise, let's just say it's a genius girl." Upon hearing his answer, Hannah nodded vigorously. "All right, got it. Hardy and I will find a place to wait for you." Before hanging up, Hannah even blew a playful kiss through the phone. It left Felicia Hardy, who was right beside her, feeling as if she'd just been served an extra-large helping of public affection. It was Seiko Takashiro's first time in Soo-yi's world. There were so many everyday essentials she needed to pick up. Since they were shopping anyway, it was the perfect chance to get everything she needed. "Let's go, Seiko. Let's hit the shops." At that moment, Seiko Takashiro happened to emerge from the basement. Her expression was still frozen in awe from having glimpsed Soo-yi's impressive collection down there. Seiko Takagi looked at Soo-yi in surprise and said, "Soo-yi, I can't believe you have so many Iron Man suits hidden away in your basement. And, judging by the look of them, they're all the latest models." The so-called latest models meant versions Soo-yi had never given to Seiko before. To this, Soo-yi replied, "I was actually planning to wait a bit, let a few more stack up, and then send them all to you in one go. But now that you've come over yourself, you can use or disassemble any of the suits anytime you want." "Were all these Iron Man suits made by that Tony Stark guy?" she asked. "Yeah, he made every single one of them." "Then once I finish building my own Iron Man suit, do you think I could go and challenge him to a fight?" "Of course you can. Just don't hold back. As long as you don't die, punch him for all you're worth." Soo-yi replied, "Similing karmliather." If Tony Stark could ever hear Soo-yi's comment, he'd probably be spitting blood in outrage. "Oh right, I noticed a few empty display cases in the basement. What used to be in those?" Seiko asked, brimming with curiosity. Hearing her question, Soo-yi reached inside his clothes and took out 3 stones. These 3 stones were the Space Stone, the Mind Stone, and the Soul Stone. As for the original Tesseract, Soo-yi had already crushed it, revealing the pure form of the Space Stone inside. The moment Seiko saw these 3 gems, she felt her heart and mind completely captivated by their dazzling presence. "What are these?" Seiko was utterly stunned. She never imagined that 3 unassuming stones could leave her so shaken. For some reason, the one that drew her attention the most was the Soul Stone. Without understanding why, a thought arose unbidden in Seiko's mind. She looked at Soo-yi and asked, "Soo-yi, do you think it's possible for me to transform this stone into a mechanical stone?" "A mechanical stone?" Soo-yi's brows shot up at her question, a startled look in his eyes. Honestly, he had to admit, that was an astoundingly original idea. The concept sounded so far-fetched, it bordered on the outrageous. A stone like that had never once appeared in the Marvel Universe. But if Seiko could actually pull it off, it would be mind-blowing. As for the Soul Stone, Soo-yi didn't feel particularly attached to it. After all, this extra Soul Stone was a special reward from the chat group. He had one more than usual. Even if it ended up destroyed during Seiko's research, Soo-yi wouldn't feel the slightest regret. At worst, I could always just snatch the other Soul Stone from the Purple Yam Fiend when the time comes, couldn't I? If the Purple Yam Fiend were to hear what Soo-yi just said, he would probably be at his wit's end. He hasn't even started his invasion of Earth, yet Soo-yi already has his eyes on him. As for Soo-yi, he made it clear. He simply can't wait for the day he gets to face off against the Purple Yam Fiend. With that thought in mind, Soo-yi turned to Takashiro Saya in front of him and said, "This Soul Stone is yours to keep. You're free to study it as much as you like, but there's something I need to say first. When you're conducting your research, make sure you take all necessary safety precautions. Please, don't let yourself get hurt. Promise me, all right?" Hearing Soo-yi's sincere concern, Takashiro Saya felt a warmth blossom in her heart. She bowed her head shyly, then nodded vigorously. Afterward, she looked up at Soo-yi with determination and said, "I promise I won't get injured." Once he heard that, Soo-yi offered a faint nod and then said, "All right, then let's get ready to do a little shopping." Wanda, watching this unfold, quickly turned to Soo-yi and asked, Do you think I could tag along too?" She fixed her gaze stubbornly on Soo-yi. In response, Soo-yi smiled a touch mischievously and said, "Sorry, not this time. Black Widow might be dropping by to pick you up soon. Why don't you go change your clothes and do some special training first?" Having said that, Soo-yi led Takashiro Saya toward the exit. He remembered what Hannah had said moments ago. She should be with Hardy now. As for that mysterious black cat, Soo-yi couldn't help but feel curious. And then there was Bullseye, who'd hired the black cat to try to steal something from him. Soo-yi certainly hadn't forgotten about that. He already had a few playful tricks in mind for Bullseye. He'd make sure Bullseye wouldn't forget his name, even when he was facing the fires of the underworld. This time, Instead of taking his beloved Bugatti Veyron, Soo-yi opted for a Rolls-Royce. After all, he had quite a few girls to bring along this time. The Bugatti simply didn't have enough seats. No way it could hold all of them. If you're going out with ladies, you've got to choose a car with enough seats, right? Soon enough, Soo-yi and Takashiro Saya arrived at the mall. At the very sight of the sprawling shopping center, a spark lit up in Takashiro Saya's eyes. After all, as a girl, shopping at the mall is always a delight for Takashiro Saya. Back in her own world, she'd practically visited every mall nearby and explored every corner. Now faced with an entirely new mega mall, one that looked even grander, her heart brimmed with happiness. Once they parked the Rolls-Royce, Takashiro Saya stepped out, cheeks tinged with pink. She timidly slipped her arm through Soo-yi's, and then, walking right beside him, entered the bustling world of the mall. Along the way, countless eyes were fixed on Soo-yi and Saya Takagi. Especially Saya Takagi's head of pink hair, it was truly striking, making her stand out in the crowd. She drew attention wherever she went. Anyone who saw Soo-yi and Saya Takagi together would find themselves thinking they looked like a couple straight out of a fairy tale. Just as these thoughts crossed their minds, they soon realized how mistaken they were. Quite a few onlookers saw Soo-yi and Saya Takagi head into a cafe together. They followed the pair with their gaze as Soo-yi and Saya slipped into seats next to two other beautiful women. The sight stunned not only those who had been discreetly watching Soo-yi all this while. It also left a fair number of would-be suitors squirming with embarrassment. Many among them had only just worked up the nerve to try their luck with those women moments earlier. Yet all of them had met with utter failure. A single cold glance from Hannah or Felicia Hardy was enough to send them fleeing with their confidence in tatters. Just earlier, they'd been skeptical, doubting the women's claim that they were waiting for someone. Now it felt like life had dealt them a harsh blow, because Soo-yi was simply too handsome. But what astounded them most was seeing Soo-yi surrounded by three attractive women. And judging by the scene, it seemed the woman with pink hair and the one with white hair sitting next to her were both interested in him. He was the very picture of a winner in life. Hannah eyed Saya Takagi with undisguised curiosity. Saya, well aware that she was a newcomer, guessed that the two other women might be Soo-yi's girlfriends. After all, she'd sometimes overheard Shizuka mention stories about Soo-yi. She knew full well that there were always women around him. So, right from the start, she placed herself at the lowest rung and kept her expectations modest. Then, Saya Takagi spoke up to Hannah and Hardy. "Hello, I'm Saya Takagi. I like studying all sorts of odd and curious things. Please take care of me from now on." Hannah, taken aback by how straightforward Saya was, no longer studied her with that probing gaze. Instead, she replied, "Nice to meet you. I am Kena, Soo-yi's girlfriend. And this is Hardy." Before Hannah could finish, Saya nodded earnestly and cut in, "I know, you're all Soo-yi's girlfriends. Anyway, I hope you'll look after me, big sisters." As soon as her words landed, both Hannah and even the usually unflappable Black Cat were left speechless. For a moment, none of them knew what to say. Meanwhile, the onlookers eavesdropping nearby could not help but feel deeply wounded. They never imagined that the few women standing before them could all be girlfriends of this fellow named Soo-yi. It was impossible not to feel a twinge of envy deep inside. Any one of these beauties was someone they wouldn't even dare to dream of winning over. Yet here they all were, gathered around Soo-yi. Their envy soared to the heavens. Just as Hannah was hesitating, unsure how to explain things, Hardy suddenly extended her elegant hand towards Saya Takashiro and said with a gentle smile, "Please take care of me in the days to come." Then Hardy turned to face Soo-yi, her gaze curious as she spoke. "So, you're Soo-yi, aren't you? Hannah's been talking about you nonstop. I was dying to see what kind of person you are. Now that I finally meet you, you're certainly something else." With that, Hardy glanced meaningfully at Saya Takashiro, making her intention clear without another word. Saya Takashiro, upon hearing Hardy's words, was briefly stunned. Had she just made a fool of herself by being too clever? Had she mistaken her for someone else? Did this woman truly not know Soo-yi at all? In other words, maybe she wasn't anyone special to Soo-yi after all? At this thought, Saya Takashiro lowered her head and shrank in on herself, much like an ostrich wishing she could bury herself in the sand. Seeing Saya like this, Soo-yi affectionately ruffled her silky pink hair with a gentle touch. Then, turning to Hardy, Soo-yi said evenly, "You're not as simple as you seem, either." The moment Soo-yi spoke these words, something fluttered in Black Cat's heart. What does that mean? Could it be that this man had already seen through her true identity? But that's impossible. Very few people know who Black Cat really is. They know only the mask of Black Cat, not her real face. If he recognized her by the white hair, well, there were no shortage of Black Cats moving about in the city. After all, white-haired women were not so rare in this whole city. She was hardly the only one. So what on earth had Sue-E really meant by those words just now? Hardy found herself baffled, her brain momentarily sluggish, unable to keep up. Sue-E, however, chose not to explain further. Instead, he turned to Hannah and said, "Let's go. We got some shopping to do." She still needs to buy daily necessities, since she's planning to move over from her own world and live here. Hearing this, Hannah instantly understood the situation. But Black Cat couldn't help but blur out her question. Her world? What do you mean by that? Hardy looked at Sue-E and pressed for clarification. Sue explained that Saya Takashiro was a shut-in, and, to her room was her entire world. Hearing this, Hardy nodded slightly in understanding. Then, after a moment's pause, she decided to take a little risk. Hardy turned to Sue-E and said, "By the way, Sue-E, I heard from Hannah that your place is huge. Would you mind if I moved in as well? I just got back to Queens and haven't found a decent place to stay yet." Without thinking much about it, Sue-E agreed right away. "Of course, I actually enjoy a lively household, and my villa is big enough that even 4 or 5 people living together wouldn't feel crowded at all." Hearing this, Hannah's eyes immediately sparkled. She had expected to have the upper hand, but she never guessed that everyone here was so bold. Not willing to let this chance slip by, Hannah quickly spoke up, saying she wanted to join in as well. Sue-E welcomed her suggestion with open arms, on every level, in every sense of the word. So, the 4 of them gathered around a table, each nursing their own secret thoughts. For Hannah, it was simply about spending more time with Sue-E. Seiko Takajo, on the other hand, was planning to find the right moment to open her heart, hoping Sue-E would understand and truly accept her. Hardy's motives were tied to potions, as well as a budding curiosity about love and a wish to grow closer to Sue-E. As for Sue-E, she just found the whole situation amusing and interesting. They all had their own hidden motives. But now, they had found a common goal, shopping. After all, they needed to stock up on daily essentials. This time, the 4 of them spent 5 whole hours roaming through the mall. By then, night was falling. It was getting late. If the mall didn't offer delivery service, there was no way they could have shopped so much. Afterwards, they all returned to Sue-Ye's villa. Before heading back, Sue-E had already asked Kim Bin to hire a few people to tidy up the rooms. All the newly bought items were placed in the villa, and the place was given a quick clean. That way, when everyone arrived, they could move in right away. Hannah, for her part, declared that she was a regular visitor at Sue-Ye's villa. She already had a room of her own here. Seiko Takajo, however, had just chosen her room, which happened to be in a corner of the house. It wasn't that Sue-E was trying to isolate her. This was Seiko's own decision. As she put it herself, she often did all sorts of strange experiments, so picking a room in the corner meant she wouldn't disturb others with the noise. Plus, it made it easier to connect the floors for her work, a much more convenient setup. As for Hardy's room, that one was assigned by Sue-E on purpose. At the moment, Hardy stood frozen in front of her new room. She looked at her own bed, then glanced next door at Sue-Ye's enormous bed, momentarily at a loss for words. "So, Sue-E, does that mean your room is actually a room within a room?" Indeed, thinking about it this way, it does seem a bit inappropriate. Sue-E deliberately responded in this manner. Then, turning to Hardy, he said, "Would you like to switch rooms? Aside from the 2nd and 3rd floors, there are quite a few rooms available on the 1st floor." A faint blush spread across Hardy's cheeks as she looked at Sue-E and replied, "Well, I actually like this type of room. It makes me feel very safe. The only thing I'm worried about is whether I'll end up disturbing you if I walk around at night." Hardy looked at Sue-E as she spoke. Sue-E replied calmly, "Don't worry about it. Once I fall asleep, I sleep like a rock. There aren't many people who could wake me. That puts my mind at ease then. I'll be in your care for a while, Sue-E." With that, Hardy gave Sue-E a playful wink, looking positively mischievous. Sue-E simply nodded in response, saying nothing more. Sue-Ye's room was quite interesting. As the master bedroom, it was naturally very spacious. And within this master bedroom, there was another room. This additional room was also quite sizable. However, to enter this inner room, one could only pass through Sue-Ye's bedroom. The same was true for leaving. It was, admittedly, the perfect setup for a thief. Reflecting on this arrangement, Sue-E couldn't help but feel that he had gone to great lengths for Hardy's sake. With a faint smile at the corner of his lips, Sue-E glanced at Hardy, silently musing to himself. Just then, the doorbell rang from outside. Sayatakagi immediately bounded out, her steps light and playful. She opened the door to find Wanda dragging her tired body inside from outdoors. Black Widow spared a glance at Sayatakagi, her expression showing a hint of surprise. After all, this was the first time she'd seen this pink-haired girl. But soon enough, Black Widow addressed Saya. Could you please let Sue-E know that we're taking Wanda's training very seriously? He can rest assured. We would never let her talent go to waste. With those words, Black Widow left the villa. As for Wanda, she glanced at Sayatakagi, then slumped forward toward her. At that moment, the others emerged from their rooms. They saw Wanda clinging to Sayatakagi, her voice trembling with sobs. She's terrifying. She made me fight her without using my powers, but the whole time, she just kept throwing me to the ground. My whole body aches right now. Finally, Wanda confessed her true feelings. She looked over at Sue-E in the distance and pleaded, "So, can I please not wear that outfit?" Because Wanda noticed that, apart from Sayatakagi, there were two other women she didn't recognize. If she had to wear those kinds of clothes, she felt she would die of embarrassment. Those outfits were simply too humiliating. In response, Sue-E said, "No way, you promised me before, remember? And, as my cuddle pillow, of course I'll hold you in whatever way feels most comfortable for me." Oh, why? Wanda was completely at a loss for words. Seeing Wanda's expression, the rest of the girls couldn't help but burst out laughing. And amidst this lively atmosphere, night fell completely. In the blink of an eye, midnight arrived, and everyone was deep in slumber. Each person was sleeping in their own room. Sue-E used Wanda as a pillow, holding her tightly in his arms. He slept deeply and soundly. Before sleeping, Sue-E had placed the vial of potion on his nightstand, along with its antidote, leaving them together. Fearing Hardy might not notice, he had even labeled the medicine bottles clearly. Late at night, the black cat Hardy crept quietly out of her room. She lived in the inner suite of Sue-Yi's room, so exiting meant she had to pass through his bedroom. Even in total darkness, with not a hint of light to be seen, Hardy moved easily through the room. Her eyes could see everything clearly, even in the night. So the moment she came out of her room, Hardy immediately spotted the vial on Sue-Yi's nightstand. However, Hardy didn't reach for it. Instead, she looked quietly at Sue-E, not making a single move. She simply stood there in silence, watching him. Time ticked by, seconds melding into minutes beside the black cat. In what felt like the blink of an eye, dawn had arrived. Sue-E slowly opened his eyes. His gaze landed on the medicine at his bedside. No one had touched it. And at that moment, Hardy also came out of her suite. Dressed in loose and baggy pajamas, she stepped out and gave a lazy stretch. She had only returned to her room and fallen asleep just before dawn. So, in fact, she'd only slept a handful of hours. "How did you sleep? Was it all right?" Sue-E asked Hardy. In response, Hardy nodded vigorously. It was wonderful. I've never slept so well in my life." This was no lie. Hardy was telling the truth. As a master thief, she had never slept much, always needing to remain highly alert. Usually, even the faintest sound would cause her to awaken from a dream. But here in this villa, Hardy truly felt at peace, a sense of rare tranquility enveloping her. After hearing what Hardy said, Sue-E gave a slight nod, then slowly got up from the bed, gently waking Wanda from her sleep as well. To his surprise, Sue-E realized that when he was holding Wanda while sleeping, she was actually sleeping even more soundly than he was. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Soon, Sue-E, Wanda, and Hardy stepped out of the room together. "Where's Saya? Has anyone seen her?" Sue-E asked Hannah, who stood before him. "She must have gotten up even earlier than I did. I think she's in the lab, tinkering with something, but I'm not sure exactly what." "Is that so? I'll go take a look then." With that, Sue-E headed toward a room in the corner. Yesterday, in the briefest span of time, this space had been transformed into a laboratory. Inside, Saya Takashiro was immersing herself in the knowledge of this world, absorbing it with great intensity. At the same time, by examining the latest Iron Man suits, a torrent of inspiration burst forth in Saya Takashiro's mind like never before. She carefully recorded each idea into her smart computer, ready to call upon them at any moment. This smart computer was an artificial intelligence Saya Takashiro had developed herself, inspired by Jarvis, and it belonged to her alone. With this, the Iron Man suit would no longer be wholly dependent on Jarvis, and no longer restricted by him. As Sue-E entered the laboratory, Saya Takashiro remained entirely oblivious to his presence, her focus consumed by her ongoing research. With a constant influx of new knowledge, her conceptual blueprint for the mechanical gem was now clearer than ever. Saya Takashiro hadn't noticed Sue-E at all. Every bit of her attention was devoted to developing the mechanical gem. He saw her carefully place the soul stone onto a device, then attempt to interface it with her smart computer. A vast stream of data surged into the soul stone. At the same time, the machines in the lab continuously relayed data back to her. This constant feedback allowed Saya Takashiro to fine-tune her data output again and again. Truly, in any ordinary world, Saya Takashiro would be a terrifying genius, without question. Whatever she set her mind to, she could master with astonishing speed. That alone already set her far above most main characters. All right, Saya, it's getting late. Why don't we go get something to eat first? Su-e began. But before he could finish his sentence, the soul stone suddenly began to shimmer and pulse. They watched as the soul stone slowly rose and hovered in the air. Its energy surged forth, rippling through the room in undulating waves. In that moment, these energy waves danced and reverberated across the entire chamber. Seeing this, Su-e frowned slightly. In a flash, he appeared at Takashiro Saya's side. Without hesitation, he shielded Saya with his own body. For a fleeting moment, a spark of light danced in Takashiro Saya's eyes. Su-e, I think I did it. I've activated the Soul Gem's autonomous function. Now it's no longer just a stone, it's a stone with a will of its own. She paused, then continued. But at this point, the Soul Gem still can't fully transform into a mechanical gem. The material needs to be altered first. We have to forge it at extreme temperatures, merge it with as many metals as possible, so that it can command these metals and utilize its abilities to endlessly evolve and synthesize. Takashiro Saya freely shared all her thoughts with Su-e. Hearing Saya's words, new ideas began to stir in Su-e's mind. Is that so? In that case, let's deal with this Soul Gem first. He added, once we've settled the Soul Gem and turned it into a mechanical gem, then we can talk about breakfast. As soon as Su-e finished speaking, he pulled Saya tightly into his embrace. In the next instant, he unleashed his magnetic field, sending them, and the Soul Gem, soaring into the sky. At this moment, under Su-e's control, the Soul Gem was already showing signs of trying to escape. But Su-e was no ordinary person. It was just a Soul Gem. After all, hardly anything worth worrying about. If the purple sweet potato spirit could hear Su-e's thoughts now, who knows how devastated he would be. In the next second, Su-e took a deep breath and released his spirit energy to the fullest. A terrifying wave of mental power swept across the earth. Cradling Takashiro Saya while standing in midair, Su-e instantly detected nearly every element present on the planet. Pushing his magnetic field to the absolute limit, Su-e worked his will. In that instant, the world itself seemed to hold its breath. Countless metallic elements raced toward him, pulled by his formidable power. Immediately afterward, Su-e relaxed a portion of his magnetic control, letting the earth resume its spin. His eyes now fixed intently on the Soul Gem before him. At that moment, the Soul Gem began to voraciously absorb the multitude of metals. Layer upon layer of different elements engraved themselves onto the surface of the gem. Strange runes spread and wound their way outward, weaving patterns all around. Gradually, the gem's luster shifted, adopting the hues of various metals. Streams of metal burst from the stone, scattering in all directions. No, it could no longer be called a Soul Gem. Now, it had become a mechanical gem. With the power of the mechanical gem, an iron suit of armor appeared before everyone's eyes. This suit looked decidedly strange. There was not a single space inside for anyone to pilot it. In other words, it was completely solid. As the shape of the suit grew more defined, a crimson light flickered in its eyes, casting an uncanny and unsettling aura. Siko Takagi's eyes suddenly lit up. She hadn't expected her sudden burst of inspiration to actually come to fruition. This was simply amazing. The thrill rising inside her showed on her face. She looked more excited than ever before. With her emotions surging, her actions followed naturally. She turned to Su-e, and in her excitement, pressed a swift kiss to his cheek. Ripples of emotion shimmered in her gaze, a mix of shy joy and happiness. Yet, seeing her like this, Su-e couldn't help but smile and said, Siko, calm down for a moment. This mechanical gem you made seems a bit off. Hearing Su-e's words, Siko was briefly taken aback, then turned her attention to the gem before her. The red eyes only seemed to glow brighter, their radiance intensifying by the second, until, suddenly, the brilliance became blinding. A crimson beam shot directly at the two of them. That scorching ray, hot enough to seem as if it could burn through space itself, reached Su-e in the blink of an eye. Holding Siko in his arms, Su-e hadn't taken the armored figure too seriously, but he would never let her be frightened. Without hesitation, Su-e moved in a flash and swept them away from high above. First things first, he had to make sure Siko was safe. Then, and only then, could he investigate just how powerful this mechanical gem really was. If it could match the capabilities of a genuine Infinity Stone, that would be truly astonishing. But, unknown to Su-e at this very moment, the entire world had been thrown into an uproar. The scene that had just played out filled everyone with unprecedented fear. The Earth had stopped spinning. It only lasted a few seconds, yet it was enough to shock countless people. Especially Nick Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D. He broke out in a cold sweat from head to toe. This was beyond terrifying. If someone truly had the ability to halt the Earth's rotation right before their eyes, then if they so wished, they could easily plunge the world into catastrophic disaster. It was precisely at this critical moment that an intelligence officer rushed to deliver crucial news to Nick Fury. Director, we have identified someone who is very likely to be the mastermind behind all this. Really? Show me your findings at once. This is a matter of utmost urgency. No sooner had he finished speaking than the officer transmitted the information directly to Nick Fury. When Nick Fury saw the name Sue-E in bold on the file, his expression froze completely. The look on his face twisted into a tight knot. This kind of feeling was almost too strange to put into words. After a long silence, Nick Fury finally sighed and said, "If it's Sue-E, then let's just leave it at that. We'll handle this however it comes." Upon hearing these words, the many members of S.H.I.E.L.D. were left utterly bewildered. Could Sue-E really be handled so carelessly? They had no way of knowing the bitterness Nick Fury was feeling inside. After all, he understood very well. If Sue-E really wanted to, he could probably blow up the entire Earth with a single punch. With someone like that, things were never so troublesome, which meant, strangely enough, he was essentially harmless. Every time Nick Fury thought about this, he could almost feel his hair falling out. Wait a minute, he didn't have any hair to begin with. After Sue-E brought Takagi Saya safely back to Earth, he sensed the presence of the mechanical gem, which was headed somewhere else at great speed. Most importantly, it was now flying towards Stark Industries' tower. At this moment, the mechanical gem had fused itself to armor of its own design, suspended in the sky. The sight was eerily similar to Ultron from the movies, except this armor was forged from pitch-black metal. What's more, the sentient machine soul born from the mechanical gem had even given itself a name. Destruction. I am destruction. Evolution. I will evolve. The mechanical mind within the destruction armor seamlessly linked itself to Earth's networks. By scouring the data online, it quickly located Stark Industries' tower, known by all as the sacred ground of Iron Man. This was Tony Stark's company, a place overflowing with the most advanced technology in the world. That's why the destruction armor's first destination was Stark Industries' tower. As the destruction armor rapidly approached, down in the underground lab, Tony Stark immediately detected its swift advance. Upon hearing the alert, Tony didn't hesitate for a moment. He suited up in his nanotech armor 2.0, ready for battle. The moment he finished preparing, the destruction armor appeared right before Tony Stark's eyes. At the sight of the looming black armor, Tony's expression changed instantly. Encased inside his pseudo-Iron Man suit, Tony sized up the menacing machine, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Who are you? Where did this technology come from? Tony Stark assumed that this destruction armor was being controlled by someone. After hearing Tony Stark's words, the massive destroyer mech slowly began to open up its armored chest. Inside, there was nothing but a nearly solid core, no cockpit, no pilot, not a single sign of human control. Seeing this, Tony Stark addressed the machine, so it's remotely operated. But just as Tony finished speaking, the destroyer suddenly erupted into a wild frenzy. No one can control destruction. Destruction wants to evolve, it roared. Its eyes glowed an even deeper, menacing red. Countless metallic elements seemed to surge from within its body, flowing outward like a living tide. What happened next blatantly defied the laws of conservation of mass. The swirling metals wove together, forging something new, until finally melded into a glowing blade of pure energy. A meter-long laser blade, entirely self-assembled by the destroyer. In other words, it had evolved this weapon on its own. It was, without question, utterly terrifying. Watching this unfold, Tony Stark arched an eyebrow, sensing that things were far more complicated than he had imagined. What on earth are you supposed to be? He demanded. A suspicion had already formed in Tony's mind. Alien technology? Something else entirely? Destruction is not a thing. Destruction is an armor with a soul. The destroyer bellowed at Tony. At the same moment, it swung the laser blade directly at him in a single, relentless stroke. Tony's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected the destroyer to be so irrational, attacking without even the slightest warning. The blade was hurtling straight for him, and just as it was about to strike, the propulsion systems in Tony's suit flared to life beneath his feet, jetting out a burst of flame. The blast launched Tony just out of reach, narrowly dodging the destroyer's savage attack. This isn't the place to fight. Let's take this somewhere else, Tony called. With that, he shot out of the building, jets blazing. The destroyer wasted not a moment, rushing after him. It wanted to consume the suit Tony wore, to absorb his precious armor for itself. But just then, Su-E arrived on the scene. He placed a hand firmly on the destroyer's hulking frame. A surge of tremendous force erupted, and in an instant, the destroyer was utterly annihilated. All its power was drawn back into the mechanical gem embedded at its core. Tony Stark was stunned at Su-Yi's sudden intervention. What on earth just happened? Before Tony could process his confusion, he noticed something on the horizon, a ship descending from the sky, strangely shaped like a giant donut. It plummeted rapidly, and the gusts it stirred up were enough to topple countless buildings. Within moments, the ground beneath the massive spacecraft was swept clear, leaving a huge, vacant expanse. All the superheroes, the saviors of the world, had gathered here at this moment. Wanda, Tony Stark, Captain America, the Hulk, anyone whose name was known, every hero imaginable, had assembled right here. And just then, two figures, one tall, one short, came flying out from the donut spaceship. They addressed the sea of superheroes before them. Everybody here, brace yourselves and welcome the arrival of Thanos. As their words faded, the air began to ripple with a terrible, unsettling force. A colossal spacecraft materialized overhead, using warp technology to descend directly above the crowd. Almost simultaneously, a flash of light streaked across the sky. With that flash, Hela appeared suddenly beside Su-E. Stepping to Su-Yi's side, she said, "Su-E, I just finished handling things elsewhere and then sensed something happening here. Looks like my timing couldn't be better." Hearing this, Su-Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. "You're absolutely right. Your arrival is indeed perfect, because a final boss is just about to show up." Final boss. Hela blinked in surprise. But then her gaze shifted to the massive warship above. When Hela saw the gigantic ship, she stood rooted to the spot in astonishment. That presence, it feels incredibly powerful. "Of course," Su-E replied. "After all, that is the universe's original purple tyrant." Su-Yi's words left everyone momentarily dumbstruck. What kind of nickname was that? But just as collective shock swept through the heroes, a voice from below, one of Thanos' minions, echoed up. "How dare you speak so disrespectfully of Lord Thanos? Do you have no concept of death?" Upon hearing this, Su-E let out a lazy yawn. "Then let me ask you, can your so-called Lord Thanos kill me with a single punch? What do you think?" As Su-Yi's question lingered in the air, a mountainous figure strode from the battleship. Thanos faced Su-E and answered. Su-Yi's expression showed nothing but disdain. "Let's not talk about whether you can hurt me. Let's see if I can smash you into dust with just one punch." As Thanos' words still hung on the air, Su-E unleashed a punch. The very space ruptured in an instant, swallowing Thanos completely. A heartbeat later, Su-E appeared before Thanos' lieutenants, delivering a crisp slap to each and every one. Instantly, the world grew completely silent. Having sorted everything out, Su-E nonchalantly remarked, "And that's a wrap."